Chapter 1, Dead Eyes. Obligatory disclaimer, all the characters, world building, and story beats here that don't belong to J.K. Rowling belong to Jim Butcher, or their associated media empires. This is the fourth and final story in the Born in Fiendfyre series. Please check my profile for the completed previous year stories, or this one will likely be hard to follow. This story, and the series, is now complete. Your stepmom is going to kill me. Matilda and I had just finished a mid-July showing of The Crow, which had been out for a few weeks, at a cinema not far from Remus' house. Well, I guess it was our house now. My girlfriend and I were renting the place from Remus Lupin, famous teen lit novelist, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and secret werewolf with our friends Penelope Clearwater and Percy Weasley. The large suburban home in High Wycombe had two things going for it: access to Muggle amenities, and a Fidelius charm that kept dark wizards from finding me. It was a bargain at twice the price. But right now, a few miles from our new rental home, all I could think, watching the brutal movie of supernatural murder, was that I'd told Matilda's uncle that, based on the comic, it probably wouldn't be too bad for her baby brothers to watch. But it was very violent. I thought it was romantic. Matilda disagreed, as we walked through the lobby of the local theater. If we got murdered by bad guys, you'd come back to avenge me. I think I already did, I told her, quietly, my arm draped across her shoulders. Back in the spring, we'd been kidnapped by dark wizards in a successful bid to restore their Lich of a Dark Lord to some form of life. In the process, she'd been dropped off a cliff. I was briefly worried that she had died, and I had technically died myself for a few seconds after the bad guy came back and killed me. I got better. Matilda had been responsible. Between Lord Voldemort and his many minions, all seeking us for the affront of escaping from their death trap and destroying 3 of his get-out-of-death-free cards on the way out, we probably shouldn't be taking in a movie a couple of weeks after school let out. But when you're 18, out on your own for the first time, and trying to figure out how dating works when you live together, risks must be taken. The dirty little secret was that, while murderous and powerful, Voldemort's gang of dark wizard friends, the Death Eaters, were pretty limited in number. Realistically, there were only a couple dozen of them of any consequence, even after breaking several out of wizard prison. If they had the information network necessary to catch us taking in a film at an arbitrary time in a random Muggle theater 30 miles from the only parts of London pureblood wizards ever visited, then we were already screwed. It was little leaps of logic like that keeping me from going insane, being hunted by dark wizards. Also, they'd been surprisingly quiet for a few weeks. Hardly any innocents had been murdered, that anyone knew about. I want to know what was up with that dedication. Matilda said, still talking about the movie we'd just finished. For Brandon and Eliza. One of the other film watchers exiting the theater intruded on our conversation and explained, "You didn't hear? The main actor, Brandon Lee, died during filming in some kind of accident. Eliza was his fiancée." What? No. Matilda clutched at me on hearing the news. He was so good. We both stopped for a second, considering the enormity of the dark romance underscored by tragedy. No wonder it was still getting crowds, weeks after release. Digesting that news, we stepped out onto the streets of our new neighborhood. High Wycombe wasn't a very big town, but had a college and was midway between London and Oxford, so there was more nightlife than you'd expect from a sleepy hamlet in the middle of a nature preserve. Remus had mostly picked it because of said nature preserve. If he got out on a full moon, he was less likely to accidentally run into people and animal control if he was racing across the fields. But Matilda and I were more interested in figuring out which of the hole-in-the-wall restaurants was our favorite than in rambling through nature. Technically, it didn't really matter where we lived. The house was 3 miles from the town's shopping area, so we'd operate rather than walking. While the repeated damage to the Vale from Fey invaders had severely limited the range that wizards could teleport, we probably could have made it to Oxford or a London suburb almost as easily. But it seemed to both of us like part of the experience of living in a place was actually living there. We felt that way even if, due to the Fidelius charm cast over the house, nobody in the area even realized that there was anyone there to be their neighbors. The night's winner for hole-in-the-wall dining was a spicy chicken place that claimed to be some kind of African/Portuguese fusion. It was shockingly tasty and affordable, the perks of a college town for small budgets. My new private investigator business with Alastair Mad-Eye Moody hadn't really started raking in the funds yet, but he was paying me, and I still had some income from transcribing superior potions recipes the previous year. Honestly, the biggest trick was exchanging galleons for pounds, since you couldn't exactly pay for a taco dinner with a gold coin. We were just finishing when my ring heated up, and Matilda checked hers as well. I'd made all my friends a private method of communication for the previous Christmas, but it was a party line rather than letting anyone send direct messages. It was at least quicker and less obvious than using the Patronus, a spectral protector animal that took a lot of skill to cast to send messages, which was the main way other wizards did it. Inside the band, small writing said, "Harry, Ministry Owl for you at home PW." Late for a delivery, Matilda commented, having read the same message from our roommate, Percy Weasley. She had her shoulder-length reddish-brown hair pulled back so it wouldn't get in her food, and I smiled seeing more of her face than usual. And that she had a bit of sauce on her nose. Yeah, I guess we better check it out, I agreed, reaching over with a napkin to clean the spot on her nose that she obviously didn't notice. Owls were the other way of sending messages between wizards, but they were more like the post office than the telephone. One showing up after dark probably meant it was important. At least it had showed up at the house rather than tracking me down and landing on a table in a Muggle restaurant. Honestly, the particulars of Owl Post were very confusing. Sometimes the smarter owls could track you down wherever you were, unless you set up some kind of spell to prevent them finding you, but mostly they went to wherever the letter was addressed. But our house had a charm that prevented anyone from finding it that wasn't in on the secret, except it didn't really work on animals. There was probably some extremely narrow conceptual space that allowed an owl to be sent to Harry Dresden's residence and have it all work. I'd have to ask my roommates about it, they were both big brains working for the Department of Mysteries now. The unspeakables of the Ministry's Magical Research Department probably didn't cover the deep secrets of Owl Post as part of new hires' first couple of weeks of orientation, but it was worth a shot. We paid up, found an unobserved alley, and apparat home. Neither of us was nearly good enough at magical teleportation to keep our air displacement to a minimum, so our roommate poked his head out the back door as we appeared with loud pops in the backyard. Good speed, Percy nodded, his curly red hair currently cut short, round glasses glimmering in the porch light. For the back of the house, the lamp was magically powered, since the wards to keep our magic from burning out the electrical system were mostly on the front of the house. He'd obviously been home long enough to shuck his official work robes, and was just in sweatpants and a comfy plain grey t-shirt. Generations of purebloods would be simply scandalized by his Muggle attire. The owl at least let me retrieve the message. It left, so I assume no response was required. You can use Hermes if one is. Thanks, I told him, walking up and taking the small parchment letter he was offering me. Think we should get another owl for our mail? I asked. Hermes was Percy's personal owl and familiar. My own new familiar, Mr. the Oversized Kitten, bumped my leg affectionately as he used the open back door as an excuse to go exploring outside. He was only a couple months old but already bigger than most full-grown cats, and we'd given up on trying to keep him inside already. He mostly stayed in the fenced backyard anyway, so far. He'd probably be out on the nature preserve hunting in no time, though. With an amused smile at the escaping cat, Matilda offered, I can ask my parents. Her family was wealthy, and probably had owls to spare. How was work? I asked Percy as we all walked back into the kitchen through the rear door, leaving it cracked for when Mr. wanted to come back in. If we told you, we'd have to kill you. Penelope, our other roommate and Percy's girlfriend, called from the living room. I could hear some kind of TV show playing from the front room, where Remus custom wards did allow us to keep Muggle conveniences safe from magic energy. Not that we could tell you, since those oaths of secrecy are comprehensive, Percy added with a smile. The magical bindings would probably just prevent them from accidentally saying something, well, unspeakable, rather than severely punishing them if they answered a question. It was fine. Still a lot to learn, he shrugged, avoiding specifics. He leaned against the kitchen counter, clearly curious about the letter. I obligingly broke the wax seal on the tightly folded piece of mail, a ministry official stamp, and read the letter aloud. Harry Dresden, your presence is requested at the Ministry Auror's office to identify a body. Please attend as soon as possible, after business hours if necessary. Who would you recognize that nobody else would? Matilda asked, taking the letter from me and confirming what I'd quoted. My heart felt like it fell into my stomach as I came up with the only name that made any sense to me, Elaine. My ex-girlfriend had disappeared after the fire I'd caused escaping her and my former mentor, and I'd never been sure if she'd been caught in it or escaped. She was the only person I could think of that nobody else in Britain would recognize for sure. Matilda grabbed my hand and squeezed, breaking me out of whatever spiral of doubt and memory I was falling into. I'm coming with you. Percy nodded, and you can contact us if they refuse you entry. I didn't think the ministry was especially mad at me right then, but I had at least one Auror who hated me and we didn't know if any other Death Eaters had infiltrated the government, so it was a good idea to be cautious about weird, late-night summonses. We nodded, and I made sure to gear up. I still couldn't really justify taking my staff into the ministry, since that would be kind of like showing up to the DMV with a meaningfully carried shotgun, but I made sure my blasting rod was accessible on my belt, which itself had magically expanded utility pouches full of other useful things, and I put on my rune-protected long coat even if it was a little much for July. Likewise, Matilda ran upstairs, changed out of her date outfit, and came back down in her official internship robes. She worked in the department that regulated magical creatures, so her work clothes weren't exactly combat gear but they were clothes. Prepared as well as we could be, we went into the den, activated the fireplace, and traveled to the Ministry of Magic. After a few moments of spinning through an incandescent void, we were spat out of one of many fireplaces ringing an immense underground atrium, each with an excellent view of a problematic golden fountain in the center of the room. I wondered how non-wizards felt when they had to show up and look at an immense idol that cast them as tiny support staff for wizards. Did non-wizards even get to come to the ministry? I couldn't exactly see a centaur using fluid travel or taking the physical entrance from the London street above. The place was even more empty than it had been when I'd visited over a previous Christmas holiday, with no one there but the one security guard across the hardwood floor from our entry fireplace. I was a little nervous and barely remembered to check my long-legged stride so Matilda could keep up as we crossed, footsteps echoing strangely in the room. "Harry Dresden, I got a summons," I explained to the guy, showing him my letter. "And this is Matilda Grimblehawk. She's with me." "You're both on the list," the guy nodded. "Let me scan you through." I blinked and looked at my girlfriend, who was as confused as I was. As convenient as it was that she was on the list, too, would they have just assumed I'd bring moral support? I gave the guy my unicorn horn focus, the closest thing I had to a wand, and Matilda offered her own wand once mine was verified. He gave us temporary badges and pointed us to a nearby elevator, with instructions to go to the second floor, which, since the levels were basically labeled like sub-basements and we came in on the 8th, was the second floor from the top. When we finally stepped off the elevator into the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I sighed with relief that we were met by Alice Longbottom, one of our friends on the force. The small witch, still keeping her dark hair cropped short, nodded and said, "Glad you made it so fast. This is going to blow up soon." "Why was I on the list?" Matilda asked the older witch. "Did you not get your letter?" Alice asked. "It must have gone to your parents' house. We'll have to get your address updated in the records if you're living with Harry." Well, that changed things. If they'd specifically called both me and Matilda, there might be a few more individuals that we'd encountered together. And she'd never met Elaine, so it couldn't be my ex. I didn't really know how to feel about that, the short-lived anticipation of closure evaporating in a moment. "We managed to intercept a couple of Death Eaters that were moving the body tonight," Alice explained quietly, trusting us to follow as she walked to her left, over to a wing of the offices that seemed to be set up as a morgue. As we pushed into the room, it had the minimalist setup of drawers and tables that I'd expect from TV and movies, but, of course, done in warm woods instead of metals, as was the common wizarding style. The place wasn't cold, either, relying on stasis charms rather than refrigeration to preserve corpses. "I have Harry Dresden and Matilda Grimblehawk to identify the body," Alice announced to the other living occupant of the room. The man was tall and had a mane of light brown hair that was starting to grey, and he regarded us through a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles. "I suppose I can expect this to make its way to Dumbledore almost immediately?" he asked. His tone of voice was such that I couldn't tell if he was trying to warn us away from telling Hogwarts headmaster and the leader of the Order of Anti-Death Eater Vigilantes that Alice, Matilda, and I were members of, or tacitly giving us permission. Then, like a muggle magician doing a trick, he quickly pulled the white sheet off of the cadaver on the table in front of us. Unmistakable, once no longer shrouded, was a body that I couldn't fail to recognize. It had killed me only a few weeks earlier. Somehow, inert upon the slab and dead like any other man, we were clearly looking at the semi-reptilian corpse of Tom Riddle, the theoretically immortal self-styled Dark Lord Voldemort. Chapter 2, Hard Body. "No way." "Well, that's convenient," Matilda exclaimed, while I was still puzzling over the corpse of Tom Riddle. I'd pretty much expected him to go out in some climactic battle, killing several of my friends and allies before he finally went down, not to wash up, not a mark on him, in the local morgue. "That the confirmation you need, Rufus?" Alice asked the leonine man who was showing us the body. I'd seen the name Rufus Scrimgeour in the paper as the head of the Auror's office, so this was probably him. Hopefully he wouldn't ask me to pronounce his last name. I'd try to stick with Sir if it came up. Scrimgeour nodded, but said, "Let's get it all signed and sealed." "Do both of you recognize this body?" Hedging a little, based on how political everything was, I answered, "That certainly appears to be the person or being that was created in the ritual we were kidnapped for on the night of April 25th. Transfiguration being what it is, I can't be certain." "Agreed," Matilda said. "Still pretty scary, even dead. Is his skin actually scales? Is it wrong of me to want to touch it to see how that works?" Alice chuckled, and that even got a slight smirk from the taciturn-looking head Auror. "I appreciate the diplomacy. Certain parties will be quite happy to confirm that this individual is no longer running around, whether or not they want to admit to his identity." He thought for a moment, then said, "Your point about transfiguration is a solid one. We'll register your magical signature and get the unspeakables to analyze the body. If it was created using you as a component, it should have some of your magic on it. That would be a lot harder if this was a trick." Because I had trouble keeping my mouth shut when I thought of something, I asked, "Can they tell if he's been dead since the solstice, even with stasis charms?" The Death Eater attacks had suddenly quieted down toward the end of June, and if Voldemort had been killed around then, it would explain a lot. Scrimgeour didn't seem like he necessarily wanted to share information one way or the other, but finally allowed, "It's certainly possible that this occurred at a ritual gathering, and there may be more witnesses than the two we caught transporting the body. If you happen to come across any more as part of your Private Auror's business, we'd appreciate them being sent to us to be properly interviewed." That seemed like tacit approval for the Order of the Phoenix to figure out what was going on, as long as we kept him in the loop. I could work with that. I agreed, "Works for me, sir." "Let's go ahead and get you to the clean room for the scan," Scrimgeour suggested. "Third door on the right." As we were walking out, Alice whispered to Scrimgeour, low enough that even with my impressive hearing I could barely make it out. "Are you sure you can't lift the doom? He's the most promising Auror candidate from his year." The head Auror replied, equally quietly, "Dawlish would run to Umbridge if I did. And she's not fond of him after the werewolf stunt." That about confirmed what I expected. I'd known I was basically giving up my chance to get out from under the doom of Damocles when I'd helped scuttle Dolores Umbridge's anti-werewolf legislation a year and change prior. And I'd have done it again. But it still rankled that two useless and vindictive government officials were keeping me on magical Britain's equivalent of criminal probation, largely out of spite. Speak of the devil and he'll appear. As we walked down the hall to the room they kept clean of magical traces to better record individual signatures, we passed the bullpen of desks in the middle of the open space. I assumed it was where the Aurors filled out paperwork. The only one currently at a desk was John Dawlish himself. Not out in public, he'd left off the ratty tan trenchcoat in favor of red Auror robes, but he was still recognizable by his Constantine knockoff blonde haircut and vaguely constipated look. "Fancy meeting you here, Dresden," he said, watching us go past. I was surprised he didn't immediately make a dig about me getting arrested. "Working late, John?" Alice asked, possibly cutting off the verbal fencing. "Don't want your arrests to fall apart because the forms weren't filed correctly," he suggested. "Those are a couple of purebloods you're holding. Longbottom can do her own forms," Scrimgeour told him. "I need you preparing the security for the World Cup." "Understood, sir," Dawlish nodded to the head Auror, not seeming particularly chastised. "See you around, Dresden." When we got out of earshot, Matilda asked, "Think he was here just waiting to get a dig at you?" "Probably," I agreed. Which was why it was weird that he hadn't really said much. Maybe he was put off by his boss being there. After the scan, Alice escorted us back down to the lobby and put us straight through the flue to Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. "Harry. Ms. Grimblehawk. Glad you could make it," the old wizard nodded at us, sitting behind his immense oak desk covered in magical contraptions, books, and piles of parchment. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, my boss/partner, was already slouched in one of the chairs across the desk. The burly, heavily scarred man with graying red hair had his prosthetic leg propped out to take the weight off. His oversized prosthetic eye briefly synchronized with his real eye to take us in, and then spun back off to track the rest of the room, even through the back of his head. "I guess you already know they found Voldemort's body?" I asked, taking the last seat after Matilda sat down. Alice hadn't followed us through, but she must have informed them before we showed up at the ministry. "And the Carrows moving the body," Dumbledore confirmed. "I've had Order members quietly keeping an eye on them for weeks, and it paid off." "The creepy brother and sister?" I asked. We'd been given a rundown of the Death Eaters at large at a previous meeting. It was especially galling that I was still on probation while the dark magic incest twins had managed to stay out of prison like so many other purebloods after Voldemort died the first time. "Aren't they B-listers at best? They're not bright or particularly dangerous, compared to the rest of his inner circle, but they're loyal and used to smuggling bodies," Moody confirmed. "And they probably won't talk unless they can authorize Veritaserum." "Bet they won't," Matilda frowned. She knew better than anyone what privileges the purebloods had, including needing extremely compelling evidence to justify magical truth serum. "They'll claim they were concerned citizens who found the body and were taking it to the authorities, right?" I asked. A whole round of nods agreed with my cynicism. "So we can't even get them to confirm that someone killing cursed him at their solstice party?" "Go on, Harry," the headmaster asked. I explained, I guess he could have been poisoned and his body didn't have any obvious signs. Or, I guess, it was more violent and the Death Eaters transfigured the body to make him look nice. Maybe they even screwed up the resurrection ritual and it just stopped working all of a sudden, leaving a corpse. But he didn't have a visible mark on him, so the standard assumption is killing curse. With as fast as he was, it probably means someone he trusted cursed him in the back from short range while he was distracted. Chances are that they all know who did it. Possibly not, Dumbledore disagreed. My understanding is that they generally met robed and masked, at least during the war. It made it easier for each of them to protect their identities or at least have plausible deniability. But it made it harder to be certain who was in attendance. Moody said, "I still think we should have tried to slip an assassin in, during the war, for just that reason." Sadly, Severus was unwilling, and they usually keyed their wards to the dark mark, the old man explained. So, I agree with Harry that it's likely that a Death Eater did the deed, just not that we can assume the others know who did it. He sighed, not that he's likely to be permanently dead, though this may give us another respite. You want us to track down the remaining Horcruxes? I asked. Though the headmaster winced a bit at me stating it so openly, at this point Matilda was already up to speed, even if she probably wouldn't be actively helping with the investigation. By us I'd meant Moody and me. An attempt to find out exactly what caused his apparent death, Dumbledore agreed. This is likely to take up much of your new business time, so I'll pay for your hours out of the Order's funds. It's certainly a better use for the money than the impending war we'd been fundraising for. Ideally, the remaining anchors can be cleansed before his followers can once again embody his spirit. Usually takes them about a year to get that done, I agreed. Though that was before he had all of his minions back together. I bet he didn't tell many of them how it works, though. Go get some sleep, Dresden, Moody told me. We'll hit the bricks in the morning. Chapter 3, Sleuthsayers. Apparition makes for really frustrating detective work. There are very few exciting foot chases when everyone involved can just teleport. If a person of interest doesn't want to talk to you, he can just pop away in a rush of imploding air. Sure, there are tracing spells to follow someone that teleports, but they take a lot longer than the couple of seconds concentration of apparating itself. Unless the person you're after is too weak to apparate more than once without taking a break, he'll just go a few places in a row and you'll never find him again. What I'm saying is that trying to track down Death Eaters to question them made for an aggravating week. We'd eventually settled on the good old-fashioned stakeout, or at least the wizarding equivalent, veiled in a corner near Nocturne Alley. I was never totally clear on why a significant fraction of magical Britain's foremost shopping mall was dedicated to the kind of crime alley you'd expect to include a memorial to the shooting deaths of Thomas and Martha Wayne. It made for a convenient place to keep an eye out for bad guys, though, particularly since there was a weak anti-apparition ward over the entirety of the alley to try to convince people to use the defined egresses. Most powerful wizards could just cut through, but it at least made it a little hard for someone you'd buttonholed to just leave without a second thought. It would have been faster to roust people in the seedy wizard bars deeper in the alley, but Moody had enough enemies that he'd have gotten cursed in the back within moments of going to one of those even before he'd retired from the Aurors and lost that backing. I, honestly, wasn't that far behind him as far as people who wanted to kill me went. So we decided to do a stakeout near the law-abiding parts of the alley, hoping to catch a Death Eater without an entourage. If you've watched stakeouts in the movies, you're missing a key drawback: sitting in one place for hours in the middle of summer. Also, we were under Moody's discount invisibility cloaks. They were nowhere near as good as Ron's artifact cloak, but they were better than my disillusionment charm, especially if you held still and easier to maintain. But all day in the muggy London July draped in a piece of old fabric isn't exactly a day at the beach. Also, Moody was convinced that cleaning the things too hard would degrade the magic even further, so they were ripe enough that, without scent masking charms, the invisibility wouldn't help. It didn't make them any nicer on the inside. At least, with the help of Severus Snape's custom privacy charm, we could talk while we waited. Our conversation diffused into white noise that blended into the general hubbub of the alley enough to not give away our position. "There's Fletcher again," Moody pointed out, giving a running commentary on things I needed to learn about watching people. "See the hitch in his step? He's got something tied to his leg. Or in an inside, hidden pocket. It's not fragile, or he'd be even more careful. It's in the way of his stride and he's worried about ripping it off if he bumps it too often. How would I tell that apart from favoring a leg because of a wound?" I asked. "Good question. Watch his face. He's not wincing as he steps on that leg. And even with a wound that doesn't affect the knee directly, you're more likely to limp than just hitch. A recent wound, yeah, you might get some similar behavior. But, again, look at the face for pain. A man that's just been kicked in the bollocks will show it in more than just his walk. Plus, it's dung, so it's an easy bet that he's always got some contraband on him," I added. One of the biggest surprises about joining Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was that Mundungus Fletcher, Britain's most notorious bottom-feeding hustler, was part of the group, in large part for his seedier contacts. Should we see if he knows anything? Right. No small part of detective work is learning to recognize the regulars. Figure what they're usually up to. And, no, I already hassled him yesterday after you went home. We lapsed into silence for a while, just an apprentice detective and his mentor sweltering under stinky invisibility cloaks in an anachronistic outdoor shopping mall. "Do the bad guys even come out before dark?" I eventually asked. "The ones that don't have a warrant out," he confirmed, nudging me to call attention to who was coming around the corner. "There's no way he's going to tell us anything," I groaned, watching Lucius Malfoy promenading out of Nocturne Alley, ornate cane tapping along the stones, loose silk robes flowing as he walked, and long near white hair pulled up into a man bun in deference to the heat. To my great chagrin, the blood supremacist had become something of an ally over the last few years. "Well, at least we both had the best interests of his son," Draco, at heart, so I couldn't really burn that relationship entirely to the ground, no matter how repugnant I found his views. Plus, as far as I could tell, as her brother-in-law, he was deeply involved in my godmother's fairy machinations, so probably didn't have a ton of time for his former Dark Lord in the first place. But there might be something in how he doesn't tell us. Pay attention, Moody disagreed, and I felt him stand and cancel the sound-muffling charm. Taking his cue, and able to make him out fairly easily as his cloak struggled to keep up its camouflage while he walked, I moved to flank Lucius on his other side. We both slid out of the cloaks in reasonable synchronization, and Moody said, "Morning, Lucius." To his credit, Malfoy kept from jumping in surprise, but I spotted him move his hand to draw his wand from his cane before he processed who we were. I still thought having a wand cane was the most pretentious thing about him, and with so many other pretentious affectations that was saying something. I guessed, worried about getting jumped like Tom Riddle was, Mr. Malfoy. Hardly, he growled, putting the cane back to its normal use and continuing to walk. But one doesn't exactly expect to be accosted from rather shabby invisibility cloaks in the middle of the market. He's right, boss, they're pretty shabby, I responded. Not up to the Malfoy standards for skullduggery. Moody hadn't yelled at me yet about being sassy, but I figured he'd eventually say something if my tendency to run my mouth off screwed up his own conversational and combat strategies. Moody adjusted fine, though, and just agreed, Malfoys don't need invisibility cloaks for skullduggery. They just pay people to pretend they don't notice. As we walked and talked, the tapping of Malfoy's cane and the clomping of Moody's artificial leg made an interesting cadence on the cobblestones as we traveled further into Diagon Alley proper. I was, once again, without my staff, since it wouldn't fit under the cloak. I really needed to work out how to make a space-expanded sheath for it eventually. If he'd been carting his old boss body around, instead of the Carrows, the Ministry would have just quietly incinerated it with no questions asked. Someone caught the Carrows with a body? Malfoy asked, and if he'd been trying harder I might have believed he didn't already know. But I could see a small smile on his face, as if he was enjoying this game now that he'd gotten over the surprise. He realized we were fishing for information. You know, I never truly believed that they were under the Imperius as I was during the war. A shame the once laudable Carrow family has fallen so far. You're saying you didn't get an invite to their solstice party? I asked. We get so many party invitations, we simply can't attend all of them, he didn't exactly deny. He was basically a politician who'd learned not to directly lie from all the noble Sid fairies he was hanging out with, so there was no way we'd get a straight answer. By the way, if you happen to make it to the World Cup next month, I'm sure Draco would like to see you at his pre-match party. Not you, Alastair, I'm afraid. You'll scare the children. So you're saying you think it will be safe at the World Cup, enough to have a party? Moody tried. The platinum-haired pureblood pretended to consider, and allowed, well, one can never predict what those frustrated at losing will do. Sporting matches are always at risk of hooligans and rioters, obviously. But, if you're correct, the figurehead the terrorists were rallying around is a body in the morgue, yes? So it should be safe enough. I asked, and if he doesn't stay dead, like he didn't the last time? Ah, Malfoy smirked. Albus can't simply assume that a problem is solved, and must continue to worry at it as he's done for over a decade? Well, in that case, I'm sure you know a few names that might have received party invitations that I didn't. The more prominent may be at the World Cup. He shrugged as if that was all he knew. But, if the two of you are struggling to find clients for your new Private Auror's business that aren't paranoid old men, I could perhaps find some more useful tasks for you to pursue. Moody broke first and growled, "We'll never take Malfoy money. I'll put it in the business charter if I have to." I was a little shocked that he lost the verbal fencing match that early, but I might actually have had more experience with that kind of thing than he'd had, with all the chats I'd had with various Sid and Sid allies. Pity, Malfoy shrugged. Well, if you'll excuse me, he gestured to the Quidditch shop he'd led us up to, I've heard the firebolts might have come down to a less extortionate price this year, and Draco did well in his classes through the spring term. I know neither of you have much interest in racing brooms, so I'll bid you good day. Moody started stumping back to our stakeout spot, complaining, "One day I'll catch that jumped up snake at something. I should have used more permanent spells when I faced him during the war." I chose to not comment that maybe he shouldn't try to verbally spar with Malfoy, and instead said, "He was definitely at the ritual, and is sure that Riddle is dead, right? Muffliato." "True. But we don't know if he knows about the anchors," he agreed, recasting the privacy charm and slumping back down onto his box. He didn't put his cloak back on, since there currently wasn't anyone nearby, and his magic, spinning eye would theoretically spot anyone pulling the same trick we'd been using. But he's not sure the other Death Eaters won't try something at the cup. If you get a chance for tickets, take it. I don't think we can wait a month for more leads, though. I hate to ask, but, can you contact your godmother? I sighed, I can try. But she'll be even slipperier than Malfoy was. My godmother, Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, was Lucius' wife's sister and seemed to be masterminding the entire fairy plot that kept them from siding with Voldemort. She almost never gave me a straight answer, and, when she did, I rarely liked it. "Owl her anyway," he ordered, and I nodded. "I'm tired of sitting out here. Let's get some lunch. After, we'll see if we can pick up side jobs that aren't Malfoy-funded in case we do have to wait for the World Cup to move on this one." He thought for a second. Also, full moon tonight, so best to get behind wards, just in case. "And it's Friday," I reminded him. "Right. Let's make the best use of the afternoon, then, so you can enjoy your weekend with your friends." Chapter 4, Rage Quit. Penny sighed in annoyance, running a hand through her curly blonde hair. "So to sum up, we're trapped in a cabin, surrounded by vampires, and there's only the one way out." Matilda nodded. "Windows are boarded up. No back door, even. Can we think of any magic that would help us escape?" I checked. Penny argued, "Not that we can cast before they come storming in, and we'd need a mirror to escape using the veil." "Then we fight." Percy confirmed, to our answering nods. "All right. I activate Razor Claws, then go ahead and transform into my war form before smashing out of the front. That should shake them up. You both behind. Now is the time to rage. The rotten boards around the door shatter before your Lupin might." Matilda narrated. "The vampires are surprised. They weren't expecting 9 feet of werewolf. Roll for initiative. That's our wits plus our alertness, right?" I checked, as we all started picking out a fistful of dice, shaking them with a satisfying clatter. We hadn't wanted to continue our Arcanos campaign without the rest of our Gryffindor friends able to show up regularly, but a house with 4 late teens was a perfect size for a storytelling game of personal horror. We'd all been kind of against pretending to be vampires after our run-ins with them over the previous year, but a new edition of the role-playing game where you got to play eco-terrorist werewolves had recently been released and that was exactly our speed. Matilda had figured that the night of the full moon was perfect for our first session. I was looking forward to telling Remus about it later and seeing if he was amused or annoyed. We got about halfway through an enjoyable slaughter of undead fiends via the application of piles of 10-sided dice and Matilda's narration before the fireplace flared green, and Oliver Wood stepped through. He was Percy's and my former roommate, previous captain of our house's Quidditch team, and had taken surprisingly well to being a bunch of nerds' captive jock. "Sorry I'm late. Practice went long." He apologized in his heavy Scottish drawl, hefting a big growler bottle and a paper bag with oil stains at the bottom, "but I brought beer and fresh crisps from the 3 broomsticks." "Ooh, snacks," Matilda forgave him. "Get set up. You can show up on the next combat round." Since he didn't live with us and was busy with his sports career, we'd honestly figured Oliver would miss more sessions than he made it to, so he was playing one of the mysterious Egyptian werewolves that could just show up when and where they were needed. Playing an Egyptian with his thick accent, we'd insisted he name his character after Sean Connery's Immortal from Highlander. "We're slaughtering vampires that thought they had us trapped," I summarized for him, as he started setting out the food and Matilda handed him his character sheet. We were just using the couches and chairs in the den to play around the coffee table, though Matilda planned to make us go over to the kitchen table if we ever needed to have a map for a really tactical fight. They were, instead, inverted, Percy explained. Inverted is like being surrounded, but from the inside. The only clue that my bookish friend was joking, rather than actually giving a real definition, was the slight smile he had when he said it. "Your turn, Penny," Matilda called. "You've got 2 of them on you still." "I'll burn the rest of my rage for extra attacks," Penny shrugged, making a racket shaking her pile of dice in a cup to keep them from scattering. "Take that, you blights upon Gaia." After initially making noises about playing a caster type, she'd gravitated to the Wonder Woman-style Greek tribe of all-female werewolves, and really seemed to be enjoying just getting to be a physical brute. At least she'd reined it in somewhat and was basically the group's bard. Percy had immediately spotted a hole in the rules that if he played a warrior, from the tribe of martial artists, who was born wolf instead of human, he'd have the highest starting scores possible. We might eventually have to have a talk about the dark road of power gaming if he kept playing RPGs, but he seemed to be having a good time ninja kicking evil in the face. Personally, once I discovered there was a tribe that was all grubby hobos, I never looked at anything else. I was having fun being the team's feral and gross mystic. I had a magic spirit rattle made of old bones of uncertain provenance. "Why should save one tea question?" Oliver suggested as he waited until he could join. "I think I can tell if someone's lying." He'd taken the judge archetype, which left the trickster role unfilled since we didn't have 5 players. I was half considering suggesting inviting the Weasley twins just to see what they'd get up to with trickster werewolves. Or maybe Remus, if he didn't think playing would be too on the nose, since he'd been big into pranks when he was younger. "Good point," Percy smiled. "That will let me try the wrestling rules." "Oh, no, not the wrestling rules." I laughed. "Those were always more complicated than just hitting someone for damage." I started flipping through the book so I could explain how that worked when it got to his turn. Hey, there's a maneuver called Fiendfyre. I want to try that one on my turn. What does it do? Penny asked. I still have an attack left. I skimmed the text, looks like it rips their fur or skin off so they're easier for someone else to damage. Gross, she said with an appreciative tone. What do I roll to do that? I said, normal attack roll, but it looks like it uses 2 actions, sorry. You could hamstring with your last action. And get vampire in my mouth? No thanks. I'll just do a basic claw attack again, she shrugged. This one's almost dead anyway. I was sure the storytelling game of personal horror was in there somewhere, but so far it was playing out like Arcanos, only we were werewolves. I resolved to be all woe is me about my inner beast the next time we were in civilization, to really amp up the role-playing. Ultimately, we did wind up managing to wrestle one into the dirt for Oliver to question, and that led us to the lair of a vampire businessman who was bribing the city government to ignore illegal chemical dumping in the river. So we slaughtered another building full of vampires and called it a good session. I even got to chew scenery about my overflowing anger and shake my bone rattle at people in between. Good times. So how's work? Oliver asked, as we were wrapping up. If they told you, they'd have to kill you, Matilda answered for Percy and Penny with a smirk at interrupting Penny's favorite answer. Harsh, but fair, he chuckled. Why get to talk to each other about it, at least? For the most part, Percy allowed. We may wind up on different projects, and might not even get to share the specifics of those without permission from our department heads. Having fun, though. It's so great. Penny gushed. Some of the things we study. I'd never have even known about it. Harry, you should have tried to apply, you'd love it. If he could apply to the ministry, Scrimgeour would have him as an Auror, Matilda corrected. And now that she'd said it out loud, I finally knew how to pronounce the head Auror's last name. Minute results had come back right after school ended, and I probably would have qualified for several departments if the Doom didn't put me on a total blacklist for ministry jobs. It's cool, I'm doing what I love, I said, scrounging for clients and sitting under musty invisibility cloaks with Moody, trying to spot people in the alley. Any luck on the special project? Matilda asked, since I hadn't had a chance to talk to her between work and the game. The rest of our friends were basically in the order at this point, to various degrees, but the Horcrux hunt was supposed to be more secret. Not that they hadn't all been there when we exorcised the first one. The previous year, we'd developed an exorcism charm, and Penny had used it to cleanse an artifact that Voldemort had used to house part of his soul and let him possess unassuming school staff. I answered, we cornered Lucius Malfoy today, and he suggested the best place to catch and question other Death Eaters would be at the World Cup parties. But that's a month out and we don't have tickets. Ha! I can help W that. Oliver said. My team gave out comp tickets. I didn't think you'd want to go, but they're yours if you want them. Enough for everyone? I asked. We are already covered, Percy demurred. My father managed tickets for the whole family and Penny, as well. Then plenty for the 2OU, Oliver nodded. Any chance I'd still pass on the gift was cancelled by the excitement in Matilda's face, even though her favorite team, the Chudley Cannons, were so bad that they'd probably never make it to a World Cup. Thanks, man, I accepted. That would be great. It still didn't help us investigate for the next few weeks, but at least I had a useful reason for going, on top of keeping my girlfriend happy. The Quidditch World Cup had to at least be more interesting than a school match, right? Chapter 5, Muggle Baiter. My godmother's letter read. I'm not available to meet at the moment, but I've included copies of pages from a book about resurrection rituals. I hear there's been a rash of robberies from Muggle jewelry stores in London that might be a good source of revenue for your new business. L. Since I hadn't asked her about resurrection rituals or job leads when I'd mailed her about a meeting, her response seemed like a not-so-subtle attempt to give me information about what the Death Eaters were up to without having to answer direct questions. The pages she'd included seemed to be pulled from some obscure dark magic catalog. Rather than explaining the exact ritual mechanics, they provided a one-paragraph summary. It was enough to identify the two I'd already been forcibly included in over the past 2 years. I felt a little better that she hadn't felt I was so dense that she needed to circle the one that referenced precious metals and gemstones. As much as I hate taking business advice from Bellatrix Lestrange, Moody grumbled, a few days after I'd received the letter, this is a pretty good investigation job. He looked strangely appropriate in his cheap Muggle suit, and had covered his constantly roving prosthetic eye with a basic black eye patch, not that it would likely impede its magical sight in any way. I was dressed up in my own cheap suit, and we looked every inch the grizzled pie and his new trainee. Third eye investigations. The stuffy, middle-aged Englishman asked as he greeted us at the front of his jewelry store. He then counted the number of eyes between the two of us and chuckled, "Ah, I see. So do we. Almost as well as if we had 5 eyes," I joked. It was technically even true, with how powerful Moody's magic eye was. With my hearing, we could probably count about 5 ears, as well. Quite, the manager said without affect, then continued on. Well, you come recommended and the boys from the Met haven't turned up any leads. Our insurance provider is quite happy to provide a percentage of the value of any of the merchandise you recover. That's what we understand from the other victims. Moody nodded, professional. This was our third stop, and at this point we were just confirming our suspicions. Since we're a new firm, we're willing to work on spec for this job, but for any future business we'll charge a retainer. Perfectly fair, nodded the man, happy to not pay anything this time if we didn't recover his jewelry. What can you tell us about the crime and what they took? Moody asked. The guy sighed, video didn't record, alarms didn't trigger, and no obvious forced entry on the doors or the jewel safe. I'd honestly thought it was an employee, but they all were able to account for their whereabouts. I held out a metal contraption about the size and shape of a soda can and suggested, they're probably using something like this. We think these are the same people that hit a technology firm, and this is a prototype device that creates an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse. It can short out nearby electronics. It was no such thing, of course, just a technological-looking prop that Penny had helped me put together from scrounged parts. But telling him, a wizard did it, would break the statute of secrecy even if he believed us. Oh, my. I hope such a thing doesn't become commonly available. The man seemed to believe us just based on my fabricated explanation. The last place had asked for a demonstration and I'd had to hex out their cameras while pretending to use the EMP grenade. It was for the military. Moody continued the story. They're obviously increasing security so nothing like this gets stolen again. Well, that's something at least, the manager shrugged. The thieves took an assortment of valuable pieces. Perhaps most surprising was that they took the entirety of our collection of pieces with opals, while leaving some of the more valuable pieces. Mined in Albania? I asked, checking my notepad as if I didn't expect that answer. He got a bit of a surprised look and admitted, why yes. Is that related? Seems to be common from the break-ins, Moody answered. We're going to look into Eastern nationals. Might be related to organized crime out of the former Soviet Union. The man nodded. The story we'd cooked up certainly made more sense than dark wizards that needed gemstones from where their dead lord's spirit seemed to be anchored to use in a ritual to try to bring him back to life. Do you know any other businesses that haven't been robbed yet that might carry similar opals? I asked. Might give us a chance to catch this crew in the act. I'll make you a list, he agreed. As we left the shop with the information, Moody put up a privacy charm and said, they'll hit one of these tonight or tomorrow, if they stick to the pattern. Yeah. And based on the ritual summary, they need a lot of opals. They hopefully don't have enough yet, I added. Looks like half a dozen good options across town. Can we put alarm wards up? Anyone competent would notice those and be gone before we could show up, Moody mused. Most of them aren't competent, but I don't want to risk it's one of the smarter ones. He thought about it for a little bit then suggested, you and your friends have those message rings, right? What are they all up to the next couple nights? It was surprisingly easy to convince Oliver, our other friend Alexis, and my roommates to split up and stake out the various shops that might be hit. I doubted it would be as easy to convince them a second time, once they all realized how boring it was to spend several hours, invisible, watching a door. At least most of them were better at veiling magic than I was, so they didn't have to be under the stinky cloaks. Without a messaging ring of his own, Moody was doubled up with Oliver, who he'd judged to be the most likely to get bored and stop paying attention. This assumption probably wasn't unfair. After Quidditch practice all day, Oliver might have decided to just find a nearby London pub and relax without Moody there to keep him company. Fortunately, my ability to convince my friends to do this again a second time in a row wasn't tested. The bad guys had decided to make their attempt that night, not long after midnight. My ring heated up to indicate a message, and I checked to see that it simply said, AM, my location, 3 guys. We operated into the prearranged spot for the shop Alexis was watching, some distance away from the store itself so the bangs of teleportation wouldn't be obvious. Like most of the businesses in central London, it was a tightly packed storefront with no obvious way to get in through the back. As densely clustered as the block of shops was, there might not really even be more than a tiny courtyard in the center where employees could go to smoke. Fortunately, this late at night the shopping district was basically deserted, which was why for their previous jobs the robbers had been mostly going through the front door, bold as brass. Moody started casting an anti-apparition jinx as soon as we were all present, then directed people to their places. While they were all more or less members of the order, they hadn't all really signed up to have running spell battles with Death Eaters. So we had Penny and Percy on one end of the road while Oliver and Alexis took the other, ready to cover us if the fight escaped the shop or to magically confound any muggles that happened past. Matilda, of course, had insisted on being with me and Moody when we attacked. I'd given up on trying to keep her from putting herself in danger to back me up. 2 in the back, 1 on watch. Looks sloppy, Moody said quietly, pulling on his invisibility cloak and stalking like a ripple in the dark toward the shop. They'd hexed out all the nearby lights as they robbed the store, so the cheap cloak wasn't going to be obvious unless the lookout also had a magic eye, which seemed unlikely. Sure enough, a flash of red from my boss' stunning spell was the first sign that he had gotten into the shop. We assumed he'd hit his target, and Matilda and I moved into the building from where we'd been standing out of view. I was busily charging magic into the glass globe I'd pulled from a pocket. As soon as we entered the shop I could make out Moody, crouched over the fallen form of the lookout, having dragged him behind one of the glass display cases, currently empty of anything other than the cheapest jewelry. He held up 2 fingers and pointed their approximate location out to me. Having an ally that could see through walls was pretty unfair, for this kind of fight. I worked out where the back room with the jewel safe must be from the dim light the item in my hand was emitting, moved into position, and tossed the globe in before the shifting light could alert the robbers. Quickly averting my eyes, I heard the smash of glass and then the entire room was momentarily lit up and full of an extremely loud whine. One of the Death Eaters had used a flashbang grenade on Matilda and me during my most recent kidnapping, and I'd worked out that making a one-use enchanted item to do the same thing would be easy. It was basically just an overpowered light charm with an added sound effect. After tossing the grenade, I put up a shield just in case of return fire while Moody and Matilda slipped behind me and started lobbing stunners into the room. One of the 2 targets seemed to take a couple of hits and be trying to move before he went down. If he hadn't tried to apparate away first, he might have gotten a spell off. The way the red light of the stunners had skittered off of him before one finally landed, I suspected he had some kind of enchanted protective clothing like I wore. The whole fight took only a few seconds. I was expecting a running spell battle through London, I observed. Some might have called it less observing and more whining. You can cause a bunch of collateral damage when you're not representing me, too, Moody told me. Or when I tell you it's justified. He reached down and pulled the Death Eater masks off of the 2 of them. Rookwood, I should have known, he said, regarding the one who'd had enchanted protections. Augustus Rookwood was the former member of the Department of Mysteries who'd been broken out of prison back in May. He looked gaunt, still, and his hair was shorn close, with the dramatic widow's peak the sign of his receding hairline. Who are the other 2? I asked. Mole Cyber and Avery, Moody said, walking back into the main room and unmasking the lookout. Mole Cyber had been another escapee, and Avery was one of the Death Eaters that didn't originally go to prison due to pretending he'd been mind-controlled. Call the Aurors? I asked. Not yet, my boss figured. Let's take them to a safe house, first. I have questions. I shrugged, though Matilda looked a little nervous. Hopefully Percy wouldn't protest. Was it bad that we'd already moved on to a little vigilante extraordinary rendition? Chapter 6, Bad Cop. Perhaps the greatest reason why the magical world had held onto the statue of secrecy for so long was the legitimate worry about what would happen when Muggles found out about the powers wizards could hold over them. Confronting a powerful spellcaster on the battlefield is bad enough, but when one has time to plan and capture you. Well, in particular, I was glad that Alastair Moody was on my side. The safe house he'd chosen for this interrogation wasn't under the Fidelius, but it had every other protection Moody could come up with. It would have been under the aforementioned ritual that made the building imperceptible to most people, except that he didn't want to rely on Dumbledore to control access, and apparently it did not so great things to the brain if you forced a prisoner into a location that was a magical secret their mind couldn't comprehend. At the very least, it made it hard for them to focus enough to be questioned. It didn't really matter if people could eventually find the place, because I was pretty sure Moody had several. This one was a dim, dank basement in a small, condemned house in East Sheffield. He'd magically expanded the space, put up all kinds of wards, particularly against apparition and sounds, and had dug at least one whole escape tunnel that reached 100 yards away from the property, in case someone tried to trap us in the building from outside. That he could do all that on his own with just basic transfiguration magic and warding know-how wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the interrogation in the space. We didn't need a fancy room for it, we could have done it in a field somewhere. Moody was incredibly paranoid, but the truth was that there was no way to detect magic across the whole of Britain. The trace barely worked, and it was specifically applied to minors. Most magical adults wouldn't put up with an equivalent. Even if they could detect magic in any random spot in the country, all we really needed was a small vial of odorless, perfectly clear potion, which wouldn't have been detectable inside the ministry itself. Don't get captured by a wizard, the smarter ones don't even need to torture you to get you to reveal anything you know. My friends had been sent home for plausible deniability, and I could tell even Matilda was slightly happy about that. The less they knew for sure about the illegal elements of Dumbledore's vigilante undertaking, the less they could reveal if forced to take the Verita serum we were forcing down Rookwood's throat while his CO robbers remained stunned, bound, and caged across the room. With 3 of my friends currently employed by the ministry, and Matilda interning and hoping to work there as a career, being involved in this kind of thing was a more problematic hobby than most other extracurricular pursuits. Fortunately, Moody was retired and Dawlish had banned me from ever working there, so it wasn't like they could fire us for violating our civil servant oaths. They could send us to prison, obviously, but that would at least be a fun trial when it came out that we were only doing illegal things to escape terrorists. What's your name? Moody snapped out, seconds after I'd revived the tied-up Death Eater and applied the 3 drops of truth serum to his tongue. Augustus Rookwood, the guy answered in a bit of a monotone. His head tilted as he tried to look around, but we'd blindfolded him. Where's the jewelry you stole? My boss followed up. It wasn't maybe the most important question, but he had an eye toward getting paid. Avery's Manor, Rookwood explained. Moody and I shared a look. That made it a little more difficult to recover, but we'd assumed it would probably be stored somewhere that was tricky to break into and had a fallback plan. Who killed Voldemort? Moody asked. Rookwood hesitated a bit, finally answering, Severus Snape. I rolled my eyes. The problem with Veridicirum was that you could get around it once you realized what was going on, if you were stubborn enough. Who killed Voldemort at the Death Eater gathering on the summer solstice a few weeks ago? I specified. The prisoner shifted a bit, trying to figure out another technical truth before admitting, I don't know. We were all in masks and robes. Who do you suspect? I asked. It had to be a marked member to pass the wards, he admitted. But I did not recognize the voice that cast the killing curse. I shrugged. That was at least a little more information. The tendency for the Death Eaters to meet in black cloaks and creepy masks like edgelords probably made it hard to tell people apart even before you threw in all the magic ways to disguise your shape and voice. But the magical tattoo they all got was harder to fake. It meant one of them had decided to kill their Dark Lord, and it was probably premeditated. We'd suspected all of that, of course, but at least now we had confirmation. Moody took back over. Do you know where Voldemort's shade is currently? No, Rookwood admitted. Do you know the location of his remaining Horcruxes? The captive tried to hold his tongue, or was possibly trying to pretend he didn't recognize the word, before admitting, no. I couldn't help but ask, why were you putting together a resurrection ritual if you didn't have the subject? Others are seeking the master, he said, kind of lamely. It wasn't great that he didn't know anything, but it at least probably meant we had some time. Moody tried a couple of more questions to figure out more of what was going on, but with open-ended questions Rookwood had an easier time giving unhelpful answers. The best we could figure was that all the Azkaban escapees had gone to ground, and were periodically checking in with their allies who were officially cleared after the last war, and couldn't easily be proved to be harboring fugitives. After we'd gotten what we could, Moody growled out, "Obliviate," to wipe the short interview from the man's mind, and then stunned him again. Want to try for the other 2? He asked. Seems like he was the brains, I answered as I went ahead and force-fed him the antidote to the Veridicirum, just in case he woke before it was out of his system naturally. More risk of ruining the fallback plan if they all have signs of mind magic. Agreed, he admitted. Let's take them back and send for Tonks. The whole thing had only taken about half an hour, from the time we caught them breaking into the jewelry shop. When we brought back, the wizard locked door hadn't been further tampered with, and the power was still hexed out. I was honestly slightly confused that the power outage hadn't triggered an immediate security alarm, with all the robberies, but maybe Rookwood had figured out a way to hex out the systems that would leave them thinking they were still online. Placing the bodies back more or less where we'd initially defeated them, I sent a patroness messenger off while Moody finished checking the scene for any evidence that we weren't being completely truthful about what happened. A few minutes later, a pair of robed individuals appeared in the same alley we'd used, checked for muggles, and then strode across the street to the store. The witch with bubblegum pink hair was obviously Moody's former trainee, also my buddy and the girlfriend of my landlord, Auror Tonks, and the dark-skinned man was Auror Shacklebolt. Both were also members of the Order, but were still employed as Aurors. If the ministry as a whole wasn't already so corrupt, the conflict of interest would probably be staggering. I removed the spell locking the front door with my handy unlocking focus and let them in, then we gave them an abridged and time-shifted version of what had happened, with both clearly understanding that we were probably not being completely honest. Moody finished up his explanation with, and you should probably check Avery's Manor for jewelry that was stolen from other Muggle businesses. We can give you an inventory. If it's recovered, we'd appreciate it if we could return it to the owners. Frank's on the desk tonight, so I think we can push that through before any of Avery's allies object, Shacklebolt agreed. Do you want us to bury your involvement? Moody shook his head. Nah, might as well leave it in. Could be good for business if we already have a couple of captures under our belts. And they're swinging for Dresden already anyway. Not like he can piss people off more. Thanks boss, I told him, sarcastically. The formal part of the interview done, as Shacklebolt was arranging the prisoners for transport, I asked Tonks, how's cohabitation going? Not bad. She admitted, hair shifting to a warmer red as she thought about it. Since I was living in his house now, Remus was planning to stay with his girlfriend while school was out. The flat's a bit small, but it's just for the summer. I work nights enough that we're not really in each other's way, and I love coming home to him being there. It's going to be weird when he goes back to school full-time. I know, I nodded. I'm just getting used to Matilda being around. We're not sure what it's going to do to the house when she's not living there. At least you've only got 1 more year of it, she mused. Maybe I should look into getting a place in Hogsmeade. You could probably get the plot where the Shrieking Shack was for cheap, I suggested. The haunted house had burned down a couple of years prior, when some other Death Eaters had tried to burn Matilda and me alive, not realizing we were already safe in the secret passage. Open the passage back up and Remus could sneak home every night. No more secret passages out of that school. Moody snorted, inserting himself into the conversation. Took me years in Albus being incapacitated to close the ones that were already there. I nodded carefully. My boss didn't need to know that I'd recently found out from a couple of twin troublemakers with a magic map that Dumbledore had already dug at least 1 new secret passage out of the school. He was incorrigible that way. Chapter 7, Family Dinner. We had gotten the stolen jewelry returned, and the credit for it. There was a seldom used liaison with the Metropolitan Police Department that the Aurors could contact to insert a reasonable explanation for the rare wizard-on-muggle crime that was actually solved without broad obliviations. In this case, the simplest explanation was the one they went with. We'd figured out which store would be hit next, boxed in the robbers, and called the police, who'd ultimately recovered the stolen goods. There were possibly a few steps involving keeping the items as evidence for a trial in which the impacted businesses could confront the perpetrators that had been skipped. The store managers seemed thrilled to have their inventory returned quickly, though, so at least didn't ask us who had been behind it and when their court dates were. They'd all been happy enough to pay our fees out of the insurance rewards, and pass along our contact information to people in their circles. Finding stolen merchandise wasn't a bad recurring revenue source for a couple of wizard pies that could use tracking charms. With the money that came in and the likelihood of further business, Moody even treated me to a steak dinner to celebrate our success. He'd randomly chosen the steakhouse a few minutes in advance from a bunch of choices all over Britain, inspected all the exits, and still tested his meal for common potions and poisons before eating, but at least we were having a nice time. Over dinner, he gave me a bit of insight into his personal life by detailing his plan to animate his trash cans into some kind of golems that could attack interlopers. He didn't have a good response to my question about what would happen if they attacked a neighbor kid or someone from the utility company trying to check his meters, and I convinced him to delay that plan a bit. I suggested that we maybe could work out how to cast the Fidelius, so he wouldn't have to rely on Dumbledore to secure his house. While we weren't making much progress on our Horcrux hunt, we were getting some other paying business and the Quidditch World Cup was coming up. I wasn't convinced that we'd have much luck talking to other Death Eaters there. Those that had word that Avery, Rookwood, and Mulciber went down had to be taking even more precautions. So I was not completely pleasantly surprised to get a letter from my godmother a few days before the competition. I'm in the country for the Quidditch, and am free tonight if you wanted to talk. We'll have dinner. Bring your girlfriend. Meet in the park on Grimmauld Place, London. L. Moody just shook his head at the invitation, or possibly my weird relationship with a madwoman, and resolved to hide nearby in case of trouble. Not that I thought it was likely that she had any other motives than her insane attempts at fulfilling the role of godmother. Matilda was anxious, but excited. I know that neighborhood name. I think that's the Black Family Manor. Draco must have gotten access. We'll need something medium dressy. She then quickly laid out the closest set of clothes I had to wizarding semi-formal before fleeing back to her father's house to pick something out. She hadn't moved her entire wardrobe to the new house yet. While Matilda was getting clothes, I took the opportunity to find the place while still wearing Muggle Street clothes, so we wouldn't stand out quite as much that evening. I still wasn't used to some of the dense British architecture in major cities. The small park I'd been directed to was a square plot of land surrounded on all sides by well-kept townhouses with a narrow road in between the homes and the park to give automotive access. Despite the quality of the buildings, the place had a tang of dark magic that made it feel dreary and probably kept the property values lower than the rest of Islington. Each of the facades of the townhouses was basically identical, and barely wide enough to park a single car in front of on the street. But they had at least 5 floors, counting the basement windows that peeked from below street level, and were fairly deep. I was willing to bet that the Black's family manor made liberal use of space expansion magic to counter some of the narrowness. Walking down a side street and glancing behind one of the rows of houses to see how deep they were, I noticed they also each seemed to have a good-sized walled garden behind them. Still, it was weird for a major magical family to live in just another nondescript row house in London. The palpable sense of dark magic made it easy enough to find the side of the square that probably held the house, and from there it was an easy guess that the one in question was number 12, the house with the silver snake door knocker instead of a doorknob, a rusty old physical doorbell instead of a button, and a darker patina of filth on the bricks as if the Muggle maintenance teams couldn't even see the place to think to clean it. The dusty windows seemed to look onto infinite blackness, which was probably just thick velvet curtains cutting off what little I could see standing outside in the daylight, but there was no actual telling for sure. Honestly, the whole thing mostly just made me want to look into how to set up unplottable wards for a building in the city. For freestanding structures like Hogwarts, the spell meant you couldn't pin the place down on a map. But for city dwellings like the Black Manor and the Leaky Cauldron, and probably Diagon Alley as a whole, it somehow bent Muggle perceptions so they just didn't notice it, or that there was a missing space. I returned a couple of hours later with Matilda, operating into a sheltered spot in the park near number 12 that seemed to have been grown up for that very purpose. "This is neat," she gasped, taking it all in. "Probably very convenient to Diagon Alley and the train." I shrugged. Maybe they did it for their kids that couldn't apparate. My godmother's voice cut in from a bench nearby. "Bad habit, relying on apparition to get around. My family always tried to remain close to power." She stood to regard us as we walked up, her wild black hair at least mostly swept in the same direction, and her black robes indistinguishable from a gothy dress in the evening light. "You both look very nice." I honestly couldn't tell the difference between the gradients of wizarding attire, but just nodded. Matilda gave a slightly deeper bow and said, "Thank you for the invitation to your home, Madame Black Lestrange." "Such manners." My godmother seemed pleased. "If you'll both follow me," she said, leading the way through the gate in the small fence around the park, and across the narrow road to the front of the house that I'd picked out. The ministry finally confirmed Draco as the heir to the Black Fortunes, after Cousin Ciri's untimely death. So we were, at last, able to reopen the house. "Is Draco joining us?" I asked. "No, he left me with access. I believe he looks forward to seeing you at the Quidditch, however. Please, enter freely into the home of my family." She tapped her wand against the door plate, and the door opened onto a dark hallway lit by flickering gas lamps. I could make out doorways to the side that wasn't shared with the neighboring property, and an elaborate staircase at what was likely the back of the house. Within the hallway, as my eyes adjusted, I could make out that the decor was set to full Halloween party mode, with an abundance of snake-themed ornaments, black-on-black painting, and what seemed like a line of mummified elf heads rising above the staircase. The umbrella stand was a hollowed-out troll's leg. I wouldn't place a bet on whether it was a sculpture, or actually from a taxidermied troll. "Who have you brought into my home, Bellatrix, dear?" a large portrait asked in an older woman's shrill voice from near the umbrella stand. As we moved closer, I saw that it was a life-sized painting of an intimidating-looking matron in a black cap. She had possibly once been quite attractive, but had put on weight and picked up jaundice as she aged, so could only be described as imposing. "Aunt Walburga," she introduced us, "this is my godson Harry Dresden. You remember my friend Margaret? It's her boy. I hope she married well, at least," the old woman sniffed. Surprising that girl had any magic at all, with how diluted her blood was. I believe Harry's father was, indeed, a good match. Quite skilled with illusion, she actually winked at me, misleading her racist aunt. My father had, of course, been a Muggle stage magician. But, in her Fey-inspired way, my godmother hadn't said anything untrue. "Very well. We expect great things of you, Mr. Dresden," the old pureblood told me. "I always did find your mother quite agreeable. Some half-bloods can seek to better their birth situation." And the young woman. Since my godmother had honestly seemed to space on her name, Matilda introduced herself, "Matilda Grimblehawk, ma'am." "Ah. Nicholas' daughter, yes? You were still quite young when I died, but I always did enjoy verbally sparring with your Uncle Abraham, despite his political leanings. Very well, welcome, both of you, to my home." "Creaker!" She screamed the last bit. An elderly house elf appeared from one of the doors of the hall, stooped, skin drooping and sallow, his ears hanging low like the wings of a bat. "Yes, mistress," he grated, with every sign of devotion to the dead old woman. "Bella's guests are a half-blood seeking to rise and a pure-blood of good breeding. Please treat them with courtesy," she ordered. "Enjoy your dinner." The elf waved us into the door he'd exited. "Dining room is this way, honored guests." Inside the room was huge, my suspicions about space expansion bearing out. None of the houses on the block should have been able to have a room wide enough for me to lay down in and not be able to almost touch the far wall with my outstretched hands, but this room had an oversized dining room table and plenty of room on either side for chairs and sideboards. The whole thing seemed hastily cleaned, and cobwebs still hung from the small, and shockingly tasteful, chandelier. "Poor Creaker was devastated after Walburga passed," my godmother explained, taking a seat at the head of the table, on the furthest side of the room from the portrait, and gesturing for us to sit on her right. "He fell quite behind on his cleaning, but seems happy enough now that family has returned. It may be some time before most of the house is safe to inhabit, however, so I don't suggest wandering." "I've done the doxy bite thing," I agreed, remembering when Hagrid had missed an infestation in Argus Filch's pile of confiscated joke items. "Don't want to do that again." "Oh? You must tell me about it. I've heard so few of your stories from school," she commanded, shockingly attentive. What followed was perhaps the most surreal conversation I'd ever had with my godmother, for how normal it was. While her eyes flicked erratically, and her posture twitched far more often than that of a sane person, she managed to stay on topic through a 3-course dinner, drawing out several of our stories from my last few years of school. The decor was creepy, the food was prepared by a decrepit wildfee, and the house simply oozed dark magic, but, if you just heard the audio it would seem like a pretty standard meal of a distant family member catching up. I still hadn't found what seemed like a safe way to bring the conversation around to what she knew about Voldemort and the Horcruxes by the time we finished eating. And now, up for some after-dinner exercise? She asked. Well, she wasn't really asking. My godmother was never really asking. This house has a fully warded dueling room in the basement. How warded? Matilda asked, surprised. Bellatrix smirked. I've seen how you account yourself against Maeve while she's keeping her powers limited. Let's see if the two of you are prepared for a real battle. Chapter 8, Training Sessions. The basement dueling chamber was so large, I figured that the Blacks had gone beyond space expansion charms and into stealing space under the surrounding properties. Compared to the house's outside dimensions, the room appeared to be on a scale that even the Ministry in Hogwarts struggled to reach, as far as the defeat of various rules of space-time. Well, the room of requirement at the school could make something bigger, but it was less an expanded space and more a barely contained singularity resulting from all the other expanded spaces at the school. I'm just saying, the Black Manor dueling room was big. That space was important, because we were getting a workout that probably wasn't advisable on a full stomach, and needed plenty of room for maneuvering. My godmother's spells were splashing off of the rune-carved basalt bricks at a ferocious clip, providing a lot of the light in the room. While there were magical lights along the ceiling, the large room size and black walls tended to make it feel like having a battle in a void, laser beams streaking across the space between the stars. A lot of that color was the red of the Cruciatus curse, giving us ample reason to dodge. My godmother somehow worked in commentary while she was casting. Footwork, decent, both of you. Harry, you're leading too much with your shoulder. Crucio. Good. Keep track of your center of gravity. It's harder because you're tall. Sectum Sempra. Almost got you, my dear. You've never been in a fight with real dark magic and it shows. I missed on purpose. This is dueling. Matilda yelled, having nearly fallen over trying to dodge the cutting curse that apparently hadn't even been cast that close to her. Prodigal. She got a shield up to catch the flame-making charm my godmother tossed as a follow-up. This is dueling. Creaker cleaned the floor, so your nice robes should be fine, Bellatrix grinned, easily deflecting the stunner I'd thrown her way while she'd targeted Matilda. I was starting to wish I'd given Moody fewer assurances that we'd be fine. Even with two of us to flank her, my godmother almost skittered, using her small frame and wisps of flowing black cloth to disguise her movements as she moved across the room. Harry, you need cardio. You're breathing too heavily. She'd started firing off less deadly curses silently during those phrases, making them even harder to counter. How are you so much better than the other Death Eaters? Prodigal. I asked, catching a pretty gross-looking curse on my shield that nearly took it down. She wasn't wrong. I was getting winded having to dodge around the empty space. I usually made a lot of use of cover in magical fights. Please. I was the best fighter among them before they all spent a decade going soft again. Expulso. Keep paying attention, dear. She tossed a blue light that Matilda actually managed to point defense shield against, batting the explosive curse into the wall with the tip of her wand. Nice. So I assume you would be the only one that could manage to killing curse Voldemort in the back? Expelliarmus. I asked, trying a theory. Bad business, that, she said, neither confirming or denying, negligently dancing out of the way of my disarming spell. I assume you saw the body. Rookwood didn't know who'd done it. Didn't recognize the voice, I explained, jockeying for position. Dumb to have meetings in masks. Plausible deniability, she sing-songed the motto of my last couple of months, suddenly conjuring a pile of head-sized metal discs and flinging them our way. It makes sense if the leader thinks he's invulnerable. Crucio. Crucio. Locomotor. Both Matilda and I managed to get off, basically simultaneously, telekinetically grabbing a few of the discs and flipping them into the path of the torture curses, each making a noise like a gong and then exploding back into its conjured energy. I was really impressed that she'd managed two unforgivable curses simultaneously. Enough. Bellatrix called out, at least seeming winded by the final expenditure of magic. When we didn't follow up, she lowered her wand and stood in the middle of the floor, suddenly perfectly relaxed. Good. Both of you are too reliant on dodging and shields, but at least you can learn. Harry has his own problems with how his foci work, but you should learn to transfigure obstacles, my dear. Harry, when there's detritus on the battlefield, levitating it is often easier than raising a shield. And if you've seen a body, why are you asking around? Why aren't they celebrating in the streets? I sighed. There was no way she didn't know part of this, but if she didn't it probably wouldn't hurt to explain. Horcruxes. Multiple. Don't know if we got them all. I didn't think it was a risk, since at the very least the Death Eaters that had been present at the ritual knew that I was going after them, after taking out 3 in quick succession and taunting Voldemort about it. She at least gave the appearance of taking that in and thinking about it. She didn't pretend she didn't recognize the word. Do you know how many are left? I assume you've disposed of some, to learn of them. We've gotten several. 2 or 3 left, I shrugged. Probably. If he meant to make 7. That shiny cup he gave us so long ago, she offered. Unfortunately, Robustan or Rodolphus could have already removed it from the Lestrange vault. I'll check to see if it's present, still, when next I have the opportunity to go to Gringotts. If they were wise, my husband and his brother would have removed me from the account by now. Leads on others. I couldn't trust her completely. Or at all. But I still suggested, Regulus Black may have stolen one from him, before he died. We don't know if it was destroyed. Ah. Poor, little Reg. Always so conflicted, she smiled, remembering her younger cousin, who'd apparently turned on Voldemort. There may be clues here, but the building, as I mentioned, is very dangerously infested. Perhaps you can do the House of Black a favor and help clean it out while looking for your missing soul jar. I'll talk to Draco about it. I asked, picking up what she was laying down. Do that, she nodded. I assume you can still make Fiendfyre to destroy the objects. Actually. I shared a look with Matilda, who shrugged, clearly wanting no part in trying to figure out what was safe to reveal to my insane fairy godmother. I explained, we have a way of cleansing the items without destroying their enchantments, otherwise. And, hoping, if she really was opposed to Voldemort, she'd think it was important, I added, and a way of destroying his shade, once the anchors are gone. So smart, like your mother. And it will be so much easier, with the Dark Lord out of the way and his followers scrambling. She gave an enigmatic little smile, and said, You're welcome. I guess we can stop asking who done it, then. She didn't disagree with my question, so I asked, any idea about whether there's one more, and where it could be? I recall he gave out quite a few items some years before his first disappearance, she answered. The golden cup for the Lestranges. I heard others received keepsakes they were told to keep safe. I understand you're planning to ask around at the party next week, anyway. I'm interested to see how that goes. No pressure, I nodded. We just had to convince the Death Eater inner circle to give up what items they got from Voldemort, and test them to see if any were securing a piece of his soul. Really, Harry, she chided, you act like the Dark Lord is even relevant anymore. If he pops back up, we'll simply kill him again. There's a much bigger world out there, and my new employers wouldn't want you to forget about them. I hadn't actually been thinking that much about the Winter Fae, with the return of Lord Voldemort and his sudden death. The youngest Unseelie Queen, Maeve, was still up to something at Hogwarts, and wasn't my biggest fan in the world. Is there anything I should be ready for on that front? I asked. She gave that little enigmatic smile again, but just said, perhaps. You've had time to rest. Let's see how you do against overwhelming elemental force. An hour later, nice robes covered in smoke, Matilda and I exited back onto the Grimmauld Place Park. Harry, Matilda sighed. Your godmother, no more unchaperoned dinners with her. Still think your family is the complicated one? I asked, running my hand through my hair in the agreed gesture that things were okay. Moody, wherever he was hiding in the park, could go home as well. Nope. They're great. So little drama. Let's get home before something else happens. I nodded, feeling like I was pulling a muscle in the process, as we apparat home, planning to ask Penny for a once-over to make sure we didn't have any internal bleeding or something. Maybe my godmother wouldn't hang around when we came back to look for whatever Regulus had stolen. At least we could hope. Chapter 9, Mess Tent. 5 in the morning was way too early to hike through the British suburbs looking for an old boot. Why didn't they just set these up at the ministry, and have people flew there? I asked, as I narrowly avoided stepping in some kind of burrowing animal's hole in the near dawn. Sense of adventure? Matilda asked. With 100,000 travelers, it might have overloaded the flow connections, Arthur Weasley added. Matilda and I were hiking along with his entire family, except Molly Weasley, as well as Hermione Granger and Penny. If the World Cup wasn't being held in some far-off cow pasture in rural England, my roommates, I, and Percy's older brothers would have just apparat there. But with the cracks in the veil created by the Fae over the last couple of years, that kind of distant apparition was still for desperate escapes from Death Eater rituals. Port Kea travel was way safer. Well, I probably could have found a rath nearby, but I wasn't exactly advertising that method of travel, and there was too high of a risk of it stretching the veil enough for some never-never monster to get through anyway. The Quidditch World Cup probably didn't need to start with a Manticore attack or something. But they could have just brought you the portkey at your house. I tried. Who else even lives out this way? Luna. And us. A young man's voice I recognized called. The speaker was one of two male silhouettes waiting at the top of the hill. Quite a crowd. Though I dare say it would have been easier to flee to Arthur's house after the hike we've had, the other silhouette said, resolving into a middle-aged man with a scruffy brown beard and short hair. Is that Miss Grimblehawk I see? Mr. Diggory. My girlfriend said. I didn't know you lived out here. She said in an aside to me, he works with my uncle in the creatures department. If you call as far as we live around here, the familiar voice said, and with the last name I recognized Cedric Diggory, one of the Hufflepuffs from Fred and George Weasley's year, who I'd taught once or twice when I subbed for Remus. We left at 2 to get here. I was having trouble wrapping my head around why the two of them would possibly have decided to hike for 3 hours in the dark. Maybe father-son bonding? Young Cedric. Arthur observed. You're taller than your old man. The guy had, in fact, shot up another inch or two since I'd had him in class, though he was nowhere near my height. He's getting so big he'll have an even harder time beating Ginny to the snitch, Fred observed. They were friendly with the boy, but he was the rival seeker on his house's team. Long arms like that, he should play keeper, George added. It was the first either had spoken up since we'd left the house. They were both being petulant about how their mother had confiscated all of the joke items they'd planned to use or try to sell at the match. He'll get you this year, I'm sure of it. The elder Diggory observed. With you down a keeper yourselves. Cedric's father was a little too intense about that statement. He was probably one of those overly involved little league parents. More evidence toward ill-advised night rambling as filial bonding. Ollie is gone but not forgotten, Fred nodded. But Ron is ready to step into the breach. George pulled the smiling Ron into a one-armed hug. The youngest male Weasley was also putting on height like a rocket ship, and had been mentored for the position by Oliver for the last few years. They couldn't scrape up any cousins for chasers, I joked, so the boys will have to marry Angelina, Alicia, and Katie to make it an all-Weasley Quidditch team. Fred and George smiled slightly at the idea, since they were dating the two older chasers anyway, but Ron shook his head in negation and glanced at Hermione. Matilda elbowed me in triumph, since she'd seen it too. She gave the kid an out before he'd put his foot in his mouth with denials and said, We're modern witches. Ginny can marry Katie. The Weasley daughter just smirked at the assignment. None of you are getting married until you're of age, Arthur insisted, with a smile. And Molly expects her older sons to beat their younger siblings to the altar. He gave a significant look to Bill and Charlie, who, as far as I knew, were basically married to their jobs and hadn't had any serious relationships anyone had mentioned. Percy just smiled and maybe tightened the hand he was holding pennies in, quietly pleased to have one up on his older brothers. Charlie's going to marry a dragon, probably, Ginny piped up, turning her smirk on her second oldest brother. The stockiest Weasley boy simply shrugged, idly scratching at a burn on his hand that hadn't fully healed. I date, Bill, the oldest Weasley boy, said, somewhat lamely. I just don't bring it up because Mum will make a big deal about it even if it's not serious. He did have the artfully arranged long hair and bad boy dragon tooth earring of a wizard that was looking to attract a partner. Cedric here is dating one of the prettiest girls in school, Mr. Diggory clasped his son's shoulder, proudly. It's not official yet, Cedric demurred, clearly wanting no part in his father's one-upsmanship. Well, don't go easy on her, once it is. His father didn't take the hint. A rival seeker, if you can believe it. But I thought we just matched Ginny up with Katie. I joked, then took pity before the twins could lay in and said, Cho Chang, right. She was a Ravenclaw I'd had in class a few times, the way my substitute schedule had worked out. She seems smart. Nice girl. Cedric smiled, nodding, and I added, so I guess there is going to be Quidditch at school this year? I was hearing hints that there might be something else instead. There were gasps of shock from the younger Weasleys and Cedric at the idea there might not be Quidditch. The two fathers shared a look, clearly aware of what the surprise was that was such a big secret, before Arthur said, I think Minerva convinced Albus that both could be accommodated. Anyway, our time is just about here. There are too many of us to all touch the boot at once, Hermione observed, having been quietly taking in the exchange. Can a portkey be enlarged safely? As long as it's not enlarged too much, Penny allowed, then cast, Engorgo. The trashy old boot grew until it would be a little big on Hagrid, Hogwarts half-giant staff member. Everyone, get a finger on it, Arthur ordered as 14 people, most of them in large hiking packs, crowded around to touch the portkey. I was quite happy that I could fit everything I needed for the trip in my magically expanded bag and pouches, rather than being similarly weighed down, though I had to hold my staff awkwardly to avoid hitting anyone with it. Then we just sort of stood there for what felt like a minute and a half as if we were playing a demented game of Twister before the magic finally kicked in. We were flung, spinning through space, the powerful transportation magic yanking at our magical cores like an air hoop to the stomach. Despite having taken international port keys the year before to get to Egypt, the twins and Ron managed to fall when the transportation finally ended, and Hermione hit the ground with them, possibly completely unprepared. Everyone else had managed to catch ourselves and not join the embarrassing sprawl. 5:07 from Stoteshed Hill, a man's voice observed, from outside of the designated landing area. He was a tired-looking wizard visible in the morning light, where we'd traveled far enough east to catch the beginnings of the dawn. In addition to his gold watch, he was wearing a tweed suit with hip waders. "Morning, Basil," Arthur observed to the man's partner, who was wearing a mismatched poncho and kilt ensemble. I blanked on the next few exchanges of pleasantries between the ministry employees. I was biting my tongue so hard trying not to say anything mean about their clothes. As we walked toward where we were meant to get our campsites assigned, I somehow managed to let Matilda wander ahead and fell back, pulling Hermione and Penny with me. They looked as shell-shocked as I did by the outfits. "Is it possible," I whispered to the two Muggleborn girls, "that the ministry only mostly hires purebloods because it's a charity outreach for people too inbred to be competent to dress themselves?" Hermione's eyes widened at my insult, but her lips quivered and finally pulled back into a smirk. Penny still had a 1,000-yard stare. She worked with some of these people now. She just said, "I really think you might be onto something." The entire pure-blooded Weasley clan and my own very purebred girlfriend glanced back to see what we were talking about, and we just gave them our most innocent smiles. Then I realized that they weren't looking back because they'd overheard, but because they needed help paying the campsite owner, who seemed to be an actual Muggle who owned the land. He was leaning out of the door of the one small, permanent cottage in the area. Arthur was helplessly gesturing at his wallet of paper money. Seriously, this man was the head of one of the departments that managed Muggle affairs. Penny gave a long-suffering sigh and moved forward to help her potential father-in-law do something as easy as pay for a campsite with paper money. Mr. Roberts, the camp owner, clearly fixated on me as the most normal-looking of the rest of the bunch. "Are they foreign?" he asked me, quietly. We'd really done our best, and the Weasleys were mostly appropriately dressed, but still tended to like to raid thrift stores for clothes that were a decade out of date and in clashing colors. Several of them were wearing hypercolor shirts. Ron was wearing parachute pants that he'd insisted were cool. "We'd done our best." "Foreign?" I asked. "They aren't the first having trouble with the money," the old man explained. "One man tried to pay me with gold coins. Big as hubcaps. He started to work things out as he talked it out, and I've never seen a rally this big out here. Hundreds of pre-bookings. Lots of foreigners. Weirdos. I saw a man in a kilt and a poncho. And they all seemed to know each other. I saw a ministry wizard with his wand out and wearing some kind of high-waisted golfing pants step around a corner of the cottage, clearly ready to cast something on the Muggle. Probably to obliviate him. Before he could, I said, "You ever heard of live-action role-playing games?" "Maybe." Mr. Roberts allowed, and the wizard gave me a look but slipped back around the corner, willing to give me a moment. "I think my grandson might have mentioned something about that." I gestured with my staff, which I'd prepared for precisely this kind of explanation. It was covered in thin pipe insulation and duct tape so it looked like a grey pool noodle. "This is the annual international gathering. I play a mighty knight. We're fighting for Camelot. Some of the other people are going to play Mordred's army. They usually go all out for this kind of thing. There might even be special effects for the spells. But, yeah, it's a big draw for a bunch of hippies, you know." "Hey. All right," the man nodded. "Takes all types, I guess. Well, enjoy your pretend sword fighting." Arthur finally managed to pay him for the campsite and we walked off. The ministry wizard caught up to us and said, "Thanks. I need to find out more about that thing you said. I've basically been having to obliviate him 10 times a day. Is that safe? Will it give him brain damage?" Hermione asked. The obliviator shrugged as his only answer to the question and wandered off. We crested a hill and saw the encampment spread out before us. Thousands upon thousands of tents sprawled into the distance in semi-orderly blocks, with temporary thoroughfares between them, all surrounding an immense golden stadium. I'd felt several aversion wards as we walked, or Mr. Roberts would have really been surprised. "Right. Let's set up the tents," Arthur suggested, pointing out the plot he'd been directed to. Wizard tents usually had expanded space inside almost as aggressive as that of the Black Manor dueling room. I did the math, and asked my roommates, "So, did your department approve 10,000 space expansion charms in close proximity when the veil is already damaged? What could go wrong?" Chapter 10, French Twists. Charlie and Bill both had enough outdoor experience that they quickly erected the 2 small tents that Arthur had rented while the rest of us city folks stood back and nodded as if we had any idea how to manage. The tent assigned to the guys seemed like it had been borrowed from Mrs. Fig, Dumbledore's friend who collected magical cats. There was a significant old lady vibe and smell of ammonia throughout. The tents each had about a 10 by 10 foot plot of designated real space for each of them, but from within the tent the far walls felt kind of soft in a way that led me to believe that each was just fully squashed against each other in the never-never. If anything goes wrong magically, get out of these, I warned everyone. I had been extremely cautious introducing my belt into the tent, since I was already toward the limit of the number of expanded pockets it could support. I was going to try not to use the pockets whenever I was in a tent. Arcanos had rules about the danger of putting a bag of holding into a portable hole, and while those didn't seem to be as accurate as the game's discussions about basilisks, it was a good word of caution anyway. Fortunately, Arthur was obsessed with the idea of doing everything the Muggle way, and wanted to cook breakfast on the fire outside the tent, which seemed safer than using the kitchen inside. Again, the older Weasley boys were a lot of help, between Bill's experience in Egyptian camps and Charlie working with dragons in the forest, so we quickly had an egg-heavy campsite breakfast going. As it became fully light across the grounds, the noises of a genuine tent city started up, and everyone started to talk about exploring. Knowing that I probably didn't want to spend all day looking at Quidditch souvenirs, Matilda offered, "I'll chaperone Ron and Ginny. Stay out of trouble." She gave me a kiss and then headed off to see what she could see. Turned out, she knew me so well. "Harry. Thank Merlin." A young woman's voice insisted a half an hour later, spotting me where I loomed above the nearby tents while I was standing around talking to Arthur about the purpose of various Muggle camping gadgets. Hermione and Penny had both somehow escaped at some point, leaving me to be the only one to explain things to him. I turned and saw Alexis walking down the avenue between tents, confusion resolving into determination as she saw me. "I need some help with a political problem. And you're coming to me?" I asked the dark-haired former prefect. I'd barely seen her so far that summer, except for a few quick visits and the time she'd helped us capture the Death Eaters at the jewelry shop. It was the summer to be busy as a new member of the Ministry's Department of International Relations. She was dressed in a fairly preppy-looking button-down blouse and khakis. As a half-blood, she had a much better eye for appropriate Muggle attire than the pure-bloods, and had nailed campsite business casual. "The werewolves will listen to you," she nodded. "Man." Fully expecting me to follow, she began striding back off the way she'd come, toward one of the outer boundaries of the tent city. I shrugged at the remaining Weasleys and gamely followed along. With that many tents, each with their own reasonably sized plot of space, the temporary village sprawled across a couple dozen acres, so it took a few minutes to walk where we were going. Alexis explained as we went, "There's a French contingent of Vila that got placed next to some local werewolves, and they are not getting along. I can handle the Vila, but the werewolves respect, well." I filled in, "They're more likely to listen to a tall dude than a small lady." She nodded. The skinny brunette wasn't the shortest girl I knew by any stretch, but she wasn't particularly imposing, even after 3 years of corralling Gryffindors as one of the prefects. "Remind me what a Vila is." "Magical race mostly out of Bulgaria," she summed up. "Supernaturally pretty, turn into harpies, literally, when they get pissed off. Careful, they throw fire." "You're trying to get me in trouble with Matilda, right? You can deal with Maeve, and you said you held up against a vampire succubus." "You'll be fine," she assured me, as we entered what had to be the campground for the Ministry's undesirables. I looked around and saw that, in addition to the werewolves and Vila she'd warned me about, there were some hags set up outside of a tent, a fortified wall of tents that I could see over and watch goblins behind, and a large number of people dressed correctly enough that they were probably Muggleborn. "Umbridge set this up, didn't she?" I guessed. Alexis just rolled her eyes and nodded. "You probably missed her at least. Last I saw she was promenading down the main stretch with Ludo Bagman." We'd been warned that the racist undersecretary to the minister might be more involved in international relations this year, with the World Cup and the surprise at the school. Everyone keeps trying to put Barty Crouch Sr. in charge. He at least speaks a ton of languages. But with his son still being on the loose. Crouch Jr. was the Death Eater who'd successfully abducted Matilda and me to resurrect Voldemort. Weird that having a crazy son keeps him from promotions when there are actual Death Eaters doing okay for themselves, I noted. "Well, also he's kind of a dick, and nobody likes him much better than Umbridge," she admitted, quietly. "We're here." We'd come upon a block of tents where a pair of relatively fancy pavilions with shiny, colorful silk were erected right next to a collection of weather-beaten green and brown canvas tents that had high ceilings but seemed to just be mundane tents, without any internal space expansion. In front of the nicer tents was a short, somewhat portly dark-haired wizard with a goatee trying to hold back over a dozen beautiful blonde women of a range of ages. Even the ones that seemed to be elderly had that refined look of some of the better-maintained actresses, still thin and poised, with wrinkles showing character rather than deeply lined on their faces. Conversely, the other tents had a similar number of men and women that had the look that I'd come to associate with Remus, suspicious facial scars, hunched posture, and animalistic twitches as they kept their anger in check. We were only a few days out from the full moon, and if it was any closer this probably would have already ended in violence. Finally. "You just missed what this mongrel said about my mother." A Vila girl that looked to be about our age shouted at us in heavily accented English, before the rest of the crowd started adding in their input in rapid-fire French that I couldn't hope to follow. Alexis had been right. If I hadn't had all the practice dealing with Maeve the Sid mean girl and Lara the White Court succubus, I would have been having a lot of trouble focusing. Put a jaunty bathrobe on the man trying to keep the peace, and it could have been a scene from a fight at the Playboy Mansion. Before the wolves could own up to exactly what they'd said, and it looked like they were about to, I stepped over to them and asked, "Can you explain this from your perspective?" While Alexis started answering the villa in French. "Who the hell are you?" One of the men in the group half snarled, though he did seem a little cowed by my height and staff, now freed of its boffer camouflage. "Harry Dresden," I offered. "Alexis thought you'd like someone to hear your side." "I know that name," one of the werewolves said. "You supported Umbridge's bill last year. And did it pass?" I asked, warily watching as they tried to casually spread out to circle me. "Do any of you know Remus Lupin?" A couple of them nodded, and one said, "Yeah, he's an okay bloke." "What about him?" "He's my friend and I substitute teach for him at Hogwarts when he has his monthlies," I explained, keeping it down as much as I could with possible listening ears around the camp, as this drama was free entertainment for the other campers. I only supported the bill so she'd let me be a witness and I could screw it up. There were a few sniffs and head tilts, as if they were using their enhanced senses to decide if I was lying. Apparently I passed. "So what's up with you and the villa?" I asked, once they no longer seemed likely to go for my hamstrings. Or try to rip my skin off with a fur gnarl, if they had enough actions. "Them fancy bints have been going on about how we're going to give them our disease," the apparent leader said, a sandy-haired man with a week's worth of stubble. "And they're using their seduction magic on my Patrick," one of the women offered, clinging to the man in question. "It's true," he argued. "I have an unnatural lust." I didn't press the point. "They did have a hell of an aura, but it just caught your attention, as far as I could tell. I wasn't having to fight off nearly the feelings of lust that I'd gotten when Maeve was trying to mess with me, or Lara Wraith put out just by breathing. Maybe they could amp it up if they wanted to? If they agreed to try to rein that in, and you didn't have to look at them, could you try to ignore them?" I asked. I was more asking the girlfriends of the group than the guys. "If they aren't awful to us, I guess so," Patrick's girlfriend allowed. Seeing that Alexis had calmed her group down, I asked the villa, "Are you all informed on how the werewolf curse gets spread?" "It takes more than a scratch, I believe," the teen girl acknowledged. I nodded. "You have to allow the curse to take hold. Usually because you'll die if it doesn't. And these folks don't even have claws or fangs right now. You're not going to catch it being near them, or even if they accidentally bump into you and scratch you. Ze won't stop staring at us, Zuff," the girl argued. "Right. If you'll give me a minute." I dragged a line in the ground between their campsites with the end of my staff, making a couple of runes to the side to anchor my focus as I summoned up my magic and intent. I drew it a couple of feet into the alley so it would fully separate their sight lines, and incanted, Lignus Muris. I wasn't fast with conjuration or transfiguration, but I could do a lot of it if you gave me a minute to prepare. As I released the spell, roots under the ground shot into the air to form rough wooden supports for the conjured boards that sat between them, leaving a 7-foot-high wall that looked like it was made of local weathered wood hastily slotted together. It wasn't pretty, but it was sturdy, and hopefully wouldn't be any worse than all the other statute of secrecy violations going on around the camp. The large conjuration took a bit out of me, but I was able to lean on my staff and probably made it look pretty nonchalant. "If you can rein in your auras and you both stay on your sides of the wall, will that make everyone happy?" I asked. I got grudging nods all around, and said, "It was great to meet all of you," before turning to leave. Alexis had a brief conversation in French and then in English before she stepped to walk away with me. "Thanks for being my big stick, Harry," she grinned. "Good fences make good neighbors," I shrugged. I heard a quick conversation behind me, and then the Vila our age jogged to catch up to us, a much younger girl who was equally blonde with her. Both of them wore pretty sundresses that were more wizarding style than Muggle, but would probably pass as French couture to Mr. Roberts. "Thank you for helping," the older Vila told us both. "My Fazzer was doing all he could to keep my aunts from incinerating those lustful dogs." I explained, "I think their girlfriends were making it worse, because they were jealous of the attention you were getting." She nodded, "That, I am used to. How is it that you are not affected?" Alexis chortled, "Harry has a lot of experience keeping it in his pants." "You're not the only woman I've met with a supernatural allure," I elaborated, then added, "and none of them compare to my girlfriend." Alexis nodded, so that was likely to earn me some points when this conversation got recounted back to Matilda. The girl asked, "How long will the wall last?" "At least until tomorrow," I answered. "I'd put a fair amount of power into it. You might want to counterspell it if it's still up when you head home." "Trace puissant," she mused. "I could have made it faster, but I don't think I could have maintained it for that long." "Harry Dresden, you said?" I am Fleur Delacour and this is my sister Gabrielle. The little Vila rattled off a string of French. She is very impressed by your staff. Don't, I pointed at Alexis, who had clearly opened her mouth to make another joke at my expense. Pleased to meet you both. If you don't mind, I should probably go figure out what everyone else is up to, I excused myself. The fewer rumors about me wandering the camp with a French supermodel, the better. And I still needed to find the Malfoy tent and figure out how I was going to interrogate some Death Eaters under the guise of a wizarding tailgate party. Chapter 11, Tailgate. How are you not in Azkaban? I said with my outside voice, surprised by running right into Cantankerous not 5 minutes after entering the palatial Malfoy tent. The skinny old man had tried to abduct me on at least 4 separate occasions, and succeeded at half of them. I was pleased to note that he still seemed to have a bit of a limp where I'd punched him in the hip a few months earlier, when he was heading up the ritual to resurrect Voldemort. In his sneering voice, which I was much more familiar with when he was casting Unforgivables, he simply said, while hearsay evidence can place surveillance on my family manor, it cannot, fortunately, see me incarcerated. With the audience mostly being from dark families, he didn't have the nerve to act like he was actually innocent. He was probably just hoping I'd attack him so he could get me arrested. British magical justice wasn't. Got it, I told him, looking down my nose. He was tall, and probably used to looming over others, but he wasn't nearly my height. Next time, we'll put you down while you're still wearing your plausible deniability outfit so the Aurors can peel the mask off like they did your buddies Rookwood, Mulciber, and Avery. Talk, he smirked at me. I stepped closer and lowered my voice. Seems like every time we've gone at each other with remotely even odds, you've run off. I glanced around at the room full of purebloods, noting a few more likely Death Eaters among them. Feel like they're in your favor right now, or do you want to wait to hex me in the back while I'm leaving like you normally do? Young man, he said, putting up a good front of not being beaten, but taking a half step back regardless. If you had faced me in earnest, you would remember it. I tried a gambit. What's your next trick, anyway? Rookwood's ritual was so simple to work out. You going to try the one with the pile of dead cats? I bet the one with Phoenix Tears is out. Not like it matters, I gave it a beat and then bluffed, since you don't know where any more of the anchors are. That one landed. I could tell from the way he frowned. He didn't know where the other Horcruxes were, right now. Since Rookwood hadn't either, that meant the Death Eaters that had them weren't sharing with their buddies, or they didn't know what they had. And that also meant they hadn't resummoned the Wraith to get answers from the boss himself. They might need one of the Horcruxes on hand to even locate the Wraith without trying to work out where Quirrell had found him hiding in Albania. They'd certainly needed to use an elaborate ritual involving his living Horcruxes and me as his enemy to summon him the previous year. Better hurry, I smirked right back at him. Once we close all the doors for good, you're back to being just a bunch of washed-up old racists. If you could have done any of this without Tom Riddle, you would have already. He looked like he barely held back from throwing a snide retort to save face. I wondered if they were planning to do something to seem relevant still. Enjoy the Quidditch, Dresden, he finally sneered out, stalking off. I am so turned on right now, Matilda informed me over her cheese plate, from where she'd been watching a few steps back. The entertainment over, the rest of the party was going back to their original conversations. I spotted one of the other not guilty by reasons of mind control Death Eaters, who I thought was named Roll, whispering to Lucius and glancing my way, probably asking why I'd been invited. Honestly, the turnout for bad guys wasn't what I'd expected. Or, at least, we didn't have a good list of wizards that had joined after Voldemort came back. The Malfoy tent, already taking up 6 of the large plots with its exterior dimensions, was plenty big enough inside that I'd have to get right up into Death Eater faces, since, with the exception of Nott, it was easy to not bump into them if you weren't trying. Draco walked up. He'd been going a bit easier on the hair gel as he got older, but still kept his platinum blonde hair brushed back and short. Subtle as always, Harry, he smirked. You learn more when you put them off balance, I shrugged. Slytherins are ready for subtle. Whatever helps you sleep at night, he said. I hear congrats are in order for getting confirmed as the Black Heir. I changed the subject. Thank you, he smiled, but added, I may have a few other cousins with wealth that I could get you to run off a cliff, as well. Get me the list. We'll see if it matches the one I have already, I assured him, glancing at some of the other suspected terrorists in the room. And, yet, you're so much more likely to arrest them, so nobody really gets the inheritance until they finally pass away in prison, he chided. I gave him a serious look and explained, you really don't want to have death on your magic, if you can help it. I can use the exorcism charm on Nott Senior over there if you want to have an object lesson on what killing does to your soul. He nodded somberly, ceding me the point. As much as he liked to put out the whole Dark Prince vibe, he was a good kid, at heart. Understood. Ask him about the house, Matilda reminded me. Draco quirked an eyebrow, so I explained, I have it on good authority that your cousin Regulus stole something that needs to be cleansed before he died, and it may be squirreled away in Black Manor. Moody and I are willing to clean out your pest problems over there if you let us search for it and fix it if we find it. I added, as he thought about it, and since this is probably one of the things like Ravenclaw's diadem, once we've cleansed it, it might still be a pretty good find for you. After a few moments' thought, he said, you have my permission. I'll get you a pass through the wards and tell Kriaker you're welcome. If you could cleanse or dispose of any other cursed items you find, it would be appreciated. I'd like Mad Eye to testify that I had no knowledge of them and took proper steps as soon as I came into ownership. The kid had made great strides at making deals both parties were happy with since he was a first year, when he had just tried to bluster and snob his way through negotiations. I think we can do that. Thanks, Draco. That bit of business out of the way, Matilda moved on, so. I hear you're in the top box for the match. With the Weasleys. I shall have a lovely time attempting to prevent our fathers from brawling, yes, he drawled. Sure, she shrugged, but continued, I'm just saying. The twins owe me a favor. You should sit next to their block of seats. And I can make sure Ginny sits next to you. And Ron sits far away. She gave it a beat and added, you know. So you can compare seeker tactics while watching Crumb. Draco snorted, I'm aware of you Gryffindor witches' plans, you know? And you are aware that I'm contracted to the Parkinsons, with the green grasses in place if that falls through. That wasn't a no. She observed. I'll set it up. She wasn't wrong, and the boy did seem to be appreciative of the social engineering. Maybe my female friends Romeo and Juliet dreams were paying off. They'd been trying to hook Draco up with Ginny Weasley since we'd all gone on vacation the previous summer. I changed the subject again and mentioned, seems like we're spared of interfering ants. He nodded. I, of course, appreciate the reprieve. Maeve has no interest in Quidditch. This summer has been fairly bearable. She's distracted about something she's working on, with other relatives. Didn't they get everything they wanted? Matilda mused. Maeve and my godmother, Draco's real aunt who he couldn't talk about because of a similar guise as I was under, were part of the leadership of the Winter Court of Fae, who had forced several governments into re-signing the Unseelie Accords a few months earlier. Draco shrugged, I am neither at liberty to speculate nor capable of understanding their intentions, even if I was. He subtly made the crazy gesture by twirling his finger around his ear. Hopefully I get left out of it this time, I frowned. I've got other stuff to work on. You're safely graduated and will barely be at the school. What could they possibly do to you this year? Draco asked. I could tell, from his smirk, that he knew that he was jinxing the hell out of me. Chapter 12, Deadhead. I wasn't into Quidditch, so the most interesting thing to me was just how many people they managed to cram into the stadium they'd built. Arthur Weasley had kept saying that the number was 100,000, and I could believe it. Taller and wider than any Muggle sporting arena, the building was still visibly crammed full of people. There were only maybe 6 million magical humans on Earth, so this crowd represented nearly 2% of the entire Wizarding World population. It would be like getting the whole population of Britain and France to watch the Soccer World Cup live and in person, compared to the total world's population. I at least enjoyed spending it with Oliver and his new team, Puddlemere United, and their associated friends and family who'd also gotten complimentary tickets for their private box seats. Oliver was still a reserve player, and had only known them all for a couple of months, but seemed to be slowly making connections. It had probably helped his case to see him having a good time with me and Matilda, since I knew he could be scarily intense when he was playing. It might make it easier for him to fit in if they knew he was only a hard case about Quidditch. Oliver also acquitted himself well when the Bulgarian team's Vila cheerleading squad turned their allure up to max during the opening show. Maybe it was his deep devotion to Quidditch, or maybe it was sharing a castle with Maeve for a year and a half, even though, as far as I knew, she only turned her full aura on to mess with me, but he stayed calm and focused. The two of us helped the witches in the box manage the rest of the guys, keeping a couple of members of the team from flinging themselves over the railing to try to get down to the field and the supernaturally attractive cheerleaders. Maybe Vila allure was more potent than I'd given the ones I met earlier credit for. I was pretty sure the boxes were warded to prevent falls, and we were pretty close to the ground anyway, so it wouldn't have been too bad regardless. Hopefully none of the Weasley boys had managed to escape their box, since they were in one of the top ones. I didn't actually notice any lovesick men falling to the ground, so I felt pretty good about my assumption there were wards. The match itself was weirdly short, compared to how long I understood they could go. Bulgaria was getting the snot beaten out of them the whole brief competition, only managing to score a single goal. And, wonder of wonders, that wasn't completely wiped out by the unfair number of points awarded for catching the snitch. Ireland's team managed to rack up enough goals that they still barely won, even with the Bulgarian seeker, Crumb, being first to the tiny golden ball. But the real benefit of the short match was more time for after-parties. The game had started pretty late, so it was fully dark by the time it finished, and the stadium emptied with surprising alacrity for so many people, all exiting by the light of lanterns and the occasional swooping leprechaun, the on-the-nose mascots/cheerleaders for the Irish team, shedding glowing fairy gold. There was basically no chance that we should have been able to find the Weasleys without going all the way back to the tents, but my magic messaging rings wound up being just the thing for coordinating meetups in the raucous party city. After the first party, where we wound up congregating with everyone staying with the Weasleys, plus the Longbottoms and Finnegans, I remembered to switch the younger kids off of the connection I shared with the recent adults. The kids seemed really excited to be included in the party at the Puddlemere tents, at least. Oliver was tickled to get to introduce most of his old team from school to his new teammates, and they made noises about maybe recruiting some of them once they'd graduated. Arthur, however, was clearly exhausted after getting up so early, and started to lead the kids away before too long, forcefully, in the case of the twins. That left me with my core group of friends, as well as Percy's older brothers, to go on a tent-based pub crawl. It was a ton of fun. Moody had been drilling me in constant vigilance for 2 months, and as fun as the environment was, there were enemies about, so I managed to regulate my drinking. Matilda had only recently turned 17, and was skinny besides, so I did my boy-friendly duties of making sure she had 2 glasses of water and a butterbeer for every real drink she had. Percy, Penny, and Alexis were used to being prefects, and Bill had been head boy, so they didn't overdo it. Oliver, of course, got smashed, and dragged his old Quidditch seeker Charlie right along with him into Blackout Town. We were at the Chudley Cannon's garishly orange tent. Matilda was excited and Ron was going to be inconsolable he'd missed it, when I overheard the thoroughly sloshed newly pro players slurring at Alexis, I don't like how we left things, you know. And maybe I thought the groupies, well, it's use, none o' them re near as pretty as you, Lexi. Alexis moved her beard to her offhand to push Oliver by the shoulder back to verticality, from where he'd been about to tip out of his chair trying to lean in to talk to her. Their breakup the previous year had been on account of magical proof that he didn't love her as much as she loved him, and they'd worked hard at getting back to being friends. I could tell that she was conflicted about him drunkenly setting her up to potentially be hurt again. She finally told him, Oliver would. If you want to try again, you need to work up the courage to ask me when you're sober. And prove to me it's not just because you aren't getting the pretty Quidditch groupies. Anyway, I can't even think about that until I'm done organizing the Triwizard Tournament. The what? Matilda asked, before I could. Alexis looked shocked, obviously drunk enough she'd forgotten it was supposed to be a secret. Forget I said anything. It's a surprise. Not much of one. Charlie Weasley chortled. They've got my whole preserve standing by. Percy asked, it was, what, 1792 when they held that last? Very dangerous. Why this year? Alexis shrugged. Charlie shrugged. Like half of the partygoers sitting around who had apparently known about it shrugged. Fudge is up for re-election soon. Matilda guessed. That got a lot of nods. If it was political, when in doubt, blame the minister. It was maybe half an hour later and we were in somebody's tent. I had vague memories of just walking by and being invited in. Remus Lupin's friend. A man's voice called, and I looked over and spotted a few of the werewolves from earlier, thoroughly drunk. Oliver, without missing a beat, and with some cosmic sense of bad timing, yelled, me too. I helped him kill Fenrir Greyback. I froze. The werewolves froze. The sense of tension spread through the crowd. If the music had been from a record player, instead of a live violinist playing along to the wizarding wireless, there would have been a record scratch, rather than the slow screech of a bow across the strings. The moment stretched and then broke as the lead werewolf smiled and yelled, Greyback Slayer. Good riddance to mad men. The party started back up again, louder than before, and we were swept along with our new lunar-challenged pals, who hadn't liked the Lupin tyrant either. That was how we ended up winding down the night right back in the undesirables area of the camp. The wolves didn't have super nice tents, but they had comfy camp chairs and a fully stocked bar they'd packed into a space-expanded suitcase. Patrick, the wolf who'd had trouble keeping his eyes off the villa, turned out to be an excellent bartender. Speaking of keeping one's eyes off the villa, Bill seemed to be hitting it off with Fleur, who had come out to put up silencing charms since her little sister was trying to sleep, and wound up staying to hang out. I wasn't sure if she was specifically taken with Bill, or just using him as a buffer against the wolves, but it seemed to be working for them. It had quieted down enough, at least at the fringes of the tent city, that I could make out a disturbance of people trying to be sneaky, coming out of the woods that the campgrounds butted up against. It sounded like a large group, and for a moment I thought it was just a bunch of drunks that had wandered off and gotten turned around. But they didn't sound like drunks. Maybe I was just reacting to the werewolves, who also heard the sound and didn't seem to think it was harmless. Old men sweating in metal and mothballed cloth, Patrick's girlfriend, Mary, suggested after catching a scent on the wind. Even the drunker members of the group started to notice something was up, and their conversation petered out just as we saw the light of the nearly full moon glimmer off of metal masks and hooded cloaks. There had to be at least 30 of the figures, more than I'd estimated, having signed on before Voldemort's recent death, and a voice I was really coming to hate, cantankerous knots, yelled, "Kill the Moodbloods and half-breeds." And then the squad of Death Eaters fell upon us. "Protego!" I shouted as I half-staggered out of my camp chair, getting my largest shield up in between us and the attackers. I hoped they weren't actually prepared for this many skilled combatants to be there and conscious. A couple curses slid off of it, the faint glow of my magical dome of force drawing fire in the dim light. Moving off to my left, Penny and Percy tried their combo of water summoning and freezing, and it worked much better than it had in a dry Egyptian tomb. A curtain of ice froze out of the sweep of water, protecting that flank, but it immediately started to shatter under the weight of incoming curses. It soaked up a shouted Crucio. So it was already a good choice. Matilda was off to my right, flinging spells around my shield, while Alexis tried to awaken the neighbors and organize them. Fast-paced French yelled at the Vila tense as Fleur dismissed her silencing charm. Bill seemed to be working some kind of complex conjuration. Charlie and Oliver were just trying to get their drunk brains to focus. And the werewolves charged. While they weren't nearly as deep in their curse as Greyback had been, this close to the moon, our new friends were pretty feral and partially spell-resistant. Wizards rarely seem to expect melee combat, and a dozen brawlers can play hell on a firing line. Several of the Death Eaters got tackled to the ground, and their allies were having a hard time targeting the werewolves in the grapple, with as much as they were rolling and it was dark out. Them dropping to the ground left room for us to fire on the remaining enemies. Several of the Vila were pouring out of their 2 tents, but that just made them a target, and I tossed off a locomotor Muris to yank a section of my conjured wall in between them and the oncoming attacks. Unfortunately, one of the more dangerous seeming combatants used my distraction to fire a sickening-looking orange curse my way, which got around my shield and managed to soak through the protections on my duster. I immediately felt my insides churning, and it became an intense chore to keep my shield raised. "Bill!" Percy yelled. "Counter the Introl-expelling curse on Harry." "Got it!" The oldest Weasley son yelled, finishing his conjuration and slipping behind me to work the counter before my internal organs managed to violently exit through my mouth. Where he'd been working his conjuration, a dozen faceless wooden humanoid figures began to troop toward the enemy. If I remembered correctly, they were called Shabti and were servitor constructs from Egypt. They probably did something more interesting than just charging in and soaking up spell fire. As the Vila joined in and more of the neighbors were pulling themselves together and joining the fight, the Death Eaters seemed to realize they had lost surprise and numbers. My poor conjured wall had been levitated by others to shield against unforgivables, as had the various tents of the werewolves. I couldn't tell whether any wolves or bystanders had actually gone down in the chaos and darkness, but there were fewer Death Eater silhouettes than when we'd started and a lot more maneuvering on my side. Probably less than 30 seconds after we'd joined the fight, they'd had enough, and someone on the enemy side yelled Mors Mordra. With that incantation, he lifted his wand to the sky and summoned a giant illusion of green smoke and stars, a snake and skull, identical to the tattoos the Death Eaters wore on their arms. "Death Eaters, escape!" Knott's voice called out, and then he concluded with, "Pyro Incendio." The purplish flame began to form into an imago of a giant spider, and I had no idea how we were going to keep the Fiendfyre from ripping through the entire tent city, and murdering thousands of people. Chapter 13, Campfire. I had the unfortunate distinction of probably having more experience with Fiendfyre than any other teenager on the planet. Maybe more than most elderly dark wizards. I'd seen my godmother use it in very controlled circumstances when she taught me how to cast it. I'd burned my murderous mentor to death with it, along with our house. I'd narrowly escaped the last time Knott had used it to burn down the Shrieking Shack. I'd killed a vampire with it in the ruins of said shack. And now I was watching it unleashed on a mostly sleeping collection of tens of thousands of people in flammable tents. Since Knott had released the spell and then fled, it at least didn't have an intelligence, for all that it retained the image of a giant spider made of the purple fire. If he'd kept control, he could have directed it somewhat. Instead, it just moved like normal fire with a special effect. Well, like normal fire started with jet fuel that would ignore all practical attempts to put it out and burn faster toward the sources of magic it used as a power source. Having a brainwave, Penny incanted, Expecto Patronum, and sent her bird-like patroness into the fire. Several of our other friends followed up with their own spectral silvery animals, either getting what she was going for or assuming she had a good reason. I couldn't fault her idea. The patroness was effectively the soul fire opposite of Fiendfyre, and 2 of the other 3 soul fire charms were a counter for their hellfire analog. I wasn't sure it was going to work, and wanted to save my strength for my own idea. I yelled, "Fiendfyre! Everyone get back and move the people and the tents." To be fair, few people were stupid enough to stand around just watching an inferno, and most of the neighbors were already running. The braver ones took a moment to try to collect their things before fleeing. It was mostly just the Gryffindors and the Vila still standing around, and the French witches might have some kind of natural resistance to fire. The werewolves had universally fled, probably spurred on by their inner wolves' fear of flames. The set of Petromuses smashed into the flaming spider and did, indeed, seem to slow its advance, if not extinguish it entirely. Bill lost 2 of his Shabdi constructs before he managed to direct the rest to spread out, bodily slamming tents out of the way of the spreading fire and grabbing a couple bodies that had fallen in the fight at the Trilene. The werewolf tents were a lost cause, but, drunkenly, Oliver had the presence of mind to incant, Oxio drinks trunk. The werewolf's bar in expanded luggage sailed away from the fire only slightly singed. I was going to give him credit for stopping the flammable alcohol from exploding and not just trying to save the booze. I'd already begun dragging my staff through the footpaths in a wide circle around the fire, hoping that I'd be able to complete it before the fire spread beyond its bounds. Do you need help? Fleur yelled, over the roar of the fire. Do you know Waffling's suppression runes? I asked, not stopping. We start putting them along the outside of the circle. Spaced out about a foot should work, I ordered, then got back to what I was doing. I would periodically have to throw severing charms into the ground when it was too hard to make a significant dent with the end of my staff. The rest of my friends were doing an adequate job containing the fire, between their Petromuses and water-making and freezing charms. The problem was that Fiendfyre could use magic as fuel, so conjurations were not nearly as effective as they would be on normal fire. Bill had worked out what I was doing, and had set Oliver and Charlie to scribing the other side of the circle while he added the runes. This is going to take a lot of power, Harry, he yelled across the fire. Do you know a counter-curse for Fiendfyre? I asked. As a curse breaker, he might. Just being as strong as Dumbledore, and mentally overpowering the spell, he allowed, managing to multitask his rune carving. Unfortunately, in addition to not liking the idea of running to the headmaster with all of my problems, he was an old man with an early bedtime hundreds of miles away. By the time a message got to him and he woke up and managed to make it here, the fire would be out of control. Somehow, before the fire got loose, I met Oliver on the other side and completed the circle, though the ice barrier one of the Vila had thrown up on our side was quickly starting to melt. I knelt down and finished the runes on my side as Fleur and Bill met me in the middle. I was able to check their handwriting and started incorporating it into my own mental model about how this impromptu ritual was going to work. Everyone stand back, I ordered, before cutting my hand and letting some blood fall onto the circle. Nobody on the light side really loved blood magic, but when you absolutely needed a better connection to a ritual, it was the only way to fly. And I was pretty sure that just using my own blood and not casting on another person was legal, if frowned upon. Letting my thoughts expand to create the matrix of what I was trying to accomplish, I slammed my bleeding hand down just shy of the circle and yelled, "Finite incantatem." I could feel the circle complete, at least, my magic latching onto the suppression runes and incorporating them into the general counterspell I'd just cast. It wiped out the conjurations first, and I worried I'd lost my eyebrows to the sudden blast of heat as the ice walls failed right in front of me. The spider shouldn't have any remaining intellect, but it seemed to chitter angrily and surge toward me, being forced back by my will. Slowly, inexorably, the purple tinge left the fires burning in the circle and the giant violet spider danced toward the center. Face scorched and about to pass out, I gave one final push to my magic and watched the imago disintegrate back into flames. With no more animating magic, the fire inside the circle fell quickly to embers and a few patches of burning tent, no longer in much danger of spreading to the rest of the campsite. I slumped over onto my side on the scorched grass and asked Oliver, only a few feet behind me, "You saved the drinks, right?" "Because I need one." It took a surprisingly long time for the Aurors to show up. I'd had time to get that drink in a recovered camp chair while I sagged at the edge of magical exhaustion. Those that were good at healing charms and counter curses were seeing to the injured. We'd been fortunate enough that no one had died, but a few of the wolves, one of the Vila, and a few of the bystanders had picked up more than token damage. We also had 3 Death Eaters stunned, paralyzed, and bound that hadn't been able to escape with their peers. We were waiting for the authorities to unmask them, since apparently they had to be discovered actually wearing the masks for it to count. Well, Dresden. What will I be charging you with this time, do you think?" One of my least favorite voices in the universe asked. I tiredly glanced over to where Dawlish was standing with a couple of other Aurors I didn't recognize. Strangely, rather than the rage-constipated look he usually gave me, he seemed kind of amused. "Probably several counts of rescuing civilians and preventing mass murder while you all sat on your thumbs," I mouthed off. "Is making the Auror department look bad a crime?" "Maybe you missed the chaos everywhere else," he countered. "Rioting and muggle baiting near the stadium. This area was less of a priority." I rolled my eyes and snarked, "I'm sure the Fiendfyre the Death Eaters left us would have stopped on its own before it got to the pureblood tents." "You're claiming you stopped Fiendfyre?" he asked, and I just gestured at the giant burned patch in front of me. The middle of it twinkled in the moonlight where it had been fused into glass. "Well, that's a change, isn't it? You're usually the one starting it." Again, the statement didn't have the bite it usually did, and I asked, going soft on me, Auror Dawlish? Or are you just not going to try to march me in with this many witnesses? Indeed, the various conversations had fallen off as I'd been verbally sparring with the Auror, and a bunch of people the purebloods would consider dregs were interested in his answer. The ministry protects all its citizens and its guests, he finally allowed. The other attack seemed to be a bunch of bewitched wizards and witches set loose to cover for the attack here, anyway. I guess that would explain why the Death Eaters that came at us hadn't thrown a lot of really big spells. If they were all maintaining the Imperious Curse on someone else across the camp, it would have limited their power output. He ordered the other Aurors, start taking statements. Might want to check the enemy combatants, first, I told him, pointing at the trussed-up captive Death Eaters. He grudgingly did, and revealed 2 men I didn't recognize and 1 I did. Marcus Flint. Oliver yelled, gradually sobering up and also recognizing his former Quidditch rival. The kid had been expelled from Hogwarts over a year prior for participating in the incident that had burned down the Shrieking Shack. Careful, don't hurt him, I said to Dawlish, sarcastically. You might interrupt his plan to pretend that he was also under the Imperious. Dawlish gave me a sour look, and I remembered, who was responsible for planning security for this thing anyway? It was you, right? Maybe the guy was stressed out that, indeed, Umbridge might not be able to protect him from this level of screw-up, but he didn't give me the snarl I was expecting. He just shrugged and told his fellow officers, finish up here. I'll get these prisoners to the cells. You look rough, Dresden. Don't overdo it. As he portkeyed out, I wasn't sure whether or not I'd won that little exchange. Chapter 14, Pall Mall. While I felt like it was kind of good news that we'd confirmed that there were only a couple dozen Death Eaters who would go on missions, the reality of a terrorist group proving they were willing to actually unleash terror profoundly affected the wizarding population of Britain. Coupling teleportation with a proven willingness to cast unforgivables and produce nearly unquenchable fire meant that those few terrorists could strike at anyone at any time they were in public. Maybe I shouldn't have given an accurate description of what had happened to muckraking journalist and frenemy Rita Skeeter. She hadn't misrepresented anything I actually said, but used her exaggerated writing style to really make it clear how close the campsite had been to tragedy. It was central to her argument to explain to everyone just how hard it was to contain and extinguish Fiendfyre. When the defensive strategy for an entire population is, get Dumbledore, or hope some other powerful wizard can get a suppression ward up in time, that makes people nervous. Diagon Alley, in particular, was the focus of this worry. While the Ministry had made it a priority to put strong anti-Fiendfyre wards up in the magical shopping districts, it was anyone's guess how well they'd work in practice. It wasn't like you could safely test them. So, when the Weasleys and their friends scheduled their school shopping trip, I wound up tagging along as extra security. You've got your staff, good, Molly Weasley observed as she led her clan like little ducklings through the wall between the alley and the leaky cauldron, where Matilda and I were waiting to meet them. Everything else to hand. Mum, leave off, George argued. Harry's always ready for battle, grinned Fred. It doesn't hurt to check, she argued with the 2 who were currently her oldest sons present. Percy and Penny had to work, and Charlie and Bill had gone back to their international jobs after the World Cup. You 2 are in charge of the youngest. Don't make me regret it. Mum, Ron whined, I'm almost 15. Hermione just rolled her eyes and told him, we're all staying together anyway. The rest of their year group friends hadn't made it for the trip, but Hermione had basically become one of the Weasleys over the previous couple of summers. If her and Ron's romantic tension wound up working out, that would probably become permanent. Clearly Molly saw it, but I wondered if Hermione and Ron would be the last to realize that they were basically betrothed already. It's fine, Luna and I will be chaperoned by Forge and Gred, Ginny allowed. You 2 can stay with Mum, Matilda, and Harry. The youngest Weasley clearly recognized the opportunity to go off with her fun brothers. No, Hermione's right, Molly corrected. We'll just all stick together. Don't anyone wander off. Shout if you see anything suspicious. Gringotts first. For all that it seemed like a big procession, our party of 9 was fairly tame for a Weasley shopping trip. Without Percy there to thwart, Fred and George weren't too much trouble, since Matilda and I were actually amused by their antics. They didn't get the negative attention that they truly craved from their big brother. Nonetheless, Molly took only Ginny into the depths of the bank to help her with the money, while we waited in the lobby. Matilda got her cash from her parents, Hermione just had to walk over to a teller to exchange Muggle pounds for galleons, and I didn't have enough money to justify a bank account, really. Well, I was feeling a little flush, since the royalties from the prince's potions had come in early. This would be the first year that it was the recommended textbook for Newt students, and I'd already given copies to Fred and George as their early Christmas presents. I still felt a little guilty that I was getting paid a pretty reasonable income from just transcribing the work of deceased potions prodigy Severus Snape. The wizarding world needed to be dragged into at least the 19th century as far as intellectual property laws went. I accompanied Hermione over to the teller line while Matilda and the twins kept watch on Ron and Luna. How's the summer going? I asked. Great. She smiled. My parents had a dental conference, so I spent August at the burrow. It's been really fun to see how wizards live when they're not at school. Molly has been teaching me and Ginny some useful charms for the home that they don't teach at school. Though I still don't think it's fair that that kind of thing gets around the trace. Personally glad to be well quit of having my magic monitored by the ministry, I nodded. The more I've looked into it, the more impressed I am that the trace works at all. If it could work through wards and with multiple other wizards in proximity, I'd be really impressed. But I bet Molly has the house wards set up to alert her when the twins do magic they're not supposed to. She does, Hermione acknowledged. I think she's worried about how she's going to keep track of them when they turn 17 in April. I'll just have to make sure they have enough homework to keep them busy through spring break, at least, I grinned. Is it weird, that you're basically going to be a professor this year? She asked, as we took another step up in the line. There was, of course, only one line for all the Muggleborn who wanted to exchange money. I considered it, and said, it probably would have been, if I hadn't already been doing it some last year. I basically see it as a chance to get back onto campus to see Thilda more often. And you guys, of course. So you might not do it once she graduates? She asked, with a slightly worried smile. Only, I was kind of relying on your help in my owl year. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, my Jedi apprentice, I grinned back at her. I was vaguely aware that the Star Wars comics had another word for apprentices, but I couldn't remember what it was. I just don't want to have to learn from you as a Force ghost, she giggled. That reminded me, and I dropped my voice, did you get a chance to experiment with the ring? I'd given her one of the Deathly Hallows that we'd gotten away with during Voldemort's rebirth ritual. A stone that could summon shades of the dead that wanted to talk you into going back with them wasn't really safe in the hands of anyone that had loved ones they longed to be with. She gave a slight huff, and admitted, a little, with Professor McGonagall. She locked it up for me at school, so it would be safe. I don't think it does what the legends say. She dropped her voice as well, so the people waiting in line near us wouldn't overhear. I could only call up wizards, and only ones I'd met before. And they didn't seem to know anything I didn't already know that I could prove. We tried Professor Quirrell, and he couldn't really even explain why he'd, you know. She shook her head. I don't know if I'm not powerful enough, or doing something wrong, or it isn't as good as promised. It's just a trap, I finished. In legend, it had pretty much been explicitly designed to drive its wielder to suicide, for thwarting death in the first place. That was my worry, yes, she acknowledged. I guess, keep trying. Sorry it's not going to put you in touch with Einstein or anything. That complicated things for me. There were people at the castle that had known Regulus Black, but if all the stone could do was call up phantoms that were ultimately designed to try to convince you to kill yourself, it wouldn't help us find where he'd hidden the Horcrux he stole. On the other hand, I preferred a world where a single magical artifact couldn't rip souls from their eternal rewards to answer petty questions, and, also, disprove a whole host of religions that assumed your spirit would be reincarnated or otherwise not indefinitely available for conversation. We finally got to the front of the line and Hermione got her money changed at an exorbitant transaction fee. Does it cost that much every time? I asked as we walked back to the Weasleys. Since first year, she nodded. You know. I get paid in a weird mix of pounds and galleons, and Remus doesn't really care what we pay him in for rent. Maybe I should start changing money for my friends, I thought out loud. But not too loud, the goblins probably didn't appreciate that kind of talk. I could certainly start mentioning it to the Muggleborn at school, Hermione agreed, appreciating a potential way to avoid goblin usury. As we walked back up on the group, Luna was explaining to Matilda, the magazine is doing so much better now that so many theories about the Fae have proven true. Daddy is thinking about expanding coverage. I know you're planning to go into the ministry, but we could probably use some more creatures experts on staff. What do you think, Harry? Matilda asked me. Matilda Grimblehawk, in search of the Snorkack. Maybe a pen name. I suggested. Respected magi zoologist by day, secret reporter on the dangerous creatures they don't want to tell you about by night. She nodded, makes sense. But you don't think Thilda Dresden will be good enough? I must have blanched because she grinned, your face. He'll be ready eventually, Hermione grinned, and Luna nodded. Fred, George, and Ron wisely kept their input out of it. I'm keeping my last name anyway, Matilda shrugged. But the pen name's not a bad idea. Maybe something classy. Something they'll never associate with Grimblehawk. I've always liked Rodriguez. You'd need more of a tan to pull off being Spanish, Hermione mused. Before they'd finished working out a first name for Matilda's secret reporter identity, Molly and Ginny returned with the money from their own vault, and we headed out to do shopping. It was going pretty well until Ron, consulting his school supplies list, asked, why do we need dress robes this year? Us, too, Fred confirmed. Ginny looked at her own list and asked, why don't I need dress robes, if the boys need them? Matilda's eyes were wide as she consulted her list. Wait, I need them too. School dance? Could be, Molly allowed, probably also in on the not-so-secret tournament, of which this was likely some feature. Ronald, you're growing so fast, I think we should look over at Gaberlunzie's for something that will fit you. I was familiar with that shop from the last summer when Percy and I had basically gone into every store in Diagon Alley, bored there for a week. It was basically a thrift shop, if you were being polite. It was not going to improve Ron's hatred of always getting second-hand things. It would be especially embarrassing if he had his first big date with Hermione in a ratty tux. I glanced up at Matilda and saw she'd come to the same conclusion. She suggested, Harry, you can take the boys. Molly and I will see if we can find something for Ginny and Luna. Maybe they'll get asked. Molly Weasley distracted and drawn off. I told Ron, I already got Fred and George their early Christmas present. I can't really get you something Malfoy fancy, but we can probably do better than the thrift store, yet. Thanks, Harry, he told me, as we passed Gaberlunzie's garments on the way to Glad Rags, and he saw the kind of thing that shop put in the window. There was some elaborate robe that looked like a moth-eaten purple curtain with lace hanging up there. Of course, when I noticed how much the dress robes cost, I started to seriously wonder if I could salvage the set I'd gotten the previous year for my own use. With some more mending and cleaning charms, you'd probably barely be able to tell that I'd been beaten to a pulp by vampires and a possessed animagus. Right? Chapter 15, Farewell. 3 weeks, right? Matilda asked, clinging to me like a limpet in view of the Hogwarts Express. Unless someone else needs a substitute earlier, I agreed. But I won't actually have your class that day. The full moon schedule wasn't really cooperating with Matilda's class schedule. It might be December before the day after the moon was one where the 7th years had defense. We'll find time, she assured herself as much as me, then went in for a goodbye kiss. Our long farewell was interrupted by Draco chuckling and saying, Magnets, as he walked past to board the train. I'm going to lock him in a broom closet with Ginny. Just wait, Matilda grumbled, as we pulled apart with reluctance. Trap them in a train compartment? I suggested. But you really do need to get moving. Looks like the Weasleys are even already on. All right. Love you. I'll miss you. Love you too. And it'll seem like hardly any time at all, you'll see, I assured her. With one last fierce hug, she broke away and dragged her luggage onto the train. The school year was going to be the longest we'd go without seeing each other since we'd met 2.5 years earlier, and an unhappy switch from sleeping in the same bed for the previous 2 months. I wandered over to Molly Weasley where she was waving goodbye to her kids, and I joined in since Matilda had gotten in the same compartment as the twins. I just realized she mostly hung out with my year, I told Molly. I hope she has people still at the school to spend time with. Graduating is hard, she nodded. It's rare that all your friends are the same year as you. Only 4 more of these send-offs for you, I suggested. She laughed, or at least a break. If Bill moved faster, I could have a whole set of grandkids almost ready to start putting on the train by now. You? You're way too young to be a grandmother, I assured her. That got a smile, and she asked, do you want to come back to the house for lunch, Harry? That sounds amazing, but I'm already booked, I demurred, though hated to miss a chance at her cooking. But you should come by the house for dinner soon. I may even tell Percy and Penny you're coming. I'll hold you to it. Be careful out there, Harry, she warned me. With everyone else safe at the school, you're more of a target. Constant vigilance, I assured her. The train was out of sight in the driving rain that was falling outside the platform bay, so I said my goodbyes and waited for my turn at platform 9 3/4's fireplace before throwing in the powder and directing it to Hogwarts, headmaster's office. I had maybe kept how soon I'd see Matilda as a nice surprise. Ah, good, that's everyone, Dumbledore acknowledged as I stepped into his office, where the rest of the school staff was gathered. I take it the express left without incident. I nodded and took the last seat remaining, so he explained, as most of you know, Harry will be working as Remus substitute again this year, and is available to take over other classes with warning. He does have to work a day job, so we'll try to keep the sudden illnesses to a minimum. He's also offered to help with the last-minute preparations, as he already had the day off. With that said, let's have an early working lunch and Argus can list what still needs to be accomplished before the children arrive. All of Argus Filch's careful plans for last-minute improvements were thrown out an hour and a half later. The caretaker and I were rehanging one of the larger magical portraits and talking about how Mr. was settling in. He'd given me the kitten after Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, had gotten overly, well, familiar with Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. And at the rate he's going, I wouldn't be shocked if he gets to 30 pounds. Makes sense. Neasel crosses are bigger than normal cats a lot of the time, Filch agreed. He got the 10-foot-tall portrait to how he liked it and nodded, that'll do. I relaxed my levitation charm, and it settled into position on its wall hooks. Now, that just leaves Mr. Cattaker Filch, sir. A house elf yelled, rushing onto the landing. Peeves. Peeves is ruining the feast cooking. Find the bloody baron, Filch ordered the small, floppy wildfee, who scampered off. Every year something sets him off. Man. The hunchbacked old caretaker began rushing down the stairs toward the kitchens, Mrs. Norris scampering ahead, and I followed along. Why do we even still have Peeves? I asked, jogging along. Is it just because he's not actively malevolent? Dumbledore never has to clean up after him, and nobody else has been powerful enough to do anything about him, Filch admitted. Flitwick tried a few years ago, and couldn't banish him. Paid for it in pranks, too. The portrait door to the kitchen was already open when we ran up, and a tremendous racket was coming from inside as house elves dived around trying to protect various dishes that were half prepared from the screeching poltergeist. Assuming his usual appearance of a tiny, translucent old man, Peeves was flying around the room grabbing plates and bowls and launching them at the elves, forcing them to use their own telekinetic magic to block the attacks. Can't go to the feast? Can't go. Then no feast. The entity was yelling. Baron's on his way. Filch ordered, ducking back out of the doorway as a pot clanged into the wall just next to his head. Filchy wants some gravy. Peeves chanted, fighting a house elf for a copper pot that was currently reducing the sauce in question. K'man, Peeves, cool it man, I tried, then had to follow up with a protego. To catch the trio of cooking forks he launched my way on a shield. Holy crap! That could have killed someone. Nasty knives for nosy knaves next. He assured me, grabbing a knife block. He's never gone for the knives before. Filch said with some curiosity. I drew my unicorn horn focus and leveled it at the spirit being from behind my shield. Don't, Peeves. This is too far, even for you. Maybe it was because he knew that my shield could stop physical objects, but he blew me a raspberry and launched the knives anyway. The rightmost glanced off and nearly caught Filch. I shook my head in sadness, and imagined a better world where students didn't have to deal with a spectral bully who enjoyed flinging things at their heads and incanted, Excorio. Obviously used to magic not being able to affect him, Peeves didn't even dodge the torrent of silvery static that blasted from my focus. But then he started to scream like he was being sandblasted. I'd intended to just give him a taste of it to show that he could be punished, assuming it did anything at all. But, before I could cut the power flow, he exploded into ectoplasm like a water balloon thrown into a wood chipper. I stopped the spell a moment later and lowered my focus. That didn't do anything to the house ghosts, I mused, taking in the trashed kitchen and the shell-shocked elves. Peeves must have had a bit of soul this whole time. An evil one. Filch just nodded. Wouldn't surprise me. I wonder if that'll do him for good, or if he'll eventually reform. You killed the poltergeist? One of the house elves asked. Good. Now, you have to go. Lots of work to be done to fix the feast. The bloody baron finally showed up just as we were leaving. The robed and blood-stained wizarding shade rattled his spectral chains as he hissed, what happened? Turns out Peeves had enough of a soul to be exorcised. I told him. It was a charm I tried on Sir Nicholas last year and it didn't harm him. The same one that cleansed Helena's mother's diadem. The baron asked. I nodded, and he said, then I shall inform the Ghosts' Council of this development. Be careful with such magics, young man. With that, he floated off. So, I began, wiping off a bit of food that had managed to fall on my shoulder from where it was dripping from the ceiling. More paintings to hang, next. We got most of the list knocked out before dinner time, where I had a seat at the end of the teacher's table, next to Hagrid. After I got to enjoy the surprised look from Matilda as she came in out of the rain with the rest of the Gryffindors, and the sorting started, Hagrid observed, heard about Peeves. I just meant to scare him off, I insisted. I didn't know he was going to pop. Good riddance, honestly, the big man explained. I boggled, no, he's just a good boy, misunderstood. Hagrid, friend to all dangerous magical creatures, shrugged. He upset the beasts, and weren't exactly natural. I still wasn't able to totally square that the man who'd cried over a murderous giant spider dying just a few months before wasn't more broken up about the loss of a mostly harmless pranking spirit that had been in the castle since it was built, but I didn't want to argue with him about the cognitive dissonance. I only recognized one name from the sorting, tiny Dennis Creevy, who I'd met along with his father and older brother at one of Remus' book signings. Colin, I fell in the lake. He assured his brother, proudly, as he was sorted Gryffindor. I was going to miss seeing the second brother acclimate to school, since Colin was an amusing little madman and his brother looked to be just as much fun. But, I guessed, I'd probably have him in class soon enough. The elves had done a good job of making up for whatever Peeves had managed to destroy, so the feast was delicious as always, and I was glad I got to make it to one. I was going to try to angle to attend the Halloween feast for my birthday, as well, though I didn't expect to be substituting that day. After the meal was done, Dumbledore stood up and began his announcements. After finishing the usual warnings about the pranks in the forest, he said, and most of you will recall recent graduate Harry Dresden. He shall once again this year fill in for Professor Lupin when he is unavailable to teach, and may substitute for other professors from time to time. I would also like to comment that Professor Lupin remains as our professor for defense against the dark arts, for the third year in a row. Perhaps it shouldn't be an accomplishment, but it is. After that, he explained the Triwizard Tournament, which, based on looks of surprise, had actually remained a secret to most of the students. Students from the French and Eastern European schools of magic would be attending, 3 champions would be chosen from people that were 17 or older, and they'd compete in 3 dangerous events. And with these other schools present, rather than cancelling Quidditch competitions this year, we have instead opted to include the other schools. Rather than playing against each other Hogwarts house, we will have a simple elimination tournament between our 4 house teams and teams fielded by Durmstrang and Beau's batons, the headmaster explained. That made a lot more sense than cancelling it entirely, and I was glad McGonagall had gotten her way, even if I, personally, didn't care for the sport. The inclusion of Quidditch seemed to slightly mollify the Weasley twins, who had looked upset that they weren't quite old enough to submit their names for the Triwizard Tournament. Personally, I was just glad that they hadn't tried to do the tournament during my senior year, since I assumed that would have somehow wound up involving me. As just a simple substitute teacher, I should be completely clear of the entire enterprise. So why was Maeve staring holes in me from across the room as the tournament was discussed, with a smug grin on her face? Chapter 16, Clean House. After the feast, I'd used my semi-professorial privileges to get Matilda back to the Gryffindor dorm after curfew, but then had to head out. Then I'd had the whole weekend to painfully adjust back to sleeping alone. It was especially trying since Penny and Percy were still together in the next bedroom over. Mr., at least, seemed pleased to be able to sprawl out on Matilda's side of our bed. She was going to have a fight on her hands getting that back from the oversized cat. Monday, though, bright and early, Moody and I met at Grimmauld Place and began the work of searching it for a Horcrux. This work started with an hour standing outside until Moody was sure the wards weren't going to kill us for attempting entry. He was thorough. Finally convinced that the infamous Black family wards weren't set to flash fry intruders, or him specifically, I channeled magic into the door plate and it opened. Draco had set us up, just as he'd promised. Who's that? The portrait of Walburga Black demanded. Harry Dresden, ma'am. I've brought help to clean the manor and prepare it for young Draco to take over. The portrait frowned at me. Humph. Bella did suggest that Creaker had fallen behind on the cleaning duties. Who's that with you? Alastair Moody. What kind of trick is this? Auror's in the house without cause? Or are you here on Dumbledore's orders? Moody rolled his eyes. The artificial one could really roll. Silencio. He simply incanted, muting the painting. I'm not arguing with a portrait. But, for your information, I'm retired. Now, let's see how bad it is. I mouthed an apology to the portrait for my partner's abruptness, figuring that would get us in trouble later, but followed Moody into the dining room. Once we were safely out of earshot of the painting, Moody explained, I couldn't stand that woman when she was alive, and I'm not going to put up with that portrait. At least half of what's wrong with the Black family was her fault. Fair enough, I allowed, and gestured around the dining room. This one and the dueling space in the basement are mostly clear, I told him. But I bet upstairs is wrecked. Let's get to it, then, he shrugged. By lunchtime, we had a rough overview of the house. We'd been attacked by 2 clouds of doxies and a boggart. We hadn't even poked our heads in the library, based on just what we could sense from the door. The garden behind the house was covered in animate, deadly plants. And Creaker the house elf was constantly peering at us around a corner, muttering imprecations. It was good to be out in the sun again, as we left the house to get something to eat. Moody hadn't even been too precious about where we ate, just agreeing to one of the pubs around the corner outside the Grimmauld Place neighborhood. Over his shepherd's pie, he grumbled, we might have to hire Bill Weasley. Or bring in Lupin on the weekends. I don't really know the detection charms to find curses that layered. I'm worried we're going to fix something obvious, and unleash something that it was covering up. I nodded. The wards feel like they're all knotted up, or at least that was the best way I could describe it. And if what you're saying about Walburga is right, she may have been adding crazy curses before she died, on top of the family curses. And who knows if Creaker has added elf magic traps on top of everything else. I ate my own burger for a few bites before venturing, so, what if I had a solution to the problem that's not entirely legal? Not asking your godmother for help. I shook my head. No. Only Matilda really knows about this, but I guess now that I'm graduated nobody's just going to take it from me. Though Dawlish would probably try if he got wind of it. Spit it out, kid, he huffed. With one final look at the old man, considering whether he was retired enough as an Auror, I explained, I have a fey spirit that's bound to an artifact. A skull, but he's not a human spirit. He's basically an encyclopedia of knowledge, and can see magic and enchantments. I took a breath and added, I call him Bob. Moody regarded me in silence while he finished his meal, then said, beats having to subcontract. Go get it. After a quick apparition to the leaky cauldron to flew home and back, I met Moody outside the house and we went inside. I pulled Bob from my bag of holding, and the skull's eye flames flickered weakly. He was mostly nocturnal, but the black manor was so dark inside he'd probably be fine. For the record, Bob assured Moody after a yawn, I'm only doing this in the hopes that the Black Library has some truly depraved pornography hidden away. Moody just stared, and I shrugged, he really likes porn. He won't tell me why. No big secret. It's just great, Bob contradicted me. Pinnacle of human literary achievement. With a sigh, Moody said, I guess I've dealt with people with weirder hobbies. Let's see what he can do. Well, first off, Bob offered, the ward scheme for this building is trashed. Someone tied that portrait right in. Guess that would explain why we couldn't remove the sticking charm, I agreed. Walburga was still silenced, but glowered from her frame. Is it elf magic, or would she have done that herself before she died? Looks like she was trying to put the painting in control of the wards, Bob agreed. But she missed some connections, because the wards were already messed up. So she's just locked in. Be pretty easy to remove her if you want. And you probably should, if you want to fix this place. No wonder this place is infested, with how damaged the wards are. We did that first. A weird hybrid of ritual casting and enchanting, it involved chalking runes onto various points on the wall where Bob could see the ward junctions, and empowering them once they were set up. Sure enough, as soon as that was in place, the sticking charm on the portrait was easy enough to counterspell. Maybe we can make this work, after all, Moody allowed, once the portrait of Walburga Black was wrapped up and stored to the side of the dining room. Let's do a sweep. By the end of the first day, with Bob's help, we had a better plan of what was safe to tackle and in what order. And, by the end of the week, we were starting to make progress with the worst of the enchantments, though the house was still, visibly, a mess. We'd spent most of the day, Friday, battling the doxy infestation in the drawing room on the second floor. It was an immense room at the front of the house done in moldy greens. The curtains, which had looked black from outside, were green inside. The black might well have been the hundreds of doxies and their eggs that were nesting in them. It was gross. Fortunately, I'd gotten quite a lot of doxycide potion from Filch when I was at Hogwarts. In addition to the infestation, the room featured several glass cabinets full of probably cursed items and an immense tapestry with names and connections picked out in golden thread. We pulled Bob out to inspect everything once the last of the doxies was finished, and he explained, well, there's so many magical signatures in the cabinets I'll need to look at them one at a time, but the tapestry is your problem with the wards. We looked at the thing more closely. It seemed to have names and birth and death dates of the entire family going back centuries, under a heading of the noble and most ancient House of Black, to Jurspur. The interesting thing was that there appeared to be no space to add any new names, but I could see Draco's name in the bottom corner, as well as those of the more recent generations. Well, the spots that were probably meant to be Sirius and the Tonks family were blasted off, nothing more than charred spaces. I wondered, does this thing update automatically when a new Black is born? Moody explained. Tonks told me about it often enough. Walburga burned her mum off the tapestry when she married Ted Tonks. A few others that didn't meet her standards, too, it seems. Was she even the head of the house? Did she have the authority to do that? I asked. That's what I mean, Bob explained. The wards are, for a lack of a better term, leaking through those holes. It looks like the whole thing was meant to control who had access to the family's wards. By just burning people off, rather than removing their permissions properly, it's upset the entire scheme. So we fix the tapestry, we fix the wards, I summed up. Or at least make them so they can be fixed, Bob countered. And, as a bit of a bonus, Moody grinned, maybe that means Tonks and her family can get back into the house and help. Problem, I shook my head. This has got to be hilariously complex, using centuries-old enchanting logic, and probably stuck to the wall just as badly as the portrait if it's part of the wards. And I don't know anything about weaving, anyway. Any ideas, Bob? It should be self-repairing, he said, eye flame scanning across the artifact. That's how it rearranges the tree when new children are born. Honestly, if the Blacks weren't dying out, it might have fixed itself with a few more children added in, when it needed to rearrange the names to fit them all. So we just get Remus and Tonks to hurry up having kids, and maybe Draco's parents have another heir? Next year, we can finally fix the whole thing. I joked. Happy to watch. Bob replied. He took a long beat before explaining, but, if you want to do it faster, you should just be able to power the thing up enough to engage its self-repair. The magic it's using isn't that different from how portraits connect to their originator. There's a bit of soul magic worked in, even. So one of our soul fire charms might do it. I asked. Maybe, Bob allowed. Moody added, don't try the ones that actually damage dark wizards, though. I bet there's some dark magic involved in this. It's the blacks, after all. Bob didn't contradict him, so I stepped way back, aimed my unicorn horn focus, thought about my pride in my friend Tonks, and incanted, Libero. The swirl of silver and azure light hit the spot we assumed she and her mother had been burned off of, and spread through the threads around the hole like all those visualizations of information moving through circuitry. That did something, Bob explained. Hit it again. I wound up giving the tapestry 3 more of the charms over the next half hour, wearing myself out pretty thoroughly with the amount of magic I was channeling, before the entire thing finally started to glow from the built-up magical energy. The golden thread flickered with the silver of the soul fire I'd put in, and began to subtly rearrange across the whole tapestry to balance out the addition of Ted Tonks and Nymphadora Tonks next to the repaired hole that was now Andromeda Tonks. Sirius' name reappeared, with the current year as his date of death, as well as those that had occupied other holes that Walburga had created. That's done it, Bob announced, when the glow began to fade. The wards are starting to flow properly again. And, Moody added, we can get the whole Tonks family in here to help, now. Good work, Dresden. Chapter 17, Orthodoxy. Despite being the most obvious place to look for a Horcrux, the glass cabinets in the black drawing room didn't yield one. It took a few days of sorting through the collection of dark artifacts to make sure, since several of them were almost as nasty as a Horcrux. We had, indeed, called in the Tonks family, who were surprised to be admitted into the house's wards as easily as their own homes. Ted and Andromeda, who were lawyers, were already building their case for Andromeda never having been officially disowned, just blasted off of the wards. Apparently the head of the family at the time had been too weak to stand up to Walburga, but also hadn't done anything legally to support her opinions. Sirius had, after all, remained the heir until his death even though he'd been removed from the tapestry by his mother. Andromeda really didn't want to rejoin the family, but wanted to make sure that her daughter would receive her proper inheritance. The youngest Tonks, who was starting to allow more people to get away with calling her Dora since Remus had coined the pet name, claimed she didn't want anything from the House of Black. But she was enough of a pragmatist to take it if there weren't any strings attached. After all she would do by denying her inheritance was leave more money in the hands of the Malfoys. And all 3 of them were a big help when they used their days off to assist us getting through the house. In particular, Andromeda and Dora, as full members of the wards now, were much safer users of the Black Library. Fully a quarter of the books had done their best to try to kill me and Moody when we'd initially gone in. I hadn't shared the existence of Bob with any of the Tonkses, so was only using his help on days they weren't around. I liked Ted and Andromeda well enough, but didn't trust them that completely, and Dora was still an Auror so needed all the plausible deniability she could get about things her friends did that might not technically be legal. It was bad enough that so many Aurors were secretly Dumbledore's vigilantes without giving them unrelated crimes to lie about. By the Tuesday after September's full moon, we'd basically cleaned out all the obvious threats, and were on to the harder task of figuring out all the places in the house that dark artifacts could be hidden away. I felt like I'd never scrubbed the doxyside fumes fully out of my hair, and was pleased to leave the 4 of them to deal with the place for a day while I taught students how to basically do what I'd been doing all month. And that gave me an idea. I had all my classes meet me on the 7th floor, rather than at the normal defense classroom. We get to use the room of requirement? One of the second-year Gryffindors in my first period asked, excitedly. I'd had her on at least one of my substitute days the previous year, and had seen her around the common room, but spaced on her name. The hardest thing about teaching was just remembering all the names. You do, I agreed, holding open the door for the kids to file into the room across from the tapestry of the dancing trolls, and the portraits and suits of armor Dumbledore had moved in to watch the area, once the room was discovered. You've all covered the common dangers of magical residences already, right? Inside, I'd done a pretty good job of imagining a house floor plan that wasn't totally similar to the Black residence but had a lot of the same creepy atmosphere. It was my own personal haunted house. I could tell the 12-year-olds were a little frightened just being in there, so I'd done a good job. I closed the door behind me and regarded the children across the elaborate foyer I'd set up, and explained, for the first part of class, we're going to walk around and discuss what dangerous creatures might be able to infest various parts of an old magical house like this one. For the second part, we're going to see if you can handle certain pests. The room of requirement couldn't really make anything you could imagine. It had a lot of leeway for architecture, but any kind of prop that could be moved around seemed to be a real object the room had in storage. We'd experimented, and if you forcibly ripped or blasted something off of a wall, usually it would almost instantly evaporate. And I definitely couldn't get it to generate animate objects or creatures. At least by using my imagination alone. The trick my grandmother, Professor McGonagall, had figured out late in the previous year was that the room did seem to make it much easier to use conjurations and transfigurations, particularly if they fit the theme of the room and you were the one in charge of it. For a transfiguration mistress like her, she would be terrifyingly effective if she could get someone to fight her in there, with the speed at which she could create mobile constructs. It was a shame she hadn't known about that feature when she'd dueled a possessed Professor Lockhart there over a year earlier. For me, who needed a ritual circle and several minutes for even the most basic transfigurations, the room brought me up to basically average for a wand wizard of my skill. But I was a Hogwarts graduate, so that skill wasn't insignificant. Which meant, with the room's help, I was able to create some pretty accurate conjured and transfigured examples of the magical pests I'd been fighting all week. The kids didn't think about the curtains and there were actual squeals of surprise when my doxy swarm emerged to chase them around. They weren't actually venomous, of course, so the biggest danger was kids shoving each other in their haste to run away. I went a lot easier on the first years in my next period, save for one jump scare with a conjured boggart for one Dennis Creevy, who seemed thrilled. The kid was probably a ton of fun for the staff in an actual haunted house. This was so neat. He thanked me as he left class. I did not go easy on my 6th year newt class, especially since it included the Weasley twins. I'd enlisted the few members of my 7th year class that didn't take herbology, which was in the same period, to help me out. We turned the whole place into a running battle against household pests, magical beasts that could conceivably hide in a magical house, and, for the piece de resistance, a transformed werewolf modeled on Fenrir Greyback that came bowling out of the basement when they all thought they were safe. Fred and George vowed eventual retribution at being made to shriek in tandem in front of the whole class when it burst out behind them. While I wasn't surprised that the Gryffindors in the class had done well, I was impressed by Cedric Diggory, who was less reckless but no less confident in his abilities. While the hot shots from my own house were pairing off or chasing monsters single-handedly, he was organizing the rest of the class into an effective defensive line against the stronger threats. Maybe I'd write a nice letter home to give his overenthusiastic father something to crow about to the other parents. I hustled that class out rather than letting them dawdle to talk on their way to lunch, then hastily paced 3 times up and down the hallway, resetting the room just in time for Matilda to come striding up the hall, grinning to see me. She'd been in the aforementioned herbology class, and was still a little dirty from messing around with potting soil. Which was why I'd swapped the room over to resemble an extremely classy hotel room with a giant shower, more than large enough for 2. What? I hadn't seen her for nearly a month and had legitimate control of the room of requirement all day. We wound up with time to have a couple of quick sandwiches I'd had the elves bring up before she had to rush out to her afternoon potions class and I had to scurry to reset the room before my 4th period showed up. Somehow, Draco Malfoy got there in time to see Matilda hustling off and just drawled at me, "Magnets." Since his presumptive girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, was right behind him, I held off on the return comment I wanted to make. After class, he lagged behind, letting his extensive posse of Slytherins wait for him in the hall as he suggested, "I'm guessing from the decor you've been busy at my manor." Moody and Dresden pest control experts, established 1994, I nodded. "The item we're looking for hasn't turned up in the obvious locations, so you're getting a pretty thorough cleaning." He sized me up and asked, "Just you and Moody?" I couldn't tell if he was fishing or actually had some way to monitor the wards. While I hadn't wanted to bring it up, I wasn't going to lie about it and lose the kids' trust. "Your other aunt and her family have been helping. The wards were broken in part because they hadn't been properly disowned. Once we fixed the family tapestry, they were allowed back in. They've been a big help." Draco went stone-faced for a moment, then shrugged. "After the last few years, I can understand how Aunt Andromeda may have been put in an impossible position by the family. While marrying a Muggleborn wasn't ideal. I feel like, if I were head of house, I would have handled the situation better. I'll speak to my mother about a reconciliation. Hopefully before she realizes you've made it a fait accompli." "The Tonkses are good people," I assured him. "And they're talented and loyal. Good people to have in your corner as family." He considered and then smirked. "I think I can spin it to my father as a net positive that I'm now head of house for a talented set of lawyers and a promising new Auror. If I understand it correctly, one that's already used to taking on projects outside of her official chain of command." I just rolled my eyes and told him, "Yes. You're getting terrifyingly good at politics, Draco. Don't you have another class to get to?" "No, I have a free period," he drawled, but then aloud, "But I see Lovegood peeking in the door, so I assume you do. See you later, Harry." With that he strolled out of the room like he owned the place. Luna saw me clenching my jaw as she entered and blithely suggested, "It's a good thing that you're teaching Draco Malfoy to be a good person. You'd be giving him dangerous advantages if he was bad." I didn't disagree with her. The last 2 periods went well, though they were mostly composed of lower years I didn't know very well other than Luna. I was shuffling the last period out and getting ready to try to meet Matilda for dinner when the last person I wanted to see strolled through the door. If Draco had walked like he owned the place, Maeve moved like she'd used to own the place and was still salty about me removing the control she'd had over the room. The Sid princess masquerading as Draco's disaffected slightly older aunt closed the door behind her as she entered. Her white dreadlocks bobbed as she quickly scanned the room for other students, before settling on me with a hard look. She explained, her Irish accent slipping and her fey features becoming more apparent, "You know, this room is technically not part of the school's wards. I'm pretty sure I could kill you here and they wouldn't try to save you. Dumbledore might not even know what happened." I started to roll my eyes at the weird threat from her, but she was starting to draw in power, ice crystals forming on her hands as she rolled up her sleeves. "Why don't we find out?" Chapter 18, Frost Bites. My default assumption was that Maeve was messing around. Despite a year and a half of being frenemies, most of our confrontations had been aggressive flirting, or confusing trickery. But I guessed that you had to put the fatal in femme fatale eventually. Also, Moody would kill me a second time if I got murdered without putting up a fight because I assumed I was perfectly safe. So when the sudden burst of razor-sharp shards of ice flew at my face, I already had a shield up and was falling back. 3 barrages of frozen projectiles flew from her hands within a few seconds with the sound of a cracking glacier. Right hand palm out, pirouette and the right hand again, and a downward sweep with the same right hand, each launching a torrent of frost magic. The last ended on a mocking bow and that smug smirk. My father was a stage magician, so I'd known my whole life to pay attention to the other hand when someone's putting on a performance. I didn't get distracted by the show and dived to the side as she summoned a huge stalagmite of ice from the floor with her left hand to try to stab me in the back. Constant vigilance. "Nice dodge," Maeve observed, silently throwing a slippery coating on the floor in the direction I'd dodged, forcing me to abort my momentum. She really had been holding back when she dueled Matilda the previous winter. "Training with your godmother." "Oxio staff." I managed, summoning my focus into my hand from where it had been propped against the wall, my dimly lit dark-walled old foyer already starting to get smashed up from her attacks. I was able to grab the staff out of the air and duck as she sent another blast of cutting ice just behind it. "We talking or fighting?" "Stupefy. You should be able to do both, Harry," she taunted, negligently dodging my stunner and sending a flock of illusory crows at me to cover more ice knives, which I could hear beneath the cawing. I fell back through a door into the next room of the manor set, letting it all slam into the door as I shoved it closed. The slab of dark oak began to crack from the impacts and the cold, and I assumed it would evaporate into the room's ectoplasm as soon as chunks began to separate, so I kept moving. "I know we're not exactly friends," I shouted as I began a cat-and-mouse game of moving through the labyrinthine chambers I'd set up in the haunted house. I was hoping that my foreknowledge of the space would give me an advantage, and that her fey attunement to it wouldn't just tell her the map. Unfortunately, the dark and tight rooms and corridors wouldn't leave me a ton of room to maneuver in a straight-up spell battle. "But this seems like overkill." "I offered you friendship," she said, sounding like she was a couple of rooms behind. "Or at least an alliance. You've done nothing but throw my overtures in my face. Our initial plans counted on your willing assistance. But even accounting for your recalcitrance, I've decided that you're a liability." "You've decided? Guess you didn't clear it with the rest of the Winter Court that you were going to murder me." This was a fight I wasn't sure I could win using my usual tactics. She might actually have me beaten on energy throughput, I had only a limited amount of iron on me, and she was much smaller and faster of a target than I was in the confined space. Also, I didn't really want to kill her. If nothing else, I wasn't as confident I could get away with it, and the Ministry would certainly throw me in Azkaban for killing someone they believed to be a Malfoy. So it was time to expand my skill set a bit. "I have the local authority." She was starting to get mad. If nothing else, for all her age and power, Maeve had the emotional control of the spoiled hormonal teen she pretended to be. "Not your godmother. Not the other nobles. I am a queen." Her voice was echoing oddly, as if she was moving extremely fast from room to room trying to find me. She didn't seem to have an intuitive sense of the floor plan, at least, and it was a good thing that I'd made a haunted house where every room connected to at least 2 others rather than rooms I could get trapped in because they just exited onto a central hallway. "But not the queen, right?" I needled her, between bouts of magical setup. "How is your mom?" "I haven't met her yet, I don't think." I wasn't actually going to say the name of the Queen of Air and Darkness. With my luck, she'd show up and be on her daughter's side. "Still locked behind your pitiful veil," she revealed. It was always hard to tell what she meant to reveal, but I was guessing the madder she got, the more she'd let slip. Perhaps she'll have a crossword for me that we had to go with a more pliable alternate in the plans. But what do you mortals say? Better to ask forgiveness than permission, I believe. I remain baffled that she has taken your godmother's side in your continued existence as it is. If I'd had my way, you'd have died the first time you were rude to me. Think of it as your high school education, Maeve, I insisted, still on the move as her long speech seemed to be wending closer to me. It's about socialization as much as book learning. You'll be a more rounded person if you are used to not everyone being nice to you. It's all part of forming adult relationships. I will not take life advice from an actual child. She yelled, finally bursting into the room I'd chosen for my stand. It was modeled on the drawing room at the Black Manor, with lots of furniture and cabinets full of various props. Unlike the actual Grimmauld Place house, they weren't terrifyingly dark, but were just miscellaneous bric-a-brac from the room of requirements storage. Not even valuable stuff, since McGonagall had followed through on selling off a lot of the lost items to fund the school budget. There you are. Here I am. I agreed, standing behind a sturdy old couch that looked like it was from some professor's office from the 1700s. Incendio. I used my blasting rod to lob a jet of fire her way. A simple wave of her hand erected a shield that was more icy wind than force field, blowing the fire away from her as much as it blocked it. It was my first good look at her since this began, and her descent into her famine had completed. She was taller than any other girl in the school, probably clipping 6 feet, and impossibly slender, like she was made more of bone and wooden branches than flesh. Pointed ears extended obviously through her mop of dreadlocks, which practically floated on a wintry breeze and flickered with cool colors through their base white like moonlight on a frozen lake. And despite the look of madness and rage on her face, she was still impossibly beautiful. She was pretty much a manga-style illustration of a pretty girl, but many a guy has become obsessed with cartoon characters. The alienness of her features almost made it easier to become attracted, no flaws on her, no imperfections. The battering aura of lust and fear didn't hurt her case. People that dealt with the Winter Cid in full regalia probably picked up some really weird fetishes. Die, she hissed, almost beyond rational thought, putting both hands forward to emit a howling blizzard of frost across the room. Locomotor furniture, I cast, ducking down and summoning the cabinets and other couches in between me and her cone of cold. The temperature in the room still dropped well below freezing in an instant, but at least the blast expended itself on my hastily assembled barricade. I didn't even have to maintain the levitation, the haphazard structure was immediately welded together with ice. As soon as she stopped the torrent, my breath fogging in the air, I ordered, now. My command was more a mystical intention than it was a spell, unleashing all my conjurations and transfigurations to dogpile her. I'd stuck with what I'd been using all day. Swarms of doxies flew out of the curtains and other hiding spots. Cursed animated items began to move and attack her legs. A pair of acromantulas dropped off the ceiling. And the werewolf I'd used to scare the Weasley twins erupted from the closet behind her. Each and every one of them had some of the iron filings I kept in one of my pouches embedded into its claws and teeth. She might have still won, if I'd sat back and let my creatures go to work. They were just magical constructs, after all. The werewolf got a lucky hit, but she spun and nearly beheaded it with a battleaxe of ice in one blow. One of the spiders went down not long after, and she physically punted a biting footstool across the room where it smashed to bits. She was getting cut up, dozens of abrasions marring her porcelain skin and leaking blue blood, but she wasn't going down. Flipendo, I incanted, coming out from behind the barricade and golf swinging my staff, nailing her with an overpowered knockback jinx. I'd lined up the shot, and asked the room to make a small adjustment in the layout. She slammed into a door that opened to send her sprawling across the Hogwarts lawn from a temporary egress that exited from the side of the school. Yeah, I could have escaped at any time, but that would have left her alone inside and potentially in control of the room. Plus, she wouldn't have learned anything. I was on the clock as a Hogwarts professor, after all. I stepped out after her, leaving the manufactured creatures inside, and letting the room close behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the door instantly vanish back into stone. We were on the far side of the school, where I didn't expect any observers at this time of day, a small favor I'd done for her. She'd be extra antagonistic if I blew her cover and embarrassed her in front of other people. Now we're back in the wards, I assured her, as she rolled up to her feet in a backward somersault, never fully stopping her motion and ending about 10 yards away from me. She glanced around, realized where we were, and nodded, visibly regaining control of her emotions. Her fey appearance receded like a mirage over a couple of seconds, as she transformed or just recreated her human glamour. She hid all the cuts completely, to give no evidence of the fight she'd lost. Are we done? Or do you want to schedule another round? You act like it hasn't already been scheduled, she smirked, back to coldly calculating. Smoothing her robes down, she told me in her normal Irish-tinged accent, little advice, Harry, the more you win, the more enemies you make. Maybe you should just lose for once. I'll work on it, I told her. Let me know what it's like. She barely restrained a snarl and then stalked off. I probably shouldn't relish making such a powerful enemy, but winning did feel nice. Once I was sure she was no longer going to curse me in the back, I wandered off the other way to see if I could salvage some time with Matilda before I had to go home. Chapter 19, Creaker Features. We have to have missed some hiding places, I insisted, sprawled out exhausted on one of the couches in the Grimmauld Place drawing room. Tonk's hair was nearly black in her own disappointment, and she agreed, we may never find them. Let's just light a Fiendfyre and burn the whole place down. Moody simply suggested, if this were a freestanding house, maybe. Don't exactly want to destroy an entire block of row houses, though. She pouted, it could be a little Fiendfyre. Dresden can snuff it out once it clears the interior floors. We're not burning down the family manor, Andromeda Tonks insisted from the doorway. You've had a break, let's start at the attic again. After over a month cleaning out the Black Manor, it was totally safe. No more pests were to be found. The wards were nearly back to full strength. The books in the library hadn't attacked me for several days. Andromeda had even repaired some of the decaying furniture. But the Horcrux was still missing, and searching the house top to bottom for secret hiding places was harder work than it seemed like it would be. Going up and down the stairs alone was a workout. Maybe you already got whatever you were looking for. Ted Tonks offered, from behind his wife, trying to raise everyone's spirits. We had destroyed quite a few cursed items. Everyone looked to me, and I shook my head as I levered myself back to sitting up on the couch. Everything else was easy enough to break. This one should be basically impervious. And it makes a really distinctive sound if you do manage to destroy it. We hadn't fully looped the Tonks family in, but I thought they were probably pretty close to figuring it out. Dora may have gotten read in by Dumbledore for all I knew, but her parents weren't officially members of the Order of the Phoenix, so we were still employing some discretion. Maybe it's not even here, Moody growled. Which means we've done all of this for nothing. I wouldn't say nothing, my godmother's voice echoed from the landing of the staircase as she walked toward the drawing room. The entire Tonks family looked surprised and turned to the voice. Moody seemed like he'd already spotted her, drew his wand, and moved to find cover but was otherwise resigned to her being there. The place is basically fit to be the family seat again. Hello Andy. Andy's husband. And this must be Nymphadora. Dora's hair shifted into a blazing orange as she drew her wand and stood from her chair, only stumbling slightly as she hastily withdrew her foot from the chair leg before tripping. Bellatrix Black Lestrange. You're under arrest. Ted stepped back into the room to clear the doorway for his daughter, drawing his own wand. But Andromeda held up her hands, palms out in either direction, not moving out of the line of fire. Nymphadora, you can arrest my sister after she explains what she's doing here. Bella. My godmother came into view and relaxed against the wall just outside the door, hands empty of her wand and in her standard gothy black robes. She'd gone to more effort than she ever had for me, and actually fought her wild black hair into a braid. Without the halo of mad curls, and regarding her from a yard away, she looked nearly identical to Andromeda, except her sister's hair was a lighter brown. Clearly not discomfited by her niece pointing a wand at her, she said, Harry didn't tell you. I had. That was the kind of secret that would have gotten me hexed. All the daughters of the Black family were terrifying, so the Horcrux and Bob were basically the only secrets I was keeping about this operation. Well, we didn't expect you to visit, Andromeda said, somewhat lamely. You're still a fugitive. And Nymphadora is welcome to see how well that holds up, Bellatrix suggested, a hint of her usual crazy sing-song entering her voice as she held her hands out as if for handcuffs. Take me in, Copper. That's Auror Tonks to you, Dora said, clearly upset more about being called Nymphadora twice than the rest of the situation. She glanced over to me and Moody as if to see if we had her back and I just shrugged and explained, she wouldn't have shown up while you were here if she was worried. Such a smart boy, she beamed at me. Well, if you're not going to arrest me, I'm not the only one for the family reunion. Narcissa Malfoy's voice echoed up the stairway, are you going to hex each other, or should I have Creacker make tea? Andromeda huffed, barely a word from either of you since I married Ted and now we're having tea. My godmother shrugged, the head of the house was convinced that your reinstatement was to the benefit of the family. She nodded my way, clearly privy to the conversation I'd had with Draco about the Tonkses. So it seemed like a good time to bury the hatchet. Figuratively, of course. Or I can go find some axes and we can murder someone as a family, if you want to keep to the old ways. Andromeda and Ted had a silent conference in the way many long-married couples could. They glanced over at me and obviously dismissed me as too compromised to have an opinion. They glanced at Moody, who would clearly prefer to hex everyone at this point, but wasn't going to stick his heavily scarred nose into Black family politics without an invitation. They glanced at Dora, who was unsure why this hadn't turned into a firefight yet. Finally, Andromeda ordered, put the wand away, dear. We'll have tea before we make any decisions. As Dora grudgingly sheathed her wand, Ted suggested, why don't the menfolk start another sweep of the house while you ladies talk? Capital suggestion, my godmother acknowledged. Such a wonderful use for a Hufflepuff. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? Dora said, with some heat, as we escaped the drawing room to head back upstairs. Moody was a little behind, as he had to wait for them all to enter the room and sit down before he would leave, wand out and sidling sideways to make sure he didn't get cursed in the back. Moody, Ted, and I managed to kill over an hour looking for secret compartments before we made it back to the second floor and looked in on the witches. They were much more relaxed. Whatever they'd been talking about had pulled the tension down to standard family with a lot of baggage level. Dora had unconsciously relaxed her metamorph to reveal more of her natural features, or maybe she was just adapting to her surroundings. Either way, she looked much more like her mother and aunt than she usually did. I still wondered how Narcissa had come out blonde-haired and blue-eyed, since the rest of the Black family lived up to the name with their own hair and eyes. Maybe she dyed it and wore contacts? I honestly assumed that Andromeda did something to make her hair a light brown rather than the walnut curls of her older sister. With her sisters and niece immediately available to compare to, Narcissa clearly looked a lot like them other than her coloration. My godmother saw us in the doorway and asked, "Harry, you still haven't found the item you were looking for?" I shook my head and she suggested, "Have you asked Kriaker?" I explained, "He stopped talking to us after we started clearing out his caches. He was hoarding cursed objects." "Perhaps he still is," she said, and then called, "Kriaker." "Yes, Mistress Bellatrix." The droopy-eared elf croaked, appearing from behind one of the cabinets. Elves were generally quiet enough at apparition and good enough at veils that it wasn't clear when they'd just popped in, or had been lurking the whole time. She asked, "Did Reg leave an item here? Perhaps one he stole from the Dark Lord?" The old elf wrung his ears with his hands and protested, "Kriaker is not to speak of it. Have you perhaps been moving it around the house so no one will find it?" My godmother pursued. Kriaker whined, "They do not care for the treasures of House Black. Who knows what they do with them?" Moody swore quietly and told him, "We're cleaning the ones that are safe and destroying the ones that aren't. Are you trying to keep us from destroying the item you're hiding?" "What?" That suddenly got Kriaker's attention. "Kriaker thinks you were selling them. Truly, you want to destroy the amulet?" Kriaker could not. For years he tried. One moment. He turned in place and disapparated. "You really should pay more attention to the elves," my godmother chided. "We thought we had," I argued. "That's the most words I've heard him say. Total. He's been avoiding us and just muttered insults if we tried to question him." A moment later, Kriaker reappeared holding a large, oval-shaped golden amulet. The front had an elaborate S picked out in emeralds. "This be Master Regulus amulet," he said. Moody's eye was fixed on it, and he supplied, "There are some serious wards on that. It may shrug off anything we can throw at it. If all else fails, there's Fiendfyre," I suggested, but I had my unicorn horn focus drawn. "That has to be it. Feels a lot like the others." It was just my luck that I'd probably been in close proximity to more of Voldemort's Horcruxes than anyone else but their creator. The corrupt magic was palpable, even in the dark aspect wards of the Black Manor. "But it looks like it's a locket. Maybe we need to figure out how to get it open. Kriaker, let's move it down to the dueling room for safety while we test it." The elf was about to comply when the locket, likely possessed of a Voldemort consciousness of its own, proved that it had been listening. Rather than wait to see if we could force it open, it suddenly flipped open of its own accord from where it dangled from Kriaker's hands. Two dark eyes stared from the glass within and met mine, too quickly for me to avert them. Even after years of not meeting people's eyes for fear of legilimency, I wasn't exactly prepared to get mind-read by a necklace. The eyes flared red, and then things got weird. "Harry. My Harry," the woman the apparition said, standing in the room, tethered to the locket, slightly translucent. "And Bella. My best friend," she said, turning her attention to my godmother. She was even taller than Maeve's maximum height, with eyes and hair so dark that, without Andromeda and Narcissa nearby for comparison, you could assume that she was Bellatrix's sister. But her features were sharp, and I could see both elements of my grandmother and myself in them. Everyone in the room but Ted and Dora clearly recognized her. She'd obviously been over at the Black Houses time and again, and Moody would recognize his friend Minerva's wayward daughter. I'd never seen her before except for a few photos, but I could still recognize my mother, Margaret McGregor. "How?" I asked, already forgetting about the eyes in the locket. "You never told him how I died," she chided my godmother before turning to look back at me. "I didn't die from bearing you, Harry. It wasn't your fault. The Dark Lord, it was his entropy curse that killed me. There was nowhere I could go to escape." Bellatrix nodded, as entranced as I was, admitting, "That's when I fully turned. To see him dispose of you like that. Just for leaving the task he'd assigned you." The apparition nodded, explaining, "He used my death to make this Horcrux. I can see that you know what it is. But I beat him. My spirit followed the ritual back. I'm in here, too. I've been here ever since. I'm so happy you finally found it. I need your help." I was having trouble thinking. I'd given Hermione the resurrection stone precisely because I knew how tempted I'd be to summon up my mother's apparition. And here she was. I had so much to ask her. So much I'd missed. To my left, I heard my godmother's voice, clearly just as affected, "Maggie. Maggie, I'm sorry. I did my best, but without you. Bella, it's okay, she assured her best friend. I need both of your help. He's in here too. I'm not strong enough by myself to defeat him. But with your help, we can force him out. Just take my hands. The rest of the room seemed to have faded away. Just take her hand, accomplish my goal, and get my mother back. Bellatrix was reaching forward. I realized I was, too. Hand still holding my unicorn horn focus. It was vibrating in anger, and somewhere ahead of me I could make out the sound of Kriaker's agony. All of this was too easy. Too perfect. My life was never either. But I had hoped that it might be someday. I had hoped that, if there was an afterlife, I'd one day meet my mother for real. I had hoped that I'd dispose of the last fragment of Tom Riddle, whose voice it had been coming out of my mother's mouth. The distinction was easy enough to miss under the haze of mental attack, but I'd also done enough research on Horcruxes to know that none of that made sense. You couldn't make one remotely, the victim couldn't ride one back even if you could, and while my mother had died before Regulus Black had stolen the Horcrux, it was unlikely in the extreme that her death had been used to create it. And yet, with all that in mind, there was still a part of me that worried I was throwing away my chance of knowing my mother when I stared at Voldemort's eyes through the phantom and cast, Excoriae. The lie that was my mother's image blasted away under the stream of cleansing silver static, and I was perversely grateful to the Horcrux for at least giving me a better visual of what she looked like than I'd ever had. Underneath the static, the locket screamed in pain, matched with my godmother's wail of anguish as she, too, realized how she'd been manipulated. It seemed to hold on for hours, but I found out later it was only moments for the onlookers who had been growing increasingly apprehensive but unable to intervene through the powerful mind magic. Finally, with one last shriek, the soul was severed from the locket, a black shadow evaporating into the air, and I cut power to the spell. My godmother and I both slumped to the floor in exhaustion as the rest of the people in the room sprang forward to help Kriaker, whose flesh was burned from the superheated chain of the locket that had wrapped around his arm to keep him from dropping it. I hope the last ones are easier than that, I told my godmother, and she nodded, eyes full of grim vengeance against the man who dealt her so much pain. If she hadn't already murdered him, she probably would have gone off to do it again. Chapter 20, Paintballs. After the destruction of the Horcrux, Dora hadn't felt like arresting my godmother after all, or maybe she had gotten a clue during the ladies' chat about why that wouldn't actually be a great idea. Regardless, we'd been done with our stay at number 12 Grimmauld Place and Moody had told Maine to take a few days off to recover. The first part of that recovery had been debriefing Dumbledore. My grandmother sat in on the meeting, and cried the tears I wasn't able to. The headmaster summed up, whether it was using Bellatrix's memories, or the Horcrux was made after your mother's death and knew that information already, I believe we can trust at least the revelation that she was killed by an entropy curse. I'm so sorry, Harry and Minerva. McGonagall sniffled, that monster has so much to answer for. I nodded, but said, I don't think we have much to go on, other than tracking the golden cup that my godmother mentioned. Perhaps witnessing the horror of these items will spur Bellatrix to search for it in her vault, he suggested. If she continues to delay, we may have to look into other avenues. I have also begun to consider whether he learned to do this while he was still a student. Myrtle's death seems out of character, even for Tom. But if she was used to make his first Horcrux, none of the ones you've encountered so far would likely have been in his possession that early. No chance he would have confided in anyone as a kid, right? I asked. Voldemort never struck me as particularly trusting. Maybe he kept a diary or journal or something with his research notes. The headmaster considered and said, he may not have confided in anyone, but it's possible there was at least one adult that he might have gone to for help with the theory. I shall attempt to contact him. But in the meantime, we have a tournament to prepare for. Hopefully, I shall be able to find time after that settles down. Get some sleep, Haas, my grandmother said, drying her eyes. We'll see you when you're here for your classes next Thursday. Somehow, I made it. The nightmares weren't the worst I'd ever had, but I was really regretting the absence of my girlfriend in the bed and hoping that Maeve wouldn't attempt to ruin another chance to see her. My class load, at least, wasn't particularly fraught, Ravenclaws and Slytherins, mostly from the lower years in the morning, and lower year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs in the afternoon. My fun activity for the day was paintball. I'd managed to scrounge up a basic set of the relatively new technology, and used duplication charms to make enough for the class. Compared to real firearms, they had few moving parts and reasonable tolerances for distortions on the molecular level, so they only misfired occasionally in the high magic environment that was Hogwarts. And they had an interesting feature going for them, they were fast. These balls aren't supersonic like a bullet, I showed the paint-filled rubber ball to the class, giving a variation on the same speech each period. But most spells are significantly slower, especially when you have to shout the incantation and perform the wand motion. With one of these, you'll be dealing with a projectile that's about equivalent to a wizard who can cast silently throwing a really fast spell. And I want you all to dodge. Needless to say, most of my students were leaving the classes covered in paint. I'd managed to get balls in each of the house colors, and paired the houses against each other in a kind of dodgeball setup, so it would be clear to everyone who was the worst at dodging in an embarrassing way. I left it up to the kids to figure out that, since the paintballs were duplicated, a simple counterspell would work to clean them off. It wouldn't help with the bruises. Madame Pomfrey was probably going to be a little upset with me later. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin 5th years were my last class before lunch, and I congratulated Cho Chang on barely getting tagged during the exercise. Seeker reflexes, I guess. I asked her. They've got nothing on a bludger, she agreed, in her Scottish accent, thick but not quite as bad as Oliver Wood's. Is Professor Lupin doing the same exercise tomorrow? I nodded, could be. Looking to find out how Cedric stacks up. Both nude classes were on Friday, but I figured she was interested in her Seeker counterpart. Maybe, she blushed slightly. Has he asked you to the Yule Ball yet? Wondered her friend, whose name I thought was Marietta. Cho nodded and smiled, admitting, I'm just glad that we don't have to have a Quidditch match against each other this year. I asked, you already know that. Gryffindor beat us in the first match, so we're already eliminated, Cho sighed. But at least it will give me more time to study for owls. Does Ginny Weasley have class with you today? Can I come in and try to hit her with paintballs? She grinned, a little viciously. She does, but no, I smiled. I'm sure the Hufflepuffs will be just as hard on her. I'll tell Cedric to remind them, she nodded. See you later, Harry. I mean, Professor Dresden. Either's fine. Enjoy your lunch, I told them, waving them out of the class as I spotted Matilda by the door, waiting for the class to exit. How was class? I asked, through our hug, trying to remember her schedule. You had, care today. She nodded. Hagrid's basically letting me assist. What do you call it, Ta? Like you did for Lupin. I get to take care of Tim. He's a wampus cat. Real sweetie. Normal people sweetie or Hagrid-style sweetie. Hagrid thought all vicious creatures were adorable. Well, mostly Hagrid style, she admitted, but he purrs. And if he really likes you, you can rub his belly. All 6 legs start kicking. I miss Mr., though. What happened in here? Bomb go off. We were using the normal defense classroom, since I didn't really need the room of requirement for the paintball exercise, and it was less likely that Maeve would repeat her attack if I was in the school proper. The walls were simply covered in blue paint on one side and green on the other. I explained the game to her as we were eating lunch. By the way, I told her as we were finishing up, before the next period showed. She was going to stick around and help out, since she had a free period, but I wanted to ask before tiny second-year ears were around to overhear. I realized I hadn't actually asked. Will you, Matilda Grimblehawk, do me the honor of accompanying me to the Yule Ball? She lit up and said, why yes, Harry Dresden, I would be happy to accompany you. She thought about it for a second and said, then we're going straight home right after. I am not staying here all winter break. The class of second-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs was fun. Matilda had a great time yelling Moody's catchphrase before shooting one of the kids in the back. I wasn't entirely sure why she seemed to be focusing on young Romilda Vane more than the other kids, but I figured she'd tell me if it was important. The girl had been slightly obnoxious as a first year, so maybe she'd gotten worse. For the third years, there did seem to be a bit of a pile-on against Ginny Weasley. The agile girl gave as good as she got. She didn't end the class quite as pristine as Cho had, but the Hufflepuffs that had targeted her were practically soaked in red paint. She dispelled the few splotches of yellow paint from herself as soon as class was over, the word clearly having gotten around about how to clean up. That wasn't the only word that had gotten around, Harry. You asked Matilda to the Yule Ball. Obviously I was going to, I nodded. How did you even find out? It's been like 2 hours, and she was here for most of it. She told me on her way to Transfiguration, Ginny shrugged. Well, I couldn't argue with that short of a travel in the gossip train. I guessed Matilda would spend more time with the girls of the Quidditch team, with most of her older friends graduated. I need someone to ask me so I can go. It's 4th years and up, unless you get invited. Draco has to take Pansy, hey? I asked. Nothing is going on with me and Draco. She yelled, then flushed and rushed out of the classroom, passing Hermione's crew on her way out as my 4th year class entered. Sore subject, that, Ron said as they took in the paint-splattered walls. They didn't seem surprised, and hadn't even brought their book bags, not even Hermione, and were wearing old clothes under their robes. I think she's getting it from the Chasers and Thilda now. Neither of them would be as mad about it if there weren't something there, I figure, I said. But what do I know? I was clueless that Thilda liked me until we were basically already dating. You're still ahead of almost everyone for the Yule Ball, at least, Hermione observed. Now how do you know already? I groaned. She stopped by the common room before heading to class, and we've had the last 2 periods off, she explained. I nodded, and asked, nobody's asked you yet? She just rolled her eyes in frustration. And none of you guys have asked anyone. I asked Ron, Neville, and Seamus. They just shrugged helplessly. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I have 4 paintball rifles that have jammed the least today. You 4 can use them if you boys swear you'll have asked someone out by the end of class. Ron and Neville froze up at the offer, but Seamus grinned and said, we still get M if we get shot down, yet. I nodded and he grabbed Neville, Kman, Nev. There's Abbott and Bones. The 2 of them marched across the classroom to intercept the Hufflepuff girls, leaving Ron and Hermione standing near my desk. Hell's bells, you 2, I said. I'm clueless and even I see it. She's not going to say no, Ron. You're not. The skinny redhead asked his best friend, clearly baffled. She just shook her head and waited. Ron plucked up his courage and asked, Hermione, do ya wanna go t-ball w me? She took pity on him and answered, I would love to, Ronald. Ah, right, good then, he sighed, nearly falling to the floor as the stress left his body. Seamus walked back up and said, Abbott said yes TNEV, but Bones told me T-pound sand. I still get the good gun, though, right? I nodded, passing out the weapons. If you still don't know who to ask, you should take Ginny as a friend. She's sad she doesn't get to go. He nodded, taking the rifle, and clearly seeing the benefit to that arrangement. If only all of life's problems were as easy to sort out as dating between 14-year-olds. Chapter 21, Blue Fire. My 19th birthday, which was Halloween to everyone else, fell on a Monday nowhere near a full moon, but I'd talked Septima Vector into putting in for a 3-day weekend so I could substitute for her arithmancy class that day. Consequently, I got to spend my birthday with my girlfriend, and see the drawing for the Triwizard Champions. The teaching itself was much more sedate than defense classes, since the class was all math nerds and was one of the smallest electives. Mondays were classes for the 3rd and 4th years, so I got to hang out with Hermione, Draco, and Luna, and a few of their more intellectual year mates. Maybe later in the year I could sub for Rune's class on a day that also had the same years, so I could check up on my enchanting club/focus users. Most of them hadn't opted for arithmancy, but all of them got their arms twisted into taking runes. Sadly, teaching arithmancy rather than defense meant that Matilda and I couldn't use the room of requirement for our lunchtime reunion, and had to settle for a much more chaste picnic in the courtyard. That evening, I cleared sitting with my friends with Dumbledore, rather than the staff table, and piled into a great hall that was more full of people than I'd ever seen it. In addition to the usual elaborate Halloween feast decorations, a massive and ancient-looking goblet full of blue flames was sitting in front of the staff table, across from Dumbledore's seat. They'd crammed in enough extra tables for 24 extra students, wearing the colors of the French school, Beaux Batons, and the secretive Eastern European school, Dumstrang. A Hagrid-sized woman and a glowering man doing a good impression of Rasputin were seated at the staff table. Oh, hey, I know her, I said as I took my seat, recognizing Fleur Delacour sitting at the Ravenclaw tables with the other Beaux Batons students. How? Several boys asked, clearly already having crushes on the Veela-blooded witch. I shrugged, met her at the World Cup. I think she hit it off with Ron's oldest brother. I gave her a small wave, which she returned with a wave and smile, probably glad to see another familiar face. She'll probably be Beaux Batons champion, Matilda observed, as she sat down next to me. I was glad that she'd gotten to hang out with Fleur when the girl was hanging all over Bill Weasley, since that would cut down on any potential jealousy. I put my name in for Hogwarts. But so did basically everyone in Gryffindor. Not everyone, George complained. Stupid age line. We'll be 17 in April. Fred groused. Cedric's in our year and he got to enter. I agreed, it is weird that they don't do this every year, if there's such a narrow window of who's eligible. But I'm rooting for Thilda to be champion. You'll do great. She shrugged, lot of competition. Cedric might get it. Everyone likes him, and he's good. She thought about it, then looked at the Slytherin table, also Maeve entered. That was worrisome, and reminded me of more than one of our conversations, where Maeve had made a point of suggesting that she was at the school to represent Hogwarts. Could she have known this competition was coming 2 years in advance? The fairy princess did, indeed, seem to be sitting in rapt anticipation of what was to come. Probably crumb for Dumstrang, Ron suggested, distracting me from trying to dissect the Sid conspiracy. I looked over from Maeve toward where the Dumstrang students were sitting at the Slytherin table and, sure enough, there was the Seeker who'd played in the World Cup. How is he still in school? He's a professional sports star. Hermione explained, unlike Hogwarts and Beaux Batons, Dumstrang lets students stay on part-time past their 7th year to begin masteries or pursue other advanced studies. Doesn't really seem fair that they have such older students. The food finally appeared, and we loaded up our golden feasting plates with the dinner. While we ate, Matilda pointed out everyone that was there for the tournament. Madame Maxime is the tall lady. Beauxbatons headmistress. Probably half giant, too, but doesn't want people to know. She's taller than Hagrid, Hermione huffed. Would she rather us think she had an accident with an engorgement charm? Matilda continued, creepy guy is Karkaroff. Former Death Eater. Did well for himself, becoming headmaster of Durmstrang. He's the one that outed Crouch, Jr., Neville remembered. Basically got out of Azkaban by naming other Death Eaters. Next guy is Ludo Bagman. Head of Games and Sports at the Ministry. Played beater for the Wimborne Wasps and the English national team when he was younger. The aging man looked like every rom-com stereotype of the ex-quarterback getting fat and old, having peaked in high school. I could easily see him on a used car lot. He was also on trial after the First War, Neville recalled, again. Gave information to Rookwood, but said he didn't know he was a Death Eater. He got off because he was popular. At least we put Rookwood safely back in prison, I noted. And, of course, Matilda finished, you already know Umbridge. The aggressively pink-robed witch was chatting happily with Bagman, clearly pleased with her position of importance at the festivity. I guessed, she wasn't just on the international team for the World Cup, hey. I wrote to Lexi, Matilda agreed. She's having to work overtime. Umbridge keeps insulting everyone. Fleur especially. Calls her a half-breed. I said, might be interesting to see her set on fire by an angry Vila. I bet none of them have forgotten that she put them in the undesirables camp. The Gryffindors that weren't up on all that hot gossip pressed us for the details for the rest of the meal, so we took turns recounting the Death Eater attack at the World Cup. Ron and Hermione had already basically heard the whole thing, but it seemed to still be news to most of the table. Katie Bell opined, shame they didn't do this last year. Harry could have been our champion. Don't put that juju on me, I grinned at the youngest Gryffindor chaser. Eventually, the food cleared, and Dumbledore stood up. I estimate the goblet requires another minute to make its decision, he stated. Now that he'd pointed it out, I could feel the magic at the front of the room intensifying. It seemed like a school election or votes by their teachers would have been a better way to determine the champions, but Britain did love letting magical artifacts make such important decisions. Maybe the Sorting Hat and the Goblet of Fire got together for poker on the weekends. The headmaster continued, the goblet will reveal the names of the champions one at a time, and I shall call out who has been selected. When your name is called, please report to the anteroom at the top of the hall, he gestured to a little used door near the staff table. You will receive your next instructions once all champions are called and assembled. Ever the showman, he waved his wand to put out all the main lights in the hall, leaving only a few candles and jack-o'-lanterns for mood lighting, so the blue fire of the goblet became the brightest light in the room. Next to the twins, Lee Jordan checked his watch as if Dumbledore's pronouncement of a minute had been exact, rather than estimate, and said, any second. Just as everyone was about to start complaining about the wait, the flames of the goblet suddenly turned red and shot out a giant plume of flame. A gasp went around the hall, and a piece of parchment was spat out, fluttering down into Dumbledore's hand. As the flames turned blue again, Dumbledore read, the champion for Beauxbatons, is Fleur Delacour. Congrats, Fleur. Matilda and I shouted to the French blonde, as she stood and made for the anteroom. Oh, look, they're all disappointed, Hermione observed of the other Beauxbatons students. Two of the girls even began sobbing. Maybe Fleur had some popularity issues. Not as much as Umbridge, Matilda pointed out. The undersecretary had a frog-like scowl on her face as the half-breed girl was selected as champion. After Fleur exited the room, it gradually quieted again, and eventually let loose another plume of red flame. Dumbledore explained, the champion for Hogwarts is Maeve Malfoy. He read the name with the same consternation I was feeling. The entire Gryffindor table groaned with disappointment, as did the parts of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff that we'd kept from falling under her sway, and who, honestly, had probably wanted Cedric, but the Slytherin table went nuts that their Queen Bee Mean Girl had become the champion for all of Hogwarts. Trying to cover for my worry that this was all part of the rumored continuing winter court plot, I joked, do you think Durmstrang has any white court succubi? We could have all the flavors of supernatural allure represented. Mostly burly guys, Ron shook his head. I don't think any of them are vampires. Maeve left the room quickly, and the final plume of red fire released its parchment. I was still trying to work out what Maeve's participation might mean, and didn't know anyone from Durmstrang, so I was blindsided when Dumbledore called out, the champion for Durmstrang is Harry Dresden. As the hall turned toward me in shock, and thrilled grins spread across my housemates at getting a surprise Gryffindor champion after all, I just let my head fall to thunk against the table, groaning out, oh come on. Chapter 22, Course Credit. Matilda finally shoved me to my feet and pushed me toward the anteroom for the champions. Most of the Great Hall was quiet in confusion, despite the soft cheers of the Gryffindor students, and I said loudly to the assemblage, they just had to have this on my birthday, hey? Something weird always happens on Halloween around here. That started the discussion as I left, and I hoped I'd gotten my point across that I hadn't planned to enter, much less under a different school. I pushed into the anteroom, which was small, basically wallpapered in portraits, and had a large, roaring fireplace. Fleur looked at me, from where she'd been crowding near the fireplace, staying as far as possible from Maeve, and asked, "Harry? Is there a problem with the Edamstrang champion?" "Yeah, the problem is that it's me," I told her. I moved to the opposite side of the fireplace from Fleur, far enough from her that I could keep both her and Maeve in view at the same time. Maeve looked quietly smug, so I asked her, "This part of the plan you didn't agree with?" She just shrugged, but didn't deny it. Great. Any further interrogation of Maeve, or discussion with Fleur, was cut off by entirely too many staff and tournament organizers entering the room for its size. In addition to Madame Maxime, who could almost fill the room by herself, Bagman, Umbridge, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, McGonagall, and Remus all somehow squeezed in. Before anyone could start arguing, Dumbledore asked, "Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" "No," I told him, loud enough for everyone to hear, then elaborated, "And you can confirm that I haven't even been in the Great Hall since last week, until right before the feast. Plus, if I had, wouldn't I have been champion for Hogwarts?" I left unsaid that that might be a better option than the one we got, but I wasn't above shooting Maeve a look about it. "Perhaps I can explain that," Headmaster Karkaroff said, in remarkably clear English for all that he had some kind of Eastern European accent. All eyes turned to the man in the thick black robes and equally thick black hair and beard. "Mr. Dresden is a student of Durmstrang. I don't even know where to find Durmstrang. I've definitely never been there," I argued. "And yet," he shrugged, "you were enrolled by a parent or guardian, and are on record as receiving private mastery instruction from one of our professors." He gave a pause, then shrugged. "Personally, I would have preferred Victor Krum as our champion, but I understand that Harry Dresden is quite skilled and will bring honor to Durmstrang in this competition." I thought furiously, finally realizing, is the guardian that enrolled me also the one that is a professor at the school? Such is the nature of working parents, no. He gave a grim chuckle. Dumbledore got it, elaborating for the room, "And, perhaps your Professor Black Lestrange is in the castle, and had the authority to submit her godson's name." McGonagall winced, not pleased by the reminder that her daughter's insane best friend was technically assigned as my godmother. Karkaroff allowed, "We had to bring sufficient tutors for our students who will be here for the year." Not missing a beat, Dumbledore opened the door to the antechamber, where a cloaked, but obviously slight, figure was waiting. "Come in, please, Bellatrix," he offered. As she pushed back her hood, there was no one in the room save perhaps the two French women that didn't recognize her. Umbridge began to sputter, "Bellatrix Black Lestrange. Here? Aurors." "Quiet, Dolores," my godmother hissed in a commanding tone, and that immediately shut the senior undersecretary up. Umbridge was a similar age, so I wouldn't put it past her to have been intimidated by my godmother when they were at school. "What are the Aurors going to do? Arrest you as a Death Eater at large?" Dumbledore suggested, but he clearly didn't believe it. He could tell that if she would come into his domain, she wasn't worried about that outcome. He was probably just prompting her so she could get to the point as quickly as possible. We'd already mentioned to him how unworried she'd been to be arrested by Tonks a month or so earlier. Give my godmother credit, she was showing no signs of standing anywhere near Maeve, and, in fact, was causing several of the people in the room to move closer to the Slytherin Sid as she moved to stand nearer to me and explained, "I believe you'll find that the signing of the Unseelie Accords provided a blanket pardon to the actions of agents of the Winter Court prior to the signing." Dumbledore frowned, "That should have just been for actions during the short hostilities that led to said signing." Bellatrix sing-songed, "Someone didn't read closely." Umbridge caught up, "You're an agent of the Winter Court? And a professor at Durmstrang. Gotta wonder when she sleeps, right?" I interjected, with an eye roll, feeling like I was starting to see the bigger picture, finally. It was Bagman that eventually said, "So. Harry Dresden is the legal Durmstrang champion." I'd heard about him running the books at the World Cup, and stiffing the Weasley twins on their winning bet, and could almost see his bookie's mind running the odds. "Unless anyone cares that I didn't personally enter and would prefer not to compete," I offered. I looked around and, other than Remus and my grandmother, everyone else seemed much more caught up in the politics of it. "Didn't think so. Sounds good. PAR for the course. What are we doing next?" "Right, let's crack on, then," Bagman suggested. "Mind if I do the honors, Dolores?" Umbridge would have probably objected, but still seemed afraid to speak lest my godmother remind her she'd told her to be quiet, so just nodded. "Great. First task is about daring, and it's a secret until you get there. Courage in the face of the unknown, and all of that. It's, November 24th. Big audience and a panel of judges. You can't ask for help or get any from your teachers. You go in armed only with your wands. I started to object, but about half the room also did as well, and Bagman immediately corrected, I mean, wands or similar focusing objects. Nothing fully enchanted. I hear you use a staff and such? But you'll have to lose the magic coat, and whatever else. I nodded. That sucked, but seemed more fair to Fleur at least. You'll get information about the second task after the first. You're exempt from end-of-year exams, not that that would help me, and, what am I forgetting? Weighing of the wands, Umbridge added, not willing to let her fear of Bellatrix Black Lestrange interfere with her punctiliousness. Morning of November 13th. Sure, not like I have a day job or anything, I said, not hiding my sarcasm. I also noticed the disgusted look that was growing on her face and asked, You're a judge, right, Madam Umbridge? Glad we've got someone that can be impartial. By which I meant that she was still mad at me about tanking her anti-werewolf legislation, thought Maeve was impossibly crass for a pure blood, and was clearly racist about Fla's heritage. She might honestly like me best of the three of us. It was a weird feeling. I didn't like it. Dumbledore shot me a look, and then glanced at my godmother, and I picked up that he wanted me to talk to her and meet back up. Not that I'd probably be able to tell him much that I found out. But if she was willing to go public as my godmother, maybe part of the geese on information would be weakened? I left the room with her, making it clear that she would have to at least work at disappearing without having a conversation. She hadn't put her hood back up, so I was able to wave to Matilda and indicate who I was walking with. My girlfriend rolled her eyes, getting it, and gave me a look to ask whether I needed backup. I shook my head, and nodded at Dumbledore so she'd know to meet me at his office in a little while. The casual, easy communication you develop in a committed relationship is something you don't really notice until you're doing it. And it wasn't lost on me that I had almost the same rapport with Albus Dumbledore. I probably needed to spend less time with interfering old wizards. All right, what's going on? I asked my godmother, once we'd cleared the castle and found ourselves walking across the grounds toward the lake. I'd heard Durmstrang had shown up in a giant sailing ship that was a submarine by way of the Flying Dutchman, and were keeping rooms there. She clearly thought about being difficult, then simply admitted, we needed to allow at least one mortal champion to participate, or the old magics wouldn't work. But, they only needed one. So why not stack the deck and take two of our own? Fla's competent, but it seems unfair putting her up against me and Maeve, I argued. The goblet thought the arrangement was fair, she shrugged. We barely had to confound it to get our way. Britain really is too reliant on ancient artifacts whose magic they don't understand to make important decisions. Agreed, I said. I'd been thinking the same thing earlier. What if I just put in a minimal effort? Then there are two other competitors with more of a drive for eternal glory, she said, saying, with sarcasm. What if I actively try to keep Maeve from winning? I asked. Like you said, Miss Delacour is competent but not on your level. Maybe she won't even make it to the end, and then it's only down to you and Miss Malfoy. She paused, turning to look at me. Do you want me to insist you try to win? That there will be dire consequences if you don't? You'd just spend the next few months second-guessing whether it was reverse psychology. She reached up to pat me on the cheek. We've already stacked the deck, and accounted for your previous behaviors. We can find out whether we predicted correctly without trying to press you further. Honestly, that would just make whatever you're going to do more unpredictable. I shrugged. She wasn't wrong. You know Maeve tried to kill me? She said I was a liability to the plan. She groaned slightly, turning back to the ship, simply offering, you know the best thing about mortal teenagers? They eventually grow up. I don't say it enough, but I am often pleased by the man you're becoming. Good night, Harry, she said as she walked onto the creepy magical sailing ship. She paused at the top of the gangplank and suggested, come by if you need non-specific training. After all, I'm overseeing your mastery, and my doors are open while I'm in Britain. But I wouldn't want to train you on the specific challenges, and risk accusations that you'd had an unfair advantage. Chapter 23, Game Plan. As usual, Matilda was a lot of help in prompting me to talk around the implicit limitations of my geese to not reveal my godmother's secrets. If I'd actually willingly agreed to that deal, I'd probably have a way harder time flaunting it, or at least would feel some sort of punishment. In addition to Dumbledore and Matilda, my grandmother and Remus had stuck around, and Moody had shown up to hear the bad news. At least it's only a few more days off this year, for the tournament, my boss grumbled. Albus, you should have done a lot more due diligence on that cup, and guarded it better. The headmaster nodded, apologetically. I admit, after last year, I should have done more work to examine information that had since been filed away as fairy tales. You found something about what they may be up to? McGonagall asked. He nodded, gesturing to a stack of books he'd clearly been hastily flipping through since the choosing of the champions, and explained, there are many legends about fey strangers appearing to compete in tournaments. Even for stories about a simple prize, the implication is that, were it won by the stranger, its import would rise beyond simple riches. In the few stories about tournaments that are more of a grand political statement, a fairy victory is commensurately powerful. Simply, should they claim a victory, they will accomplish something greater than a trophy and 1,000 galleon prize. Eternal glory, I echoed what my godmother had said, and which I'd heard talked about as the real prize of the tournament. Who knows what that's worth to the Cid? Exactly, he nodded. This has gone from a friendly competition between schools to a challenge between magical realms. The outcome could be as if they had openly challenged Britain to a tournament in order to avoid a war. Europe, Moody spotted. Not just Britain. Everyone paused as they contemplated that for a minute. With one win in the Triwizard tournament, they could probably claim a mystical reward equivalent to defeating all the wizarding armies of the European Union. Tell me someone's read the accords. Matilda insisted. Dumbledore agreed, it certainly seems a wise precaution, now that it seems simply getting it signed was not their endgame. He sighed, doing so will consume much of the time I have available to research what other items Tom Riddle may have considered important. They span many volumes of law. My grandmother rolled her eyes and offered, then perhaps I could study these accords, while you research Horcruxes. Ah, yes, Minerva, he honestly didn't seem to have thought of letting anyone else do research. But, please keep careful notes and keep me apprised. So, should I just throw the tournament, then? I asked. Dumbledore shook his head. Beside the fact that the contract with the goblet might be considered broken if you don't compete with an honest intention to do well, the challenges are structured in such a way that you would have more control of the outcome should you be in the lead by the end of the events. That is, if you do nothing, you might give Maeve an unstoppable lead in the scores. But if you remain in good standing, you can choose later to maneuver Ms. Delacour to victory, should that be necessary. Got it. Do well enough that I can kneecap Maeve in the finals, I nodded. Maybe with an iron crowbar, Matilda grinned. Why? 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 I mimicked. No response, so I winced and asked, too soon. I realized that nobody in the room would be keeping up with recent Olympics figure skating drama, and shrugged. Anything else? Dumbledore looked at the others and said, I don't believe so. I do apologize, Harry, that your birthday has once again been filled with difficulties. I'm used to it at this point, I sighed. Speaking of which, seeing as it is my birthday and my time with Filda was rudely interrupted, and she'd be a big help catching my roommates up on all of this. Can we get her a pass home for the night? McGonagall pursed her lips a bit, but nodded. Seeing as she is an adult, I can allow it. Mind that you have class second period, Ms. Grimblehawk. And you have work tomorrow morning, Moody grumbled. Getting to skip exams doesn't mean you can skip out of the business. You guys are great. I told them, and grabbed Matilda's hand before anyone could think to object. Since everyone in Dumbledore's office was keyed into the Fidelius on our house, we didn't even have to whisper the address into the headmaster's fireplace as we tossed in fluo powder. I stepped out of the fire into our den first, and noted Percy sprawled out on one of the couches, reading a thick tome. He glanced over the top of the book and said, I had expected you either earlier or much later. When Matilda stepped out of the fire behind me, he raised an eyebrow and asked, how did you get permission for that? Welcome home, Matilda. Filda. Penny shouted from the living room, after overhearing even over her TV show. She ran in and gave Matilda a hug, not having had the opportunity to see her since school started. I know you're not going to believe this, I joked, but something weird happened at Hogwarts on my birthday. How bad is it? Percy sighed, bookmarking his page and giving us his full attention. Harry's the Triwizard champion, Matilda explained. Fordham Strang. She gave it a beat, then summed up, Bellatrix teaches there. She put him in. Maeve is Hogwarts champion. It's a whole fairy conspiracy. You'd better explain the whole thing, Penny suggested, sitting down next to Percy on the couch. We cuddled up on the other couch while explaining the evening and our suppositions. I hadn't been wrong that Matilda was a huge help, even with it all figured out, I couldn't actually voice a lot of what my godmother had said. I needed a way to break a geese. I expected it to come up a lot. Penny and Percy had their own issues, about all the things at work they couldn't talk about. After a couple of false starts, Penny was able to offer, we can explain that all to our bosses, if that's okay? I can't tell you what we've been working on, but it's information that might help. I shrugged, since this whole fairy thing isn't Dumbledore's conspiracy to run like the Order of the Phoenix and the Voldemort stuff is, I don't see why not. Maybe yell at them about letting the Ministry use the Goblet of Fire instead of a nice, political steering committee to pick the champions. Speaking of Voldemort stuff, Percy said, I had a thought. Myrtle Warren. Was her death purely because she was getting too close to his modifications of the school plumbing, or did he also need her death to create a Horcrux? I thought about it, and said, she was killed with a Chrominchula venom, though, not the killing curse. They found acromantula venom in her system, he corrected. He showed me the title page of the book he'd been reading, which was on magical forensics. Investigative magic has, it turns out, a very difficult time distinguishing when someone has been poisoned to cover up the use of the killing curse. Hey, can I read that after you're done? I nodded, then thought out loud, he also stunned her with the baby basilisk, before poisoning her, and then maybe cursing her to death. That seems overly elaborate for anyone except Tom Riddle. But for him it about tracks. If he used her death to do double duty to make an early Horcrux, she might have noticed an object he was carrying. Or maybe Hagrid or someone else who was around then might know of something important to him at the time. We already checked everything in the trophy case, Penny reminded us. We'd done that as soon as someone had remembered that Tom Riddle had gotten a trophy for framing Hagrid, well, Hagrid's pet acromantula, for Myrtle's murder. I'll ask Hagrid. Matilda offered. We all waited until she realized that she was the only one of us that currently had regular access to the school, and whined, and I'll ask Myrtle. You guys. She's the worst. Well then, I smiled, giving her a squeeze, perhaps I can give you a reward in advance for your wearying ghost interrogation. Penny yelled, wait. Hilda has to catch me up on at least some of what's been going on at school. You have all night to sneak upstairs to have sex. Percy added, and remember silencing charms this time. Chapter 24, Weighing Stations. Could they have picked a bigger classroom? I grumbled to Colin Creevey, as the boy led me to the location where the weighing of the wands was to take place. The room was smaller than many of the other unused classrooms we'd long used for study sessions. I was already unhappy about the situation. I'd been told this event was on November 13th, which was Sunday, but it had wound up getting delayed to the next Tuesday afternoon. Moody hadn't been happy that I'd needed to leave in the middle of the workday. Colin, who seemed thrilled to be part of the whole ridiculous journalistic process even if it was just to meet me at the entry hall and lead me to the right spot, shrugged, think they'll let me take pictures. You're my personal photographer, right? I winked at him. Nothing much had happened in the 2 weeks between the naming of the champions and this little bit of theatre for the press. I'd worked some cases with Moody, read the forensics book once Percy was done with it, and come up with zero theories for anything actually pressing in my life. Well, I'd finally found an evening to go to the movies and see Pulp Fiction, so that had been fun. I was aching to baffle Death Eaters by loudly proclaiming Bible verses at them during my next firefight. Other than Maeve and Fleur, the small classroom with desks pushed back and a couple of cloth-draped tables to make a nice-looking backdrop for photos held 3 adults, Ludo Bagman, a male photographer I didn't recognize, and Rita Skeeter. The gossip columnist's bright yellow hair was nicely set off by her magenta robes, and I could tell I had her attention by how her large square glasses moved to frame me as I walked in. Ah, here he is. Bagman barked, ahead of Rita making her way over to me. Everyone's here in plenty of time. The rest of the judges and our expert will be here in a few moments. He took a breath and asked, everyone clear on what's going on? Examination of your wands or in Mr. Dresden's case, focusing items to make sure they're functional and legal for the first event. Then a bit of a photo shoot for the papers. All in good fun. Is this an open press event? I asked, gesturing at Colin behind me. I have Hogwarts' best photographer here to take pictures for the school. Rita looked like she might object, but then offered, fine with me, as long as you are willing to give me an interview, Harry. Always have time for you, Rita, I nodded. I suggested to Colin, why don't you talk to Rita's photographer and get some tips? Smiling her typical predatory smile, which I was beginning to believe she couldn't help, Rita grabbed my elbow and escorted me toward the classroom's closet. Let's get away from all that noise. Rita. I'm not going in a broom closet with you, I disagreed, giving her a wink. People will talk. Hallway okay. Having gotten the closet open and realizing that it would, indeed, be very cramped, she nodded, good suggestion. I followed her out into the hall, which was completely empty. Small benefit of the annoying delay to a weekday, at least. Lovely, standard interview setup okay? She asked, already withdrawing her floating recording station, with the poison green dicta quill. Matilda had finally explained to me why people didn't like quick quotes quills, there would be no unaltered record of our conversation to review if I had an issue with the article. Since I didn't trust Rita to hang on to an unaltered transcript even if I forced her to use a regular dicta quill, I was willing to spot her the time savings she accrued by purpling up her prose live. Suits me, I agreed. Again, lovely, she said, starting the interview. Rita Skeeter, interviewing Harry Dresden, 19 years old, on the 13th, no, wait, the 15th of November, 1994. I wasn't happy about the date change either, I told her, watching her quill scratching away. Some of us have bosses annoyed we're missing work, rather than getting to skip class. Ah, yes, she said, letting me lead the interview for the moment, I had heard that you and retired Auror Alastair Moody, note to find out his age, if relevant, had started a business together. Private Aurors, isn't it? What does that mean? What do you do? I smiled and explained, he's been a great mentor so far, and I'm glad he was willing to take me on as an apprentice. We've basically been looking into situations the Auror Force doesn't have time for. And we do some standard private investigation for muggles, finding lost items, that kind of thing. They believe we use fully non-magical techniques, of course. Of course, she agreed. And is this business because you are unable to work as an official Auror, due to the doom of Damocles? Right to the hard questions, Rita. I laughed, hoping it didn't sound too fake and practiced. It would have hurt if I hadn't been expecting it, but I was basically over the injustice of the whole thing, and had been expecting the muckraking journalist to try to go for a low blow. Yes. Though I understand my newt scores would have put me at the top of the incoming Auror class, due to a mistaken assumption that I was to blame for my mentor's death, I'm banned from holding a ministry job. It would be easy enough to lift, if the ministry wanted to, but, as I said, I'm enjoying private practice so it hasn't been a priority. Let's move on to even more current events. I'm sure none of my readers expected you, a Hogwarts graduate and, I believe, substitute professor, to be eligible to compete at all, much less for Durmstrang. How did that come about? I'm someone's ringer, I shrugged. I didn't realize that my godmother was a teacher at Durmstrang. She'd apparently been filing her rare visits where she'd sometimes show me a few spells as private tutoring, within the framework of Durmstrang. So, even though I didn't know, I was technically enrolled at a school I'd never been to. And for some reason the goblet lets your godparents enter you, even when you're an adult. It's not a great system, and I'm pretty upset about it, honestly. Your godmother, who is none other than Bellatrix Lestrange née Black. I wasn't surprised she knew. I just wondered how long she knew. I'd prepared, as soon as I'd seen her list her age in several of her articles. Well, you're clearly familiar with my background, right, Rita? Since you were in the same school year as my mother and my godmother? I probably ought to be asking you questions about them. Wasn't that fun, to discover that the connection she'd hit me with about my grandmother nearly a year earlier had been something she'd known about since school? Ah, yes. Fast friends, Margaret McGregor and Bellatrix Black, as I recall. She audibly gulped, not wanting me to ask any more questions. I hadn't confirmed with the staff if she went to Hogwarts, in which case it would be hard to assume she'd been anything other than in Slytherin and thus roommates with the two most notorious female Death Eaters. Perhaps equally embarrassing for her career as an elite journalist would have been if she hadn't been good enough to get into Hogwarts. She finally settled on, so you don't think this is another Death Eater plot? Not this time, I shook my head. I have a life outside of those guys, you know. I think my godmother just wants me to win the tournament. It would look good for the school it turns out she's been teaching at the very least. She was clearly trying to figure out where to pivot next, after being wrong-footed on her attempt to implicate me in Bellatrix's nonsense, when we spotted the three school heads, Umbridge, and another old man turn the corner and head toward us. I guess that's our time for now, Harry. I'm sure you're going to make this tournament interesting. Ah, Dumbledore announced as we got closer, I'm glad to see the press has found time to get interviews, but we must get started. He waved us both into the classroom and then led the rest of the group in after us, to get seated at the tables with the fancy tablecloths. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander? He gestured at the old man, whom some of you may not be familiar with. He's Britain's most esteemed wand maker, and he'll be checking the champions' foci to make sure they're in good condition for the tournament. I'd met Ollivander briefly, when Percy and I had been going basically everywhere in Diagon Alley out of boredom the previous summer. He was a strange, skinny old man with odd grey eyes. He moved over by one of the room's windows and asked for Fleur to step up first. He had excellent magical senses, and identified her wand core as Vila hair. One of my grandmother's, she confirmed. He pronounced it in working order after summoning some flowers from it, then suggested, Miss Malfoy next, please. Maeve sashayed over, turning over a pale, somewhat short wand. The old man pronounced, Rowan wood, 10 inches even, with a unicorn tail hair as the core. An excellent dueling wand, hard to turn to the dark arts. Not one of mine. Made in Ireland, she said, allowing everyone to assume her backstory without having to lie about it. It's full of old spells, he observed, placing the wand by his ear as if listening. Inherited? The echoes of its past glories speak louder than any recent castings. Maeve just shrugged. I rolled my eyes. Ollivander was all but confirming my suspicion that she couldn't actually cast spells like a witch normally would. I wondered if it was just an old Malfoy wand, or whether she'd had it for some other reason. Hell, maybe she'd killed someone in Ireland to take their wand for cover. Ollivander waved the wand and summoned an image of a rowan tree that hung in the air for a moment before dissipating. I'm not certain it's the best possible wand for you, young lady. Do feel free to come by my shop for a better fitted one. But, if it's been working for you, I suppose it is functional. He gave the wand back and she returned to lounging insouciantly against a wall. Mr. Dresden. This could take a minute, I grinned. I then proceeded to start unloading foci onto one of the desks that had been pushed up against the wall near Ollivander's window. I had quite a few items to put down. I listed off, as I placed them down, Soulfire Focus, Motion Staff, Blasting Rod, Shield Bracelet, Light Amulet, Unlocking Focus, Locking Focus, Basic Charms Focus. Each one went on the surface with a thunk. I made most of these myself, except the amulet and the unlocking focus. Quite the young enchanter, he said, clearly not expecting me to lay out an arsenal. He, of course, went for the apologies focus first, since it was the most like a wand. Unicorn horn with a phoenix feather core. Astounding. Not a true wand, but making excellent use of the properties of the materials. The core is from Albus Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken, making it only the third such that he has granted. He only made it through the staff and rod, with an interested hesitation over my mother's amulet, before announcing, I sense no permanent enchantments on any of these, so can confirm that they are valid tools for this challenge. I'm always interested to see foci that others have made for themselves. With a flourish, he utterly failed to get the unicorn horn focus to do anything, clearly unfamiliar with the Soulfire-based charms it could cast, or just using non-wand foci in general. Yes. Quite, he hedged, setting it back down and stepping back. Dumbledore stood up. Very good, then I guess we can get everyone back to class or their jobs. Photos, Dumbledore, photos. Bagman objected. The worst part about the photos were the group shots. I didn't love being stuck that close to Maeve, especially since her own Sid aura seemed to interact with Flisvila Allure, with me stuck in the middle of what felt like the moments before a lightning strike as the two energies fought for dominance. But, with a nearly 7-foot guy and two relatively tall but slight young women, there was no chance I could just stand off to the side. The photographer seemed challenged enough finding a position in the small room where he could get us all in the same frame. Colin was having a great time snapping photos like a real professional. I privately suspected that his were going to turn out better. In a lull while the photographer was changing out film, Maeve hissed at me, "Did you see the badges that have been going around the school?" She showed me a button that was pinned to her robe, green with silvery text that read, "Maeve Malfoy. Support the real Hogwarts champion." Nice, I told her, not letting her bug me. Lot of text for such a small button. Probably hard to read unless they have their face right in your chest. Who made those? Draco, she smirked, trying to dig in the knife. Oh, yeah? He wrote me a letter about that asking for permission. Wasn't sure he'd gone through with it. Did you see the secret feature? What? She asked, nonplussed. I reached over and tapped her button with my index finger, putting in a bit of magic, and it immediately swapped to a red background with gold text that read, "Dresden rocks. Good kid, that Draco." Chapter 25, Secret Agents. "I think Rita really likes you," Matilda observed, from the booth we'd settled at in the Three Broomsticks. The weekend after the weighing of the wands was a Hogsmeade weekend, so I'd shown up to see her, and we'd already seen basically all the shops she wanted to visit. Other than the access to magical goods, the town wasn't really that exciting to grown-ups that could go shopping whenever, most of the time. We'd, in particular, really enjoyed exploring the various eating establishments near our house, and Hogsmeade's options of 2 pubs and a tea shop were not up to that standard. "What makes you say that?" I asked. She pulled a copy of the Daily Prophet out of her bag, and showed it to me. It was clearly Rita's article based on the weighing of the wands, and had several of the pictures we'd taken that day. Or maybe she likes me. "You're barely in a love triangle at all." I schemed the article to what she was talking about. "Hey, I kind of come off as a sexy Scandinavian spy," I observed. Rita hadn't actually invented too much, but she'd phrased my connections to Dimstrang with some heavy implications. Nice attempt to link me to the city of Dresden in Germany. Dad was American, but why let that stop her? "Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying." She wasn't quite willing to say that I'm sleeping around on you with Fleur and Maeve. She nodded. I heard she asked around on the way out. "Good thing you were so bad at dating before I grabbed you. Nobody seriously thought you'd even flirted with anyone but me. Other than those rumors Maeve started. I wonder how much of this is that I've gotten on her good side by basically not fighting her too hard on giving interviews, and how much is that she's afraid to offend your family. We're not that powerful," she shook her head. "But I guess Dad could sue. You know, if she did actual slander." "Libel? The written one?" "Libel," I said. "I think it's the same Latin root as books." "Right. That. There aren't a lot of laws about printing. But the paper doesn't want to fight something they'd lose for sure." I finished skimming the articles and said, "She didn't bang the drum about my godmother, either. Mentioned the business, so maybe we'll even get to treat it as an advertisement. I'm going to assume that she likes me." Before we could continue that conversation further, a mop of red hair rose above the wall between booths, and Ron Weasley said, "PSST. What's up?" I asked. "I didn't tell you this," he whispered. "But Charlie is in town. With his co-workers. For the first task." He tapped his head as if to tell me to think about it, then sunk back down behind the divider. "Thanks, Ron," I said. Our lunch order showed up slightly after that, Madame Rosmerta dropping off the dishes with a wink and a statement of, "Might be a scorcher of a competition next week, hey, Harry." "I can take the heat, ma'am," I told her, then started digging into my meal. As we were finishing eating, Alexis tumbled out of the fireplace and stopped by the table to chat for a minute. "Can't stay long. I'm still working. Have to check on the stadium setup for the first task. It's going to need a lot of space. Good thing we cleared the spiders out of the forest last year. Though you might find some even worse monsters there, right now, if you went for a look. Anyway, see you both later." We were getting ready to head out, when Hagrid stopped by the table. "Goin' on a stroll wi Olymp? You know, Madame Maxime, tonight." "Congrats, Hagrid," I told him. "If you two wanna meet at my hut around sunset, we could make it a double date, or somethin'. Might be things worth seein' in the forest." He tapped his nose, very obviously, then headed out. Anyway, Matilda told me, once we were back strolling outside in the November damp chill, and out of immediate earshot of anyone else, I talked to Myrtle. "And Hagrid? How'd that go?" "I think she's finally figured out that Tom Riddle killed her. But she still has a hell of a crush." She scoffed. "Got her talking about his stuff. Main thing she could remember was a book. Like, a little black journal with paper like Muggles write in." "Hey," I said, "I didn't know they had pre-printed blank diaries in the 40s. But I guess it makes sense. Probably pretty easy to make your own, if they didn't." "Could be. She says she saw him writing in it a lot. I think he may have killed her because she noticed. She thought he was keeping something really interesting in there. Admits she tried to take a peek. I thought about it, and suggested, might have been his first spellbook. Severus Snape was inventing spells in the margins of his potions textbook. Maybe young Tom was inventing spells that would get him expelled, or taking notes on his basilisk hatching experiments. Hagrid remembered it too," she added. "Not until I mentioned it. But he couldn't think of any other objects." "It's thin. It's something," I assured her. "Worst thing that happens is we tell Dumbledore about it and he says, 'Oh, yeah, I confiscated that.' It was his Sherlock Holmes fan fiction. Very graphic." "I have no idea what you just said," my girlfriend giggled, "but I bet it's gross." "No porn like repressed Victorian British porn," I agreed. "Did I tell you we finally found the Black Manor pornography collection?" Bob was ecstatic. I keep having to order him to not tell me what was in it. She changed the subject. "You want to take me on a romantic walk? Where I'm the smallest person by far." "Might as well," I shrugged. We wandered back onto the Hogwarts grounds out of Hogsmeade. Argus Filch was watching the gate and he nodded at me. "Harry. Dragons." "Thanks, Argus," I nodded at him. We were on a first-name basis, now that we were both grown-ups and staff. It was a little weird, but I was getting used to the idea that adults were more than last names. The sun set in Scotland way before dinner in November, so leaving after lunch and taking a long walk across the town and grounds, we were almost late to Hagrid's double date. He'd spiffed himself up with a big flower for a boutonniere and had tried to comb and pomade his hair. It was something. He had Madame Maxime on his arm, and she, as always, looked well put together. It was interesting that he'd gone full mountain man with his giant heritage, while she looked like the classy French lady she was, just at the wrong scale. Just goes to show you, people are people, no matter their background. "Y'all all enjoy this," Hagrid assured us, "worth seein', trust me. Ani, don't go tellin' anyone I showed yet, right? None a yet are supposed to know." "I'm pretty sure we're checking the forest to see how it's recovered after the acromantulas were driven out," I agreed. "And take a lovely walk in the woods with our friends." "Exactly." Hagrid beamed, leading the way. We walked for a while through the woods, needing to use Hagrid's magical lantern that I'd made him and various other light charms to see at certain points, before we started to hear yells and roars. The thing that surprised me most was that they'd talked the centaurs into letting them knock down enough trees for the encampment. A couple dozen very serious, athletic people were running around trying to manage the 3 dragons in the clearing. "Chinese fireball isn't as big as I thought," Matilda observed, nonchalant, when the biggest of the dragons came into view. "Guess the mothers aren't as big on that breed." "Oh. I think that's Donna. She's one of my family's Welsh greens. If you face her, be nice. She's a sweetie. The Swedish short snout doesn't look like any trouble." We let Hagrid and Maxime get closer, while we hung back. Plausible deniability was the year's motto after all. Charlie Weasley spotted Hagrid and suggested he stay back, since the dragons could breathe fire 20 feet. Eventually, they wound up stunning 2 of the dragons, giving Charlie time to talk to Hagrid, and chide him about bringing Madame Maxime on a date. After all, she wasn't supposed to know and tell Fleur. He winked at us, once he spotted us further back in the treeline. After Hagrid asked just a ridiculous ton of questions about dragons that I was sure he already knew all the answers to, we started strolling back. "C'est fantastique," Maxime observed as we returned. "Thank you for this, Rubius." "T were nothin'," he shrugged. "Shame they didn't bring Norberta, but I don't think she's broodin' yet." The French half-giantess looked a bit confused in the dark as the 3 of us got a wistful look about Hagrid's baby dragon from 3 years prior. Sexing dragons was difficult, and it turned out the Norwegian ridgeback he'd called Norbert had been female. "Can we get them to keep Donna around after?" Matilda asked. "She'd be great to show to the newt classes." "I don't see why not," Hagrid shrugged, clearly happy for an excuse to keep a dragon around the campus. "Write your stepmom for permission." "On it," she assured him. She suddenly realized something, and exclaimed, "Maeve better not wind up against Donna. She'll hurt her." "Yeah, this whole thing feels kind of barbaric," I agreed. "I'm assuming we don't need to kill the dragons, but things could go wrong." Hagrid shrugged. He clearly didn't know what the actual challenge was other than that it involved us all getting our own dragon to face in some way. We bid them farewell at the treeline and I started to walk Matilda back to the castle as a shadowy figure stumbled out of the forest. I had my blasting rod drawn and she had her wand out and covering me before we recognized Headmaster Karkaroff. "Good reflexes," he told us, once he was in conversational distance. He had his own wand to hand, but not pointed at us. "I have news. The first challenge is dragons." We just stared at him like we'd just stared at everyone else being helpful and secretive all day. After all, Charlie had warned us as soon as he heard I'd been drawn as a champion. I just sighed, "Thank you, sir." I wondered how many more people would warn me before the event. Chapter 26, Triple Dragon. While I'd been nonchalant about the dragons over the weekend, Tuesday morning brought the jitters. Part of that was that they'd moved up the task by 2 days, the 24th, when they'd said we were doing the task, was a Thursday. I assumed the organizers had just put dates on the events so they could change them and mess with me. But the main reason for my anxiety was that dragons were dangerous. Even Donna, who Matilda assured me was just a sweetheart, was a multi-ton flying death machine with breath nearly as hot as Fiendfyre and an extreme resistance to spells. And they weren't even letting me wear my enchanted coat. As I was led down to the arena that they'd set up on one of the edges of the Forbidden Forest, I considered my options. I'd watched the dragon handlers stun them, so it was just a question of whether I could hit as hard as a half-dozen wizards before the dragon got me. I thought it was actually possible, but it wouldn't be impressive. The reality was that this wasn't a competition, it was a game show. The object wasn't just to accomplish the goal, but also to entertain the audience. I was pretty sure that Maeve would do something flashy with ice and illusions. That would either be very useful, or very weak against a dragon, probably depending on how hot its fire got and how good its senses were. I wasn't totally sure about Fleur, but what little I'd seen of her casting at the World Cup debacle, I expected subtle. We finally stopped moving after traveling around the edge of the forest, where a large tent was set up. I was pretty sure we were just on the other side of where the dragons had been kept, which we'd approached from inside the forest the other night. I realized they'd put up stands, since I could hear the hubbub of the crowd. I felt like we were still just inside the Hogwarts grounds, so the fortune wards would probably keep any of us from actually getting killed. Prevent us from getting horribly burned? Maybe not so much. Haas. McGonagall had been calling me a couple of times, and I'd been lost in thought. Haas. Are you ready for this? If I'm not, too late now, right? I told my grandmother, probably not reassuring her. I noted a shimmer in the air that traced an arc through the air over the tent and asked, "Wards up to keep the crowd from getting injured?" "Albus erected them himself," she confirmed. I pressed, "Keep in smoke and fire, do you think?" "Potentially," she allowed. "Perhaps a bubblehead charm if you expect to give the dragon a number of opportunities to incinerate you." If I had to rely on the wards, I was down to something like Plan E, but it was good to know that I had the option if the better ideas fell through. Before I could grill her further, she held open the back flap of the tent for me to enter. Strangely, it wasn't a space-expanded tent, just a non-magical, if large, pavilion. Fleur was already sitting on a stool inside looking nervous, while Maeve was standing nonchalantly across the room. 3 beds and a chest of healing supplies filled one wall of the tent, with the Mediwitch herself trying to look unobtrusive. Hopefully we wouldn't be needing her services. Bagman was waiting in the middle of the room. "Good-o!" he exclaimed as I entered. He was still wearing his old and ill-fitting Quidditch team robes. As the sounds of the crowd intensified outside, he explained the challenge, acting as if it was a big mystery that it was dragons. He finally remembered to tell us that the point of the challenge was to collect a golden egg that the dragons were sitting on, mixed in with their natural eggs. We'd draw from a sack to determine our order. I'd say ladies first, but there are 2 ladies, so let's just go alphabetical, Bagman decided. Fleur, you're first whether we go by first name or last name, so here you go. He held out the purple silk bag, and she drew a tiny green dragon labeled with the number 2. The token was animated, and very cute. Be nice to Donna, I told her. She's a sweetheart, according to my girlfriend. Fleur boggled, she is, not joking. I shrugged, then took my turn with the bag. It was rather easy to determine that the 2 remaining tokens were different sizes. I could have gone with the smaller one, but I figured that would be first and, thus, when the judges would be the most conservative with their points to see how everyone else did. Maeve could probably put on a big finish and win. I grabbed the bigger one, pulling a brilliant red figure with the number 3 on it. Only one left for you, Maeve. Bagman let her take the blue figurine with the number 1. And that means you're up first. Thrilling, she shrugged. Well, I'm announcing and judging, he told us, so just head out when you hear the whistle. 1 for each of you. Maeve, why don't you walk out with me real quick? With that, Bagman took his leave, Maeve following behind him. It was suspicious. He probably wanted to talk to her for some reason. To throw her off a bit, I suggested, break a leg. As she sauntered out, getting me an irritated look. You ready? I asked Fleur, when it was just the 2 of us waiting, with, of course, Madame Pomfrey at hand for healing purposes. I think so, she tried to convince herself. The Welsh green is not so bad. I am going to put it to sleep. Could work, I told her, not that surprised. Glad I didn't plan on stunning mine. That would be embarrassing if we both tried the same thing. Don't worry, you'll do great. Just make sure it's all the way asleep before you get too close, watch the claws, and don't forget your flame-freezing charms. I was just sharing the suggestions Matilda and I had worked out if I decided to stun mine. Dragons could be dangerous even in their sleep. They sometimes snored fire. Thanks, Harry. It's almost like you want me to win. She was momentarily distracted by the sounds of a roaring dragon from outside, and the glacial snap of Maeve casting frost spells. Hey, I didn't ask to be in this competition, and nobody even likes Maeve. It's your competition to lose. I smiled at her. Oh. Can I trade you for your dragon token after the match? I think Matilda would love to have a tiny Donna. That seems fair, she agreed. You are a good boyfriend. I'm trying. You seen any more of Bill Weasley since the World Cup? That got a wistful smile. He thinks he is too old, but we are still writing letters. I'm trying to convince him to escort me to the Yule Ball. The boys at Hogwarts are, unable to keep their eyes to themselves. I don't fancy spending all evening with one staring down my dress. High collar. You're going to want it for the winter in Scotland anyway, I joked. You mean it gets colder than this? I zuffed this area at a temperate climate. I shook my head. Pretty sure they just built the castle up here because nobody ever wanted to freeze their butts off attacking it. We almost missed the second whistle, we'd gotten so busy talking. Fleur let out a small squeak then headed out. It took her 10 minutes, most of which was very quiet. I suspected she was lurking on one side of the field building a ritual sleep spell. It wasn't that far off from my plan, so it was good that it seemed to work. Finally, there was an announcement of a score, clapping, and my whistle. I strode out and waved my staff at the crowd, which was the entire school mixed in with assorted adults in the temporary stands that ringed the non-forest side of the enclosure. I could tell where Gryffindor was, because that part of the stands was going nuts. The ground in the enclosure was slightly hilly like the rest of the forest, the trees sheared off at ground level, and the ground cover mostly singed and stamped down from the dragons being kept penned for several days. Fortunately it wasn't raining, or it would be a gross mud pit. As it was slightly damp, probably from Maeve putting up ice walls or something similar. It would do. A confused-looking red dragon had been attached by a long chain to the other end of the enclosure, crouched over her clutch of eggs. I could make out a gold twinkle mixed in. Just in case it was that easy, I incanted, Oxio golden egg. No such luck. If they'd forgotten to ward against that, I'd have been very annoyed. Down to business then. I had a few rituals to manage, so I started making a circle and planning it out. First up, charms to protect me from flames and let me breathe. Wand users could do the flame freezing charm and the bubble head charm without a ritual, but I had to make do. Next up, a little transfiguration for my insurance plan. Finally, the big project. I stabilized a glob of earth, added runes, and enchanted it. This kind of thing wasn't going to last more than a few minutes, but that's all I needed. Penny and Percy had helped me with the arithmancy, and if this worked out, it might be a cool idea to take all the way to a real spell. The crowd was getting a little annoyed watching me sit in a ritual circle for 5 minutes, but they'd put up with the same from Fleur, and my finish was likely to be bigger than hers had been. Finally, I felt ready, broke my circle, and began walking toward the dragon. I could hear the murmur of the crowd rise in anticipation, but I tuned them out to focus on the dragon. Depulso. I started, using my staff to banish the ritual object at the dragon. It had a strong sticking charm, and the dragon didn't really register it as much of a threat, just turning a bit so it hit its shoulder and stuck. Dragons didn't have to fear much of anything that small, maybe even including high-caliber bullets. She probably would have scraped it off after a moment, but that's why I already had my blasting rod out, rushing forward and casting Incendio. That got the Chinese fireball's attention. A flying rock wasn't a threat, but my enormous gout of flame was at least potentially a challenge. She roared and her own fires shot out of her mouth and nostrils toward me, billowing into a mushroom shape from their speed and resembling the fireballs the dragon was named after. Right, dragon fire is fast. Bombarda! I yelled, just blowing up a whole chunk of turf and a tree stump into an impromptu barrier. Nothing like a cloud of earth to stop a flamethrower. I still had to duck down, as the force of the blast sent little bits of charred tree and hot rocks back my way. I split my focus a bit to notice that the crowd was going wild. Entertainment value was why I went with Plan A. While I'd ducked, I hadn't really stopped moving, and as the ground landed from the explosion, I'd covered several yards of terrain and found time to launch a few more gouts of flame on the run. Matilda had assured me that Chinese fireballs were basically the siege weapons of dragonkind. Their fireballs were powerful, but it took them a little while to charge up another blast. I believed her, but there's still a moment of real terror when you're sprinting over mostly open terrain relying on the super hot breath weapon to have a cycle time. Fortunately, appropriately used strong emotion is good for magic power, so my own fear-fueled fireballs phased the flaming fiend. Oh, I was nervous enough to start alliterating. I really hoped the enchanted item was working. Hearing a big intake of breath that must mean the dragon had recharged, I dove for a small hillock and went prone behind it, raising my shield bracelet for extra protection. There was no way it could take Dragon Fire face on, but it might catch any spillover. I hit the ground hard, and didn't regret the bruising I was giving myself to avoid burns, as cinders that used to be part of the hill rushed over me and the earth at my back shuddered from the impact of the flume of flame. And it was starting to get hard to see the dragon, for all the smoke. Perfect. I managed to roll to my feet and double back the way I'd come, loosing a few more of my own fire-making charms into the smoke where I could barely make out the dragon. I had a vague plan of diving into the hole I'd made with my exploding charm if I needed another barrier. But then, the dragon tried to suck in air for another blast, and started coughing. Yes. In normal circumstances, a dragon isn't going to be that inconvenienced by its own smoke. They usually don't stick around in one place, they live outside, and the force of the breath and wings will tend to send bad air away from them. But a clever wizard who's good at wind charms and object-attracting jinxes, and has a middle school science education, can make that less of a foregone conclusion. The glob of earth I'd stuck to her was an anchor for a spell to suck smoke and carbon dioxide toward the dragon, with a bit of a side attempt of keeping flammable oxygen away. Even with fire that was mostly magical, it still needed enough air to ignite, and the dragon had to breathe. If we'd actually needed to incapacitate the dragon, my plan had been to create enough smoke that the thing passed out. It would have been like Fla's plan, only way more spectator-friendly. But since I just needed the golden egg, this whole process was a short con. After all, the thing still had teeth and claws, if I tried to run in and take the egg. No, that's what my transfiguration was for. Fighting fire with fire had been a lovely distraction while my doxy puppets flew in and stole the egg. Creating them was way easier in the room of requirement, but I'd made enough that I had the basic idea down, as long as I had the time. As I strode back toward the entrance, towering cloud of smoke at my back and flying constructs bringing the egg to my hand, I hoped it looked cool enough for a good score. The crowd, at least, seemed to appreciate it. I may have ruined the effect slightly when I let out a squeak and frantically looked behind me as the dragon tried to get off one last fire blast, before giving up and saving her energy. Chapter 27, Book Club. It turned out I'd been right about getting scored for entertainment value, but I'd underestimated how much it was rigged. Seriously, who thought that it was a good idea letting the headmasters, who'd be biased by default, account for 60% of the score? And both of the other judges were British. Maeve and Fleur were tied at 37 points, while I was at 44. Despite Fleur having a basically perfect run, on my advice not to let her guard down, I heard she'd avoided a jet of flame from her sleeping dragon. Only Dumbledore and Maxime scored her with 10s. Karkaroff had spiked her for not being from his school, Bagman dinged her for not being exciting enough, and Umbridge made some minor excuse for racist scoring. Meanwhile, Maeve had been very showy with her ice walls and illusions, but had taken a while to overcome the smallest dragon, and injured it and destroyed an egg in the process. Dumbledore and Maxime took off points for that. Umbridge wasn't much more of a fan of her than she was of Fleur, but Karkaroff and Bagman gave her suspiciously high scores. I figured that Karkaroff was helping my godmother ensure one of us won over Fleur. Maybe Bagman just liked the spectacle, but I wondered if he was trying to adjust his gambling book with his own thumb on the scale. Mine were the only scores that seemed roughly even, 8 or 9 from every judge, except a 10 from Karkaroff. Before I headed over to the Gryffindor dorms for the after-party they were hosting for the Durmstrang students, I stopped in at Dumbledore's office. An excellent showing, Harry, he observed from across his desk, though I rather expect you could have ended it faster. I overestimated how much showmanship was worth, I agreed. Bagman seemed to be the only one grading on it, and he cares more about his gambling anyway. I was fiddling with the golden egg while I talked. I'd discovered that it was some kind of puzzle box. Supposedly it held a clue to the second task. Perhaps. Also, don't open that in here, please. Might give me a clue. I wondered, but I noticed a slight wince, as if anticipating that he wouldn't like it if it opened. Is it going to be annoying? Perhaps try it while your roommates aren't in the house, he admitted. Fine, I stopped tinkering with the egg. Did Thilda tell you about the journal? I hadn't had a chance to check in with him since Hogsmeade. He shook his head, so I explained. Myrtle remembered that Tom Riddle had a little black journal he was always writing in. If he used her death to make his first Horcrux, that could be an item of significance. His teenage grimoire. Perhaps a bit of a reach, the headmaster considered, and closed his eyes as if to aid in his own recall. After a few moments, he said, but I remember a similar book that he would always hide as soon as he saw me. Even if he didn't consider it a valuable enough possession to store his soul in, it might contain his research from the time. Not that it gives us much to go on. He must have amassed hundreds of tomes of dark magic in the subsequent years. Still gives us a place to start, if any of our friendly Death Eaters remember him handing it out. If my godmother comes to the party tonight, I can ask her. He sighed. I'm not sure we can rely on Bellatrix's information, with what I've discovered. Figured out what we agreed to with the tournament. As we suspected, by entering a champion of their own in the Triwizard tournament, they were, in essence, agreeing to settle their war via the competition rather than open battle. It was fairly common in the olden days, when enemies decided that their armies were evenly matched and they would rather not see all of their warriors slaughter one another. I asked, but what do they want as a concession if they win? What they've wanted since it was erected, the destruction of the Veil and full access to our world. I nervously spun the golden egg around in my hand. What does that mean? Wargs and Locratas on every main street? The utter destruction of the Statute of Secrecy? Everyone has to worry about pixies stealing their shoes and brownies charging them a gallon of milk to make new ones. Perhaps. I personally doubt it will be quite so apocalyptic, given the long-ranging plans that they've made to get this far. But we've lost so much knowledge about the Fae, since they were locked away. I rather hope that most creatures of the Never-Never cannot freely cross between our world and theirs. At the very least, however, it will mean that the Cid will fully play a role in this world's politics, if only from the shadows. Plus, no more teleporting, I added. That caused him to blanch a bit. Indeed, I had not considered that problem. That would certainly upset the status quo if apparition and port keys no longer provided wizards the ability to immediately respond to threats, no matter their location. I thought of an even bigger issue. If it takes out the Flow network, suddenly this business of wizards living wherever they want and commuting across hundreds of miles to work every day stops. Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory going to carpool by broom every morning 150 miles from Devon to London. That really got him. He was only able to juggle his 3 careers due to the ability to pop over to the Ministry to oversee trials and go to wherever the International Confederation of Wizards met when he had to chair those meetings. I'll just try to make sure Fleur wins this tournament, hey. And I shall attempt to find a way to declare the tournament invalid. We might honestly prefer fighting a war. He looked every one of his 100 and whatever years. But, do please enjoy your victory party. I'll keep you apprised if there's anything else you can do. It was a short walk past the room of requirement to the Gryffindor common room, and I could immediately tell the difference from previous dorm parties. The room was at least a dozen Durmstrang students fuller, and that changed the dynamic a lot. In particular, it was obvious where Victor Krum was, because all the house's Quidditch players and superfans were crushed into one side of the room. Harry. Hermione noticed me first, from the group that wasn't mobbing the professional seeker. But that set the room off, and suddenly there was a tremendous amount of noise in my honor. It was not a great time to have sensitive hearing, but I powered through. I held the golden egg up, for lack of other useful gesture, and the sound redoubled. Even the Durmstrang kids seemed thrilled that I'd won the event, for all that it was being treated as a Gryffindor victory. Maybe we'd see some long-term international cooperation after all. The event had been held early in the day, and it was a school day anyway, so the party couldn't be that ridiculous. But it was a good time, and I got to catch up with my younger friends outside just teaching them in class. Speaking of which, Fred and George finally got me back for scaring them with the werewolf in my first nude class, and I spent half the party partially transfigured into a lion man, for both house pride and payback. I think I like it, Matilda purred in my ear. You look like the guy from that telly show. You know, with the lady from Terminator. I didn't really know much about the show, but if she wanted to role-play Beauty and the Beast later, I'd be for it. At some point, I found myself sitting next to Crumb, shifted together by the rolling tides of popularity. He told me, in his thick accent, I am glad it was you. I have no interest in fighting dragon. Karkaroff seemed like he wanted you to be the champion, though, I said. Day. He expects much. I checked, you weren't just sticking around in school an extra year for this, were you? He shook his head. VIT Quidditch schedule, I lose credit hours. Is favor you also do me? It will be much easier to finish year not competing in tournament. Well, I'm glad it worked out, I assured him. Graduate, and it'll be a lot easier to work. He nodded and, seeing that there was a lull in the attention being paid us, he asked, by the way, do you know girl VIT curly brown hair? She is very pretty, and seems unimpressed by my fame. I hear she is also very smart. I followed his eyes to Hermione, and I told him, she's only 15 though. And sort of taken. But if you're looking for a date to the Yule Ball, let me introduce you to my friend Katie. She's a really good chaser. As the party was winding down, I realized I hadn't seen my godmother at all, but Karkaroff had been quietly lurking in the corner to chaperone the whole time. I'd have to be more circumspect, since his loyalties weren't really certain. I understood that he'd betrayed the other Death Eaters, so probably wouldn't be interested in going back to them, but I didn't want to give him ammunition to trade for a return to Voldemort's favor. Still, he might know something that neither of my other contacts did. Fun event, I told him, dragging over a chair to sit next to him, and keeping my voice low enough that we wouldn't be easily overheard. He agreed, all three of you did well. Good thing someone offed your former boss. Probably harder to visit Britain if he'd been running around. His expression closed off, but he grudgingly nodded. It is better for all of that to be behind us. You know how paranoid Dumbledore is, right? I suggested, and he regarded me for a moment before giving a slight nod. We're trying to tie up some loose ends. You know, make sure nobody else in the group can find out his secrets, to replace him or bring him back again. Wise enough, was all he gave me. I plowed on. I hear from my godmother that he might have given out various keepsakes at some point before his defeat in 81. Some of those items might be relevant. He thought about it for several seconds, before offering, he gave me a dagger. I think, even then, he was asking whether I would stab him in the back, given the chance. He is a dangerous man. I was vaguely interested in the dagger, but I stayed on topic. You didn't happen to see if anyone got a book? Supposedly a thin little Muggle-style black diary. He might have kept some of his important notes as a student in it. That got a stifled bark of laughter. What am I supposed to do with a blank book? Write my life story, he quoted, and he did a pretty good impression of an upper-class British accent. You should talk to Lucius. Please tell me what he looks like when he realizes it was full of his master's secrets, if he had just figured out the trick. I smirked, I'll do that. Thank you, sir. I guessed I was paying another trip to Lucius Malfoy. The real question was whether I'd risk bringing my boss, since they got along like a house on fire. Chapter 28, FaceTime. I thought the Dark Lord was mocking me, Lucius Malfoy complained. A blank Muggle journal. His childhood name embossed on it, and a taunting sense of powerful dark magics, but nothing. Every test I tried to reveal its secrets failed. I did everything short of defacing the pages, but that would be indelible proof that I had not simply hidden it away as he asked. I'd sent an owl to Lucius, and a few days later he'd consented to meet me at his house. I'd decided not to bring Moody, particularly to his actual house. We didn't need it to be on fire at this juncture. That it was me saying that convinced my boss I had a good point. My godmother had put in an appearance, and after some pleasantries we'd jumped right to the particulars. Maybe it was her presence, or Moody's absence, but Lucius had been more forthcoming. Especially since we knew what to ask about. Nope. Could be a Horcrux, I told him. Bellatrix had assured me he was read in and as invested as she was in making sure Tom Riddle didn't keep popping back up. Fascinating. To put a piece of his soul in such a cheaply made object. I never would have imagined. He truly seemed shaken up. So, you still have it? I pressed, knowing that there was no way my life was that easy. Unfortunately, no, he told me, to nobody's great surprise. Remember Arthur Weasley's raids 2 years ago? I made a point to dispose of everything that might lead to accusations from his people. A Muggle journal that radiated dark magic would be precisely the kind of thing the misuse of Muggle artifacts department would hone in on. In fact, I seem to recall encountering you and your friends at the ice cream shop shortly after I sold the last of the lot. I boggled at him. You're quite possibly the richest wizard in Britain. You couldn't just, I don't know, put it in a safety deposit box somewhere? That's what she did, I indicated my godmother. The goblins have always liked her better. They might have asked even harder questions than the ministry would, he disagreed, his head shake making his long silvery hair flutter. And placing it in a muggle institution would have been extremely risky. There are wizards that make a habit of locating unattended magical objects. Without wards, even a vault door would be of little consequence. How are there any wizards that are poor? I wondered, not able to refute his logic. I'd often considered myself how good even a first year at Hogwarts would be at robbery. He shrugged, lack of ambition, courage, and knowledge of how to launder money. I don't understand it either. Mostly tuned out for the conversation, Bellatrix finally asked, where'd you sell it, Lucius? Borgians. Yes, as part of a parcel lot. I didn't call out the book, so it's unlikely he would have sold it to his usual clientele. So he either threw it away or just sold it to anyone, and might not have even kept a record. I was just shy of swearing. What do you think the chances are he'd tell me what he knows? Field trip. My godmother bounced up, suddenly interested. He wouldn't tell. Me, he will. I'll make you a deal, Harry, dear. I feel like promenading. No more need to cloak and scuttle down the alley. I need to check my vaults. We'll see if my husband has moved the cup, I'll see if there's anything else I might want in there, and then we'll go see Borgin. You and that morally upstanding business partner of yours can be my insurance against disagreements with the Aurors. Sounds like a plan to me, I said, wondering what her angle was. Call Moody. We'll go after lunch. I actually managed to pull that off, but Moody insisted on wearing his invisibility cloak and shadowing us, just in case. I'd given him the quick rundown and he was extra suspicious. But I was happy enough to have him on overwatch as I strolled down Diagon Alley in the shadows. Early in December, the sun set in London around 4 in the afternoon, so the shadows of the taller buildings were immense even before then. There was light enough, though, for several people to recognize my godmother and scamper away in fear. However, it was a straight shot to Gringotts, and we got there without being stopped. The goblin at the desk seemed as startled as the people on the street. Madame Lestrange. Dear me. How can I help you today? Well, you see, I have all these muggle cashier's checks and I wanted to inquire about the exchange rate for turning them into galleons, she said, sarcasm dripping off of her voice. I wish to enter my vault. Obviously. You have identification. The goblin tried. I wasn't sure what Lucius Malfoy had done that the goblins liked his sister-in-law better. Lots of polyjuiced imposters visiting banks for vaults long untouched. She wondered. I've never been asked to identify myself before. We have heard that someone has been buying up Boomslangskin and Bicornhorn of late, the teller shrugged. And your wand will do, madam. He held out a trembling hand. Almost faster than I could see her move, her wand was drawn and pointed at the center of the goblin's forehead from a foot away. Take a close look. You shan't be touching it. She flipped a small golden key onto the counter. Now follow protocol and confirm that's the key to the Lestrange vault. Honestly, you act like notorious killers don't wander in off the street to check their vaults for the first time in over a decade all the time. Good. Good. This all seems to be in order, the terrified goblin examined the key. I shall need the clankers. I tried to send him an apologetic look as he ran off to collect whatever that was. This is what Lucius doesn't understand, she explained to me, while we waited, having once again stowed her wand. They don't care about polite. They don't like wizards. You just have to tell them what to do, and expect them to do it. Always a teachable moment, hey, ma'am. I barely avoided rolling my eyes. Just helping you in business. I thought you had a moment of clarity earlier about why any wizard could be poor, but then I realized you already know the answer. It's your stupid attachment to ethics. You could do with knocking over a few muggle cash houses and learning to deposit the funds in a respectable bank. I'll consider it, I said, clearly lying. The goblin returned with a leather bag that seemed to be full of chains or something else that jingled. Or clanked, I guessed, if the naming scheme was literal. I shall take you to your vault. I hadn't actually been to a vault in the bank before. I had heard about the mine carts, but I wasn't prepared for a ride for which you'd normally have to queue in line for half an hour at Six Flags Great America. I hadn't had much interaction with goblins, but they had to be as mad as wizards. No, wait, they had a blind dragon that you had to scare off with the quite literal clankers to get to the Lestrange vault. They were more mad than wizards. This is my second dragon battle this week. I yelled over the racket of the clankers as we progressed to the vault door. If only you'd had clankers for the first one. Bellatrix agreed. Would that work? I asked, rather doubting it. The goblin shook his head and said loudly, no, the Gringotts dragons are conditioned to fear the sound. Any other dragon would not have that response. Looking at the scarred, Terrified beast, I didn't want to think about what conditioned meant. Charlie Weasley would probably be appalled. I knew Matilda would be. I wouldn't mention it to her until after the holidays, so she would have a Merry Christmas. Ultimately, with the goblin's touch and the vault key, the immense door literally melted away, revealing a mostly unworked cave full of treasure. The wealth of the pureblood families was ridiculous, as was the fact that their money just sat in the ground. I'd left Muggle High School when I was 15, and I still had a better idea about investments and compounded interest than most of them seemed to. And despite the mountain of wealth, my godmother frowned. It's been picked over. The cup should be right over there, she pointed. Well, you'll simply have to track down Roddy and Rabby. Waste not, want not, she shrugged, and started grabbing other items of interest and putting them into her purse, which seemed to be as expanded as my bag of holding. I shan't force you to refuse charity, Harry. I know you'd be suspicious of a handout from me. She was kicking what had to be thousands of dollars worth of gold coins out of her way like so much trash as she said it. She wasn't wrong, but I'd never had the costs of my own moral code so blatantly pointed out to me. Right. To see a man about a diary. She ordered, having finished taking the arbitrary items that she was interested in. It didn't make sense that the ride out seemed to be just as fast as the ride in. Roller coasters weren't meant to go that fast uphill. I assumed that Moody had picked us back up as we left the bank. It would be hard not to. I'd heard about a few isolated Death Eater attacks since the World Cup but none in the alley, so it had recovered somewhat from the pall that fell over it immediately after the event. Still, everyone had cleared out quickly at rumors of Bellatrix Lestrange about. At least, I assumed that was why the streets were almost zombie apocalypse levels of deserted when we stepped back out. My godmother stopped as soon as we walked out onto the stone steps in front of the bank and wondered, what? No aura surrounding us? I had assumed it would be here. It would make an excellent photograph. I could have called Rita. I suggested, fishing for information about whether she'd known the reporter. She sniffed, not giving me an answer. To our next stop, then, but keep an eye out for the posse. It was nearing true sunset by the time we made it to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. The street outside the disreputable magic shop was not as deserted as the main thoroughfares, and I had no idea whether the few stragglers loitering were a normal number for a dark December afternoon, or whether word had preceded us. None of the not-so-innocent bystanders seemed inclined to try their luck against us. The haggling in the shop itself was almost anticlimactic, as Mr. Borgin stooped over to the counter, asked what we were looking for, and simply consulted a logbook. Please remind Mr. Malfoy that this is not a pawn shop. I held on to his lot for as long as I could, in case he wished to purchase any back, but 2 years is a long time to wait. Ah, here we are. Assorted books were logged, but no specific record of a black journal, I'm afraid. I'll have the boy check through the records and bookshelves. Is the need pressing, only? A slightly oily bell started to ring a faint but repeating chime beneath the desk, and the proprietor glanced out of the grimy windows. I could see movement as well. No. Simply owl me once you have more information, she assured him, noting the movement. Would you like to use the shop's flue, madam? He offered. She considered it, but clearly I'd been brought here as a useful prop and she was interested in having it out with the Aurors. No. I supposed this is public enough it will have to do. Thank you, Mr. Borgin. Come along, Harry. Let's do this properly. Suspecting we'd have been better off using the fireplace, I followed her out onto the dark and closed-in street, where only the remaining color of the sky made it obvious how black it had gotten in an alley that considered well-lit thoroughfares to be an affront to honest skullduggery. The shop behind us had a dim lantern over the door, and it was sufficient to make out the quartet of Aurors loosely spaced to trap us against the wall. Of course, it was Dawlish leading the crew. I recognized the other three as part of his usual squad that would show up to harass me. As soon as he had our attention, he said, Bellatrix Lestrange. I have a standing warrant for your arrest. Ah, Johnny, my godmother swapped into her annoying baby talk, is all this because I wouldn't go to Hogsmeade with you in 4th year? He ignored her, and tut, Dresden. I can have you on all kinds of conspiracy, now that your relationship to this Death Eater is out. And coming out of such an establishment despite your parole. She sighed, well, I'd hoped I'd get someone smart, like that nice Shacklebolt fellow, but if you're determined to take us in, I'm excited to get to pay my solicitor to make you look like an idiot. Oh, I know about your little deal with the fairies, he grinned, looking macabre in the flickering lamplight. And I'm very interested in how you pulled such a thing off. But I understand it only covers crimes committed up to the signing of the Accords. Pretty sure shopping isn't a crime, even in Nocturne Alley, I told him. I'm sure there's stuff we could dig up, he shrugged. But why would we have to? After all, we can pin the deaths of 3 Aurors on you. His 3 partners were as nonplussed by that statement as we were, and turned to look at him for confirmation. And that was all it took for 3 blasts of magic to take them all, from 3 different directions, One's neck was instantly opened up from the cutting curse. Another took a gout of nauseating purple flame which instantly caused him to collapse to the ground. The last was decapitated by a powerful blasting curse to the base of the skull. It only took moments. I was covered in blood and bits of the Auror's head, and in the light of the blast I could make out the 3 other wizards spread out and covering us from the shadows of the alley. I was shocked that even Dawlish would do such a thing, but finally put the pieces together, and groaned, "Crouch." Barty Crouch Jr., whose plans seemed to always involve disguise, let his tongue flick out to moisten John Dawlish's lips. "Took you long enough. Now, we should have a talk, long overdue, about your plans, Bella." Chapter 29, Shadow Boxing. I shouldn't be blasé about watching 3 men murdered in a gruesome fashion not 10 feet from me. I was covered in bits of their blood and tissues. I should be screaming or vomiting, unable to focus, but I was steady, if grossed out. Maybe it was adrenaline, and I'd fall apart later. Maybe I'd seen enough deaths that I had a strong stomach. Maybe it was just that I didn't particularly know or like the victims, for all that I wouldn't have wanted them dead. But maybe having my mentor's death on my soul had broken something fundamental in me. There was a good reason not to commit murder with magic, and the prime examples of it had us surrounded. I chanced to look at my godmother out of the corner of my eye. It was hard to make out her features, backlit as she was by the only light source in the alley where it shone from above the door behind us, but I suspected she was trying to play it cool. No matter how good she was, people got lucky in a fight, and given the 3 separate spells while Dawlish did nothing, they had to have 4 wands on us from the darkness. "Now that we have your attention," Crouch continued, "I'd like to talk about what you're up to, and whether you killed the Dark Lord. And I order you to answer him." One of the other assailants, the one that had managed the cutting curse, shouted from the darkness. "Is that you, Roddy, dear?" She called into the shadows. "I supposed that means the others are Rabbi and Antonin, yes? Sloppy, using your signature curse, Tony. You never taught it to anyone else." "Enough passing information to the boy," Crouch told her, "now that I knew our friends in the dark were the Lestrange brothers and Antonin Dolohov. In particular, Dolohov was supposed to be a champion duelist, and there was no telling whether he'd recovered his skills after half a year out of Azkaban. Way I see it, you have 4 outcomes: we kill you both, you run with Auror deaths on you, we don't turn you in and just kill Dresden, or we leave both of you alive. That last is contingent on having a really good explanation for this fairy nonsense and cutting us in." "But Barty," she argued, "if I'd wanted you in, I could have invited you at any time." From the shadows, Rodolphus insisted, "Bellatrix Lestrange, I am your head of house and you will cease this nonsense and share your plans." "That's not very progressive," I told him. "Might as well order her into the kitchen to go make you a sandwich." "It was an arranged marriage," my godmother assured me. "Not even consummated. Were I beholden to a head of house, it would not be you, dear." "Good time to ask them about the thing." I asked her. "Go ahead, Harry. What did you do with the cup?" I asked, to the shadows on the left where the Lestrange brothers seemed to be lurking. "How the hell do they know about the cup?" Robistan asked. "Shut up," Crouch ordered. "I know you're both skilled fighters, but you're surrounded so you need to start taking this seriously and explaining." I thought back to Percy's invented term from earlier in the summer and argued, "You see, that's where you're wrong. We're not surrounded, you're inverted. Constant vigilance." Then all hell broke loose. I had thought exactly 2 seconds ahead, and managed to pull off my clever plan to not die, shield charm with my left hand, levitating the body with the exploded head with my right, and moving quickly to the side. I caught 2 lesser curses on the shield and managed to intercept the green light of Crouch's screamed, Avada Kedavra. On the body. I didn't love using a murdered man as mobile cover, but he couldn't get any more dead, and I certainly could. To my right, my godmother was backing my play. We'd never actually fought as a team, but she knew what I was capable of, and that I was basically mobile armor to her heavy artillery. After the initial salvo that I managed to absorb, the 4 of them were having to take the effort to shield against Bellatrix's attacks around the edge of my shield. If we'd been alone, they would have been able to spread out and probably take us down, though my godmother might have killed a couple of them in the process. But we had backup, and more of it than I'd expected. It was hard to make out what was going on across the alley where it was pitch black and lit only by spell fire, but I heard voices that weren't just Moody's. The paranoid old man had grabbed additional backup of his own. I also heard even more voices that weren't the 4 Death Eaters in front of us, so they'd probably brought some additional backup as well. While it would superficially seem like we should have kept them all flanked between us, we had no cover but my shield and a dead Auror, and you really don't want to be completely opposite your allies in a firefight anyway. I'd given half a thought to falling back into Borgin and Burke's, but early in the conversation I'd heard a faint click that made me suspect the old man had locked up specifically to avoid a battle spilling into his place of business. I wasn't sure how long it took before we had curved back around to the left, meeting up with our allies. "Watcher, Dresden. Tonks managed around spells fired downrange. I thought I made out Kingsley Shacklebolt, skin so dark he was really only visible by his clothing in the spell light. That made 5 of us against what sounded like 6 of them. Even with Dollahove on their side and the extra fighters, we were probably better overall, and were slowly pushing them back, landing telling hits on some of them. But my godmother seemed off her game due to fighting on the opposite side she'd usually find herself on, and she couldn't actually use Unforgivables with Aurors watching. The opposition had no such limitation. We found that out when 2 green lights at once converged from separate angles and Shacklebolt could only dodge one of them. Shack! Tonks screamed in anguish as the big Auror collapsed. Before she and Moody could lose their minds, I yelled, "I've got him! Keep attacking!" Both of them poured their rage at their friend's death into their assault, while I knelt down on the grimy cobblestones next to the fallen Auror. I took my staff in my offhand and tried to make sure I wasn't going to eat a killing curse of my own while I worked, drawing my unicorn horn focus with my right. I didn't exactly have the depth of emotion for Kingsley as I had for my friends, but he was a good man and I liked him. He'd been the first Order of the Phoenix member I'd met, and he'd called Dumbledore to get me out of Azkaban. I summoned up enough love to incant, Hoc est corpus. I was really hopeful when he was suffused with white light, but I didn't have time to make sure before I needed to keep moving. The Lestrange brothers were visible by the light of their own shields as they were taking fire from both Tonks and Moody and pinned down, while my godmother had managed to fight a one-on-one duel with Dollahove. I thought I could make out Crouch trying to revive the other combatants after they'd been hexed unconscious. The brothers had strong shields, and were holding up against the Auror assault, until I made use of the focus I had to hand and yelled, "Excorio!" The exorcism charm ignored their shields and caught one of the brothers full in the chest. I couldn't actually tell them apart in the dark, but as I held onto the effect, lighting up the alley with the pulsing ray of white static that connected us, he began to wail in enforced remorse for all his misdeeds. That was enough for his brother to throw a bombarda at the cobblestones, using the explosion to cover their retreat. Dollahove was enough of a pro to realize it was over, and threw down a line of black mist to cover his own escape. By the time someone had managed a wind charm to clear all the obstructions, only one enemy body remained unconscious on the ground, left by his allies. We'd later find that it was Terence Higgs, former Seeker for Slytherin who'd graduated before I had. Tonks seemed prepared to give chase, but Moody cautioned, "No use, lass. Run off into the dark and they won't be the only threats further in." "They killed Shack," she argued. "Only for a second," Kingsley groaned, sitting up. With a high-pitched shriek of excitement, I was almost knocked over by the hug Tonks gave me. "You're going to teach me those spells?" she insisted. "I thought all the Aurors were learning them," I complained, as she skipped over to check on her partner. Moody grumbled, still keeping an eye on the alley, "They were hard and most of them didn't want to. Part of the reason I went ahead and retired. Bet they'll make them mandatory now. Where are the rest of them, anyway?" We only had to wait a couple more minutes before the Aura reinforcements braved the dark alley. I guess, to be fair, 6 of the on-duty staff were accounted for, and there weren't a huge number of people on the force. All that was left was the boring rest of the process. I missed dinner. My godmother got to call both the Malfoy and the Black lawyers. Cornelius Fudge made a brief appearance to badly damage his bowler hat as he crushed it nervously while getting the report, but stayed as far from Bellatrix as possible. I finally got to meet Amelia Bones, the head of the whole department, who seemed grudgingly impressed and hiding it behind her monocle. "We recovered John Dawlish," she explained to the assorted Aurors present, most of whom were in mourning for the 3 that had been killed. The grey-haired witch looked sour about the whole thing. "Locked in his own home cupboard for months. We're instituting new security procedures. Vigil for Proudfoot, Williamson, and Folly this weekend. Lestrange and Dresden, you're free to go." "How much of that was planned?" I asked my godmother, as we were checked out and walking across the giant foyer of the ministry. She shrugged. "How was I to know that you could just polyjuice as an Auror for months with no one noticing? Roddy and Rabbi should have had the sense to be laying low. If they'd wanted to know what was going on, they could have just told me. So, everything up until the confrontation, but you didn't actually know it would be a surprise family get-together." I figured. "Something like that," she shrugged. "Thank Moody for me, for bringing more backup than I expected. And tell him that if he had gotten my niece killed, I would have been upset. I'm sure it will be a lovely Black family Christmas," I smirked. "Let me know when Borgin gets back to you." "Of course, Harry. Have I ever kept secrets from you?" I just rolled my eyes and stepped into the flue. "Good night, ma'am." "Sleep well, Harry," she called as I whirled off to the safety of my house. I knew I wouldn't, for a while yet, because Penny and Percy were going to need everything explained. At least I'd make them order my takeout, for the story. I was just stepping out of the fireplace as I realized and slapped myself in the forehead in disappointment, groaning, I forgot to quote Pulp Fiction at them. Chapter 30, Child Actor. The annoying thing about December was that everything was a furious run-up to Christmas. Even at Borgin and Burke's, the dark magic stocking stuffers were flying off the shelves, keeping them from spending any real time locating our missing Horcrux. Moody and I were slammed with work tracking down shrinkage in various upscale businesses. There were so many workers that thought their jewelry store owners wouldn't notice a gold bracelet wandering off as a present for the wife. And it seemed like even the Crouch/Lestrange Alliance were happily hiding in a hole somewhere drinking festive beverages and not making themselves available for further questioning. Admittedly, the fact they'd killed 3 Aurors meant they really needed to wait for the heat to die down. In my limited free time, my side project was preparing for the second task. I'd gotten the golden egg open shortly after leaving Dumbledore's office. It had started blaring some kind of high-pitched alarm, and I'd immediately consulted Bob about what it was. Merfolk, it turned out, spoke English but at a magically augmented pitch that worked great for having conversations across a lake but which was extremely irritating in the air. I wasn't surprised the headmaster didn't want to hear it in his office. This competition had a lot of very loud challenges that were annoying for someone with sensitive hearing. Once listened to with my head in the bathtub, I received a song about stealing my treasures and having an hour to get them back. Hostage challenges were once all the rage in the Triwizard Tournament, according to the histories, so I'd planned to have a talk with Dumbledore about making completely sure that Matilda was safe. Bob at least confirmed that merfolk were not particularly beholden to the Cid. While there were a few water-based fairy types, the merfolk on Earth were mostly related to the deep empires of the Famr. They did not like the Cid, and were mostly quiescent these days. So I at least didn't have to worry about Maeve commanding an army of watery foes to kill me and Matilda. But I did have to worry about facing an ice-based fairy queen in the freezing cold lake in February. Thus, part of my time was spent practicing swimming. I knew how to swim. The city pool is a cheap way to distract a bunch of orphans for a few hours every day of the summer, after all. But Justin Dumorn hadn't been much for entertainment activities, so we never spent any time at the lake. Thus, time spent renewing my skills in the water. I also had some longer-term plans to make sure everyone would see if I got attacked by Maeve, but I needed to confirm Dumbledore didn't already have something in mind before doing a lot of enchanting. I thought I'd have the weekend of the 9th to get some projects done, before I got a letter from Matilda finally outlining my penance for suggesting that the crow would be appropriate for her baby brothers. It turned out another fantasy movie that was almost certainly appropriate for preteens was coming to theaters. Her uncle had tickets, and I was going to help chaperone. Her dad and stepmom needed the date night, so we were responsible for protecting the boys and incidentally noting any dangers to the secrecy of the wizarding world in the latest Macaulay Culkin film. I was going to see The Page Master. This theater isn't owned by a Death Eater, right? I asked Abraham Grimblehawk, as we were shepherding Edgar and Robert into the Cardiff area cinema. The 2 young boys, 2 years apart and Edgar just about old enough for Hogwarts, still reminded me a lot of the Creevy brothers. So far, they'd been nothing but the kind of boisterous that made me expect Gryffindor. I knew Matilda was torn between being happy she was graduating before her baby brother became a hurricane in the house common room and sad to miss it. The old man shook his head, enormous white mutton chops fluttering slightly with the motion. No. Easier with mass releases. We got to pick our place. No one was informed of the specifics. For a pureblood that had to be pushing 100, my girlfriend's great-uncle didn't do too badly at dressing for Muggle London. Like most older wizards, it helped that he could be out of fashion by a couple of decades and nobody would notice. And little boy's fashion hadn't changed much for decades, especially bundled up for December. I nodded, then took charge of the 2 youngsters while Abraham went to the concessions stand. "Are you gonna marry Thilda?" The younger brother, Robert, asked, all business once left alone with me. He had slightly darker brown hair than his brothers, and a remaining babyish roundness to his face. Also, the utter lack of boundaries common to 8-year-olds. "Maybe. Not anytime soon," I assured him. "We want to be older before we make those kinds of decisions." "But you're so old already." "Mum married Dad right out of school," the boy's logic progressed. "What about you?" I asked Edgar. "Deep opinions on your sister's marital status." He considered, then said, "Well, I don't think Dad actually cares. But it's not like Edie or Sel are going to get married anytime soon. Probably get the better wedding if Thilda goes first." "Great, I'm getting financially lobbied by preteens," I told him. "I don't know if I see us doing a big, fancy wedding, regardless." "Because everyone's scared of you?" the boy asked with surprising insight. "Well, let's just say I'm not exactly cut out for the society pages." Robert patted my leg in consolation. "It's okay. We know you're a good guy." I was still thinking about that as Abraham returned with the popcorn and drinks and we made our way into the theater. The boys took a seat in the aisle ahead of us and were immediately engrossed in the trailers, and I quietly asked their uncle, "So the kids already know people are scared of me? How bad are the rumors at the ministry?" "Bah, gossip," he harumphed, but then added, "It's a mixed bag. You have no lack of friends to speak for you." But with the Durmstrang connection and your godmother, and rumors of the doom. It's good John Dawlish is on leave to recover. Still not my biggest fan, hey? I guess a little gratitude is out of the question. Guy probably thinks I conspired to get him imprisoned and impersonated. I thought about it for a second and said, but it's not just the ministry. If the boys know about it, that means Thilda's parents are talking about it at home. I'm sure Nick and Brid were just talking about the news. If they were worried, they'd say something. Someone else will become notorious soon enough. They always do, he consoled me. The movie started before I could grill him further. It probably could have been worse. At least it was short. And, hey, Christopher Lloyd was in it, and a bunch of actors from Star Trek did voices. I wasn't really sure about the star power of the lead, though. To be fair, I'd been a little busy the last few years and missed all of the Home Alone craze. Well, I think we can mark that as safe, Abraham said, sarcastically, as the movie ended. He had dozed off through most of it. Confirmed, no statute of secrecy violations detected, I agreed. I was curious what the Grimblehawks would actually do if they saw a big-budget fantasy movie and thought it was too accurate. Write a sternly worded letter to the American ministry to try to shutter a globally released film? I was pretty sure the whole thing was really just a grift to let them see movies on the ministry's bank account. As we were exiting the theater with the throng, we suddenly had 3 young boys with us, rather than the expected 2. Harry. I knew it was you. Our new addition barked at me in his heavy Welsh accent. Hey, Archie, I told the small blonde boy. Going to see a movie. He nodded as his parents walked up. His well-dressed father said, Mr. Dresden. It's a pleasant surprise to see you. You're easy to pick out of a crowd. Especially if they're children, I confirmed, towering over most of the audience that was exiting with us. Your brothers? He asked, looking at Edgar and Robert. My girlfriends, I confirmed. Well. Good to see you. And thanks again for finding Archie, his mother cut the somewhat awkward interaction short. Enjoy your movie, I told them, as we started moving again. Friends of yours? Abraham asked, nearly as confused as I was about the happenstance run-in. You remember the search you told Moody about near the Dragon Preserve? I reminded him of the events of earlier in the summer. Ah, yes. That was the missing boy. I explained, yet. He was out with scouts or something and wandered away from the group. Got so turned around he wandered straight through the aversion wards and into the preserve. Since that forest is unplottable, the local police couldn't manage to find him. Their search grid didn't even get close enough to be turned around by the wards. Happens once every few years, sadly. And you tracked him down. It was easy enough, though we had to pretend we weren't using tracking charms. Fortunately, he'd heard the dragons roaring in the distance and just bunkered down. Didn't get close enough to see anything, or risk getting eaten. Kid had a rough couple of days, but came out of it okay. And that got us on the kid finding Rolodex. We've gotten a few more good cases out of it. Good work. Ignore the ministry gossip. Parents walk up to thank you in public. That's worth more than opinion. That moment of congratulation over, the old man suggested, dinner around here. Fill the boys up with hamburgers before dropping off with their parents, you mean? I grinned, happy about the praise and the suggestion. Burger King. Both boys chorused, visions of kids' meals dancing in their heads. Chapter 31, Waltzing Matilda. The rumor was that originally Dumbledore had grand plans to set the Yule Ball on Christmas Day. All the students would stay at the school over the holiday break, families wouldn't get to see their kids at Christmas, and all even though Yule technically started on the solstice, not the Christian holiday. Fortunately, he was talked out of that idea by the simple worry that the Cid might break the flow system again on the 21st, so the adult guests might be excluded. Theoretically, the Winter Court had promised to stop their yearly veil-tearing hijinks, but we wouldn't know for sure until the 22nd. Out of an abundance of caution, and common sense, the party had been rescheduled to the Monday before, with the plan to send the kids home on the 20th and back on the day after New Year's. Moody had compensated for all the weird days I was unavailable by starting to mix in weekends to our work schedule, and thus I was also super happy to see this Triwizard nonsense over with so I could work Monday to Friday again. I had managed to repair my tuxedo that I'd been mauled in on the previous New Year's. Well, I'd tried a few repair charms and then broken down and taken it to Madame Malkin, the Diagon Alley tailor, who had all the time in the world after school was in session to fix it while clucking at me about what terrible things I'd done to such a nice outfit. It was still far less expensive than getting a new one. I'd mostly even stopped growing at my advanced age, so it still fit. Penny said I looked sharp, and Percy couldn't help but agree. They were both kind of sad they didn't get to attend the Yule Ball. Rather than take liberties with the headmaster's fireplace, I flew into Hogsmeade and killed a bit of time at the Three Broomsticks. Quite a few of the other older students also had dates from outside the school, so it was quite the gathering of fancy-dressed post-teens crowding around the inn. Harry. I was greeted by Bill Weasley, who had affected an Egyptian-style suit. It was hard to get a read on whether he was trying for a whole Lawrence of Arabia deal, or just liked the culture where he'd been working the last few years. Nonetheless, he looked pretty striking. "What's up, man?" I asked. "I assume Fleur talked you into taking her." He nodded. "I'm still worried she's a little young, and Mum's going to lose her mind when she finds out." "Because she's a Vila." He shook his head. "Because she's French." "Well, send Molly to me if it's an issue, since I can talk Fleur up," I assured him. "You could certainly do much worse, native English or not. I mean, not to rush you or anything, but if you could get Fleur to confirm she's interested in having kids young, your mom would be thrilled. Percy and Penny aren't in any hurry. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to bring up having kids on our first date, but I'll keep that in mind," he grinned. There was a general move toward the door, as people realized it was about time, so he said, "Shall we?" Someone, probably my grandmother, had thought ahead to how many dates would be coming in from Hogsmeade and had a few Thistral-drawn carriages brought out to take us up to the school. The bat-winged spectral horses really gave the whole thing a bit more of a Dracula vibe when we were all dressed up than when it was just the normal ride up to the school. In addition to Bill, I wound up riding with Jason Denbright and Rose Wax, 2 Gryffindors who'd also graduated recently and had dates at the school. It was fun to take a few minutes to catch up with them, even though we hadn't been particularly close. The smallness of the core of British wizarding society meant that you'd constantly be bumping into people with whom you'd been slightly friendly in school and trying to make small talk. We strolled out of the carriages and up to the main door into the school, where the entry hall was already milling with students who shied away from the blast of cold air as we entered. You could basically tell which houses people were waiting for based on whether they were crowded around the stairs up to the towers or the ones down to the dungeons. Given that most kids were dating within their houses and could just meet and walk in together, the few dozen people standing around, mostly boys, represented a wonderful cross-house interaction. Well, also most of the boys from the other schools were in the area. I found myself standing next to Victor Crumb as we waited, and I asked, "Who'd you wind up asking?" "Katie Bell." "Thank you for the introduction," he smiled. "I look forward to playing against her, if her team makes the finals." "Oh, right, Quidditch is still happening. How's that going?" I made conversation, while waiting. "My team beat the Beauxbatons team we played, of course. But their other team beat ours. The semifinals will be after the second task. Once my team wins, it will be us against Gryffindor or Slytherin in the final." It sounded like bravado, but he probably wasn't wrong that his team didn't have much to fear from the semifinals. "The Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match is going to be one to watch," I assured him. "We're pushing a Romeo and Juliet thing between their seekers. Keep an eye out tonight to see if Draco asks Ginny to dance." He clearly recognized the names of his potential rival seekers, and seemed appropriately amused by the idea. "I shall avoid teaching either the Vronsky feint, then, lest it cause hard feelings." "Is that the one where you try to run the other seeker into the dirt?" He nodded and I had a moment of worry that I was picking up Quidditch terminology despite myself. "Yeah, that wouldn't be good to do to your paramour. But Ginny's almost done worse to Draco in their previous matches." I passed the rest of the time telling him about the fake-out she used to catch the snitch in their first game, and saving his life from Dementors in their second. The girls finally started to show up in the parade of various people coming down from the towers, and I immediately picked out Matilda in the crowd. She looked very nice, though I'd seen her dolled up for balls on multiple occasions. It was fun to watch various guys who'd never seen their girlfriend have the opportunity to really get dressed up. The jaw-dropping almost came with a sound effect. "You look nice," I told her, not having let my eyes wander to take in the crowd scene for too long. "You too. Fixed the dress robes from last year, hey?" I shrugged. All my new tux money went into Ron's outfit. "How's he doing?" "Finally fully aware Hermione's a girl, I think," she grinned. Colin got a picture of his face. My grandmother was distracted from her stage managing of the champions as we walked up by a smile threatening to break her stoic Scottish mien as she saw me and Matilda together. "You both look presentable," she hedged, before ushering us into the back of the line with Maeve and her date up front. She'd grabbed Damien Paris, the Slytherin prefect who'd graduated the previous year. Bill and Fleur were our buffer. "I hope you're all prepared to open the dance after we eat. Lead your partner and follow me." Without looking back, she led us into the Great Hall ahead of the rest of the crowd. They'd done a good job of turning the Great Hall into a winter wonderland, which I imagined involved a ton of transfiguration magic while classes had been cancelled for the day. We were led up to the head table, which had been lengthened to make room for the champions, our dates, and the judges. Somehow, they'd managed to organize it so Bagman and Umbridge were stranded at the end next to Maeve, while I got to sit between Bill and Matilda right down from my grandmother. That they were experimenting with ordering by menu was probably working the elves ragged below in the kitchen. After the meal, they magically shoved the tables against the wall to create a space for dancing. I could tell they'd also increased the space expansion charms a bit in the room, since just excluding the lower years didn't free up a bunch of extra square footage. We were, as warned, urged to start the dance, to every wizard's favorite chamber music. Matilda and I were obviously used to ballroom dancing, and I wasn't too surprised that Bill knew what he was doing while leading Fleur, and Maeve's date didn't put on too bad of a showing. After the first song, the rest of the crowd joined in, though I could still tell there were a bunch of kids around the edges who weren't interested. It was fun, at least for the first couple of numbers. Then my luck ran out and Maeve was suddenly way too close and asking, "Can I cut in for a song?" What if I said no? Matilda challenged. "I don't intend to harm him," she offered. "And he might gain useful information from the discussion." "Fine. But I'm watching," my girlfriend warned, as she stepped out to let Maeve step in. I clearly didn't get a vote in this exchange. As with the previous year's ball, Maeve had gone with a dress that was just inside the lines of what would get her kicked out for indecency, and I tried to keep my hands off any of the skin she was showing. It was still like waltzing with a snowman. One that was full of razor blades. She was all sharp angles, and I wasn't sure how her date hadn't noticed that she wasn't just very skinny, she was unnaturally thin. Normal humans needed more space inside their torsos for organs. But she was, to give her credit, a very good dancer. "All right, it's your dime. What do you want?" I cut to the chase a few steps into the number. "I can't just crave a dance with you, having seen that you actually know what you're doing," she teased. "What if I was to tell you that Ludo Bagman no longer wants to admit that he was trying to help me win the tournament?" I thought about it, then said, "Well, first I'd note that you phrased that as a question, neatly getting around the fact that you can't lie. Second, if true, you mean tonight, at dinner? I guess that's what he was talking to you about at the first task." "Yes." I inferred that he'd wagered on me as an underdog, hoping to win big. And, yes, as a declarative statement, he didn't bring up anything similar at dinner. Could just be he didn't want to say anything in front of Umbridge. I mused. "And why are you even telling me all of this?" "I'm saying, it was almost like he's a different person, which I understand is a problem for you. As much as I might not care if you die, Harry Dresden, I don't idly risk the lives of my allies, like your godmother." I glanced at where Bagman was still sitting at the end of the high table, watching the dancing. "Well, I think you're just trying to manipulate me somehow, but I'll take the warning as given. At the very least, he's wearing dress robes and not his old Quidditch jersey, so that's one point toward it being crouch under Polyjuice. You sure you don't just want him back so he can keep cheating for you? Please. I don't need a washed-up broom jockey to help me win this competition." "All right, well I appreciate the information," I told her, ending the dance and looking for where Bagman had gotten to in the crowd. Before I could find the possibly Polyjuice ministry official, I was intercepted by a girl in a large round pair of glasses with reddish hair. It took me a minute in her dress and makeup, but I recognized Elora Dunn, a girl in Matilda's year that I wasn't sure I'd ever talked to. She wasn't in Newt Defense, so I didn't even know what house she was in. "Can I have a dance, Harry?" she asked. She was a quiet girl, and I was worried she'd been carrying a torch for me all this time and finally worked up the courage to ask for a dance. I tried to let her down gently, "Sorry, Elora, but I just got some information I need to follow up on." Undeterred, she stepped up close to me so I'd almost have to take her into my arms, and explained, "You see, Bellatrix Lestrange killed my mother in the war. I want her to know what that's like." Too late I noticed the steak knife she was concealing in her hand and the unfocused, mind-controlled look in her eyes behind her glasses. As the knife went in under my ribs all I could think was that I'd just gotten my tux repaired. Chapter 32, Hospital Cornered. Fortunately for my vital organs, the Imperious Curse doesn't give witches who've never wielded a melee weapon in their lives any particular skill at stabbing. Unfortunately for my continued dancing, a deep stab wound to the abdomen is still incredibly dangerous even if it misses anything vital. Matilda, who'd been 10 feet away and wondering why I was talking to Elora, had stunned the girl and applied basic first aid moments after the attack. But even Madame Pomfrey couldn't heal a sucking chest wound instantly, even one limited by poor knife skills and the school's fortune wards trying to keep me alive. "Did they catch Bagman?" I asked, when I regained consciousness in the school infirmary. Matilda was sitting by the bed, still in her party dress. I'd managed to tell her what I thought had happened before passing out. My chest still hurt, but had clearly been magically healed compared to how bad it felt getting stabbed. "He was already long gone," she explained. "We hit Elora with the Libratus. She's really sorry. Says she doesn't actually blame you for her mum. But it was just enough for the Imperious to convince her to stab me," I agreed. I'd worked that out pretty quickly. Girls I'd never talked to before outside of teaching them in class rarely attempted to assassinate me in the middle of a school dance. I mean, I often annoyed people enough to want to kill me, but not that much. And usually bad people. And mostly on purpose. "McGonagall was here," she added. "But had to go back to the dance once you were okay." She says she'll be around later. How long was I out? I checked. And did I ruin the party? About an hour. And I think they tried to keep it limping along. But the Aurors had questions. At least we got in a couple dances. I winced, not from the pain but from the ruined date. Want to go to the Malfoy ball to make up for this one. If you're healed in 2 weeks, she allowed. Don't say you're sorry, she warned me, heading off my apology. You're not responsible. The ministry should have been checking people. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Tonks' voice said, as she overheard that last, entering the infirmary. Watch her, she added, belatedly. They started putting in mandatory periods for Aurors where they monitored us to make sure we couldn't be drinking polyjuice potion. But I guess they didn't think about whether anyone besides Aurors could be replaced. I joked, I'm sure someone would get fired if it wasn't just me that got hurt. Tonks rolled her eyes, you do seem to attract your share of violence. In the middle of a school dance this time. I hadn't been attacked by someone who was mind-controlled yet this year. I was overdue. Matilda corrected, are we counting possession as mind control? If not, not last year either. Fair, I admitted, doing the mental math myself. I may have been attacked by possessed people more often than mind-controlled people. Can we just cut all of that out? Tonks complained. You know this report is going to be more complicated to write than the fight in Nocturne? At least the Dun girl was old enough to consent to Verita serum to clear herself. What I want to know is why they took the swing at you. I guessed, might have realized Maeve was ratting him out and he wouldn't have time to play the long con this time? That's why the dance with her, she wanted to warn me he wasn't acting like himself at dinner. Still don't believe her that she, damn it, I can't even tell you the fake motives she gave me. While I was trying to figure a way around the geese that kept me from sharing Maeve's secrets, I thought about the situation further and asked, did he leave school before Dun attacked, or did the attack give him a big distraction to do something else? Well, crap, Tonks realized I was right. I'll be back. Don't check yourself out and go home early. With that, she hurried out. Moody training is paying off, Matilda nodded. Constant vigilance, I agreed. It's not paranoia if there really is a conspiracy of dark wizards. Tonks leaving seemed to be the signal for my visitors to enter. Hermione's crew of 4th years came in, along with Ginny Weasley and Hannah Abbott. Seamus and Ginny were, as expected, not really coupled up, despite their friend date. Conversely, Hannah was on Neville's arm and they looked very comfortable like that, so I figured congrats were in order for a successful first date. Ron and Hermione were studiously keeping at arm's length, and seemed tense about the whole thing. I'm fine guys. You should get back to the party. Hermione waved it off and said, we were worried about you. And the Weird Sisters aren't very good. I had known the wizarding-only rock band was playing after the formal dances, and had been curious about the quality. Hannah nodded, I think they only play a few times a year. I swear I've seen a couple of them working retail out in London. That made sense. It wasn't like the British wizarding world had enough social gatherings that a band could support themselves. I doubted play on the magical radio was worth a lot of royalties, especially given the local inattention to copyright. Just wanted to make sure you were okay, mate, Ron added, looking awkward about whether they should hang around or head out. You should go take a walk, Matilda told them. They set up a garden out near the greenhouses. Lots of dark corners. Why would we want to go walk in the dark? Ron asked. Hannah and Neville had already nodded, waved, and headed out. I looked at Hermione, rolling her eyes, and suggested, Ron. Do you like Hermione's dress? He nodded, furtively looking her way. Do you think she looks pretty? I continued. The girl had worked very hard to tame her hair and was wearing makeup, probably for the first time I'd ever seen. Ron looked a little bit more toward her, bashfully, and nodded. You do look really pretty tonight, my own. But you always look pretty. Good addition, Matilda took over. You too. Go snog. Seeing that Hermione wasn't going to shoot down the idea, Ron grinned and said, okay. Feel better, Harry. Bye. And they took off, hand in hand. Honestly, boys, Ginny said, once they were out of the room. She and Seamus were still hanging out together, on their friend's date. Draco chose that moment to poke his head in, and Seamus noted, good Timon. Glad you're okay, Harry. I'm gonna go see if anyone's still dancin'. Nonplussed at being breezed past by the Irish boy, Draco drawled, figured it might be a party in here, but just wanted to check in. He had come on his own, and seemed a little surprised that it was down to just the 4 of us. Doing okay, I assured him. But I don't recommend getting stabbed. I'll take that off the list then, he replied. See you ditched Pansy, Matilda observed. She's not exactly on your get-well-soon supporters list, he shrugged. Millie might check in later. Good, good. Thanks for coming, man, I told him. You should walk Ginny back to her dorm, just in case there are more improvised students wandering around with knives. Both of them rolled their eyes at our obvious matchmaking, and he said, fine. See you at the New Year's ball. Make sure my invite has a +1. I asked. I'll make sure Thilda gets her own, he assured me. Might invite Fleur Delacour as well, so none of the champions are left out. He turned toward Ginny. Think your mother will let you come if your oldest brother is there to chaperone? I can be selective about what I tell her, she shrugged, nonchalant, but I thought I saw her eyes light up. Then see you both in a couple weeks, I assured them. Night. As they exited, we gave it a minute to see if any more well-wishers were lurking outside. Finally, Matilda suggested, I need to tell Penny and Alexis. This night worked out. Matchmaking-wise, at least. I'll try to get injured tactically more often, then, I joked. You'll see Penny tomorrow at least. You excited? Yeah. It'll be really good to get back to the house. And to ride back on the train with you tomorrow. I winced, right. No way Pomfrey's going to let me fly home with a chest wound, hey? Mr. is going to be really mad when he goes from having the whole bed tonight to being totally displaced tomorrow. I bet he's gotten so big. She remembered the cat. I'm going to just put my whole face in his tummy. That seemed dangerous to me, but I just said, you're the magical creatures expert. I started planning to talk Madame Pomfrey into giving me a bottle of Dittany salve for when her face got clawed up by the massive house cat. The smile about getting to go back home faded slightly, and in a rare moment of seriousness, Matilda asked something she'd clearly been thinking about, is this just how it is? You were 10 feet from me. I couldn't stop you from getting stabbed. And you're out there without me. In the tournament without me. Do I just have to wait for one of them to get lucky? I shrugged, making my patched-up chest wound hurt. Talk to Remus, maybe. I suggested. I don't know how he feels about dating an Auror. I might feel the same way about it when you're off dealing with dangerous creatures. I know I worry enough that someone might come after you because of me. I took a breath and admitted, I don't think I would want to stop, even if I somehow could avoid them coming after me. I think I'm actually helping people. And the more fights we win against the Death Eaters, the safer other people are. Yeah, she sighed. And I don't want you to. I love that you're helping people. I'm just mad I can't really do anything. At least until I graduate. She wiped a bit of moisture from the corner of her eye and asked, can you at least try not to get into any mortal danger until the second task? I'll try. I insisted. But that's nearly 2 months. Someone will probably try to kill me at the Malfoy ball in 2 weeks. Fine. Then we better make the most of the holiday break, then. No running off with Moody to get cursed. Deal, I agreed. And I'll tell him to come fight with you about it if he suggests we do something overly dangerous. Deal, she smiled. We caught up a little more, quietly talking, for about 10 minutes before Tonks tripped and nearly face-planted into the wall in her hurry to run back into the infirmary. You were right, she told me. He raided the supply closets in the potions classroom and the runes workshop. Both of them were a wreck. Belby and Babbling are trying to sort out what he took. I'm going to guess at the very least more polyjuice supplies, I said. And I don't love that he's planning to enchant something. She nodded, and said, well, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on you tonight in case he's lurking in the castle. Go talk to the Weasley twins, I told her. They could use their magic map to make sure nobody was left on campus who shouldn't be. I mean, I already got assigned. She disagreed. And I was wondering if, while I'm here, you two could help me learn your soul fire spells. Matilda grinned, and I just waved her on. I needed her help to show the wand movements anyway, even if I wasn't immobilized. But I wondered if Dumbledore would pay me my substitute teacher's fee for the next couple of hours. After all, I was teaching in Hogwarts. Chapter 33, House Party. My Christmases had slowly ramped up over the last few years. In the orphanage, they tried, but there were only so many resources for Christmas cheer. Justin Dumorne barely did anything for the holiday, which might have been an early clue that his heart wasn't really in the whole adoption thing. At Hogwarts, I'd slowly moved from small exchanges of presents after attempting to escape the country to big gift exchanges and Boxing Day lunch with my girlfriend's parents. But none of that prepared me for my first Christmas in my own house with 2 girls that were really into decorating. Percy had made an initial argument that the house was under Fidelius so nobody would even see the decorations. That kind of logic had crashed, burned, and nearly wound up with him getting to sleep on the couch. This was our first year able to control our own living space and Matilda and Penny were going to make sure every single inch of it was festive. It was better to just go with the flow. I was slightly fortunate in that my still healing stab wound gave me ample excuse to not do any strenuous decorating, but it didn't take long for them to realize that I could at least maintain levitation charms. Given how much time Penny and Percy were at work, and with Matilda back in school, I suspected it would be my responsibility to take all of it down after the holidays. But, in the frenzy of the couple of days between Matilda coming home and Christmas, we got the place looking pretty nice. I had no idea where all the decorations had come from. Maybe most of them were conjured and would disappear on their own. Since the winter court had stuck to their terms, we were pleasantly surprised that the flow networks hadn't been broken again on the solstice. So the furious house decorating was only the first part of Christmas, and we were all planning an intricate schedule of visits. Unlike Percy and Penny, I at least didn't have my own family commitments to figure out for Christmas morning. There had been a very delicate negotiation of when they'd visit the Clearwaters up in Manchester, and when they'd be at the Burrow with the Weasleys. I was easy, and could just go to the Grimblehawk estate in Wales for the morning. But while Christmas morning was easy, it turned out that I'd accumulated quite the number of people that wanted a visit from me no later than the end of Boxing Day. Molly Weasley had a rolling open house for Order of the Phoenix visitors. I needed to figure out when my grandmother would be visiting for that and coordinate. I might need to go with Matilda when her mom got her turn to see her daughters for Christmas. The Grangers wanted a visit that wasn't me collapsing on their doorstep after being mauled by a possessed animagus, likely to pump me for information about Hermione and Ron. To top all of that off, Draco was having a black family gathering at Grimmauld Place that I was strongly implied to be required for. That last one made me worry that I might not even make it to New Year's before getting attacked. At least I might be able to defend myself. By Christmas Day, my chest still hurt a bit, but I was safe for fluid travel. Magical healing was impressive, though the potions regimen that Madame Pomfrey had me on was pretty extensive and bad tasting. So, bright and early, we stepped out of the fire into the house Matilda had mostly grown up in. Unlike the traditional Grimblehawk Manor house, the house they'd inherited from her stepmother's family was more of a super-classy farmhouse. The whitewashed brick building looked out on the forests that contained the main preserve of Welsh green dragons. Inside, it was done in old, comfortable woods, and was both evidence of where Matilda got her decorating spirit from and also that it was home to two young boys. Both Christmas decorations and discarded toys were everywhere. The gathering was only slightly anxiety-inducing, since I'd already met everyone except Matilda's middle sister, Giselle, who was able to get away from her veterinarian job for long enough to open presents. I'd been worried that they were worried Matilda was dating a dark wizard, but either the boys had heard those rumors from someone else or Abraham had talked to them. Honestly, I caught more flack from gifting the boys the Crow action figures than from anything that had been in the papers. My lack of free time and limited access to the Hogwarts Runes workshop meant that I got just about everyone's store-bought presents rather than enchanted items for once. Matilda was the exception. I'd worked hard to make a delicate lady's version of my own shield bracelet. It wasn't solid gold or anything, but I thought it looked nice enough and she seemed to agree. Other than hopefully giving her more protection, if she could master using a focus for shields instead of her wand, it had a second feature. I'd coupled ideas from Filch's familiar bond bracelet and the Protean charmed rings to link her bracelet to mine. We should be able to get a rough sense of one another's direction and distance at all times, and the sensation should become stronger when the bracelets were in use. I was hoping that it would make her feel better knowing all the times I wasn't needing to put up a shield, rather than making her get nervous when I had to. If she was taken hostage for the second task and they let her keep it on, it should also make it a lot easier to find her. Her oldest sister, Edith, said, 2 years of highly enchanted magical jewelry, hey. The whole family, even the boys, gave me a searching look, and then it wasn't brought up again. At the very least, everyone involved seemed happy that I was taking pains to protect Matilda, rather than just putting her in danger. After that somewhat tense morning session, the rest of the day was easier. The inside of the burrow was packed all afternoon, with the outdoors dripping with chilly rain, but Molly kept the snacks coming and it was enjoyable rather than cramped. And, when it finally did get a little crowded, we took the opportunity to grab Percy and Penny and visit the Grangers. Percy and I distracted Hermione while her parents grilled Matilda and Penny on their daughter's love life. They must have approved, because she was allowed to apparate back with us to the burrow for dinner. The next day, still stuffed from Molly's extravagant feast, we had a brief stopover to see Matilda's mother, before it was time to brave the Black family lunch festivities. We ran into the Tonks family with Remus in the park as we apparat in. Guess I wasn't the only one to get a +1, I said. I told Draco I wasn't coming if Remus wasn't invited, Dora said. All allies we can get, Andromeda said, visibly stiffening her posture like putting on a suit of armor. Shall we? Showing off that she had decided not to consider herself a guest, Andromeda simply opened the door for us and led us into the house. Creaker still appeared out of the dining room in an instant, and gave a nod. Good. Everyone is here and on time. Please come into the sitting room. As we followed the long-eared elf, I noted that the place possibly looked even better than it had when we'd finished removing the threats and fixing the wards a few months earlier. I assumed it was a combination of Creaker's renewed strength now that his geese to destroy the Horcrux had been discharged and the repaired magic flow in the house. The ground floor den had all the furniture fully cleaned and restored, and saw the Malfoys and my godmother lounging. The juxtaposition of the very blonde and preppy Malfoy trio with a woman that was one pair of welding goggles away from kitted out for a techno-industrial rave was amusing. Lucius quickly controlled a sneer when he saw that the party included Ted Tonks and Remus Lupin. Draco stood and said, "Excellent. Thank you all for coming. I thought, since the manor has been restored, it would be good to have a family gathering. I'm only sad that the blacks have dwindled so low. Still time for you to get the numbers back up." I couldn't help but tell him. I did not suggest that the Weasleys were known for their numerous offspring because I am a gentleman. Draco still paled slightly at the implication, but Andromeda added, "Well, if Nymphadora and Remus could stop working for 5 minutes, perhaps my line could do its part as well." "Mum," Dora whined, hair turning an embarrassed green. Bellatrix cackled, "and we could always adopt Harry and Matilda's babies as a fallback." It was my turn to go pale, though Matilda seemed pleased that my godmother had actually learned her name. Grand tradition of such things among the court, of course. "We shan't let the black name die out, though the motto may take some rephrasing." Dora scoffed, "Make it about pure intentions rather than pure blood, and I'll undersign." Clearly sensing her husband might say something clever but snide, Narcissa smiled, "Hear hear. Why don't we go eat? Creaker has been working all morning and it smells marvelous." The space-expanded dining room was plenty large enough for 10, and the Malfoy matriarch was correct that Creaker had outdone himself. The food was not up to Molly Weasley's standard, and was much more formal and high class, but it was very good. The Black sisters carried the conversation, managing to keep to safe topics. Sadly, the safest topics were my latest shenanigans. Not a lot of chance to have an argument about dark magic and racism when you're describing how I almost got incinerated. And then, stabbed at the Yule Ball I hear. My godmother moved the topic on. "Our old buddy Barty Imper used a girl," I confirmed. "I think he panicked, since Maeve was onto him. Still not sure why she warned me." Bellatrix shrugged, "We've had a discussion, Maeve, and I particularly given your importance to the undertaking, even she understands that it would not be ideal for you to die in the near future." Dora, not caring about the politics, latched onto that admission to ask Draco, "So is the House of Black fully involved in this weird conspiracy with the fairies? Because that could be a deal-breaker. They're enemies of the state, you know." Matilda gave her a little low five under the table. Draco sighed and looked at his father and aunt. "The House of Black is neutral on the subject of the Fae. If some members of this family have plots in motion to help or hinder the Cid courts, that's their personal business. Perfectly fair. Such a good little head of house you're going to be, Draco," Bellatrix sing-songed at him. Amused, she turned back to me and said, "Anyway, what I was getting at is that's to just survive one more assassination attempt from Barty and the rule of 3 should kick in." "Wait. I thought that only applied for attacks by the Cid," I said. "Otherwise I'd be doing much better against your old friends." "Normally, you're right," she admitted. "But since Barty has made it clear that he's targeting you to interfere with my plans, I believe he'll find himself affected by the rule as well." Matilda smirked and suggested, "Is that open-ended? Somebody tries to kill Harry. He yells, 'I'm essential to a Cid plot.' And now they're on the clock." That actually shut my godmother up as she considered it. I heard a quiet groan from down the table and looked over to Remus, who'd been very quiet the whole meal. But I was pretty sure the look on his face was meant to say, "This is the weirdest party I've ever been to. And I'm a werewolf." Chapter 34, Magic Dance. "Oh, it's Chong and Diggory," Matilda observed as we entered the Malfoy ballroom for the New Year's party. He invited the other seekers. "Very clever of Draco." "Yeah, I see, Victor," I agreed, then gestured at a trio of other teens. "Guess those 3 are the extra players from the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons teams. Nobody can complain that Ginny's here now. Glad that kid is on our side," she grinned. "He's gotten too smart to be an enemy. And we have enough of those," I said, glancing at where Maeve was holding court with some of the younger guests, and then tracking Cantankerous Knot and the other Death Eaters that were still able to go out in public to where they were lurking in another part of the large room. "No picking fights. Let's dance." "Yes ma'am," I agreed, immediately making for the dance floor. The night went better than the Yule Ball had. We got a bunch of dancing in. It was fun to watch Fleur and Bill be totally wrapped up with one another. Cedric and Cho made a cute couple. Draco managed to take Ginny out on the dance floor a couple of times. Nobody stabbed me. "I realized there are a lot of people I don't know," Matilda eventually pointed out. "Not the same as last year. Weirdly pretty." "Point a couple out," I asked. She managed to do so subtly over the next minute as we danced by. They were all, as she'd suggested, of indeterminate age and extreme beauty. "Cid?" she asked. I considered. Probably so. More than I thought they had in Britain. Wonder what's going on. It took another hour, until it became apparent. When the fashionably late guest showed up close to 10, all heads turned. On the arm of a large man who looked completely out of place in formal wear was a woman that appeared like she could live her entire life in an evening dress and not look out of place. Or in anything, really. If the probably Sid in the room were beautiful and Maeve was the most stunning of them, this woman made the rest look like pale shadows. And then the moment was over, and she was just an extraordinarily attractive woman of indeterminate age. I saw several wizards that weren't used to Sid glamour shaking their heads and looking away, confused by why the guest had so fascinated them. Released from the compulsion to gaze and worship, I was able to catalogue the more precise details. She was tall, especially in her heels, probably topping 6 feet. Especially contrasted against her charcoal dress and jewelry of blue gems, I'd almost think she was an albino with hair the color of snow and skin that was somehow paler save for her luminous green eyes. Her lips were the color of frozen mulberries. I didn't actually even know what a mulberry was. That comparison popped into my brain unbidden. I intensely disliked Sid magic. I don't like her, Matilda confided. Maybe some upper-level luminary in the Winter Court. I considered. It didn't take long to overhear one of the nearby dancing couples that was faster on the gossip correct my assumption, that's Madame Somerset. Maeve's birth mother. Of course, looking over, I realized it was Minister Fudge. His wife huffed out, well I can certainly see why Braxis took her as a mistress. I suppose you must greet her, but keep your eyes to her face, Cornelius. Looked like the Minister for Magic and his wife were still out of the loop that Maeve was only pretending to be Lucia's half-sister. It's Maeve's mother, I told Matilda, whose hearing wasn't as good as mine. You mean? Yeah, I confirmed. If Maeve was the princess of the Winter Court, that meant there had to be a queen. Let's dance this way, Matilda suggested, putting as much distance as possible between us and the Queen of Air and Darkness. We made it about 2 more dances before my luck ran out. Ah! My daughter's fellow champion. Allow me a dance, Harry Dresden. Her voice was as perfect as the rest of her, but left no question this was not a request. Slate. See that his paramour comes to no harm while I monopolize her date. The big man grunted an assent, and offered a hand to Matilda. She shot me a look before taking it which onlookers would probably interpret as jealousy but which I knew was an order to not die. If dancing with Maeve had been like waltzing with a glacier, her mother was entirely surprising. While still as unyielding as marble, she was slightly warm. But I realized it was the warmth of an igloo, ice so solid that it was able to reflect my own heat back to me. Or perhaps I was simply interpreting the enormous well of power in my grasp as heat, for lack of a better way of translating it to my senses. I tried very hard not to get handsy. Nervously, broke the ice with the first thing that came to mind. You, remind me of the babe. What babe? The Queen of the Winter Court asked calmly. I really thought about seeing if I could get away with the whole bit from Labyrinth, but settled on just answering, Maeve. I can see the resemblance. I took a breath and then pressed on, she told me a few months ago you were still trapped behind the veil. I'm surprised it didn't crack this year, with your visit, it was a dangerous gambit, but I was suddenly curious whether Maeve had lied to me, and how someone this powerful had been around for the last year or more without someone noticing. Since I don't intend to stay for long, the damage was significantly less than establishing a residency, she offered. I didn't know if it should be more upsetting than being lied to that the veil was already damaged enough that the Cid could come here on vacation as long as they weren't planning to stay long. Unlike my daughter, I have responsibilities at home that can't see me here until the current situation is resolved. But an astute observation, nonetheless. You dance well. The for a mortal writer was clearly implied. You may be the only person in the room tall enough to match me. Just one more service I offer, I joked. Offer me not your service, even in jest, lest I take you up on it, she suggested, tone flat. It was hard to tell whether she was being playful or delivering a dire warning. I swallowed and explained, I'm sure my godmother has warned you that I'm not really the joining type. Freelance is more my speed. No long-term commitments. And yet you have willingly thrown in your lot with those that seem prepared to thwart me. It took me a second before I realized, and I asked, do you mean, the British magical government? Quite, she raised an eyebrow. They have no claim on you. Why should you serve their interests and not mine? Well, to be totally honest, I told her, unsure whether I was being compelled to be so truthful, your daughter made a really bad first impression. She didn't seem upset by that admission, so I continued, and none of you will tell me what you are trying to accomplish. But I'm pretty sure tearing down the veil and removing our options to travel aren't in my interests. Did you not receive instruction from your godmother on the ways? She asked, and it took me a minute to realize that she meant the wraths that I'd been afraid to use because doing so tended to pop scary monsters out into the world. The effects on you personally should be minimal. And does the wizard government not need a trial such as that to shake up its complacency? I gave it real consideration, and finally answered, I think if you could make a really compelling argument, you'd be making it to the government, rather than just trying to convince me to help you make their decision for them. I don't love the British magical government, but I don't want a lot of people to suffer in the hopes it makes them better. Well reasoned, she told me. For the information you have available to you. If you survive the next few years, I expect you will become quite formidable. Would that it had been an option to have your service from birth. I don't suppose you are interested in promising me your firstborn? She asked, glancing over at Matilda. I shook my head, both slightly amused and vaguely offended by the suggestion. That is way more forward relationship planning than I'm prepared to make, even if I were inclined. She gave a faint twitch of a smile, and said, at this point, little would surprise me more than you acquiescing to such an offer. Perhaps you should consider that your contrariness makes you predictable. Is this that reverse psychology I've heard so much about? I quipped. Perhaps. Or perhaps it is simply me weaving webs that may someday catch a fly. I deadpanned, guess you wouldn't go with a sowing seeds metaphor, hey. That is much more my counterpart's stock in trade, yes. The music is ending, Harry Dresden. Thank you for the dance, and the conversation. Hopefully you find the information you learned an even trade. If no debt is owed, then none is claimed, I agreed. By the way, since I've now had a dance with both Maeve and you, should I expect one with your mother soon? That actually got a full, sly, terrifying grin. Not soon. But meeting her someday is not out of the question. You may regret such a dance. With one last nod, she stepped free and returned to her escort. How'd that go? Matilda asked, reclaiming me for the next dance. Well, it was confusing, I explained, but I didn't promise her our firstborn, so I think it went okay. My girlfriend's face flashed through so many expressions in a moment trying to work that one out that it almost made the whole terrifying dance with the Queen of the Unseelie Cid worthwhile. Chapter 35, Stargate. I am not a scholar of Egypt the way Bill is, but I don't think that was very accurate, Fleur opined from over her plate of French fries. I'd eventually bowed to ordering them as chips to not be scoffed at by the locals, but they would always be French fries in my heart. It is what the Muggles term science fiction. Percy explained to the French witch. It seems to be largely concerned with various invented stories about beings from other planets, with technology far greater than that of modern Muggles. Doesn't technically require aliens, I corrected. A lot of it is just set in the future with advanced technology. Though a lot of that is less about genuinely trying to figure out what the future will be like, and more talking about modern politics and social issues in a way that people get separated from their existing prejudices. Pretty sure Stargate was about the Gulf War, more or less. I realized everyone but Penny was completely lost by that reference, so I explained, the Americans are fighting with Iraq modern Persia over oil, so desert-based conflicts are in the popular consciousness. The Iraqis aren't space gods, Penny clarified, just in case. We'd wound up taking a triple date out to see the newly released blockbuster on the January Hogsmeade weekend. The various purebloods didn't stand out too badly in Leicester Square, with the strange dress styles of all the tourists. It was originally just going to be me and Matilda, but Percy and Penny were interested. Percy suggested that Bill would find the subject matter amusing, and so we wound up taking Fleur as well. Afterwards, we'd adjourned to a nearby restaurant for afternoon snacks and discussion of the movie. They did a pretty good job with the language, Bill opined. Vowel sounds were all wrong, but I could tell they made the effort. The scenery was decent. A lot better than stage plays I've seen. It probably wasn't fair to Muggle Egyptologists that wizards had much more complete records of the language that they weren't sharing. Egyptian wizards were still casting spells in the old language when the Rosetta Stone was big news for non-magical historians. And it was exciting. Matilda reminded everyone. The costumes were good too, Penny added. Honey, we're going as Shuri and Daniel Jackson for Halloween this year. Ha, I wasn't going to say anything, Bill chortled. But he was so much like you, Percy pushed his glasses up and gave a faint smile. I was not expecting the nerd to get the girl. That was a pleasant surprise. I grinned. I think this table can all appreciate how many pretty girls go for nerdy guys. You aren't a nerd, Harry, Matilda disagreed. You're a geek. Basically interchangeable terms these days, Penny said. And Harry teaches a math class. He's also a nerd. I only taught that one time so far. I argued. And that was just so I could be at the school for my birthday. As well as that worked out. Excuse me, a voice of a young woman cut into our discussion. A 20-something brunette who wasn't a waitress had just walked over to our table holding a pad of paper and a pen. Once she had Fla's attention, she asked, "Can I get your autograph? You're here promoting a film, right?" "I'm not in any films," the Vila witch demurred. "Sure you are, you're. The woman was clearly reaching for who she thought Fleur was and couldn't come up with an answer. She frowned and stalked off after saying, "Sorry to bother you." It was as if she thought Fleur was famous, and just refused to sign an autograph. "Sorry," Fleur said. "Ze allure, it does that to muggles. Ze think always I am some film star, singer, or model. Makes them believe ze have seen me somewhere before." She smiled at us. "It makes it hard to go out in public. But I am happy you can all resist. This is the first outing I have had with friends in a long time. That's rough, I told her. And it must be even worse if you were full villa. I can tell you a secret. She asked, lowering her voice. There is not really such thing as part villa. There are merely daughters embrace the magic more than others. Matilda slapped her forehead. That makes so much sense. It's not like there are male villa. You must have to mate with human men. I mean, if you want kids. She nodded. Those villa have fully chosen their powers can only have daughters. Those that ave not can ave sons, but those boys will just be human. Where did villa come from, anyway? Matilda asked, curious to follow up on a magical species she didn't know much about. We don't really cover them at Hogwarts. Fleur shrugged. My great-grandmothers didn't keep good records. We have been here for centuries, at least. Some think even longer. Maybe Greece, with the Fury and Harpy connection. Something was tickling the back of my mind, about impossibly beautiful women, having to choose their magical or mortal half, and being around since before the veil. Sounds kind of like you're a kind of Sid, I said. She looked confused. And you are AE. We all stared at each other for a moment before I realized she'd heard she and said he. No. Sid. Sidhe. It's Gaelic, I clarified. It would help if you pronounced it right, Matilda poked me. Sid. Oh, Sid, Fleur said, seeming to get it. You both said what I said, I argued. Matilda boggled, you honestly can't hear the difference. Percy said, maybe Harry needs to set learning to speak Gaelic as an aspiration. We all looked at him. He was making a face like he'd told a joke. He didn't try that often, and never around his family, but I'd learned to recognize him mugging for a laugh. Finally, he sighed and explained, because the D in Sid, modified by the H, is properly termed aspirated. We all gave him an O rather than a laugh, but Penny took pity and said, it was very clever, baby. She then realized, so is that why any Gaelic word with an H in it is confusing? It's especially weird because you'd expect there to be an H at the beginning of the word, after the S, but there isn't one. Lots of Gaelic words that start with SI seem to have a SH sound. Like Siobhan. Is that the same thing? Percy said, possibly. As I understand it, it all comes down to Old Gaelic writing including diacritic marks above letters to indicate they were pronounced differently. But those eventually got dropped, probably because of a shift to the limited typesets of the printing press, and they had to start using other letters instead to serve that purpose, which made the whole thing dreadfully unclear to non-native speakers. We were off on a discussion about Gaelic, which Matilda was very interested in. She could speak the Welsh variant, but hadn't really done a detailed study of the linguistic basis for any of it. Bill had been mostly quiet for the whole thing, and at the next moment of quiet where it looked like it was time for a topic change, and I was thinking about bringing up the Sid connection again, he said, you know, I think someone who worked on Stargate might have not been properly obliviated. That abrupt statement got everyone's attention, and there was a collective, what? I realized I'd seen something similar under the pyramids, he explained. In the sections that Muggles aren't allowed in, and they're supposed to be obliviated if they sneak in and see something. The gates aren't nearly that big, and they don't spin or anything, but they look kind of similar. We're pretty sure they were old travel anchors for the ancient Egyptian mages. Before portkeys and apparition. Kind of like a proto-flu. Like the Wraths, I nodded. Then I realized I hadn't really told anyone about those, and explained, the old fairy mounds. Like the one near Hogsmeade where Penny and Percy first met my godmother. They nodded, remembering the small, man-made hill. They were supposedly easier ways to cross over into the Never before the Veil, and connected to other Wraths around the island to make it faster to travel. I bet the Egyptians used those stargates for the same thing. There were nods that it made sense, before I cautioned, I've been trying not to use them, because you can stretch the veil and let monsters sneak out if you do. That was why the beast attacks. Matilda got it. Bellatrix was using those Wraths. Sorry, I apologized to her. I wasn't sure if we'd been over that. It's getting easier to talk about things now that most of what my godmother is up to is public knowledge. Penny mused, I guess we should start thinking about needing those again, if the Winter Court succeeds in tearing down the veil. Most of the order had been read in on the likely outcome of me or Maeve winning the tournament. Quitter talk. We just need Fleur to win, Matilda argued. You want me to win? The French girl raised an eyebrow. That is not exactly spirited competition. I didn't even want to be in this thing, I told her. So speaking of helping you win, how's your swimming practice going? And, Bill, are you prepared to be a hostage? I had been taking for granted that the dates from the Yule Ball would be the thing we'd sorely miss, and preparing Matilda accordingly. I suddenly realized, wait. I understood why you were home for the ball, since it was the holidays, but shouldn't you be back in Egypt by now? I transferred back to the London branch, he shrugged. Last dig was at a stopping point, and I wanted to be around in case the war heats back up and I'm needed. So what is this about being a hostage? We spent the rest of the meal strategizing for the second task. It was only a little more than a month away, and I realized I still had a lot of work to do. Fiendfyre heritage was as a creature of air and fire, so swimming in a freezing Scottish lake wouldn't play to any of her strengths. But it would play to Maeve's. I was going to have to think of some way to prevent her from a runaway victory, or, worse, taking the opportunity to just murder one or both of us in the icy depths. I dreamed that night of the halcyon days when my only real problem was a murderous lich and his gang of dark wizards. Chapter 36, Lost Kids. Jerry Sullivan was one of the minor talents that made up the majority of the British magical population. About my age, he'd never gone to Hogwarts. Most magical citizens didn't, after all, and it was easy to forget that when you were enmeshed in the Hogwarts to Ministry pipeline. I needed to make more contacts among normal people. You know, people that could bend and break the laws of physics, but hadn't been sent to an expensive boarding school to do it. The guy was short and kind of shifty looking, with thin brown hair and a perpetual squint, even in the dim light of the leaky cauldron where Moody and I were interviewing him. Just looking at him, you wouldn't be surprised to hear he was the stock boy for Borgin and Burke's. Well, he had been until he'd been fired for walking off with stock, namely, Tom Riddle's diary. It had just been sitting around for over a year, he explained. Nobody seemed to know what it was, other than that it had come in with a load of other stuff. It wasn't even in the catalogue. Just a little old blank book. I thought it had been included by mistake. But it said T.M. Riddle on the back. I thought that was some old muggle company or something. And my baby brother, he's a funny kid. Likes jokes and puzzles and riddles. Thought it would be good for him to write his own stuff he made up in. Just a little stocking stuffer for last Christmas. And now he's run off. Moody confirmed. Jerry nodded, sadly. I told him my boss was suddenly looking for that book I gave him, and I needed it back. Told him I'd get him a replacement. He said he'd get it, but he slipped out of his room with a bag of his stuff. I turned that room upside down and the book was gone, too. He sighed, I had to come clean with Borgin. And that was me, fired. Never seen the old man so mad. My godmother had passed that along, which was why we were meeting with Jerry. It had taken until a month after Christmas for Borgin to finally put enough pressure on his employees that the guy had fessed up to walking off with the book. At least he wasn't a Death Eater, but giving it to a little kid may have been worse. You didn't notice it was a dark magic item? I asked. He shook his head, you have to understand, I'm around all kinds of magic items all day in the shop. It's like a fish don't know what water is, in it? They didn't pay me as a procurer, those blokes gotta have keen magic senses, I'm just a stockboy. I'm barely good enough with a wand to do household charms, honestly. Don't even know any of those fancy detection spells. Moody asked, had he been acting weird? Maybe. The boy shrugged. Little brothers, you know. They go through a bunch of phases. He spent more time in his room this last year, I think. Stopped trying to be a funny guy. Which was why I didn't really even think about the book, thought he didn't care about it anymore. He was talking a lot about getting good enough at magic that he'd get to go to Hogwarts. And he's 10. I confirmed. Right. Here's a picture. Name's Oscar. He slid the photo over. It was an animated magical photo of a young boy that looked very similar to his big brother. Did he steal a wand? I asked, having a thought. Jerry blinked and said, Mum hasn't been able to find hers. We didn't think it was Oscar, because he doesn't know how to use one yet. Do you think he took it? Moody picked up where I was going with it and asked, and had he asked you to bring anything else home from the store? Asked to go in with you. He nodded, now that you mention it, yet. He was taking a sudden interest in my job. Thought it was just about getting better at magic. I never took him in, though. Borgin would have gone spare, a kid in the back. He sighed. This isn't just about him wanting to keep the diary, is it? We don't really know yet, I lied. Did you bring some of his hair for the tracking charm? Jerry shook his head and apologized, I couldn't find anything around the house. He took his comb with him, and there weren't even any fallen hairs around his room. It was almost like he was cleaning it up on purpose. Mum used to have his baby teeth and a lock of hair in a keepsakes box, and those were gone too. Hell's bells, I swore. I guess you're going to have to give us a full breakdown of places he knows. The interview took another quarter hour after that, having to figure out the details to hunt a runaway the old-fashioned way. After Jerry had gone, Moody grumbled, I don't know why he didn't just change hosts. The diadem jumped from pants to Lockhart, right? Why make a long-term plan with a 10-year-old? I theorized, maybe this one takes longer to possess people and can't just jump. It's a book, so it can't clamp directly to your head like the diadem could. And it was probably the first one he made, so it might not be as sophisticated as the later ones. Good a theory as any, for now, my boss allowed. Let's hit the bricks. Canvass the alley and then start figuring where else he might have gone. I nodded and we paid our tab, then headed into Diagon Alley. After a couple hours of asking questions and nobody having seen the kid, I suggested, 10-year-old who's grown up purely on the wizarding side. Plus a soul shard whose information is 50 years out of date. If he didn't stay in the alley, he probably doesn't have a good idea of all the modern places to hide. Only places young Tom Riddle would remember, Moody agreed. But Riddle was smart. Lots of places in London for a little boy to hide. Especially if he can cast spells with that wand. Shouldn't he have the trace? I argued. Fair point. Unless the possession overrides that, he'd have to be careful what he used magic for. I worked it out as I talked, and Riddle's never been adventurous. He kept the locket in a cave he found when he was a kid. He was probably keeping the ring in that old gaunt shack. We had been tracking down places Dumbledore had identified as significant to Tom Riddle, hoping to find any other Horcrux hiding places or Death Eater safe houses, and had found his mother's family home already looted of an object that had been hidden beneath the floorboards. I know we cleared the orphanage, but it's nearby in a place that a child might think to hide while he planned his next move. Especially if he didn't realize it had already been torn down. Good thinking, Dresden. Doesn't hurt to check it first. The former site of Wool's orphanage was in the Vauxhall neighbourhood, a gentrifying part of London across the Thames. It had been demolished in the 80s to build an office building. Though it wasn't exactly close to Diagon Alley, it was a simple enough bus ride away that a child possessed by an evil 1940s teenager could figure out how to get there. On a Monday afternoon in late January, the streets were busy with cars but not too many people were on the sidewalks. That would change once the businesses let out for the day. Over a month past the solstice, and not in the cramped confines of Nocturne Alley, we at least had until quitting time before it got dark. Have you seen this boy? He's a runaway, I asked the downstairs receptionist at the office building that had been the orphanage, showing her the photo. Moody had fortunately known a charm to temporarily freeze magical photographs so they looked like still pictures, or just asking the question would have been a statute of secrecy violation. We'd switched back to our muggle suits for the investigation, but I thought I could get away with my duster in the weather, so was feeling fairly safely armored. I still couldn't figure out how to carry my staff in public. Weren't you two here a couple months ago asking to search the basement? She asked. She was middle-aged and pleasant, not quite grandmotherly. The building clearly didn't spring for a heating system that could handle people coming in and out of the lobby all day, so she was bundled up in a striped sweater. I gave her a smile and kind of lied, related case. There are a lot of skeletons in the closet in that old orphanage this place is built on top of. Oh. This might be the boy Charles mentioned. He's the security guard. Said a kid came in a couple of days ago asking about what happened to the orphanage. He should be swinging back through on his rounds in a minute, if you want to ask him. It was closer to 10 minutes that we waited on the couch in the lobby before the elderly man in a suit cheaper than ours wandered in. He had a radio and ring of keys on his belt. The receptionist directed him over to us. Mary says you're looking for the boy from the other day, he drawled. Could be, sir, I showed him the photo. That's the kid, all right, Charles acknowledged. Dressed weird. Don't get many kids here. He asked me about what happened to the old orphanage. I thought maybe he had a parent that had been an orphan here, or something. Weirdest thing was, when I told him it was gone, he had to borrow a pen and go sit and write in a little black book for a while. Seemed like he was working out what he wanted to do next, because he asked if he could keep the pen and then walked out. Did you see which way the boy went? Moody asked. Maybe into the park. Charles guessed. He was heading in the right direction. I remembering worrying, because there's a lot of homeless and worse sorts that spend time there during the week. Hope you find the poor lad. Thanks, Charles, I told him, as we headed out to check out this park. The small park he'd directed us to down the street was only a couple hundred yards on a side. As we walked, Moody observed, he's writing in the book. Maybe it's talking to him that way, rather than fully possessing him. Lot easier to catch a scared kid with a talking book than a grown man driving his body. Makes sense, I agreed. We passed a church on the way toward it and I asked, think he might have tried to go in the church. Tom, maybe. Probably wouldn't occur to the kid, though. Raised in Diagon Alley, he may not even know about Sanctuary or think of it as a safe space. Let's show his picture around the park. As promised, in the fading daylight there were a handful of people loitering in the park that looked like they were living rough. Most of them didn't want to talk to us, assuming we were actual detectives, but finally we ran into an older woman in a military surplus coat with a battered rolling suitcase who asked, "What do you want him for?" "Run away. Family's trying to get him back," Moody explained. She nodded, thought it might be something like that. Abuse? I won't help send him back to a bad home life. I won't. Misunderstanding, I tried. He misunderstood something his brother told him. We think he panicked. Kids, you know. We're just hoping he didn't freeze to death before he figured out it was safe to go home. He almost did, she relented. Told the boy it wasn't safe to stay out here after dark, and he should go with me to St. Mungo's. The hospital? I asked, confused. You know, he said the same thing. When we got there, she squinted at me. Never heard of no hospital named that. It's the charity that has hostels for those without homes. Took him to the one right over there. I was near to heading over myself, since it's getting dark, so I can show you. Surprised that the secret magical hospital was named the same as a local homeless shelter, we agreed and followed her a few blocks, her rolling suitcase bouncing along the pavement, making an odd rhythm with one bad wheel. Did he stick around? I don't know. Didn't stay there last night, myself. Strange boy. Thought he might be a little touched. Kept writing in a little book before he'd answer questions. Hope he gets the care he needs. She led us to a tall, narrow red brick building across from a big bus depot and crushed between a row of large, multi-use apartment-style complexes. 3 beds for tonight. The young man working the door asked us. New friends, Liz? Just the one for me, Roy, our guide informed him. They're detectives trying to take Oscar home. He filled out a form with Liz's information, seeming to know it by heart, and told her. You can go on in, I'll talk to them. After she'd headed in, he explained to us, I called the metro, but they said that he wasn't reported missing. By the time they checked in, he'd left already. We're private detectives, Moody explained. The family's trying to keep it quiet. Boys troubled. Roy nodded, I can believe it. He was here for less than 24 hours and stuff started to go missing. I think he skipped out before we searched his bag for it. What kind of stuff? I asked, pad out and taking notes. Loose change and pound notes, he told us. Which is saying something, because folks here keep what little money they have secreted away. We think he got into the kitchen, but he raided the spice rack, if you can believe it. We'd expect taking extra food, but that was strange. A few old fixtures were ripped out. Figured he was trying to steal the copper to sell it. Any spices in particular? I asked, having a hunch. I can ask the kitchen staff. Is it important? Moody nodded, like we said, troubled. After Roy had left us in the anteroom to go ask for specifics, he told me, not sure what kind of rituals you can do with copper wire and dried herbs. If there are any, Tom Riddle would know, I mused. We can ask Bob once we know the list. After Roy got back with the list of missing spices and other items, we left him my phone number in case they spotted Oscar, and headed out. We grabbed some takeaway and apparat back to my house to consult Bob. Penny and Percy were working late, so we could just set up in the kitchen. Snake empowerment, Bob eventually settled on, after we discussed what was missing and he filtered down the various rituals those would be used in. The other rituals that include copper and those herbs would also require pretty rare components. Unless you think the kid can get phoenix tears or Nunda venom on short notice. No. Snake empowerment fits, Moody figured. We know you know who likes snakes. What does it empower the snake to do? This one is pretty simple. Makes it a little smarter and tougher, Bob explained. Nothing like the basilisk or horcrux snake Harry told me about. Might be the only ritual young Tom knew about, or at least that he could do with Oscar and mundane components, I figured. So we have to assume the kid will have a snake protector, Moody shrugged. Probably a big help for a kid on his own, but not exactly the serious dark magic I was worried about. We mulled that over while we finished our meals, but then I was struck by a thought. Hey, Bob, would a magical snake be necessary in a ritual to re-embody a dark spirit? Bob's eye flames twinkled in agreement, and he said, could be. Big symbols of rebirth, snakes. I sighed, he's had one at both of the previous attempts. The basilisk the first time, and Nagini the second. I thought about it a second more and realized, and I'm pretty sure Justin used one when he tried to summon the specter to possess me. It hadn't stood out in all the other dark ritual trappings and because I was scared out of my mind. It probably burned in the fire. That's definitely worse than just a protector. If making the snake is just step 1 to fully possessing the kid. Moody worked out. How long would he have to wait to do a possession or rebirth ritual? I asked Bob. Imbolc is in a couple of days. Not really the appropriate resonance, Bob disagreed. But tonight's a new moon and it's basically the end of the month of Janus. Plenty of correspondences for change and rebirth tonight, especially if it's had months to bond with the kid. Solar midnight would be the best time. Moody growled, then we have about 6 hours to find the kid, before it's a fully functional teen Dark Lord we're dealing with instead. Chapter 37, Snake House. Reptile House, 1927, I read out loud the blazon on the classy brick building in front of us. Moody admitted, fine, you were right. Young Tom Riddle could have been aware of this as an option. We'd wasted a couple of hours tracking down pet stores in Vauxhall for snakes before Moody had finally consented to breaking into the London Zoo. It had been super easy, with magic to hex out the cameras and unlocking charms. We were still worried about security guards at this point, which was why my boss had hoped Oscar would just be holed up in a pet store. Alohomora, I tried, putting my skeleton key unlocking charm against the building's lock. It clicked, but the door still wouldn't budge. Jammed shut. Moody focused his magic eye for a moment, and said, barricaded shut from inside. At least he's still worried about the trace, or he'd have used a locking charm instead. Guess that answers the question of whether he just grabbed a snake last night and moved on. I shook my head. Tom Riddle wasn't going to pass up the chance to do a ritual in a dark room surrounded by snakes. Now where's our backup? Moody growled, not liking being in the dark in a restricted space. He might also be worried he was going to be attacked by a possessed lion or something. We waited for a few minutes on the dimly lit footpath through the zoo before a silvery wolf Tonks patroness bounded up to us and said in her voice, Death Eater attacks all over the island. Maybe a while before anyone can get to you. I wondered, coincidence, or did he have some way to tell the troops to cause a distraction? Moody shrugged, could be either. There have been a fair number of attacks that haven't been serious enough to make the papers. Fudge has been keeping it quiet. Maybe the minions just had the same idea that this was a nice night for dark magic. We've still got an hour until midnight, I said. Want to wait or go in? He clenched his jaw, considering, then admitted, bigger risk of more issues if we wait, and no guarantee of backup. Tell the order we're going in case we die. But don't die. Right. Fall back if he's got an army in there. Snakes or otherwise, I agreed. Expecto nuntius, tell Tonks, we're going into the reptile house. Avenge us if we don't check in after midnight. I sent Mouse, my own large dog patroness, off to confirm. We really need to get your patroness corporeal, boss. He shrugged. He was still having trouble getting a powerful enough good memory for the charm, even with the realization that it was about protection rather than joy. I privately suspected that he'd had to kill with magic during the wars, and might have a harder time than most in channeling soul fire. He ordered, I'll get the door open and watch our backs, you go make a mess of the ritual. Try not to cause so much collateral damage we're drowning in alligators. Yes, sir, I agreed, realizing he made a fair point. He managed to fairly quietly use severing charms fired around the edges of the doors to break up the barricade. It helped that he could use the magic eye to see what he was shooting at. After that, I was able to shoulder the doors open, janitorial supplies clattering to the floor from where they'd been wedged into place. The magic had hexed out whatever night lighting should have been on, but as my eyes adjusted I was able to read the signs for the snake exhibits. I opted to avoid magic light, hoping to keep some element of surprise. Having an idea, and since the supply cart was right there, I stuck my staff in the rolling mop bucket and pushed it along, hoping I'd get a moment of being mistaken for the night janitor in the dark. I didn't get far into the snake corridor before I made out flickering candlelight around a corner. That minimal amount of light and my staff pushing a bucket ahead helped my footing, though I hoped I wasn't missing threats in the dark. It was creepy enough as it was. I almost felt like I could hear all the snakes in their large glass terrariums along the walls hissing along in a ritual chant. In the distance behind me, I could hear Moody trying not to make too much noise, his prosthetic foot stumping along. He didn't like trying to silence it with magic, since it was hard to do it without muting his own casting incantations, but he could move up pretty fast for a guy with a bad leg if he needed to. As I turned the corner, I could tell that Tom and Oscar had set up in a large gathering room at a bend in the corridor, with an immense sheet of glass protecting a gigantic terrarium. Well, there should have been a sheet of glass there. From the lack of reflection in the candlelight, I could tell it had been smashed out. Its likely inhabitant, a tremendous boa constrictor, lay in a ring around the candles and the unconscious body of Oscar Sullivan. And a partially translucent dark-haired young man in Hogwarts robes stood off to the side, watching and waiting. Oi! You kids can't be in here! I shouted in my best Cockney accent. It wasn't very good. My ruse paid off as the phantom Tom Riddle pleaded, Sir. Thank goodness. My friend was bitten by a snake, you have to help. The boa constrictor reared up along with this declaration, which probably would have made a real janitor miss that Tom was lining up a wand shot. I managed to deftly step out of the way of his nonverbal curse and kicked the rolling bucket toward the snake. It splashed soapy water as it tipped over the creature's bulk, putting out several of the candles. Oh, kid. Underage magic. You're going to get a letter. I mocked. Wizard. The shade of Tom Riddle realized, seeing my staff for what it was, and then hissing a command at the snake. Parcel tongue was so weird. The immense constrictor quickly reared up into my line of fire, and Tom pointed his wand at Oscar's incapacitated body. Not one more step or the boy dies. That's the plan anyway, though, right? I asked, taking a defensive stance so I could get a shield up if he shot at me or the snake leaped. We actually thought that you'd be permanently possessing poor Oscar. Didn't figure on draining him to manifest a new body. You seem remarkably informed, the boy raised an eyebrow. He had the cultured air and smooth looks of someone used to using charm as much as fear to get what he wanted. Tell me, why have you been hunting us? I just desperately wanted to meet the young Tom Riddle. You know, when he still had a nose, I mocked. I could see he didn't understand, so I explained, adult, you lost his. One too many rituals with a snake. Very shiny scaly skin, though. Quite the fashion statement. Where is my primary? He demanded. About to go on to the hereafter, after I get this last Horcrux, I lied. You were going to make 6, right? So your soul was in 7 pieces. I counted off, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gaunt's ring, Sirius Black, Nagini the snake, Slytherin's locket, and now this little diary. That makes them all, yet. He looked increasingly upset as I listed them off, and gasped, why would I turn a black into a Horcrux? You might not have meant to make that one, to be fair. So you're saying your soul is actually in 8 parts? Good news that this isn't the last one, but bad arithmancy. His good looks twisted into the sneer I was getting used to from Voldemort, and he said, who are you, so that I might know who I've destroyed? You can call me Ashnerd Redry. He blinked trying to reason that out, and I helped. Sorry, I have more middle names than you, so I used just the 2 parts. It's no dumber of an anagram than I am Lord Voldemort. Or had you not worked that dumb piece of wordplay out yet at your age, Tom Marvolo Riddle? Die! He yelled, casting some admittedly vicious curses for a 17-year-old and causing the snake to leap at me. The spells splashed against my shield, not actually at full power through a half-physical form and a mismatched wand, and the snake took a cutting curse that decapitated it, courtesy of Moody, who'd taken up position down the hall while I engaged the villain in conversation. See, I have lots of reasons for mouthing off to the bad guys. I'll give the guy credit, if he'd been fully corporeal and had a better wand, I would have had trouble with him. He was only a couple of years younger than me at the age of the Horcrux, and clearly knew just a whole swath of nasty spells. But he was just a phantom, he didn't have a good focus, and he probably didn't actually get nearly as much practice fighting as I'd had until he was a full adult. Also, dark wizards never seem to expect you to charge them and swing a 7-foot length of oak at their face. He flinched, the staff passed through his head but not through the wand, and the force of my strike disarmed him and sent Oscar's mother's wand bouncing off of the floor and splashing into the open snake habitat. There's nothing you can do. He sneered as he dove through me and tried to find the wand in the tank. The ritual is almost complete and my Horcrux is indestructible. Didn't I mention I've already dealt with 5 of the stupid things? I told him while I swapped my staff to my offhand and drew my unicorn horn focus. Ah, there it is, I said, spotting the black journal above Oscar's head, where it had been hard to see from the other side of the room. It helped that I could see the faint tether of magic between Tom, the book, and the boy. He was turning with the waterlogged wand in hand when I pointed down and incanted, Excorio. He quickly dropped the wand, what with screaming in pain and evaporating into black smoke as my exorcism charm stripped his soul from the diary. Hey! That was easier to exorcise than the others, I told Moody as he stumped around the corner. And it was interesting how it screamed from outside the object, since he was manifested. Oh, Dumbledore will be happy. I basically got him to confirm he'd planned on 7 parts of his soul, so we can be pretty sure it's just that cup left. Good job, he agreed, lighting his wand so we could see by more than just the candle light. Let's get this place cleaned up and the boy home. If we're lucky, nobody will even ask any questions. Well, except for the decapitated snake, I said, moving closer to the smashed exhibit and reading the plaque. Boa constrictor, Brazil. This specimen was bred in the zoo. I looked down at the poor snake, which had been used by a dark wizard and then summarily executed. Sorry buddy. Some days I also feel like I was bred in a zoo. Chapter 38, Loch Mess. I'd remembered to send Matilda a message that I was okay via our rings shortly after the fight with young Tom Riddle, so I didn't wind up spending the weeks before the second task apologizing. I did spend it furiously preparing in my downtime. Not that I had a ton of that, the Death Eaters seemed to be using February as a good time to try to assert their relevance, and Dumbledore was paying us out of the Order funds to investigate where they might be hiding, while others guarded their preferred hit-and-run targets. Maybe the Fairies succeeding in tearing down the veil and breaking apparition wouldn't be the worst thing. In theory, it would be a lot easier to track a dark wizard fleeing into the Never-Never than just teleporting away somewhere within dozens or hundreds of miles in an instant. And maybe they'd get eaten by a monster on the other side, saving us all the difficulty. On the Friday of the second task, security was tight just in case Crouch was going to try something else again. The Order's Aurors were all in the crowd, and everyone, particularly the adults that had come from off-campus, were expected to stand around, observed and not drinking anything, for long enough that Polyjuice would wear off. This was standard procedure now at the ministry, and Percy and Penny were grumbling a bit about having to spend even more time at work because they couldn't actually start on anything significant in their department until they'd sat around for an hour in the morning doing paperwork. They couldn't even drink coffee. At least I got to wait in a tent set up on the shore of the school's lake, where it was slightly warm. I didn't envy all the students, teachers, and assorted other attendees bundled up on the bleachers waiting out the imposter clock. We'd had an easier time being cleared, no Death Eaters could mimic either Maeve or Fla's auras, and I'd summoned my patroness as proof of identity. Instead, I got to spend my time checking my gear. Unlike the first task, the second allowed enchanted items, and I'd prepared something custom. Rather than trust my own warming and breathing charms in a pinch, I'd gotten a second-hand dresssuit, transfigured it to actually fit my prodigious height, and worked in various enchantments to assist my swimming, keep me warm, deflect grasping hands and other spells, and constantly refresh a bubble head charm while I was in the water. I had even cleared it with Arthur Weasley, to make sure someone petty wouldn't try to slap me with a misuse of Muggle artifacts violation for enchanting a neon orange rubber onesie. The enchantments weren't my best work, but they'd hopefully last well through the hour-long task. I was relying a lot on it, because I wasn't taking most of the rest of my gear. I didn't even want to think about what would happen to my utility belt if it was submerged for an hour. At the very least, it would take forever to get the water out of the pockets. I'd made something similar in a vest for Matilda to wear, and hopefully they hadn't stripped her of her items when they'd taken her hostage. I'd talked to Dumbledore about it, and he'd strongly implied that I was right but that she would be fine, even if I failed to find her within the hour. I channeled some power into my shield bracelet and felt an answering pull from hers in the direction of the middle of the lake and down, so I was optimistic she'd kept her stuff. On my advice, Fleur had made something similar to my suit, though it was bespoke from bleached and waxed wool and looked way better on her than I'm sure mine looked on me. She nervously fidgeted with optimizing the bun she'd put her hair into while we waited. Maeve looked perfectly comfortable in an itty-bitty blue bikini, her dreadlocks pulled back in a ponytail, while she lounged on the other side of the tent, twirling her wand from hand to hand. I wasn't surprised that she didn't actually have any tattoos, since pretty much any actual punk that talked to her for 5 minutes and managed to fight off her aura would immediately label her a total poser. She was every inch the disaffected rich kid who would someday shed the counter-cultural rebellion to take over the family business. "You're really not selling the charade, Maeve," I told her, referring to her obvious immunity to the cold. She shrugged. "It matters less and less the closer we get. And it's not like I have to perform for the crowd today. Just hundreds of idiots watching the surface of a lake for an hour. I don't even know why they came." About that, I told her, timing it perfectly for the whistle that called us out of the tent. Bagman, seeming to be fully recovered from his night stun and trapped in his closet while Crouch replaced him, used a voice-amplifying charm to tell the shivering crowd, "And here they are, wizards and witches. Our 3 champions. Don't they look sleek in their swimming costumes? If they've interpreted their clues correctly, they know that they have an hour to descend to the merfolk village and rescue a hostage we've taken from each of them. But fear not. We won't just be idle out here, waiting to see if they come back. Release the omnioculars if you would, please, Albus." Dumbledore smiled and opened a box he'd brought to the podium, and 3 brass contraptions vaguely recognizable as binoculars leaped free and raced to float behind us, each one tracking a single champion. 3 white sheets were unrolled like movie screens across from the judges, and the feeds from the magical cameras appeared on them, giving me a lovely look at my own back. The day was cloudy, so the projected images were pretty easy to see even competing with the daylight. I gave Dumbledore a thumbs up. It had been my idea, to keep Maeve from trying to assassinate her fellow champions in what would probably be the event where she was most powerful. I'd worked out the protean charms to bind the feed from omnioculars to a magic mirror, and the headmaster had figured out how to project the image to the large screens and also to basically charm the cameras like bloodjares to chase us. Hopefully they weren't too much like bloodjares. I didn't like the idea of getting smacked in the back of the head. I was also hoping that if this held up, I might actually get some income from inventing live television for wizards. I doubted it. The charms weren't really that hard, and if people liked the idea they'd just steal it. Not that I could throw stones, since a lot of my income came from selling Severus Snape's potions notes. Bagman continued, "As you can see, these enchanted omnioculars should allow us to track the progress of the champions over the course of the task." "Well, that's enough explanation. You have precisely an hour to recover your hostage. On the count of 3 then. 1, 2, 3. He blew his whistle. Maeve shot me an annoyed look as the omnioculars followed her. It was probably pretty obvious I'd been responsible, and the 3 of us ran down the beach and into the water in different spots. My suit's enchantments kicked in as soon as I hit the water, but it was still brisk. There was only so much warming charms could do against a Scottish mountain lake in February. Most importantly, a bubble of breathable air appeared around my head. I glanced over and saw Fleur cast a similar bubble, while Maeve seemed to grow gills and fins. She was probably trying to sell the idea that she'd taken gillyweed, rather than simply adapting naturally to the frozen depths as part of her fairy mantle. I wondered if she'd have as easy of a time in tropical waters in the middle of summer. I also noticed Maeve pretend to cast a spell with her wand, and then a watery horse swam up toward her from the depths. I wondered if it was a hippocampus or a kelpie. Either way, it was probably Fae. Importantly, she rode it off toward the depths rather than using it to attack us. I glanced to make sure that Fleur was doing okay, then wrapped a leg around my staff and incanted, Depulso, banishing myself off of the water. Hey, it was stupid, but I didn't know a better charm for moving around in water, and I'd gotten pretty good at shoving myself off of things. I was also doing a lot of kicking to swim, but I could manage a banishment burst every 20 or 30 seconds without getting too exhausted. It was only a few minutes before I needed to light my ring to see more than 10 feet away, the lake already murky even before the overcast morning. Between my explosive propulsion and light, I seemed to be scaring away the fish in the lake. At one point, I thought I saw the undulating tentacles of the giant squid. A small squad of Grindylows tried to erupt at me from a kelp bed, but they weren't fast enough. The one that managed to get its fingers around my leg simply slid off, my enchantments accounting for the potential attack. Matilda had been very thorough about the potential threats in the lake. If I didn't already owe her for consenting to be a hostage, I definitely owed her for the research. Having a girlfriend who was an expert in magical creatures just kept paying off. Assuming that her bracelet hadn't been taken, I was moving unerringly toward her location, lake bottom disappearing in bursts of acceleration. I hadn't seen either Fleur or Maeve since we'd entered the water. I hoped Fleur was doing okay and that Maeve hadn't already won. After what I assumed was around a quarter of an hour, I began to hear merfolk singing ahead of me. Soon, I started seeing evidence of their underwater village, stone dwellings, and tribal pictograms carved into rock. The fish-tailed creatures came into view shortly thereafter, armed with spears and singing as they waited for the champions. I hadn't seen one up close before, but I didn't know what was more embarrassing, that sailors had mistaken them or manatees for beautiful women. Compared to the small swimming troglodytes that were the merfolk, I'd probably take the manatee. As my connection to Matilda led me into the center of the merfolk village, I was glad that Bob's intel was also correct. The Fomerallied people of the deeps did not seem to like Sid. 24 of the little sharp-toothed maniacs were using pack tactics to try to drive off Maeve, and they had their own water-based magics that were keeping her from simply locking them up in ice. Or maybe she was having to limit herself for the cameras. Either way, she had been held off from winning, and I could see poles with the hostages up ahead. They seemed to be in some kind of suspended animation, since I was going to give Dumbledore the benefit of the doubt that he hadn't simply killed them. Still, it hurt to spy Matilda basically lifeless and tied to a pole, like she'd been thrown into the lake with a pair of cement shoes. That sight would probably haunt my nightmares for a while. I spotted Bill's red hair to one side of her, and was slightly surprised that Damien Paris, Maeve's date for the Yule Ball, had consented to show up to campus and be her date. He was probably going to regret it when he realized she wasn't a Malfoy heiress and didn't actually care about him at all. Maybe it was because they were expending all their effort fighting Maeve, or maybe they weren't supposed to actually go to war with the champions, but nobody stopped me swimming up to Matilda. A focusless severing charm was all it took to free her from the ropes binding her. I could see that she was wearing her vest, also high visibility orange, under her robes, so hit her with a reviving charm. Seeing her wake up and the bubblehead charm kick in eased a lot of fears I hadn't even realized I had. She grinned and gave me a thumbs up and wrapped her arms around my waist, ready to make a break for the surface. I thought I could make out Fla's lighted wand in the distance, so figured Bill would be okay. With another banishing charm and a saucy wave to Maeve, we were off. In a minute, we were out of sight of the merfolk. Which, of course, was when Maeve's ambush kicked in. From out of the darkness of the lake boiled a veritable army of nixies. The water sprites were each approximately the size of a pixie, but maneuvered in the lake as fast as air Fae did in the sky. Behind them, at the edge of the light from my ring, I could see a beautiful woman with green hair, seemingly clothed in seaweed. She gave me a toothy grin, showing that her teeth were as green as her hair. Right, I'd been having it too easy, and we'd planned for this kind of attack. I was surprised Maeve was risking it with the cameras. Maybe she hadn't had a chance to call off her allies. We were never going to outmaneuver the water sprites in the lake, but I could at least keep them from surrounding us. They'd probably expected me to be carrying Matilda as dead weight, making a break for the surface, but we had the option to go back down. And using exploding charms to travel was only slightly less efficient than banishing charms. I launched a powerful blast back in the direction of our pursuers. Cavitation is a hell of an attack, just ask the mantis shrimp. While the majority of the nixies were being flung about by the explosive turbulence behind us, Matilda was hanging onto me with her offhand and conjuring obstructions with her wand. She'd been practicing, and could get a pretty decent fishing net as a variation of the rope binding charm. It was effective even in the air against people that didn't expect it, and was very useful at tangling up attacking sprites. Hopefully the camera was getting good footage, and not just Matilda casting at something off camera as it focused on the back of my fleeing head. I figured it definitely got the scary lady with the green teeth who had hooked around and was trying to intercept me from the front, wicked-looking whalebone daggers in her hands. I was using up a lot of power for propulsion, and didn't exactly want to get in an underwater spell duel with a strong swimmer. So I didn't. With her moving to intercept me and the Nixies tangled up behind us, we had a clear path to the surface. I just incanted, Ascendio, and we started to race upwards. Ultimately, it was weird that motion magic made it a lot easier to go up than any other direction. We came out about 100 yards from the shore, and didn't really want to worry about an attack from beneath. Can you conjure a boat? I asked Matilda. On it, she agreed, though only managed basically a thick plank. It floated and would shield us from underwater attacks, so it would do. I thought I saw a frustrated face surrounded by green hair break the surface behind us as we powerboated our way across the lake to the waiting judging stands. The whole thing only took about 3/4 of an hour, so we had plenty of time to dry off and warm up in the tent while we waited for Fleur and Maeve, with a brief check by Madame Pomfrey to make sure we were okay. After the exam, I hugged Matilda and told her, never again. You shouldn't have had to be a hostage, and I didn't like seeing it. It was almost as bad as you trapped in that cage. Yeah, she sighed. Let's just stop getting captured, okay? Deal, I agreed, worried that it was a promise we wouldn't be able to keep. Ultimately, both Fleur and Maeve returned with their hostages in the time allowed, and it came back down to politics. The scores were pretty similar, with Maeve eking out a slight advantage over Fleur due to the harder fight she'd obviously experienced. Bagman managed to justify dinging my score due to Matilda helping out in the escape, though nobody commented on the pixies and water nymph that shouldn't have been in the lake that required her help. Bagman summed up for the crowd, so for our final task on the 24th of June, Harry Dresden will be in first place, with Maeve Malfoy in second followed closely by Fleur Delacour. It's still anyone's to win, folks. Thank you all for your support of the champions. Chapter 39, Joke Shop. You know how we always go to Zonko's? George asked, without preamble, sliding into the booth I was sharing with Matilda on the March Hogsmeade weekend. I guessed it was my own fault for not taking her off campus again. This was not the first interruption we'd faced in the half hour we'd been in the Three Broomsticks. It seemed like being the way out front champion was a big deal. One kid had wanted an autograph. Not just to buy product, but to research our eventual competition, Fred explained, sliding in on the other side, the two of them now bracketing both me and my girlfriend. That's the joke shop, right? I asked, wondering where this was going. I've kind of been wondering how they stay in business, since I'm pretty sure you two are their only customers. We're just the most conspicuous consumers, George waved that idea off. Plenty of business in the jokes and pranks trade. Everyone loves a laugh, Fred continued. Except the new management. Dour folks. Seem to think like you did. Don't seem to want to sell anything. Keep hustling us out as fast as possible. I held up a hand and said, you're clearly very upset. And it's easier to follow the patter when I'm not having to turn my head to look back and forth across a table. So you're saying Zonko's is under new management, and the new management doesn't like you? Is it possible they know you're trying to start your own shop and think this is corporate espionage? Matilda suggested, could also be money laundering. You'd spend all day in there. Prime position to prove they didn't sell as much as they said they did. I boggled at my girlfriend. I'm only vaguely aware of what money laundering is. I didn't realize it would be a big deal in wizarding shops. Does the ministry even care that you have illegal cash? The goblins do, she shrugged. Edith is fastidious about it. We have the money from the mainland preserves to account for. Oh, right, sister's an accountant, I confirmed. I turned back to the twins, so money laundering or corporate espionage. Either of those makes sense? Nope, George shook his head. Definitely Death Eaters, agreed Fred. Setting up in a joke shop. I raised an eyebrow. It's the perfect location, George agreed. Centrally located, lots of enchanted items to mask magical signatures, and a room full of ready-made disguises, Fred finished. I didn't realize wizards went in for costumes, I said. I've always been at Hogwarts for Halloween, though. It's about as popular as buying jokes, Matilda grinned. That doesn't actually narrow it down, based on the previous information I asked, is there any particular reason you think they're Death Eaters? Overheard them while doing corporate espionage, George shrugged. We borrowed Ron's cloak. The anti-disillusionment wards were the first clue. I nodded, can't argue with that. And it terrifies me that you two have figured out disillusionment. So, want me to call in Tonks and the rest of the Aurors we like? We may already have tried that. They don't believe us anymore. Justified, to be fair. We really have the whole boy who cried Nundo thing going on. We worked at it. Got a few real successes over the years. So we need them to actually start something for real proof. And Death Eaters love trying to curse Harry Dresden in the face, Fred finished. I glanced over to Matilda for permission, and she sighed and said, "Nobody die, okay? Let's be careful about it. And tomorrow we're going to see a movie." "Shawshank Redemption is supposed to be good," I confirmed. We followed the twins out of the inn and down the main street through Hogsmeade, passing excited students going about their shopping trips. Less than you'd expect of the town's yearly income came from the 3 school weekends, according to Ms. Dervish, my former employer at the magic item shop. While the children's pocket money was appreciated, it wasn't enough to run an economy. Most of the real spenders actively avoided the town when it would be swarming with teenagers. But I still had no idea who was keeping a joke shop in business other than students. And I couldn't even remember anyone but the twins ever using any joke products. "You two again," grumbled the man behind the counter as we entered, a middle-aged wizard with a round face, short, dark hair, and thick stubble. He did not look like he was having a good time running a joke shop. "We brought friends," George insisted. "They've never been in here before and have money," Fred finished. "We did fight a bunch of wargs right outside," I added. "And we definitely have money," Matilda concluded. "Fine. What are you looking for?" the clerk grumbled. "Well," I began, "my father was a stage magician. You know, muggle magic tricks. Do you have any sleight of hand type stuff? You know, nothing up your sleeves." I shoved up my own sleeves to reveal my forearms, bare except for my shield bracelet. He squinted at me and yelled into the back, "Hey, Gibbon, we got any muggle magic tricks? Why in Merlin's name would we carry that trash, Jugson?" Another man's voice came from the back. I recognized the names from one of the Order's lists of potential Death Eaters that had never been captured or prosecuted. "Guess you're out of luck. Anything you can see, you can buy," the guy going by Jugson grunted. "But you didn't even show me your sleeves," I insisted. "Yeah, nothing up ours, either," Fred got in on the act, rolling up his sleeves. "I do have something up mine," George revealed that he had a wristband with various potion globes affixed. "Bought most of it here." "Nothing up my sleeves, either," Matilda concluded, showing off her own bracelet and bare wrists. I looked hard at the guy. "Your turn. Otherwise, I'll assume your sleeves are just full of cool magic tricks you refuse to sell to us. I'll have to report you to the Hogsmeade Business Council." "You know it's very rude to ask people to roll up their sleeves," the guy said. Fred shrugged, "Only Death Eaters think that." George added, "Or people with a terrible skin rash. That's it. Bad acne. Now buy something or get out," Jugson growled at us. "Oh, well the twins are pretty good at skincare charms," I suggested. "We'd have to be," Fred agreed. "All the jinxes we've had to clear up," George gestured at his freckled but acne-free face. "I'm done with you. Out," Jugson pointed at the door with his left arm, sleeve down. Diffindo, I took the opportunity, waving my hand and cutting open his sleeve so it fell open. Fortunately for not creating a legal incident, he was definitely a marked Death Eater. "Oh, yeah, that is some gnarly acne you got there, buddy. Looks like a snake and skull." He attacked. Turns out a small retail space full of enchanted prank items was not the best place in the world to start a magical firefight. My bad. It was utter chaos. I dodged Jugson's first curse, and it hit a display of fanged frisbees, which began swooping around the shop. He put up a shield against Matilda's stunner and sent it into a pile of frog spawn soap, baby tadpoles showering across the room. "Not the dung bombs!" Gibbon yelled, as Fred and George started lobbing them into his face as he exited the back room. It was a much stinkier fight after that. In an open combat space with time to prepare, Jugson and Gibbon might have given me a challenge. With Matilda backing me up, I'd have only given them short odds. With Fred and George Weasley in the shop that was basically their second home, finally getting licensed to go crazy flinging prank items, it was over quickly. All 6 of us were many different colors and sprouting weird appendages by the end, but it was over quickly. Fortunately for any potential encounters with Aurors upset that we'd basically assaulted 2 business proprietors and trashed their shop, Tonks was first on the scene. Remus was backing her up, so I assumed they were just on their own Hogsmeade date, though she did have her Auror robes on. She was probably the only Auror that would volunteer to be around for security in the chaos that was the school weekend. Once she'd helped us reverse some of the prank damage so she could interview us without laughing, she opined, "I think your capture rate for Death Eaters is higher than anyone in the Auror department at this point, Dresden." "We helped," Fred insisted, hair currently a rainbow pattern. "Finders keepers." George tried, stroking the luxurious mustache that had grown out of his face. "But, seriously," Fred continued, "do you think they'd sell us this place on the cheap? I guess we couldn't buy it until next year, and we need to secure funding." George tugged at his mustache in thought. "Let's just get these guys arrested first," Tonks stopped them. "They attacked you, right? After you discovered they were up to a conspiracy in town." "Basically," I shrugged. Probably not worth mentioning at this juncture that we'd provoked Jugsun. He did throw the first spell. Think they'll be able to claim they were just humble businessmen? She shook her head. After the Aurors got killed and all the attacks lately, we're finally able to treat them the way we ought to. Anyway, I'll get them booked, and you four get back to your weekend. I know how to get in touch with you if I have follow-up. Fred, George. I know I can't figure out what you started with in your pockets, but don't get in the habit of stealing merchandise from crime scenes, okay? Yes, ma'am, they saluted in unison, and headed out. Tonks looked apologetically at Remus. Sorry, honey, I have to work. He smiled. I'll help you move the bodies. Matilda chortled. See, Harry. We're not the only ones. Tonks and Lupin also know what's important in a relationship. Chapter 40, Birthday Presents. Bob's skull was practically quivering with excitement on my dresser as Matilda and I got ready for our night out. We'd put up the muffling charm, since Penny, Alexis, and Tonks were getting ready next door in Penny's room. Explain it to me. Thoroughly, Bob ordered, voice tinged with anticipation. I sighed and tried to be as efficient as possible. Tonks got some intel out of the guys we arrested a couple of weeks ago. There's a popular muggle club that the younger Death Eaters like to go to and mind control pretty girls to go home with them. It's really gross. But as long as they show backup memory wiped instead of dead, the Auror department isn't making it a priority. I hate fudge, Matilda added, from the closet. We need to elect someone else. So, I continued, since the Auror department is still short-handed, and doesn't have many girls to go undercover anyway, Tonks got permission from Kingsley and the Longbottoms to run a sting with Order members. There aren't a lot of them that can get into a popular nightclub on Ladies' Night, either. Molly Weasley and Emmeline Vance are fun, Matilda said. But they're not exactly the clientele. Right, so Tonks is taking Penny and Alexis, and convinced Dumbledore to let Thilda leave school for her birthday as long as it was Order business. Hestia Jones will be around as backup, too. And, I summed up, this would have been a perfectly competent group of young witches, ideally suited to fighting Death Eaters. So I would have been more than happy to tell them all to have a fun girls' night and I'd see them tomorrow. Except, Bob prompted. Except it's my birthday. Matilda said, stepping out of the closet. She looked great, even dressed for the cold weather that was still hanging around at the end of March, little black dress over red tights. I want to see my friends. But I also want to hang out with my boyfriend. Plus he's a good luck charm. I sighed. Tonks is convinced that me and Matilda both being around basically guarantees they'll catch some Death Eaters. They haven't had much luck when we weren't around. But I'm still not sure why I have to. Do you want to wait in line all night? She asked. I could confound the bouncer, I argued. The Death Eaters would recognize you, she countered. I could polyjuice as a different guy, I insisted. I don't want to go with a different guy. Plus, you'd still stand out. The sting is a group of girls. Bob laughed. Matilda Grimblehawk, this is the best present you could have gotten me for your birthday. In recompense, I'm at your steady disposal for all of your Easter break. I sighed, as much as I was not interested in being Bob's payment, that horse was long after the barn given how much we'd let him watch in our bedroom. Might as well go ahead, babe, Matilda suggested. You need to get dressed. I kept telling myself it was just an undercover operation. And a way to amuse some of my best friends, who happened to be girls that wanted a girls' night. No need to be embarrassed. Plus, I'd threatened them with the Weasley twins if this got out. I straightened the bathrobe I was wearing and reached over to grab one of the vials of polyjuice. Penny and Tonks had been able to requisition several hours' worth, since their departments had been brewing it to try to come up with a better way to detect when it was in use. I uncorked the vial. The smell reminded me of soccer balls and cherry blossoms. Tonks had promised she'd selected the donor from a pretty but Amazonian woman she'd found at a gym. She'd gotten someone tall because too much height change and I'd barely be able to figure out how to walk. I hadn't really wanted to question her on the ethics of basically stealing some random muggle's appearance, and duplicating her ID, for undercover work. As a metamorphomagus, she probably did stuff like that all the time. Down the hatch, Haley. Bob cackled. Bob, you're being insufferable, Matilda told him and he quieted his laugh down a bit. But that is a good cover name. Letting my feeling of annoyance override my embarrassment, I just threw back the potion. I wasn't a stranger to human transfiguration, but it was different with the potion. Streamers of writhing magic exploded through my body from where the liquid hit my stomach, making my entire being feel like molten tallow, swiftly pulling inwards like I was poured into an invisible mold. It was more painful than transfiguration, and I wondered whether Crouch was a masochist, as often as he'd been doing this. After a few moments, it blissfully ceased. I asked, in a voice suddenly much too high, did that look as weird as it felt? It was not particularly sexy, no, Bob admitted. I opened my eyes and stood up from the bed. My robe was now dragging on the floor, and Matilda's face was much closer to mine than it usually was. Tall for a woman was not tall for me. Tonks had been right, the balance was really weird, and I was thankful she'd chosen someone that hadn't cost me even more height. Just being 6 feet tall was enough of an adjustment. I managed to not fall over when I went over to the closet mirror and got a look. It's so profoundly weird to look in a mirror and see someone else looking out. How does Tonks live her life like this? I asked. You going to make it? Matilda asked, realizing that I was having a weird moment of existential dread. Do something to pull my mind off of the stranger in the mirror. The pretty athletic woman that couldn't possibly be me asked, full lips moving in a heart-shaped face framed by golden hair in a chin-length cut. At least I wouldn't have to figure out long hair. Shit, Matilda struggled to find an idea, walking up behind me in the mirror. Permission to touch you. I nodded. I was not expecting her to reach around, put her hands on my chest, and squeeze. It was her saying, honk. That did it. Between the alien sensation and the total absurdity of the situation, I broke down laughing. Bob, from over on the dresser, said dreamily, if you two make out, I won't ask for additional payment from either of you for a month. That would help normalize the situation. Strangely, I admitted, looking away from the mirror and down to my girlfriend. Even though the distance down was less than I was used to, it was important to my tattered sense of masculinity that it was down. Then let's pay the skull, she grinned, reaching up her right hand to pull me into a kiss. Her left hand was still on my chest. There was a whole lot, physiologically, going on that was brand new to me. If nothing else, this whole thing might give me some useful pointers about women's bodies for later. Every moment, a new bit of justification to get me through this night. And if the two of you come back here later and there's still time left on the transfiguration? Bob implied. Matilda broke the kiss and told both Bob and me, sorry. I think I'm totally het. That was weird. I don't think I'll ask for this again. She gave an apologetic smile and said, confirmation of my own sexuality for my birthday. And this will still be fun. I'll just remember you're still Harry in there. Plus, I get to play dress up. Despite the enthusiasm, the ticking clock on my polyjuice supply kept her from really indulging in her fantasy of treating me exactly like a life-sized Barbie doll. None of her clothes, or pennies, would fit me, especially if the potion ran out before I could change back. To avoid an Incredible Hulk situation, we settled on transfiguring some of my own clothes, so I could counterspell the transfiguration if I felt the polyjuice wear off. This had the side benefit of keeping her from getting too elaborate with the couture. Fortunately, we weren't culturally that far past grunge. I was assured a simple dress, leggings, and flats would do, even for a trendy King's Cross club, as long as we showed up in a big enough pack of pretty. The place we were going was really more of a set of rave warehouses turned trendy club anyway, so we didn't have to look like runway models, just impress the doorman. Nope. Matilda ordered, when I tried to take advantage of the loose dress to hide my utility belt. You'll ruin the lines. At best, they'll think you're a drug dealer. You can take your bag of holding. How have you had time to figure all this stuff out for what's acceptable at Muggle nightclubs? I whined, mostly because I'd been fighting for years with my bag of holding to make sure nobody accused me of carrying a purse. Honestly? Tonks and Lexi briefed us. They've been going to clubs. On and off for months. I didn't realize they'd become such good friends, I admitted, moving my essential gear into the bag, and transferring the small sheath that held my blasting rod to the strap. It would probably read as a holder for mace or something. Ministry lunch pals, she shrugged. I'm looking forward to graduating so I can be there too. The three of them are getting close. I feel a little left out. Hence, girls' night. I'm sorry, I told her. I didn't realize this meant so much to you. I'll shut up and take it like a, well. Ha, you've got your bad jokes back. Let's do your makeup and hair. I got out of it with some simple beauty charms that, like the clothing, would revert with a counterspell. All that was left was to make some minor sizing adjustments to my old military surplus coat so I didn't freeze to death or look bad doing it. Is this punk? I think you may look like a rocker girl. We should check with Tonks. Let's get it over with, I nodded. I hid Bob back away in my trunk. I think he realized that I wasn't comfortable, and avoided making any more comments. But I could see his eyes flickering with him thinking them. All that was left was to cancel the privacy charms and head downstairs, where we could hear the rest of the girls ready and waiting. The noise of three witches squeeing in delight was certainly an experience. I winced, since the potion-based transformation hadn't seemed to dull my excellent hearing. Maybe it was magical? Dresden, you look amazing. Tonks approved. Very rocker girl. Matilda gave me a thumbs up at getting the vague fashion illusion right. Tonks herself had morphed to look like some red-haired woman that I'd never seen before, probably to go with whatever IDs she'd stolen, dressed not too dissimilarly from how I was done up. So 2 blondes, 2 brunettes, and a redhead walk into a club. She grinned. Is it weird? Penny asked, inspecting me from all angles. She'd gone with a lot cuter of a look than the rest of the group, wearing a low-cut fancy dress and classy jacket. I knew she'd been really enjoying having an income, and cheap rent, that allowed her to finally buy clothes that weren't totally bargain or second-hand. I'm enduring, I allowed. But, yeah, it's super weird. Nobody make fun of Haley, okay? Matilda asked, while conveying the name she'd decided I'd be going by that night. She's not loving it. I really appreciate the sacrifice. Dysphoria issues? Tonks asked, looking me in the eye and frowning. Let me know if it gets bad, okay? I have to morph into guys sometimes for undercover work, and I don't love it either. We don't need you having a panic attack. I think I'm okay. Just don't make me think too hard about it. Alexis was the only one rocking a miniskirt, and had gone full neon raver with her jacket and low-cut t-shirt. I could see her mentally putting away the jokes at my expense she'd been saving up, and just slapped me affectionately in the arm. When you're back to normal, I'm going to have all kinds of things to say about big, burly Harry Dresden, manly man. But, thanks for doing this. I feel a lot better having you as backup. Now, let's go have a great time. I nodded. It was nice to have such good friends, even if they tended to mutually reinforce one another's amusing ideas until they became a whole thing. Let's go, I agreed. Loud music. Fruity drinks. Arresting Death Eaters. I was really most excited about the last part. If I could just hex some bad guys unconscious, the whole situation might be worth it. Chapter 41, Ladies' Night. My name, at least for the night and mostly according to my stolen ID, was Miriam Haley Joanne Ainsley. Conjure by it at your own risk. In fact, mention it ever again, and I'll make sure you are viciously pranked. Polyjuice isn't that hard to come by, and payback is a bitch. Yes, and that night, so was I, follow-up is right there. But after getting called a bitch twice on the walk to the club, I was ready to retire that word from my entire vocabulary. Just ignoring guys on the street that I didn't want to talk to appeared to require commentary, every time. My friends thought I was an outlier for the sheer amount of comments I got in the short walk, but not much of one. At least the metaphorical and literal mile I was walking in someone else's shoes wasn't in heels, and I knew that it would end in under an hour as soon as I stopped renewing my polyjuice exposure. Pro tip, downing a potions vial is pretty easy to hide in a club as long as you yell, shots. Right before drinking. When I saw Barty Crouch Jr. next, I was going to share that little bit of knowledge with him. You know, as fellow polyjuice heads, it's what we like to be called and you can't prove otherwise. The club was in the King's Cross Industrial District, which had several of its old train shipping warehouses converted into trendy rave spots, and was extremely close to the station we used to get to Hogwarts, and not that far from Diagon Alley in general. It was probably why it was being targeted by Death Eaters, who would need a native guide to find anything outside of central London. On a Saturday night you could hear the music echoing across the train yards, and it didn't take long to spot the long line of mostly guys queued up around the nondescript building to show us where we were going. Matilda had been right, I wouldn't have wanted to wait in that line. We walked right past, got leered at politely by the doorman, and were let right in. Inside, it was intense. I wasn't really a clubs of any kind person, not that I'd exactly had the time to go clubbing since I'd been old enough and stopped having my life controlled for me. I'd also never really been able to develop a musical taste, since any stereo I could possibly own would be destroyed by my magic in short order. If pressed, I'd probably say that I liked rock music, but most of my formative musical experiences had been soundtracks to movies I'd seen in the theater. I could probably find some fun in going to a really divey bar and having a beer while listening to a live act. Pulse-pounding dance music in a large open warehouse with a strobing light show was not that. My poor sensitive ears. Let's claim a table to use as a base. Tonks ordered. Then dancing. And drinks. Alexis yelled. I'm so glad you're all here. This is going to be fun. I hadn't really expected straight-laced prefect Alexis Marie, who wore khakis and organized international wizarding events, to dive fully into being a club girl. It was interesting the sides of people you didn't get to see when you mostly experienced them at school and work. We managed to find a table, and made passing contact with Hestia Jones on the way. She was going to stay away from us but keep an eye on our group, in case we got blindsided. She looked like she was enjoying herself, just being there solo, but I was a bit sad not to get more time to get to know another order member. Still, the dynamic was weird enough without adding someone else that nobody was very familiar with. The dancing was fun, if odd. Beyond the difficulties of hitting the dance floor in a new body, I was about on top of ballroom styles but had to follow Matilda's lead for this kind of thing, and I was pretty sure she was just watching everyone else and trying to figure it out on the fly. Honestly, by about song 3, the alienness of the situation was actually improving my comfort level. Being stuck in someone else's body in your own home enforced the disconnect, but this was so abnormal that a few more levels of strangeness didn't even factor in. If I could play first-person role-playing video games without blowing up the computer, I imagined the experience would be similar, just inhabit a different person in a novel situation for an evening. If I'd been drinking, that might have helped as well. We certainly had the opportunity, all the beverages that were being sent to our table by guys trying to start a conversation. But even if I wasn't trying to keep a level head in case the bad guys showed up, I'd done pretty well in potions class and knew that mixing alcohol with just about any potion, especially one as invasive as polyjuice, wasn't recommended. Tonks was also moderating. Penny, Matilda, and especially Alexis were not. They'd all done so well watching themselves at the World Cup after parties, but some combination of the strange environment, freedom from anyone they knew, and, probably, freedom from the judging eyes of their boyfriends made them less inhibited. Well, there was one judging pair of boyfriend eyes, but since they were in a totally different face, they didn't seem to count. In particular, the drunker everyone got, the harder time they seemed to have really remembering that I wasn't their new friend Haley. It made sense, even sober, I kept having to remind myself that the petite redhead at our table was Nymphadora Tonks. People's willingness to trust their eyes was probably how Crouch had been so successful replacing Dawlish for months. So, fully one of the girls for the evening, I was getting an unvarnished view into personal lives and annoyances. I didn't need to know that Remus was a beast in the sack, which was a metaphor that I wasn't sure everyone got, since I didn't think that Alexis, at least, was briefed that he was a werewolf. I didn't need to know that Percy's love of expositing about Gaelic spelling was just part and parcel of being a cunning linguist. I really didn't need the graphic descriptions of exactly what Alexis and Oliver had gotten up to in the room of requirement or Matilda sharing our own, rated R at worst sexcapades. Tonks appeared to be making notes, however, for the next time she could get on campus. They talked about other stuff, obviously. Most of it was complaining about work. But it was the digressions into girl talk about my guy friends that stuck in my brain and wouldn't come out without obliviation. I was honestly considering it. The most disorienting moments were when they totally forgot who I was enough to refer to Harry using third-person pronouns. Matilda's entire story about the fight in Zonkos was told that way, and she seemed slightly disoriented when I'd join in and add color commentary from my point of view, having been there. 2 more doses of polyjuice in and I was about done with being hit on. Only Alexis was single. Penny and Tonks would talk to guys to be polite but were mostly interested in hanging out at the table and talking, at a very elevated volume to be heard over the music, and Matilda and I were basically glued together. And yet, many dudes did not get the message. Half the ones who did made disparaging dyke comments unlike anything else the two of us had ever gotten out in public normally. So when I noticed that one of the guys that had talked Alexis into a dance had her cornered with a friend across the bar, I was probably feeling a little less polite than I'd be otherwise inclined to be. I'd figured out what her face looked like if she was happy to talk to someone, and she instead looked trapped, unable to figure out a polite way to escape the conversation. "I'll be right back," I told the others, weaving across the milling crowds around the dance floor. I'd mostly figured out the balance thing, and any remaining problems with my leg length and center of gravity would be easy to pass off as being drunk. I heard the taller of the two saying, "So you grew up in France, huh?" "I've been to Paris. Not as good club scene as Berlin, of course." "You okay, Lexi?" I asked, interrupting the guy before he could explain his techno-industrial bona fides. "Haley," Alexis said. "This is my friend. I need to go back to my other friends." "Come in, girl, stick around." "Well, hello Wonder Woman," the shorter friend tried to badger Alexis before turning to look up at me. He was probably over a foot shorter than my normal height. "Baby, I would climb you like King Kong on the Empire State Building." "I think you may have missed the ending of that movie," I suggested. "Oh, look, it's the biplanes." When he drunkenly followed my gesture, I grabbed Alexis' hand with my other one and pulled her free of the corner. The bigger guy that had been talking said, "Watch it. You bumped me. Why don't you invite us back to your friends to make it up to me?" "Walk away," I said, staring him down. I broke my usual rule of not meeting eyes, since I wasn't that worried about legilimency from a drunk raver kid. He looked like he was about to try something, before doing the defeated guy shrug and grabbing his friend to head back to the bar. "Thanks, Haley," Alexis slurred slightly as we walked back to the table. "Those guys weren't as nice as I thought." "You know, I thought you needed the height and the big stick," she giggled, "but you're intense no matter what you look like. I can see why they need you to fight bad guys." "What happened over there?" Matilda asked, as we got back to the group. "I'm a mountain to be climbed by the Napoleons of the world," I rolled my eyes. "Seriously, none of this happens when we're out with, well, me and Percy and the other guys. Do you get treated like this all the time without an obvious boyfriend around?" "Pretty much," Penny nodded, taking a sip of her drink. There were nods of agreement all around. I scowled, "That's it. I'm going in for radical chivalry." This point forward, it's all opened doors, seats pulled, and yes ma'ams. My knight in shining trench coat, Matilda smiled. Tonks shook her head, though, I don't know. That could be just as annoying as the come-ons. Maybe just use the golden rule on people? Especially now that you have the perspective on how you want to be treated? Not that I'd ever seen you act anything like some of the guys around here. Fair, I said. Is it bad that I'm looking forward to being an unexceptional looking person again that doesn't have to put up with this shit? Ha. Unexceptional looking. Alexis laughed. You really don't know? Have you not seen yourself? Do you not notice how often you get hit on by girls? Thilda, how often does Harry get hit on? Constantly. Every time we're out, she gave a long-suffering sigh. He never even notices. Penny shook her head, believe me, I was the first to know that. Matilda continued, girls come on differently, babe. It's subtle. I nodded, and then said, wait. Penny. What do you mean you were the first? She gave an embarrassed laugh, took another sip of her drink, and was clearly only telling me this because she was drunk and able to pretend I wasn't Harry Dresden. Remember back to before Percy and I started dating? When I didn't know that Harry was chatting me up all the time just because he was trying to talk me up for his mate. I was just waiting for an invitation to Hogsmeade. It was so frustrating to realize it was all about Percy. Hung up on his ex, Matilda confirmed for the table. Wasn't even thinking about dating. Basically every girl my year and up hit on him that year. He only noticed me because I wouldn't give up. I'm sorry, Penny, I told her, as the entire table shook their heads at how oblivious I'd been. I really never noticed. It worked out, she shrugged, no worries. I really am happy to be with Percy. I don't know if I would have been, long term, if he'd stayed so interested in being a bureaucrat. But it's great. We get to work together, he's loosening up, doesn't have so much to prove to his family anymore. Plus, I don't have to worry about him getting killed by Death Eaters. How do you even stand it, Thilda? We have a system, she smiled. It's hard work. I don't love it all the time. But I get it. Gryffindors, right? Only Alexis nodded in understanding. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw at the table gave simultaneous exasperated sighs. Remus has to have the same thing. Tonks nodded, and explained, I think it's like, you're either able to be in a relationship with a cop, or you're not. Some days, it doesn't feel fair, that I know he's teaching in the safest place in the world, so I never have to worry the way he does about me. But it's the job. Harry is basically doing an Auror's job, without the backup, mostly because of Dawlish and Umbridge. I hate her so much, Alexis added. None of you have to work with her. You don't even know. Sorry, go on. Tonks grinned, and explained, but it's really not as dangerous as you worry about, it's just the few days a year of total insanity that can kill a relationship. When you come home and have to explain that you almost died, or keep it secret. I've seen it break up at least 2 marriages, just in the time I've been an Auror. And wizards hate to get divorced. So you think you and Professor Lupin are going to make it? Penny asked. The Metamorphmagus smiled, if we can just figure out the living situation. Maybe I should buy a house in Hogsmeade. Lupin isn't even a head of house, he should be able to live off campus and come in during the day. You'd have to, Alexis agreed. Belby is married, I'm sure of it. Hooch and Burbage, too, I think. What about you, Lexi? Matilda poked. You're not holding out for Ollie. Clearly. He's written me a few times this year, she sighed. But we're too different. I don't just want to be a pro Quidditch player's wife. I have career goals. I'm guessing not working for Umbridge forever. I suggested. Alexis drunkenly rambled, her slur more obvious at more than a sentence, definitely not. You know, if you caught her getting up to something terrible, we'd both benefit. But, no. No. I don't think she's going to stay in charge of my department after the prestige of the tournament. She doesn't like foreigners. Maybe I'll move up, you know, in the ministry when she leaves. But I'm networking. Maybe. I'll find something fun to do on the continent. We're not even 20. Why do they make us pick our lives out so early? Here. Penny agreed. The department is great. I'm learning a lot. But I don't like that I can't talk about it. I think I'm going to pick up some masteries, then find a job I can do in public, you know. I smirked and asked, no pressure from Molly to get married next year and start having the next pile of Weasleys. She got a 1,000-yard stare and took another drink, then her eyes flashed with an idea. Lexi, Haley. I need you to have dinner with her. Talk up Fleur. The benefits of the French. How Vila aren't just going to steal her boy away like some changeling child. Then she can put all the pressure on Bill. It's foolproof. The changeling child comparison twigged something in my brain, but before I could follow up on it, Tonks hissed, "Showtime." I followed her gaze to 5 men that were dressed for a 1970s punk show. It was better Muggle camouflage than most of the Ministry purebloods could manage on their own, but it was clearly dated. And I recognized Thorfinn Roll leading the group, and a couple of guys I was sure had graduated Slytherin in the years above me at Hogwarts. "Got your ink?" I asked. Tonks nodded. I assessed how drunk my friends were and suggested, "Penny, get Lexi some water." "You all remember the plan?" "On it," Penny agreed. "Give us 5 minutes. Thilda, go flag down our backup then head back." Even drunk, the team functioned like a well-oiled machine. I guess that's what sufficient lubrication will get you. Matilda, Penny, and Alexis went about their tasks while Tonks and I moved through the crowd toward the Death Eaters, who had almost certainly used magic to skip the line, and were, even from a distance, obviously assessing the women in the bar like the worst frat boy stereotypes. As we'd agreed, Tonks took point, because she could do a European accent that wouldn't immediately give us away, and it would be too hard to explain why I was an American. We bracketed roll and she shouted just loud enough to be heard over the music, "What are you idiots doing here? Didn't you get the change in plan?" She was pretending to be German. "Who the hell do you think you are, to talk to me in such a way?" Roll demanded. We both pulled our left sleeves up enough to reveal our glamour dark mark tattoos. I was sure Voldemort would recognize them as fakes instantly, and most of the inner circle would probably have a way of telling they weren't correct, but we were hoping they'd hold up to casual inspection in a dark club. Tonks told him, "The ones that know Jugsun and Gibbon got captured, so it's not safe for you here. Stop thinking with your dick and start strategizing." I hadn't heard that. He took the reprimand. "But who are you?" "Sophie and Frauke," she shrugged. "We were recruited in Europe. Been searching Albania for the Dark Lord. Got called back here because you lot are getting your asses handed to you." "How many captured in the last few months?" "Too many," he agreed, seeming to buy the lie just based on sheer bravado. "But since we're here already, we've already rounded up some girls for you," she rolled her eyes. "But this is the last time. Make them last. It's a wonder the place isn't already full of Aurors. They don't care about Muggles," he shrugged. "But let's meet these girls." This was the part where we could have a problem, if any of the Death Eaters recognized Matilda, Penny, or Alexis. But it seemed unlikely. The boys from Slytherin had, at most, seen them in their school robes or dressed for work at the Ministry. Highly made up and dressed in Muggle club wear was an out-of-context problem. I might walk past one of them on the street without recognition if I was distracted, and I'd spent hours with each of them every day for years. Still, I breathed a small sigh of relief when we walked up to the table and nobody made any noises or accusations. "Ladies, these are our friends we were telling you about," Tonks cued the table. Everyone had gotten back, and Alexis had a glass of water that she'd mostly emptied. "You ready to head to the party?" "Sure." "This one's cute," Alexis slurred, stumbling into one of the younger guys in a way that was probably not all acting and would help sell the con. Roll looked over the trio and nodded, "Let's move." Our party of 10 wove our way out of the club, and he looked like he was making for a secluded apparition point. "Gentlemen," he suggested with a gesture at the 3 guests, at the point that girls might realize they were being led to a dark alley rather than a cab stand. Wands were quickly drawn and 3 of the guys incanted, Imperio, each mind controlling one of my friends. Not ideal, but within expectations. I hung back enough that I could whisper, "Libero," 3 times in succession, channeled through the rings each of my friends wore. Easily freeing people from the Imperious curse was one of the main reasons I'd worked so hard on the rings. It took a bit out of me to use that much soul fire, that quickly, but at least the Libratus was easier than the other apologies. Meanwhile, Tonks was trying to get information, take them to a safe house, then check in with Not. "Do you know anything about the cup situation? We were told to take that over." Roll looked confused. "I thought Crouch was handling getting to the cup." "He's been caught out twice already," she shrugged. "Maybe he's ready to change it up." "Fair, but I don't think you'll have any more luck getting to it than he has. They keep it locked up somewhere in the Ministry before the final task." I realized that we were talking about different cups. They must mean the tournament trophy. I coughed in the sign that everyone should get ready, charging a focusless stunner, since I didn't have my staff. Everyone else surreptitiously drew wands. By the time the group had found a dark corner behind the building that wasn't full of club kids making out, and was looking ready to apparate away, it was just 5 nearly simultaneous shouts of "Stupefy!" and 5 unconscious Death Eaters. Tonks sighed, "Looks like there was a different conspiracy we didn't know about. But, hey, 5 more arrests. Good job, team. Help me get these guys into holding, and then take the night off." By the time we had them trussed up and ready for transport, I felt the tingle of the potion failing and asked, "Do I need to take another shot?" "No, I think we're done. Get comfortable, Tonks ordered. I smiled and incanted, finite incantatum, to restore my clothes, balanced against a wall, and held in a grimace of pain as my mass and height returned to me suddenly and quickly. Yet. Okay. No polyjuice party games, Alexis said, somewhat sobered by the Libratu's charm I'd hit her with. That was gnarly. If it's all the same, I agreed, we'll leave the shape-shifting undercover work to Tonks in the future. It was fun, though, right? A little. Matilda smiled. She crept closer to me and whispered, let's get these guys deposited, and then go home and give Bob a show. I nodded, realizing that it was after midnight. Happy birthday, Thilda. Chapter 42, Boys Club. Go. Have a good time. After my birthday party, you need a guys' night, Matilda insisted. I'll hang out here with Penny. She can help me study. Or find something on telly. You're more than welcome to come with, I told her. It was 2 weeks after the club experience and the first night she was home for spring break, and I didn't want to abandon her. Do manly things. Let Ollie show you all the best beer pubs. Wrestle a bear or something. That's your whole range of masculine activities, hey. I chuckled. Unless you want to get me back? But I don't fancy my own polyjuice trip. I'm sure boys' hobbies are not the undiscovered country that a girl's outing is. You don't need to pay me back. If nothing else, I doubt we could get away with casual touching in public as guys the way girls can. She shook her head. That's because guys have problems. I don't understand how you stand it. Or want to know. Have fun. Come back drunk with stories. Okay, have fun with Penny. See you later, I conceded, heading downstairs where Percy had clearly lost a similar argument. Guys' night, yay, I deadpanned. We shall simply have to see what barbaric nonsense Oliver has planned, he sighed. It shall be illuminating, if nothing else. Shall we? We gave the flow address Oliver had sent us, Catcham Hall, and exited into a building that looked like a rundown, ancient hunting lodge, all wood and decaying taxidermy mounted on the wall, with a lively crowd clustered around a large oak bar. Very manly, I told Oliver as he met us over at the fireplace. He grinned and gestured out of a large picture window that overlooked the grounds, and I could see the field outside was lit by hundreds of magical torches, surrounding some kind of sporting pitch. No. There is no way she just guessed. And if she knew, she would have come. Outside, a bear was wrestling with a hippogriff. Oliver laughed. Thilda gave you the same line bout beer and bear wrestlin', yet? That's where she told me to take you. Somethin' about needin' a counter T-hangin' bout wi all girls for her birthday. Percy said, I was sad to have to work late and leave you to such tender mercies. It was a lot, and we shall never speak of it again, I agreed. Our host smirked and continued, so I asked round and found out about this. It's run by a Japanese bloke. Got the idea from his cousin, who's workin' on some video game where you catch monsters and fight 'em again each other. I insisted, this can't be legal, Ollie. Well, it's not technically illegal, he insisted. They're conjurations or transfigurations. No magic allowed in the fights except what you've summoned. And the best part, anyone can join in. Feelin' magically mighty tonight, boys. We got beers at the bar and then worked out how to exit the lovely room of death onto the lawn, where it was a clear night that was nearly freezing, with only a bit of moon showing, but tons of stars visible in the sky. There were more wizards standing around the battle area than I'd seen anywhere outside of Hogwarts or Diagon Alley on a busy day. I suspected that most of them weren't heavy hitters, magically speaking, but I was pleased to see a fairly large collection of non-wand foci in evidence. This type of thing seemed to appeal to the mass-market magicals of the United Kingdom. Nonetheless, it was basically all dudes. Oliver had picked well. By the time we reached the lawn, the hippogriff had managed to maul the bear to the point it had discorporated, and was pacing next to its creator, a dark-skinned wizard that I thought I vaguely recognized, probably from somewhere in Diagon Alley. A Japanese wizard, presumably the inventor Oliver had mentioned, used a slight voice amplification to announce, the next match is in 10 minutes. Place your bets now blind. Worse odds when the next contender is revealed. Check in with Fletcher to register your bets. Of course Dung is in on this, I said, spotting the diminutive red-headed order member near the stairs down with his book and wager chits. At least there's no bagman. Ludo is no longer allowed at this establishment. He tends to be a betting risk, the proprietor said, gliding over to us. Up close, he was younger than I'd expected, with an athlete's build. Noriyuki Sato. Pleased to meet new guests, he bowed to us. Oliver bowed back, and Percy and I followed suit. You're on the Japanese World Cup team. Oliver Wood, reserve keeper for Puddlemere United. These are my mates, Percy Weasley and Harry Dresden. Sato lit up. Ah, you are the teammate Benji told me he invited. Welcome. I understand you are Hogwarts trained. Any good at transfiguration? Passed my newts. Percy and Harry were my roommates. I'm sure Percy's the best at it, Oliver explained. But Harry is the best at combat, for certain, Percy demurred. How much time do we have to prepare the conjuration or transfiguration? I asked. I gestured at my staff, and said, not that fast at them. We take all comers here. Speed is not a factor, only strength and control of your creation, Sato said. Please, let me know if you would like a position on the roster. Go ahead and sign us up. Oliver agreed for the three of us. Is there an entry fee? No, Sato smiled. If you win, you keep 10% of the house rake. Plus you may bet on yourself or your friends. Please, do not bet against yourself or have your friends do so. I shall add you to the roster. You should be up starting in around an hour. We bowed again and I asked, what did you get us into this time, Ollie? The burly Scot grinned and said, Don, pretend you're not going to win. The twins were complainin' to me bout some werewolf you conjured. We're a skin for pointers bout the fight wi greyback, in case you tried it again. Not like I have enough time in the classroom to double up, I smiled. But I think I have them again when I sub next month. I'll have to step up my game. Especially now that they're Death Eater hunters. We moved over to the side and I told the story about the capture in Zonkos while we waited for the next challenger. By the time I'd finished, the challenger to the hippogriff was revealed as some guy I completely didn't recognize, with a griffin. We've seen this fight. Hippogriffs win, I joked. Oliver nodded, remembering the hippogriffs saving our bacon during the Fae attack the previous year. Care to wager on it, boys? Fletcher asked, sidling up with his book. When did you start making books, Dung? I asked. Beyond the time I'd tolerated him during my summer working retail, I'd run into him a few times at order meetings. When Bagman biffed it for himself, the little guy grinned. I hear he basically has to rake it in on that tournament or the goblins are going to start taking fingers. Sucks for him, I revealed. He seems to have hitched up his cart behind Maeve to win, and that's our worst case outcome. Anyway, can I just put, like, a nut on this fight? For the hippogriff. I don't know either of these guys. I'll put more on Oliver and Percy. No bet too small, no challenge too great, he said. You boys. Oliver put down a similar wager, and Percy passed. Never saw the point in gambling, the redhead shrugged. Despite mine and Oliver's monetary support, however, it turned out that a conjured hippogriff shared none of its natural territorial advantages, and the griffin won. We absently bet on the matches over the next hour, while talking. Heard you hung out with the girls a couple o' weeks ago, Oliver eventually broached. Lexi say anything about me? I was pretty unclear about how much girl talk was supposed to stay private, so I shrugged, I don't know, man. I get the impression that she's trying to move on. You got any good groupies yet? A few, he waved a hand. But the more I meet, the more I realize I screwed up. She's pretty and smart. Goin' places. And the two of you seem so happy. He gestured at me and Percy. Percy disagreed, it is very easy to fixate on the Hogwarts relationships that worked out, but so many find love years later. Look at my brother, Bill. Years out of school, and he finally finds a magical supermodel. And Tonks and Remus, I added. You're too young to be hung up on your high school girlfriend, man. Maybe the perfect girl for you is some Quidditch player in a rival team, and you'll have to play against her for years before, finally, one day, you get to talking after a match and the sparks fly. He sighed. It's just hard, you know, being the one single guy in the group. I got really used to being three couples, you know. We're not going to stop hanging out with you because you can't triple date, Ollie, I assured him. And don't feel like you can't bring girls you're dating to hang out with the group. Well. Except at our house, because of the security risks. I, for one, will be very excited when you capture the rest of the Death Eaters, Percy opined. You must have handled half of their number personally by now, right? There's no way it could be. I trailed off, doing the mental math. No, yeah, it could be, after we got the 5 at Thilda's party and if the ones we saw at the World Cup were most of them. I still want to hear the story oh how you got 5 more at a birthday party, Oliver said. I hedged, we had the party somewhere we knew they might show up, from interrogations. Tonks is very tricky when she wants to be, and all our girls are quick with a stunner. No big deal. Well, get the rest of them, Percy suggested. Once they are no longer a threat, we can drop the Fidelius and Oliver can bring over whoever he wants. Also, when we are no longer in constant danger, I can ask Penny to marry me. Percy. Oliver and I said basically simultaneously, nearly folding him in half vertically as we each clapped him on a different shoulder. I asked, you got a ring, yet? In progress, he allowed, with a sly grin. You have really set a precedent with magical jewelry, so I want to give her something with some useful enchantments. Unless you plan to defeat everyone soon, I have a little while to finish. With my luck, I'll have to run right from a fight with Voldemort to trying to win the tournament, so you have until at least June, I groaned. My luck was bad enough I probably could have used it to scrape a passing grade on the divination elves. Predict the future by guessing the least convenient thing that could happen to you. A high summer proposal is doable, Percy allowed, then put on his joking face and said, let me know if you need more time before I book a vacation. Oliver added in, we've a big match in July as well, so if it's not too much trouble, it'd increase crowds if you've already won the war by then. Ta. Sure, I took a pull of my beer, then listed out, capture the rest of the Death Eaters, banish Voldemort, final task, prevent the veil from collapsing, run interference for Percy on his big romantic date, attend Ollie's match. That everything I need to do this summer. Seems simple enough, Oliver laughed. Don't forget Thilda graduates right after the third task, so you'll need tea-work in a celebration for that. I complained, I need a secretary. Maybe Hermione, Neville, or Draco will help me keep track of all of this if I offer them private tutoring on their owls. A secretary would have also helped with time management, as we were suddenly up on the roster and Oliver had to scramble to transfigure a lion, which didn't do very well against his opponent's Erumpent. Percy almost got it with his rhinoceros, since they were pretty similar animals and the conjured Erumpent didn't actually have explosive secretions. The lead time on my friends gave me a chance to hastily set up my own ritual circle, and by the time I was up I'd managed to conjure up a variation on one of the summons I'd used in my haunted house, an acromantula the size of Aragog. Watching a giant spider strangle a magical rhino to death is pretty gross, even when you're the one who made the spider. Our winner is Harry Dresden, one of the Triwizard Tournament contenders. Sato announced. Get your bets in for the next round. He headed over and explained, you're up against an international man of mystery, and gestured to yet another middle-aged wizard I didn't recognize. But I saw the guy's eyes without directly meeting them and felt a glimmer of recognition and anticipation from him. I whispered to Oliver, see if Dung will take a bet that my opponent breaks the rules and attacks me. Then you and Percy be ready to back me up. I can't take you anywhere nice, Harry, Oliver grinned. I'll have Percy look for if he's got backup. Guess we stayed at the party long enough for word to get out you were here. Shortly before match time, my opponent had summoned up a basilisk-sized snake. Typical. I kept watch on him out of the corner of my eye while the monsters began to fight, keeping my shield bracelet ready. Sure enough, as soon as the fight pulled over to one side, he commanded the giant snake to rush me while he tried casting some nasty-looking curse at my flank. Prodigo. I incanted, catching the curse on my shield, then point-blank cast, Conf Ringo. With my blasting rod against the oncoming snake. It was significantly less magic-resistant than a real basilisk and exploded into ectoplasm. I'd already willed my acromantula to menace my opponent while I shouted at him, you act like I haven't fought a giant snake before. Is that you, Crouch? If so, rule of 3, buddy. The telltale tongue flicked across his lips as he snarled, one of these days, Dresden. Before twisting in place to escape. I noticed Percy and Oliver spread out in the crowd and both gave me head shakes that they didn't see any more Death Eaters waiting to take a shot. I am so sorry, Mr. Dresden, Sato hurried up. We've never had such an incident. I'm so glad you're okay. You will, of course, be credited for the win, but I think that should be our last bout of the evening. No worries, sir, I told him. Though you might consider anti-apparition wards for the future. Oh, and can you make sure Dung pays up on my friend's bets? It turned out that the guy had given decent but not bankrupting odds that I'd be attacked. After all, Fletcher was an Order member, and knew what my life was like. Oliver and Percy did, too, though, so still made out very well on their bets. What next, lads? Oliver beamed, shaking his bag of winnings. Night's still young, Assassin's V already struck, and I've got a sack o' winnings. Percy offered, there is a late-night curry place near the ministry that is never open during working hours that I have been wanting to try out. Vindloo. Oliver enthused, and I also gave my own thumbs up to the idea. But, Harry, Percy warned, looking over at the conjuration I had yet to dismiss, you probably cannot bring the spider. Chapter 43, Fever Pitch. After a relaxing spring break where I'd had to work all day, but it was nice to come home to Matilda being there in the evenings I was back on campus for the final Quidditch match. I'd missed the semi-final match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, but I'd heard it had been a nail-biter. With all the older Slytherin team members recently graduated, the well-honed Gryffindor team had simply racked up points. Even though Draco had finally beaten Ginny to the snitch, making use of the firebolt his father had bought for him, they'd lost in the face of all the goals Gryffindor had scored beforehand. So the final match was Gryffindor vs. Victor Krumm's Durmstrang team. To the staff's great joy, regular sporting rivalries seemed to be set aside. Anyone upset about Gryffindor winning again within the school was still somewhat supporting them out of Hogwarts pride. The Slytherins might have naturally sided with the Durmstrang team, but the fact that I was technically Durmstrang's champion was throwing off that calculation. Similarly, there couldn't be that fierce of a rivalry between Gryffindor and Durmstrang, since they'd partied together after my victories, and Victor was still dating Katie Bell, one of the Gryffindor chasers. It looked like it was going to be a really friendly match. That couldn't be any more evident than with the relaxing of the seating arrangements. A mix of several houses was hanging around near me, with basically my entire enchanting club and their other friends mixed in, as well as a few of the other Durmstrang kids I'd gotten to know. And the whole thing was much more coupley than it had been in previous years. In addition to the obvious pairings of me and Matilda and Neville and Hannah, there were some surprises. Millicent Bulstrode was sitting with her girlfriend, Sue Lee. Seamus had seemingly talked Susan Bones into giving him a chance, after many attempts. Luna and Colin Creevey were sitting together, but it might have just been as friends to support Ginny. With Millie as another buffer against Gryffindor, Pansy Parkinson had followed Draco over. And that turned out to be a point of some interesting drama. "Is Ginny Weasley riding your firebolt?" Pansy suddenly shrieked, spying the broom that the Gryffindor Seeker was on as the teams formed up over the pitch. "I wanted to give Hogwarts the best chance of winning," Draco suggested. "I let her borrow it. She'll give it back afterward." "You let her borrow 1,000 galleon broom?" she hissed. I was inclined to hiss at that price myself, but the Malfoys were rich. That wasn't even worth $10,000. If he'd been a muggle, he'd have probably been close to getting a sports car worth way more than that. "I think it came down in price this year." "That's what my father suggested," Draco shrugged. Pansy looked over like she was about to say something, but realized she was surrounded by people that wouldn't let her get away with insulting Ginny. Finally, she just said, "You know what? I'm going to go sit with Tracy and Daphne. You enjoy rooting for Ginny Weasley." Draco didn't try to talk her out of flouncing off, which probably made the snit worse. He barely seemed to notice, as he was fixated on the start of the match. "Maybe we can set her up with Theo," Matilda whispered. "Then everyone's happy." "Does your yenta-ing know no bounds, woman?" I chuckled. "How about you, Hermione?" I asked the girl, who was also going stag to the match, since Ron was playing keeper. "Finding a newfound love of the game now that you have a personal investment. He does look good in the uniform, doesn't he?" She smiled. "But I think we'll all be happier to manage our own emotional affairs once Thilda graduates. It's a fun distraction from studying," Matilda pouted. "Anyway, you know you appreciate it. Plus, Harry helped." "I did," I admitted. "You and Ron might have taken until 7th year to get together at the pace he was going. Maybe if we had, he wouldn't need a kickstart for every step of the relationship," she sighed. "Nah, he would have been clueless forever," I disagreed. "And you're only 15. Don't feel like you have to do, well, like I did, and rush through your first relationship." Matilda nodded, "Just snogging until you're 17 is fine. Probably makes your parents happier, too." "It's just hard," Hermione whined. "Especially with all the stuff I know that Seamus is putting into everyone's heads." Matilda smirked and glanced over to where Seamus was sitting several seats down, waiting for a cheer in the crowd at an interesting aerial maneuver before saying, "That boys all talk. Notice how he's going for the unattainable? I'm not even sure he likes witches." "No. But he's always talking and..." Hermione considered it, and admitted, "That makes a lot of sense, actually." "Well, that makes me feel better." I nodded toward Neville and Hannah, "Just gives you those two to compare to. And Nev's a good boy. I assume he's not going to brag, even if they move faster than you." "We're not." Hannah had better hearing than I'd thought, and said, "Hermione. Going slow is okay. And I agree about Seamus. It's why Susan keeps putting him off." She, too, waited for a shout in the crowd before explaining, "She's not interested in being his beard." That cheer kept going, and I looked up and realized that the Gryffindor team was amassing a major lead. While I'd given Ron shit a few years earlier about how being good at chess didn't actually make him a master of strategy, either I'd been wrong or he'd put work into rounding out his skill set. I wasn't exactly a Quidditch connoisseur, but it seemed like the team was using strategies they never had when Oliver had been captain, almost custom-tailored to their opposition. Or maybe exactly custom-tailored. I noticed Katie taking a wider route across the field than the other chasers, trying to stay close to Victor to keep his attention on her rather than locating the snitch. And there was suddenly a gasp, as Victor seemed to have seen it anyway, launching himself downward toward the pitch. Ginny leaped after him, the borrowed firebolt accelerating at some insane rate that was probably making her see spots with the G-forces involved. But I saw a sly grin on her face, and Draco yelled in triumph, "She's not going to fall for that. I know she sees it." Sure enough, she was just waiting for Victor to fully commit to the same Wronski feint he'd used to take out the Irish seeker at the World Cup before peeling off at a sharp angle that made my back hurt thinking about the centrifugal force involved and rocketing so fast past one of the Durmstrang chasers that the turbulence nearly knocked him off his broom. I barely saw the flicker of gold before her hand closed around it, just as Victor expertly missed the ground in another back-breaking turn. Lee Jordan's voice announced, "And Ginny Weasley has the snitch." Krum overcommitted to his feint and she beat him to the snitch. The game is over. Hogwarts wins. Hogwarts wins. For the consummate Gryffindor announcer to credit the victory to the whole school, we must have been doing something right. The entire crowd went nuts. Even the Durmstrang students seemed thrilled. Victor was laughing at his own mistake, and sketched a mid-air bow to Ginny. He'd never taken the match that seriously, and I was pretty sure that he was thrilled that his new girlfriend wouldn't be upset. I felt my ring heat up as Matilda was already passing along the news, mostly for Oliver but also for the rest of our friends that couldn't make it. Krum tried WF but Ginny got snitch. Hogwarts wins. MG. Percy would probably be sad he missed his 4 youngest siblings winning the match. There was a crush of students hitting the stairs down to mob the field, and I realized Hermione must have been at the head of the line, since I could see her mass of curly brown hair racing across the pitch to basically tackle Ron off his broom as he sat down. Perhaps even more surprising was the streak of platinum hair on green accented robes making for where Ginny was setting down, still clutching the snitch. "It's happening," Matilda gasped. Sure enough, there was a moment where Ginny seemed to be thanking Draco profusely and offering him his broom back. And when he took it back, their hands touched, and suddenly they were kissing. I was pretty sure Matilda was going to break my hand in her excitement. There was a shriek of rage from further down the stands, and I could see Pansy stomping off, back toward the school. With the route mostly clear, I led Matilda over to the teacher's box, and asked my grandmother, "How does it feel?" The stoic witch, who I had to bend over backwards to get to crack a smile, had a full-on grin, and dabbed away a single tear of happiness from the corner of her eye. "It'll do," she undersold, before turning to the headmaster and saying, "And you thought we shouldn't have Quidditch this year?" "I admit," Dumbledore twinkled, "it has been a remarkable season. One I believe that we can partially credit to the machinations of these two." I gave my girlfriend a one-armed hug and said, "Matilda's the most dangerous yenta in Britain. I just help with her machinations, though I guess hooking up Victor and Katie was all me." "Well," she credited, "Draco being a good kid. Also mostly you." "Indeed," the headmaster smiled. "This Quidditch season has been everything I had hoped from international cooperation." Hardly an unhappy face in the crowd, and I think we shall have to open the Great Hall for the after-party. Hopefully we can maintain such good feelings into the end of the tournament. Which reminds me, Harry, when you are here to teach next, we should have instructions for the final task. You had to bring it up. And we were having such a good time, sir. I shook my head. "Quick, Thilda, to the Great Hall." Even some of the professors were laughing as we scurried away before Dumbledore could ruin the mood with any more dire pronouncements. It really was a very good after-party. Chapter 44, Hedge Magic. I was back in the castle on May 15th, and Monday classes were an interesting combination of the ends of the spectrum. Between the 2 morning periods, I had all of the first years, and basically answered questions that they were having difficulty with preparing for their upcoming exams. Easy stuff. Conversely, the middle periods of the day were Newt students, and the end of the day was a double period of the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff 5th years. So I was trying to help people master Patronuses and any other apologies they might be able to get, as well as answering frantic questions about what was on the ministry tests. At least I finally got to teach a class with my girlfriend in it. They asked me to stay for dinner so we could be told about the third task afterward, and I, again, was sitting next to Hagrid and Argus Filch. Hagrid seemed pretty quiet, maybe depressed, so I asked, "What's up, buddy?" "Don't want to talk about it," he huffed. Argus did, though, offering, he and Maxime had a falling out. "She were using me," Hagrid whined. "Wanted to learn about the third task." I shrugged, "Tell her. Fla's already at a disadvantage. It's kind of nice that she's cheating for her student. Don't let a little espionage ruin your romance." That got a surprised grunt, and he said, "But she wants me for what I know about the task. It's not real." I struggled to come up with a polite way of saying it, before Argus just bluntly explained, "Do either of you have any other people your size to be with? Be stupid to throw away the one person you might be able to sleep with over your insecurities." I patted him softly on the arm and said, "Life's too short, man. And make-up sex is great." Argus cackled, "I can make you a sign that says if this hut's a rockin', don't come a knockin'." Hagrid was blushing so hard it was visible in the parts of his face that weren't bushy black beard, but he said, "Yeah, think so." We both agreed. The guy deserved a real romance, but even more than that, he deserved someone he could have sex with without, well, doing grievous bodily harm. He seemed like he was going to head over and work it out after dinner. Any after-dinner plans of my own were thwarted by Bagman showing up and waving to me, Fleur, and Maeve to follow him outside. I bundled into my coat as we headed out. Despite being the middle of May, with no sunset until after 9 p.m., it was still gross outside. It had frozen the night before, and clear skies had given way to chilly rain over the course of the day, which had never gotten particularly warm. One of the greatest parts of graduating was not being stuck in North Scotland all the time. Maeve, of course, seemed to be right in her element despite the approaching summer. Bagman was leading us toward the Quidditch pitch, running off on unimportant small talk as we crossed the grounds. It didn't take long to reach the pitch, where the previously flat lawn was covered with low shoots of plants laid out in some kind of intricate pattern, the lines of green a yard wide at least with several feet of clear space as aisles between them. Hedge maze for the final challenge, hey? I asked. Harry. You've stolen my thunder, Bagman whined, but then smiled and said, yes, indeed. Hagrid should have these 20 feet high by the time of the third task. The task itself is very straightforward. Triwizard Cup in the center, first one to touch it is the winner. You'll have your entry staggered based on your standings, so Harry first, then Maeve, and Fleur only slightly behind. There will, of course, be obstacles and challenges in the maze. Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, and there will also be spells that need to be broken, all that sort of thing, you know. I could already see a faint haze over the field, and I guessed, space expansion, so this winds up much bigger than the pitch inside, right? Natural property of the hedge, I'm told, he agreed. Also dampens sound and should keep you from just blasting or apparating straight through. I raised an eyebrow at that addition, since we shouldn't be able to apparate on the campus anyway. I wondered if they were planning to drop that protection from the wards as part of one of the challenges. Some kind of trap we'd need short-range apparition to escape? Will we be unable to visit this part of the grounds until then? Fleur wondered. It would be very easy to fly over and learn ZE map. They're partially animate when grown, Maeve volunteered, probably more to show that she knew something we didn't than to be helpful. Might not even hold still while we're in there. Right indeed, Bagman beamed. You all know your stuff. I hear Professor Sprout has been working hard on the enchantments to ensure a connected path is always available throughout the maze, so you won't get trapped, but the walls may move around. Think of it as another part of the obstacles. And we're presumably not allowed to just fly over, right? I checked. He nodded, charms to prevent leaving the maze, yes. Enchanted items are allowed this time, except brooms and anything else you can fly with. If we encounter another champion? Maeve asked with a smirk. Fight to incapacitate only, Bagman frowned a bit. You're not free of laws while you're in the maze. It would be a shame to win only to be arrested for maiming or killing someone. I checked, are we sure the cup itself is in a safe place, not tampered with? Oh, yes, I heard about that. Bagman smiled like an inveterate gossip. Auror's caught a few Death Eaters trying to get in and charm the cup. I would never have suspected Corbon Yaxley, of all people, for that sort. Though I guess I don't have the best track record. He clearly thought back to his own stint in Azkaban for trusting Rookwood. I hear it's under much more secure guard and has been given a clean bill of magical health for the tournament. There should be no surprises other than those that we put in here to challenge you. I couldn't help but snort in derision. If we can just avoid having a Death Eater surprise, at least, I'll consider it a win. Fleur nodded, this does seem dangerous enough with so dark wizards being up to some zing. Will ZE professors and Aurors be ready in case Zir is an attack? We'll use the floating omnioculars again to track your progress, he agreed. Though the magical effects may make it a little difficult to see. You can send up sparks if you get into trouble and need to be rescued, to be sure we'll see you. I frowned, and with all the space charms and protections, any help will have to go through the maze to get to us. I hope you're taking precautions. Of course, he waved away. Full sweep of the maze beforehand. Aurors on hand. You'll all be safe as houses. Well, except from the intended dangerous challenges, of course. Any more questions? Good, it's chilly, let's get back inside. We began to follow him back and I said, you know, I've been in quite a few houses that weren't particularly safe. Safe as which houses? Hopefully safer than the Shrieking Shack or the Black Manor. It's just an expression, Harry. I mean perfectly safe, Bagman complained. Why don't you two head in, and I'll talk to Maeve for a bit. I just rolled my eyes and told him, you know everyone knows what you're doing, right? They've even got Fletcher running books instead of you because nobody trusts you to do it anymore. Maybe you could let this play out how it's going to play out, rather than trying to swing it for Maeve as an upset. I doubt it's going to work out the way you think. He had blanched throughout my speech and merely moved his mouth, no sound coming out, as he tried to formulate a reply. Maeve tagged in with, your assistance has neither been desired nor needed. Harry is correct. He doesn't know how it's going to work out either, but I believe he has a better clue than you do. Fleur nodded, while I'm sure this isn't fair, I'd prefer you stop trying to make it more unfair, Mr. Bagman. Defeated, the man just nodded. I guess you three can see yourselves back inside. I need to do some arithmancy. Good luck with the books. I told him as he stomped off. Left alone with my fellow champions, I couldn't help but ask, Maeve. You've been actually kind of helpful our last few interactions. Are you feeling okay? She smirked and said, because I'd feed you into a muggle wood chipper with a smile and a song in my heart in normal circumstances. What is this wood chipper? Some kind of bird? Fleur asked. It's a machine that reduces tree branches to mulch, I explained, then agreed with Maeve, but, yeah, that. Maeve shrugged and started to slowly saunter back toward the door of the school. A normal person could manage a stroll, at best, at that speed, but she, indeed, could saunter. Before you were drawn as a champion, there was still time to change things. I would have preferred someone else, possibly anyone else, be drawn in your place. But you were drawn, so it behooves me to ensure that this plays out as intended, without terrorists and washed-up gambling addicts interfering. All of this needs to transpire according to your design. I figured. Exactly, she agreed. Don't worry. I'll happily kill you should the circumstances allow once this is all over with. We aren't friends. But, until the current situation plays out, it doesn't benefit me to sabotage you unduly, or permit others to. I parsed that sentence and guessed, but you still might take a shot at us both during the final challenge, if you think it puts you in position to win free and clear. Well, of course, she tossed back before entering into the side door that led into the dungeons. What do I care if they try to arrest me afterward, if our goals are completed? Sleep well, Harry. Miss Delacour. I glanced back over to Fleur, who simply sighed, I could have stayed in France. Good night, Harry. I suppose I will not see you again until the final challenge. Get your training in, I nodded. Pay attention to being able to dodge getting stabbed in the back right before you get to the cup. Right. Either dodge it, or endure it. The boss of us, and with one last sad look at me and where Maeve had gone off to, she headed back toward the Beauxbatons carriage. Chapter 45, Coming Storms. June's full moon was the night before a Wednesday, which was the day that there were very few 7th year classes other than my own defense class first period. Consequently, I got to teach Matilda and her peers first thing, and then she just basically hung around playing teacher's assistant the rest of the day, though she had herbology after lunch. Not having gotten to see her for a month, it was very nice. That month hadn't been particularly exciting, in my day-to-day life. The remaining Death Eaters, of which there couldn't be more than a handful left, seemed to still be laying low. I didn't know if they were still going to make some grand play at the final challenge of the tournament, since their attempt to get to the prize cup had been thwarted. I was kind of hoping they'd just realize that fewer than a dozen people without access to a Dark Lord weren't going to claim a victory. But the people left were the real true believers, not the Lestranges, Crouch, Dollahove, and whoever else they still had in reserve. I was sadly aware they'd probably go down swinging. Likewise, we hadn't made any more progress on tracking down Hufflepuff's cup, which we were hoping was the final Horcrux. If the Lestrange brothers were sitting on it, them laying low didn't do us any favors. My year was simply awash in ornamental magical chalices. There was probably some metaphor there about human sexuality that a guy whose primary magical implements were staff and rod probably shouldn't try to unpack. I'd seen Rob Roy with my friends, Oliver was a huge fan, and Demon Knight with Matilda's uncle and sisters, no statute of secrecy violations detected. In the Mouth of Madness was finally releasing in the UK that very week, and I'd heard really good things about it from those that had seen it in the US. The new Die Hard was delayed by 3 months from its US release, which seemed unfair, so I hadn't gotten to see it yet. Similarly, Braveheart had been delayed all the way to September after its May release in the States, but that may have had a lot to do with how unkind the British were likely to be to it over how fast and loose it played with Scottish history. I doubted Oliver would like it as much as he had Rob Roy. Yet, it was kind of nice that there was enough of a lull in the chaos of my life that I had a month mostly marked by getting to see new releases at the cinema. But on the 14th, it was all my last substitute class of the year. And it was mostly just furious last-minute questions from the 7th years about to take their newts and then a relaxing day. Most of the other years had already taken their exams. Other than the newt class, the morning was both classes of first years, and then immediately after lunch I had Draco's class, along with the Ravenclaws. Pansy Parkinson was clearly still annoyed with Draco, and trying to get his attention by flirting outrageously with Blaise Zabinai. Millie Bulstrode and Sue Lee had chosen a back table to partner up at, and I was the cool teacher who didn't call them on where their hands were. As the class was leaving, the Slytherins stayed behind for a minute and Theodore not brought up. Rumor is that you've been present at most of the Death Eater arrests. Probably, I allowed. They keep coming after me assuming I'll be an easy target. Or alone. The boy who was even taller than he'd been the last time I saw him, his body making a play for second tallest wizard in the castle, advised, I think we've been lucky that none of our parents have been involved. He gave me a look that implied that, for his father's part, that statement included a, yet. Our dads back the Malfoys, Greg Boyle added, gesturing to himself and Vince Crabbe. Draco's two bookends were in the midst of putting on the bulk they'd promised as first years, though wouldn't probably be as tall as Theo. The rest of our families managed to stay neutral, Daphne Greengrass offered. Though it was closed last June. It made me wonder how many former Death Eaters from the 70s had fully embraced the Winter Court once Voldemort had been put back down. Probably wise, I told them, wondering why I was being offered all this information. Draco's father always seems to have a good idea of what's in his and his family's best interest. It was about as nice as I could be about the man. Honestly, despite being hopelessly snobby, I was a little annoyed that my relationship with Lucius Malfoy was so cordial. The next rich jerk that tried to get me on his side, I was definitely going to make an enemy of, just out of pique. But if I did wind up running into anyone's parents? I asked, looking at Theo. Do what you have to do, the boy shrugged, sadly. As far as I knew, he'd basically been living with the Malfoys since his father had decided that Voldemort was more important than his son. He looked at everyone else, who'd seemingly elected him spokesman and suggested, I guess we're hoping that you'd let us know if you know a reason our families shouldn't be involved in the Malfoy/Black business. I glanced at Draco, who just gave me a nonchalant shrug. I want to know, too. My relatives seem to tell you more about this than they do me, most days. Sighing, I checked the wall clock and realized I probably shouldn't have let them out early, the next class wasn't in much danger of interrupting us. I hadn't been expecting an interrogation by baby Slytherins. I finally explained, it's a better alliance than Tom Riddle. At least they don't lie. I don't know what their ultimate plan is, and their short-term goals probably aren't going to make too many people happy. But I don't think they actively want to murder a bunch of people. Ringing praise, Draco drawled, glancing around to see if his friends were satisfied. They nodded, and gave a series of thanks, Dresden, and, good luck at the final task, as they left the room. It's funny that the magical world's leaders are the most likely to try to find someone to follow, Luna Lovegood observed, as she passed the last of the Slytherins on the way into the classroom, early for her mid-afternoon class. You heard some of that? I asked her. She shrugged and said dreamily, no. I could just tell by their walk they were asking you about the fairies. I grinned, you know, if you decide you don't like being a reporter, I bet Moody and I could use your observational skills at our business. My consulting rates are very reasonable, she smiled. So they were asking you to let the fairies tear down the veil. Did I tell you that's what this was about? I don't think so. But it was pretty obvious. Daddy has been writing articles about it for months. I don't know if we're warning people, or preparing them. She blithely explained it all as she set up her seat in the front row desk she usually sat at. That got another sigh from me as I admitted, I don't know either. I feel like I'm missing something. I think it will probably all work out. Maybe we do need to let the Cid have access to our world again. Sure they haven't made your family an offer? I asked. Daddy would tell me if they had, but no. It's just. The girl's normally unfocused eyes fixed on me as she explained with less whimsy than I was used to, there's so much going on in the world that the Daily Prophet doesn't talk about. They think we're making it up. You mostly stopped the Rotfang conspiracy in Britain when they realized that the Black Court was working with Death Eaters. But we hear about the bat vampires in America getting too friendly with Macusa. And the merfolk are worried about things moving in the deep oceans. Well, maybe not worried, but hopeful. Which is worse. We don't print horror stories, and Daddy tries not to let me see the reports, but there's even scarier stuff. The things Mr. Carpenter fights. Monsters from beyond the Never Never. Flying monkeys with fire poop. I said, more reason to keep the Never Never separate, right? Maybe, she allowed. Or maybe this is happening now because the magical world needs to be ready for what's coming. We're used to just having everything our own way. Fighting amongst ourselves. Maybe we'd realize that the world is bigger than we've gotten used to. And the Cid are far from the worst things out there. Some legends say they might even protect us from the worst things out there. So you're lobbying me to let them do what they want? Let them win the tournament. She sighed and her eyes started wandering again, the moment of lucidity distracted by something only she could see. I think you'll do what you need to, and things will sort themselves out. Personally, I was really looking forward to learning to apparate, so if you want to keep the veil up, that's good too. Nothing bothers you, does it, Luna? Oh, no, lots of things do. Tardy classmates, for one. She glanced back at the door, and as if summoned, the rest of my 5th period class began to file in. We all still need to master the Patroness while we have your help. Matilda slipped in behind everyone else, looking freshly showered after her herbology class. Any objections from the class to reviewing the Patroness charm? I asked. Everyone seemed amenable, so I said, then my lovely assistant will remind you of the wand gestures, and let's see how you're progressing. Ultimately, Luna had skipped taking divination, assuming that arithmancy, runes, and care of magical creatures were more useful to her. Madame Trelawney probably had no idea that she'd missed the opportunity to train the one real seer in the school. If only her foresight offered me more specifics about what I needed to do. She was probably right, I'd have to make a decision in the moment anyway. Chapter 46, Sphinx Riddle. The day of the task was full summer, bright sunlight all day, pushing 80 Fahrenheit. They'd actually landed it on a convenient day, placing it on Saturday night, the 24th of June. I wasn't sure if Dumbledore had made certain that the task wasn't on the shortest night of the year, to make it less auspicious for Fae shenanigans. It was close to the shortest night of the year, with the sun not actually setting until nearly 10:30 at night. Since that was when the task was set to start, I'd had myself a preparatory nap. The entire Quidditch pitch was basically full of the magical hedge maze as the evening began to cool off, and Bagman had been correct that it had reached 20 feet high, nearly blocking the lowest levels of the bleachers, full of onlookers. The 7th years still had the back half of their newts the next week, but the rest of the school was done with exams and eager for a showing. Above the end of the stands opposite the staff boxes, 3 giant view screens had been erected, for the floating omnioculars to track us through the maze. I wondered if there was going to be enough light inside to make the images clear. McGonagall, Hagrid, Lupin, and Flitwick all had glowing red stars on their hats, or, in Hagrid's case, on the back of his coat, and my grandmother explained, "We'll be patrolling the outside of the hedge, ready to come in and rescue you if the worst happens. Send up red sparks if you require assistance." "How long is that likely to take?" I asked. "The maze is warded so we can't get anywhere quickly." "We're highly motivated," she said, but I caught a glimmer in her eyes like she realized we could be on our own for a dangerously long time. "Off you go, then," Bagman told them, as he strolled up and gestured for Fleur, Maeve, and me to follow him toward the one opening that had been made into the maze. Sonoras. Witches and Wizards, tonight is the third and final task of the 1994-1995 Tri-Wizard Tournament. As a reminder, Harry Dresden, representing Durmstrang, leads in the points from the first 2 tasks and will receive a several-minute head start. Maeve Malfoy, of Hogwarts, will then begin, followed a minute later by Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons. Each of the names and schools were followed by a pause to wait out the raucous applause from the stands. "So on my whistle, Harry. 3, 2, 1. His whistle blew and I began to trundle off at a light jog into the maze, noting that the omniocular rig tied to follow me floated up in the air above the maze, rather than attempt to stay right behind me. It would have an even worse view, then, because the inside of the hedge was pitch black except for the summer starlight. As soon as I crossed the entryway, I could feel the charms woven into the maze and the natural properties of the hedge like a thick blanket. With a muttered, "Lumos," I lit both my ring and my amulet, slowing down and allowing my eyes to adjust. As the sky darkened all the way to night, travel through the hedge maze began to feel like navigating a strangely leafy dungeon. The whole thing felt a lot like descriptions of Moira in Lord of the Rings, both cavernous and claustrophobic. Between the space expansion and the subtle shifting of the pathways, I felt like I'd crossed half of the pitch before I even had a choice of going left or right. Little maze tip: if you don't have any way to see the whole thing, always go right. Or left, if you're difficult. Either way, pick a direction and stick with it. If it's a real maze, the direction you think is going to take you in the right direction rarely will, and you'll just wind up getting lost and recrossing terrain. I was hoping that the ability of the maze to shift wouldn't ruin that particular piece of puzzle lore. I obviously went left, because I'm difficult. My guess was that this wasn't a maze-solving puzzle. Wizards were notoriously bad at puzzles, such that Dumbledore's obstacle course in my first year at Hogwarts had stymied even Voldemort for the better part of a year. Instead, unless you got turned around, I expected that each of the various pathways through the maze gradually circled from the outer edges toward the center. There would likely be different challenges on different paths, and opportunities for us to run into each other at the various junctions. The trick was beating the challenges efficiently without getting lost. Also, I had to figure out how to slow Maeve down so Fleur could somehow get into first place even though she was starting last. Speaking of place order, I thought I heard a second whistle in the distance after I'd slow jogged for several minutes without encountering anything else. It seemed pretty far away, but the crowd noise had stayed of similar volume, so my guess was that I'd been circling the outer edge of the maze clockwise and was pretty much on the far side of the stadium. Of course the area was empty, both a slow ramp up to get me to lower my guard and not wanting to put dangerous stuff in the outer ring lest explosions threaten the stands outside. I could certainly manage an explosion large enough to threaten the stands through just one layer of hedge, no matter how strong it was supposed to be. If I was actually trying to win the competition, I would have just blown a path straight through. I sincerely doubted the wards and natural properties of the hedge were sufficient to rein in my natural proclivities. Speaking of my natural proclivities, I wasn't the only one in the maze bringing fire. After taking a couple more turns and finding myself within an interior ring, I made out an immense creature silhouetted by its own flames. The giant beast, possibly 10 feet long, clattered along in an armored shell, resolving into an unholy crossbreed of pillbug, scorpion, and crab as it detected me, I'd assume by my lights, except it didn't seem to have a head to see me with. Matilda had warned me about all of the dangerous creatures Hagrid seemed to be keeping on hand, and even she had been turned off by the blast-ended Scroots. As far as she knew, they were some kind of probably illegal hybrid of fire crab and manticore, and even the notoriously gabby half-giant hadn't given up how he'd come across them. I could tell my personal video recorder was working, as the crowd started yelling when the beast began its attack run. It was so large that it brushed either edge of the corridor, so dodging wasn't an option. The shell was heavily spell-resistant. It shot fireballs and had a probably venomous stinger. All in all, it was far from the scariest thing I'd ever fought. Flipendo! I yelled, golf-swinging my staff to send an overpowered knockback jinx underneath the mutant creature. While the shell shed spells like water, the soft underside wasn't nearly so protected. With a surprised squeal and angry gout of flames, the Scroot flailed its many legs in midair as it flipped backwards, or maybe forwards, onto the shell, spikes digging into the turf and tail shoving against the ground to try to right itself but only making it rock. It could probably flip itself over given enough time, and it might be dangerous to leave it behind me, but I figured the fire-based creature would be more of a speed bump to Maeve than to Fleur, so I simply banished myself off the ground to get enough clearance to bound over the creature. I even stuck the landing on the other side without twisting an ankle, though I narrowly avoided getting slightly toasted with flame. I made sure to shine my ring light on the beast and wave to the camera before turning and continuing along the path. I could hear cheers from the crowd coming from all directions. Hopefully I wouldn't have to double back like an idiot. The next obstacle was some kind of field of faintly golden mist that filled the corridor and extended several yards down it. I thought I knew what it probably was, from the enchantment's color, but I got close enough to read the runes carved into the turf around it. Smirking, I tossed some lead shot from my belt pouch, and the little fragments of metal floated slowly along in the null-gravity space. Someone who just recognized the fumes of the limbo mist potion would have run in, not realizing that someone, probably Flitwick or Babbling, had layered in an actual anti-gravity charm. Between having up and down reversed for you and legitimately being cut free of the earth, it would be extremely disorienting. I just gave myself a run up and a good strong yell as I leaped into the field. Sure enough, it was extremely disorienting, as I breathed in the gas and my sense of up and down were reversed. But my momentum was sufficient that, a few moments later, I tumbled onto the ground on the other side of the obstacle. Ah, there were the bruises I had come to expect in my outings. As I jogged past the second obstacle I'd encountered, I could hear Spellfire nearby, between me and the cheering crowd, so I assumed that Fleur or Maeve was just on the opposite side of the hedge from me. Having a good time? I yelled. Such a big bug. Fleur's voice called back. If you see the limbo mist, it has a second trick to it, I cautioned her, and then headed on. I wasn't worried about people getting mad that we were collaborating, especially since the omnioculars didn't have an audio component. Zanks. She called back, clearly having passed the Scroot and heading in the opposite direction from me. I wondered if she was following my same left turn strategy or just happened to get to roughly the same spot I'd been several minutes earlier. After that encounter, I made 3 more left turns without encountering anyone, the noise of the crowd beginning to recede as I moved deeper into the maze. I was halfway down the pitch along a corridor when I spotted a familiar figure outlined by my light charm. Harry. Matilda said, they're in the maze. I tried to warn you. It's too late. A high-pitched voice announced. You knew I'd return, Dresden. I'm sorry, Harry, Matilda cried, staggering painfully forward as her reddish-brown hair began to fall to the ground from her head. As she fell to a knee, she turned enough that I could make out Voldemort's face beginning to protrude from the back of her scalp. You remember what happened to Quirrell? Sacrifice yourself, or watch me tear her apart. I really, desperately hated Boggets. Ridiculous, I told the apparition, Matilda's body warping into a human-height inflatable punching bag with Voldemort's face emblazoned on the front. I gave it a solid right hook as I walked past, fuming, and saw it wobble back and forth out of the corner of my eye. I thought I heard the crack of Maeve's winter magic nearby once, but otherwise my lead seemed insurmountable as I moved inevitably toward the center of the maze. The remaining obstacles were so easily defeated they weren't even worth writing about. The crowd noise had faded so much that I was sure I was near the center as I spotted an obstacle that probably wouldn't be easy to ignore lurking at a junction, a lion body bigger than a griffin with a woman's head. I slowed my jog to a walk and gave a bow to the Sphinx. Madam, I greeted her, what's a fine lady like you doing in a place like this? She smirked, face muscles clearly not totally human in my magical light. At the very least, I expected she could get that mouth open way farther than anyone would appreciate. With a slight bow of her own, she explained, I owed a favor, and this was the most expedient way to repay it, but your politeness does you credit, Harry Dresden. Your goal is nearby, and the quickest way is past me. Ah, but is the cup my goal, or the protection of the realms of mortals? I asked with a wink. I also readied my shield bracelet, just in case I'd made a really bad assumption trying a mysterious question on a freaking sphinx. Given that this is not the only passage into the center of the maze, at the very least you must control the territory lest your opponents outflank you, she shrugged. With her lioness body, it really was an impressive shrug. Fair enough, I told her. Do you have a riddle for me, ma'am? I do, she nodded. On a correct answer, I let you pass. Maintain silence, you may retreat and try another path. But on a wrong answer, we must fight. I'd certainly like to avoid that, I assured her. State your riddle, please. Pure of lineage but not of intentions. Threatening to devour that which consumes all. Gradually winnowed to a furious point by your own hand. Lurking amongst the hedges. Death Eaters, I nodded. And they're already here, hey? Thanks for the heads up. He knows. A voice echoed from within a metallic mask, followed by, finite incantatum. I heard the omnioculars thump blindly to the ground behind me, cutting off the witnesses. Half a dozen masked Death Eaters dropped their disillusionment charms and appeared along the passageway toward the center of the maze. You guys couldn't pick a different day. I sighed and got my shield bracelet ready. Chapter 47, Demise Picnic. I would give myself even odds in a duel against any given Death Eater. That's not so much about how good of a magical fighter I was. Sure, I had more practical magical combat experience than just about anyone that hadn't fought in the last Wizarding War, including most younger Aurors, but these guys had fought in that war. What it really came down to was that both the Unforgivables and Apologies bypassed shields and would take a target out if they hit, so skill level didn't much enter into it other than accuracy and dodging ability. Mostly, we'd just be playing rocket tag, with the coin flip deciding who won. That was against one Death Eater. I was up against 6. Rocket tag is no fun when you're having to dodge half a dozen rockets. Somehow, I managed it with the first volley. The barrage of sickening green killing curse blasts came close enough that I could feel the tingle of the hellish magic as I threw myself away into the ground. I was extremely worried that I wouldn't be able to get out of the way of the second, prone, and with nowhere to go but down an empty hedge corridor in the dark. But it turned out the walls of the tournament maze hadn't been hardened to resist death magic. Why would they be? If one of us had won the tournament by just cutting into the middle with Unforgivables, the Aurors would have had something very pointed to say at the awards ceremony. Practically the T-junction in the maze I'd been standing in was suddenly a four-way intersection, as the spell fire blew a giant hole in the wall opposite the route to the center of the maze. Leaves and twigs showered all over, the majority going in the direction of the blast, but the top of the 20-foot hedge got caught in the updraft and was scattered throughout. Hopefully that would be noticeable from the stands, because I didn't have time to call for help. I was too busy rolling to my feet, diving for the hole in the wall, and trying to not get cursed in the back as I moved. It looked like the next wall was also beginning to fall apart into a giant hole, as some of the killing curses had been behind enough they'd sailed right through the disintegrating first wall to hit the next. I assumed I was somewhere near the middle of the pitch and running across the width of the field rather than the length, so at this rate I might be able to escape the maze just from Death Eaters blowing holes as they missed me. Hold still and die like a wizard, Dresden. Crouch's voice called from behind me as another flash of green just missed me and finished clearing the hole into the next layer of the maze. What's the plan, here, Barty? I yelled back as I dove through the new hole and rolled to the side, barely hanging onto my staff. I was glad my blasting rod was already stowed, as I fumbled in my belt trying to decide whether to go for my Apologies focus or something trickier. I know you don't like me, but it seems weird to get arrested just to take another shot. We would have safely kidnapped you with a port-K cup, he admitted, the voice coming closer warily. I'd killed my own light sources so this whole fight was taking place in whatever light from the stadium could filter down over the high hedges. But, well, that was a cock-up. Wards were still down to allow port keying in and out, though. We'll kill the champions, burn the maze, dark mark, home for tea. Have you considered just not murdering people? I asked, then yelled, Depulso. As I banished a handful of lead shot at the silhouette that moved around the hedge to try to sight on where my voice was coming from. Prodigo. Shit. Ow. Crouch yelled, turning sideways to avoid taking my magical buckshot full on but still getting hammered as it went through and around his shield. Most wizards fighting wizards didn't put enough energy in their shields to stop physical objects. I was already moving, so another blast of green light damaged the hedge behind me as one of the Death Eaters behind Crouch took his own shot at me. From nearby, in the direction of my attackers, I heard someone, probably Dollahove, given the accent, warn, watch out. It's a Dementor. There was general yelling from the other dark wizards, who certainly couldn't manage a patroness, but I was stumped. I didn't think there was any way Dumbledore would have allowed a Dementor to be used as an obstacle, especially after the previous year's debacle. But there was a Boggart, which would likely manifest as a Dementor to former Azkaban inmates. I grinned as that gave me an idea. I didn't blame the Sphinx for retreating when killing curses started to fly, but other creatures in the maze weren't nearly as intelligent. It was time to engineer some backup. The summoning charm didn't really work on most living beings. I'd managed to summon Neville's toad when I'd met him pretty much entirely because toad familiars were specifically useful for practicing spells on. Animate creatures were generally able to twist their way out of the pole pretty quickly, even if they weren't magic resistant like many magical animals. But Matilda had taught me a variation that was sometimes used by the Ministry's creature wranglers. It didn't so much yank them your way as annoy them and give them an idea of the direction of the annoyance. Since you generally didn't want a fantastic beast showing up pissed off at you, it didn't see much use. But that's exactly what I wanted, in this particular circumstance. While I was casting the spell, I'd noticed that the barrage of green lights had dwindled a lot. Between being caught up with the Dementor and general magical stamina, I'd gotten a breather. But with 6 of them, they could multitask between trying to figure out how to handle a Dementor without a Patronus and chasing me, so a few moments later, 2 of them made a tactical entry into the corridor I'd been retreating down and started lobbing less energy-intensive curses my way, forcing me to shield. And one of them was tall, skinny, and still had a notable limp. Perfect. Hey not! I yelled at him. I didn't think you were dumb enough to go along with this kind of stupid attack. It was time to see your smug face wiped from the planet, he snarled at me between spells that splashed off my shield. My smug face? I argued. You're the poster child for if you make a face too much it will freeze that way. Do you all always allow Dresden to bait you like this? The other Death Eater asked. I guessed it was one of the Lestrange brothers. He might have been smarter than I'd given either credit for. I'd been slowly falling back, drawing them deeper down the corridor and past the latest hole they'd created into the outer ring, and I tried to hide a grin as I felt the ground shudder and both suddenly turned to see what was rolling up behind them. Sure enough, the blast ended Scroot crashed through the gap in the hedge and I dropped my summons, 2 obvious targets in between me and the ornery creature. Shrieking in surprised fear sounds really interesting through those metal Death Eater masks, it turns out. I started lobbing my own spells downrange as not and, probably, Lestrange were suddenly in a close quarters fight with an angry giant magical arthropod, forcing them to scramble and shield. Not, who preferred to be as far from his opponents as possible, wasn't ready, and went down nearly instantly as he shielded one of my stunners only to get body tackled beneath the beast with a scream and a sound of cracking bones. It couldn't have happened to a more deserving guy. Lestrange was more agile, and managed to at least dodge until the beast was blocking me from getting at him. He started falling back and calling for help. I managed to line up a shot and stun one of the other Death Eaters that was charging through as backup, and drew my unicorn horn focus and waited. The Scroot almost managed to tackle the Lestrange brother, but he had clearly built up his hate very quickly and landed a killing curse into its underbelly as it reared up to smash him. You know how creatures void their bowels when they die? When Scroots do that, it's basically ignited napalm. I winced as the pool of fire quickly swamped Not's twitching body and the Death Eater I'd stunned. As I was lining up my shot to hit the Lestrange with an exorcism charm, I heard someone shout, "Ridiculous!" from where the rest of the Death Eaters were standing, so they'd clearly figured out the boggart finally. I was running out of time, but at least I had a lake of fire in between us. He got Not and Selwyn. Lestrange yelled to his remaining companions. Guess that means we're down to you yo-yos from Nocturne Alley, hey. I shouted at him, happy for the clarification of which 4 bad guys were left. Excorial. Sadly, he was as decent at dodging as he was realizing the point of my patter, and he managed to duck as my charm passed over his head. There was a shout of Avada Kedavra from the other side of the hedge to my right, as another hole was blown in the foliage, allowing them access to flank me. I had not counted on them figuring that out so quickly. Fire pool and a smart opponent in front of me. At least 1 but possibly 3 bad guys on my right. Hedge on my left. And I'd been opening myself up to fire if I tried to retreat further past the new hole in the wall. I was in a pretty tight spot, with only the school's fortune wards and vague belief in the rule of 3 helping me out. I backed into a corner to at least protect my back, raised a shield, and hoped for an easy shot, but winced as I heard another shout at Avada Kedavra from the other side of the new hole. Chapter 48, Maid Dash. How dare you? Maeve's voice sounded from further to my right, past the new hole in the hedge. Since no killing curse came my way, I assumed that they'd actually shot the spell at her as she jogged into view and she'd dodged. Finite incantatum. Are we leaving the Malfoy girl alive? Dolohov shouted after hexing out her camera. No. She's in it with Bella. Kill all 3. Crouch ordered from closer to the pool of fire. I assumed that meant that Dolohov or the other Lestrange had opened up the new hole, and Crouch was trying to figure out how to pin me from my left with the smarter Lestrange. I definitely considered whether I could just let them all kill each other and save myself a lot of trouble. But even without the camera keeping her honest, I expected Maeve wouldn't last long against multiple wizards happy to cast the killing curse. And as much as I kind of hated the Cid Princess, I liked her better than Death Eaters. Plus, she probably wouldn't be grateful if I helped out, but she'd for sure be furious if I didn't and she survived. Maeve? Temporary truce against these guys. I yelled, rushing toward the hole and keeping an eye on the Lestrange across the fire. Acceptable, she agreed, over the sound of shattering ice, probably having raised a wall of it to block a curse. You three know not the plans with which you interfere in your petty strivings. There are 4 left, I warned her, diving through the hole and incanting, Excorio. At the first cloaked shape I saw. Sadly, they had all gotten the memo that they needed to dodge that, and my cast went wide. As I moved into the new corridor, I had a moment to realize that Maeve's powers were at their low ebb, as it was fully into summer. While she was still doing an excellent job of dodging spells and firing ice at the Death Eaters, it was much less ferocious than when I'd fought her months earlier. Without me splitting their focus, she might honestly have been little more than a speed bump for the Death Eaters that were still between me and the route to the center. But even with her powers diminished, with the 2 of us, things suddenly got a lot more even. We'd never fought together, but we had fought each other, and had a good idea of what the other could do. Like with most of my allies, she quickly picked up on the idea of using me as mobile cover, as I put up an oversized shield and started moving forward. I was gambling a lot on them being too winded to use another killing curse right away, as non-green spells began to wash off. I could hear her dashing back and forth behind me, conjuring ice and illusions as we began to push our enemies back. I still didn't see the other Lestrange joining in, and I warned her, 4th one might be coming from our left. Confirmed, she agreed, and I heard the crack of ice and a shout of pain from behind me, presumably as she gave him a nasty surprise just as he tried to flank us. In front, Crouch, Dollahove, and the other Lestrange brother had retreated to the holes in the hedges, giving themselves cover as we were exposed and moving down the corridor. They were backlit by the still burning pile of screwed sludge, which might be in danger of burning down the whole maze if it kept going. And I was worried that one of them would get enough of a breather to try another killing curse in a moment. I was getting mystically tapped out just holding a shield against the barrage they were already trying. After her initial success, it seemed like Maeve was taking some effort to actually put her Lestrange fully down behind me, which was emboldening the people in front of me. Hoping she hadn't run far, I yelled, "Hey, Death Eaters, what has the head of a woman but the body of a beast?" "Your mother." The other Lestrange yelled. I had hoped someone would go for the insult rather than the obvious right answer. "Bad guess," I told him, then grinned like a maniac as, indeed, a blur of tawny fur launched from the shadows in the corridor behind them, tackling Lestrange to the ground and dragging him back into the darkness faster than Crouch and Dollahove could react. The answer was Sphinx, and you were all meant to answer her riddle to proceed. They cast a couple of spells into the darkness, but failed to rescue their ally. It did give me time enough to drop my shield and try a stunner, which Dollahove barely managed to deflect. He moved back into the cover on my right, as, on the left, Crouch began to insist, "Antonin, stop playing with them and finish it. They're 2 children and you're a champion duelist, we need to try to revive." His tirade cut off suddenly and Fla's voice called out, "One down over air." "Mine's down as well," Maeve confirmed behind me. Just Dollahove left, I shouted to Fleur. 3 on 1, Tony. Drop your wand and it's just stunners for you. I'm not going back to Azkaban. He insisted, the sound of his voice fading as he retreated down the corridor. He must be able to teleport out in the center, I warned the girls. Where the tournament prize is, Maeve suggested. Fleur charged across the opening ahead of us toward Dollahove, and it was suddenly a race. It wasn't actually a straight shot to the center, but we followed Dollahove through a right-hand turn and spied a golden cup sitting on a plinth a football field length away, making my eyes water at the space expansion. Fleur had begun with several yards of head start, but I had long legs. Maeve had started a little ways behind me, but Sid were annoyingly fast. We were neck and neck by the time Dollahove nearly tripped over the corpse of a giant spider they'd probably killed on the way in, and I was able to clip him with a stupefy. As we each wove around the 2 bodies in the corridor, perhaps 20 yards from the Triwizard Cup, Maeve huffed from my right, "Enemies defeated. Truce over." But I'd realized that, and was already sweeping my staff at her shins. "Fleur, go," I ordered, as I turned to fight Maeve. She didn't get kneecapped by my staff, but having to leap out of the way did ruin her momentum, as she dodged back into the hedge. Noticing the last floating camera pass us by to continue following Fleur, she smirked and wandlessly tossed a barrage of ice daggers at me. I turned and let them smash against my coat. It was uncomfortable, but it held, and I was able to keep spinning and turn it into a melee fight, whirling my staff back around and continuing to force her to give ground. I'd been practicing with Moody for a couple of years by then, and a 7-foot length of oak is a hell of a benefit in a close-quarters duel with another fighter used to being at range. She was having to frantically dodge and weave, the hedge behind her keeping her from having a chance to use any more magic. And as I saw Fleur almost reach the podium, I realized that Maeve was giving me a victorious grin. "What?" I asked, looking across the clearing at the center of the maze as Fleur slid to a stop, putting the plinth in between her and us. The center of the maze had a lighting charm on it, so I could see Fleur giving me a sad look, trying to make a decision, hand reached out as if deciding to touch the cup. Fulfill the bargain, girl! Maeve shouted, then tumbled in front of me, not trying to reach the cup, but to keep me from being able to hit Fleur with a spell. I'm sorry, Harry, she yelled to me, her eyes watering with tears. This would have been easier had you tried to win. You should have just won. But I have to do this. For my family. Do what? I demanded, though I was starting to figure it out. With the apparent betrayal, I felt something snap in my brain, a subtle compulsion to fail to put the pieces together about Fleur. Vila are just exiled Sid. Trapped on this side since the veil went up, Maeve confirmed with her usual smug grin. And most of them want back in. Do it, Fleur. Tell Bill I'm sorry. She asked me through flowing tears, then stated, I claim this victory in the name of Titania and the Summer Court. With that, she grasped the handle of the cup. The golden artifact began to fire like a portkayat, but instead of teleporting her away, it ripped a hole in the veil, and the walls of reality fell in a wave, sweeping over me and away. The last I heard, before blacking out in the magical torrent, was, and I choose to be a Sid. Chapter 49, Grail Quest. Haas? Harry. My grandmother's voice drew me back to wakefulness. I was sprawled on the ground near the center of the maze, and I looked over and saw Dollahove's body already bound in ropes. There was no sign of Fleur or Maeve, but McGonagall was looming over me looking extremely worried. Sky still looks right, so I assume we didn't get sucked into the Never Never, I observed slightly groggily. Harry's awake and seems okay, she shouted back. And I have one more Death Eater bound. I think we got them all, I confirmed for her, carefully sitting up. Should have been 6 total. I don't think Nott or Selwyn survived the Scroot dying, so there should be 3 that are stunned, and 1 that's Sphinx Chow. Well, I don't know what Maeve did with hers, so maybe only 2 are stunned. That's what I counted, as well, she nodded. What happened? Did you get stunned? Not exactly, I shook my head. It was reverse psychology. Fleur was working for the Summer Court the whole time. I got caught in the veil ripping, but I think I'm okay. She lent me a hand to help me stand and then she began casting diagnostics on the clearing where the cup had been standing. Some kind of big discharge of energy, at least, she eventually agreed. An apparition traces like I've never seen. They probably both went into the Never Never, I agreed. What kept you? She sighed, the maze was more impenetrable than we'd expected. The Ministry had very high expectations of your ability to circumvent the challenges, and added more wards than we'd been told. It took several minutes to take them down as soon as your battle began. So I guess I wasn't out long. I used my staff to walk around the clearing, still a little wobbly. The omnioculars that had been following Fleur were flopping weakly on the ground near the middle, their charms damaged in the veil destruction. And I guess it was also the Ministry's idea to make this area free of the anti-apparition wards so the cup could portkaya the winner out. You were out for only a few seconds, probably. And, yes, she frowned. Albus double-checked the portkaya charm when we learned they were trying to get hold of the cup, but I suppose he didn't factor them coming into the clearing. To be fair, it was a dumb plan and got them all arrested or killed, I shrugged, beginning to walk back out of the maze when there was nothing else to see in the clearing. I think they were desperate to seem relevant. We could just apparate from here. She suggested, seeing me leaving. You'd just wind up in the Never Never, I disagreed. Then I had a thought and explained, oh, man, they need to get a daily profit out immediately to tell people not to try to apparate until they've learned how to navigate the Never Never. Beginning to feel better, I started to jog out. Mobila Corpus, McGonagall cast, levitating Dollahove and moving after me. Oh, yes, that isn't good at all. Back at the junction, Remus, Hagrid and Phileas Flitwick were trying to figure out what to do with the battle scene. Clearly, knowing that she'd be escaping soon, Maeve hadn't just stunned her target. Phileas was heating a pincushion of icicles the smart Lestrange had been impaled on, Hagrid was negotiating with the Sphinx for the other brother's mauled body, and Remus was putting out the last of the Scrootfire to try to recover Nott and Selwyn's bodies. It looked like Dollahove and Crouch would be the only ones that would survive to go to prison. I've sent for the Aurors, but with the wards they may have to walk in across the school grounds, Phileas explained as we walked up. Unless there are some already nearby, it's going to take however long it takes to fly here on a broom from London, I told them. Veil is gone. They won. I can unfortunately confirm that, Dumbledore said, landing in the clearing being carried in by clinging to Fawkes the Phoenix's tail feathers, of all things, like some patriarchal Mary Poppins. At least I was able to take the anti-flight charms down. The rest of the staff and the prefects are escorting the students back to their dormitories. What happened, Harry? I got played, sir, I began, and then quickly summed up everything that had happened since the Death Eaters hexed out my camera. He listened to the debrief and sighed heavily. I'm sorry, Harry. I should have realized such a thing was a possibility. I did try to implement contingency planning, so hopefully word will be spread quickly once it becomes apparent that the Flow network and part4 travel are both down. Let's close up the crime scene. He and my grandmother both quickly transfigured the earth to erect walls across most of the exposed corridors to prevent the beasts from further disturbing the bodies of the Death Eaters, and then led us out the holes that had been killing cursed into the walls, using transfiguration and the Elder Wand to pry open a hole through the last 2 layers. An unhappy collective of bureaucrats led by Fudge and Umbridge descended toward us as soon as we were visible. I was surprised they didn't have any Aurors with them as bodyguards, but presumably things had been bad enough lately that there weren't any hands free to babysit. Dumbledore sighed and went to handle it, as I turned to intercept the Matilda-shaped missile that was hurtling toward me to check that I was okay. I'm fine, I assured her. But your apparition license is useless. Maeve beat you to the cup? She asked, making sure I wasn't bleeding before wrapping me in a hug. No. But remember how I said that Vila seemed like Sid? I should have followed that thought up. Oh no. She said, looking toward where Bill Weasley was descending the stairs more slowly, a worried look on his face as he realized Fleur wasn't with us. Sorry, man, I told him once he was within earshot. She decided to choose her Vila side and win the tournament for the Fairies. I think it was a really hard choice. She said to tell you she was sorry. He sighed and closed his eyes for a minute, then said, figures. Wouldn't be the first girl I dated that broke up with me when she realized she was out of my league. Has anyone seen my godmother? I asked everyone standing around, which also still included Remus and Hagrid. She said she'd meet you at the 3 Broomsticks, Matilda told me. She left as soon as the wave of energy happened. I'm coming. Everyone's coming, Remus said. Or at least, Dumbledore. That took a little while to organize, since Fudge was basically frantic about the revelation that his big tournament had lost the war that he hadn't thought he'd still been fighting. There wasn't even a victor to give the prize money to. I watched them glance over at me, briefly consider declaring me the winner by default, and then shake it off and decide to keep it. I wasn't sure whether Dumbledore decided to break to him that the Malfoy heiress he'd been so fond of had been an enemy combatant the whole time. Finally, a small parade started heading down to the school gates. Most of the adults who'd been visiting needed to acquire lodging or figure out how to get back to London. They would eventually decide to take the Hogwarts Express, which turned out to be stashed in a barn at the end of the line when it wasn't taking one of its normal half-dozen yearly trips. While the ministry officials were haggling with Madame Rosmerta about rooms for the evening, my godmother peeled out of a corner and said, I imagine you have questions. She didn't seem particularly threatened by the others who turned with me to talk to her, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Remus, and Matilda. But she did leave herself a fair amount of room to move and have a window behind her to escape through if necessary. You played me the whole time, I told her. She shrugged and admonished, you were warned that you were too predictable. No one ever told you your victory would be as an agent of the courts. You drew that conclusion on your own. I asked, and the geese to make me fail to notice that Vila were Sid. That drew a grin, woven by the Queen herself, and you still nearly worked your way around it. I'm so proud of you. None of us expected you to become friends with the poor changeling. It seems to have worked out in the end. If I'd taken the trophy instead of basically letting Fleur win, Britain and Europe would have probably been the last bastion of the Veil. For a brief while, she allowed, then explained, this was not the only place such affairs were enacted. Titania herself should have at any moment now achieved something similar in the Americas. I believe her knight and lady were handling Eurasia. And winter court luminaries were in South America, Africa, and Australia, where it's technically midwinter. Dumbledore sighed, closing his eyes, and admitted, none of the other nations of the planet took my warning seriously. He opened his eyes and fixed her with a stare that utterly failed to twinkle, you owe us recompense. That got a faint smirk, as she asked, if you locked a family in their home and decided the bars on their front door were a useful place to hang your laundry, would they owe you when they finally escaped, tossing your wonderfully colorful robes to the ground? Just because you built your society around the existence of a veil does not mean that its continued existence was owed to you. But I do owe my godson for the deception. It was unfair of me to manipulate him so. So, for that, I offer recompense. Follow me. Bring what witnesses you will. Authoritative ones, for preference. Not Dolores, though. I've never been able to stand her. I figured it out, you have Voldemort stashed in town. Such a smart boy. She crooned. Dumbledore, still the least amused I'd ever seen him, flagged down a couple of the ministry guests that he seemed to trust, and Alexis noticed that something was going on and slipped into the small crowd. Bellatrix nodded and led us a short way down the street. We were in a residential neighborhood not far from the inn when she announced, I declare the secret finished. Reveal the black home within Hogsmeade. The secret revealed, an old but elegant townhome painted in dark greens was suddenly there on the street, where I'd been ignoring it. As the Fidelius died, I realized that I'd seen the old house a number of times in my trips through the town in the past, but hadn't noticed it in the last year. My godmother whispered to me, Lucius was right about the difficulty of hiding such things. But he never figured out how to cast the Fidelius. I groaned, you never told me you didn't take the cup out of your vault. She gave me a forgiving pat on the arm. If you're going to keep dealing with the Cid, which seems likely, you should really pay more attention to what people tell you, Harry. You, like most people, hear what you expect. Sure enough, she opened the front door and right there, in the middle of the cleared floor of the foyer, was a complex runic circle surrounding a golden cup, with the flickering shade of Voldemort floating in the air above it. Bella. Even if you have brought this as a sacrifice, there will be no forgiveness this time, the spectre warned. Ignoring him, and the gasps of the ministry officials who didn't know what to expect, she explained, the trap relies on the cup, so you might need to eliminate both simultaneously. You fools, Voldemort railed. Even without any anchors, you cannot destroy me in this form. You have the exorcism charm down, sir. I asked Dumbledore. I do, he nodded. Unless Miss Grimblehawk would like the honor. Matilda shook her head, you've been waiting a long time for this, sir. I am Lord Voldemort. I am eternal. Dumbledore incanted, Excorio, silvery static washing over the cup, and I gave it a few seconds for the telltale wail of a destroyed Horcrux, before my own soul fire charm nailed the wraith before it could flee. Eternal. Tom Riddle's high-pitched voice argued, fading into nothing as the last of his spiritual essence unraveled. Bellatrix clapped her hands and said with seemingly genuine cheer, well. That's everything sorted and everyone appeased, yes? And now this home is available again. Perhaps young Nymphadora would like it as a residence, for closer access to her beau. She eyed Remus, making it obvious that she was not making a big deal about his status as a werewolf, especially in front of people that might not know. I looked around. The ministry officials seemed altogether shocked at the sudden defeat of Lord Voldemort. McGonagall and Remus were making identical grimaces of disapproval. Matilda and Alexis were just rolling their eyes at me at yet another stupid adventure I'd had. And Dumbledore was clearly furiously thinking to see if there was any angle where Bellatrix Black Lestrange and the Fey Courts hadn't thoroughly outmaneuvered us and left us thanking them for the privilege. Safe for us to use the wrath to get home? I asked. Safer than going into the Never Never Blind. My godmother agreed. Well. I have a victory celebration to get to. I'll be in touch, Harry. Then she turned in place as if operating, only to vanish in a swirl of colors that briefly left the impression of stepping into a fantastic world of fairy tale and nonsense, clearly not following her own advice. One of the ministry officials finally asked, Albus. What just happened? Chapter 50, Neverlands. Think we'll beat the train back to London? Tonks asked, peering down the cobblestone walkway that wound through an impossibly craggy hillside on the left and a forest of immense majesty on the right. The cobblestones themselves were a haphazard collection of every type of stone that could be quarried in Britain, worn smooth over the centuries. Remus shrugged, it was only about 20 minutes to get to Leeds, but then the next time we were out in what must have been near Edinburgh. We might have already missed the path to London and have to double back. If we can trust whatever that is, he gestured up at the vaguely neon orb that was currently passing as the Never Never's sun, it's about noon. But we won't know for sure until the next time we step out and can get a real idea of the hour. I, for one, am enjoying the adventure. Matilda enthused. I just hope the markers we added don't get turned around by little men like in Labyrinth, Alexis argued. We'd used the last few days of the Hogwarts year to make some tentative forays into the Never Never. From what little we could tell, places were connected thematically rather than based on their real-world distances, and trying to map useful connections was something Alexis had immediately grabbed onto as a way to make herself a better career in the ministry than working for Umbridge. Various places around Hogsmeade and the school grounds had all emptied into seemingly random locations, but the Wrath outside of town exited onto an endpoint of the Roman-style road we were walking along. If there were any markers at the intersections, they'd disappeared over the centuries of disuse. But at least the road seemed stable enough, still connecting all the old fairy mounds of the British Isles. We'd been transfiguring signs to point back toward Hogsmeade at each crossing. It had been an interesting journey. The five of us decided to try to walk to London and see if we could beat the students returning home on the express. I'm surprised we haven't been attacked, I observed, as we turned a sudden corner into a vast field of multicolored grain on one side and a steep cliff down to an ocean on the other, a small footpath promising an adventure down in the surf rather than a sudden drop to our deaths. Ooh! There are rune spores out there in the fields. Matilda gasped. That's what I mean, I said. In each of the rapidly shifting fantasy environs we'd passed through, we'd spotted fantastic beasts or humanoid fae in the distance, but none had approached the road. Could be wards on the way, Remus considered. Or that they just don't consider it sporting to attack unless we've stepped off the path. It certainly does seem like an adventure in every direction, Tonks allowed. Maybe on a day we don't have a flat to get packed up. She'd flown to Hogwarts a few hours after the end of the tournament to help with the crime scene, and it hadn't taken her long to realize that my godmother's offer had merit. She'd already been thinking about getting a house in Hogsmeade, and that was when she could teleport there from London instantly. She'd already put in a request to work out of the town, assuming the Auror department was no longer going to be fully based out of London. She and Remus were heading back with us to pack up her apartment, but would be moving to Hogsmeade by the end of the summer. This really isn't that bad, Alexis admitted. Assuming we can find some consistent paths and aren't getting attacked all the time, it's slower than operating or using the flu, but it's probably faster than driving. You're just saying that because you didn't like operating, I told her. Maybe, she said. But maybe it will also force more purebloods to think about using Muggle transportation. That can't be too bad. Another endpoint up ahead, Tonks observed. Hope this is a useful one, or we're doubling back to the crossroads in the peat bog. We came out on a hill in a park, and it took me a moment before I recognized it in the daylight. It had been years since I'd been there, after all. London, I told everyone, pointing at an airliner clearly coming in for a landing above us. A couple miles east of Heathrow. I wondered if the way had made it more likely that I'd be drawn to a wrath than I'd used before, or if it was just chance that it was one of the few in the city. Oh, good, Remus said, getting his bearings. There were some on your map a little closer, but that should be a pretty quick trip to the flat. And maybe a couple dozen miles back to High Wycombe. We could call the night bus. Alexis suggested, then caught my look and realized, right. The bus that used a complex geolocation charm based on port keys to be everywhere instantly. I wonder if it's even still running. Tonks frowned. If they haven't thought of it yet, you should propose getting it and maybe some others back in service between magical locations, before idiot purebloods are flying in robes along the Thames because they don't want to walk. You both okay to take public transit without us? Remus checked. I think there's a bus depot near an underground stop a mile or two that way. That's probably where we split up, I gestured, and then showed him on my marked up atlas. Travel with you there and split up then. Everyone nodded, and we set off. The walk was much nicer than it had been limping up the road in the middle of the night just before Christmas, for all that we'd already gotten a bit of a hike in navigating the Never Never. Nobody had exact change or a pass to get on the bus that passed us on the way, and needed to pay at the station. Also, I think everyone was glancing at me as if to ask why I'd been here before. Matilda, I'd tell later. Everyone else thankfully kept quiet about it. Even from my friends, it was still a secret that I'd escaped Hogwarts and thought about fleeing the country in my owl year. Get home safe, you two. Tonks ordered us, as they entered the underground station while Matilda and I figured out the transit route to our house. And we'll owl, Alexis assured Matilda. Figure out when we can have another girls' night. I gave a subtle head shake as everyone but Remus glanced at me. I'm sure Percy and I can find something entertaining to occupy ourselves while you're out. Train's coming in, Remus announced, his hearing almost as good as mine. See you. Matilda and I nearly fell asleep on the bus during the trip home. It was over an hour and she grumbled quietly, I need to figure out a better disillusionment charm. I'm going to need to fly that to get to the ministry. High Wycombe is further than I thought. Yeah, I'm thinking about finishing learning to drive. But I think we'll probably need to find something much closer to town, I told her. I'm sure Penny and Percy already hate the commute. You're right. She realized. We don't need to live under Fidelius anymore. You got them all. Well, maybe not all of them. I'm not exactly putting our address in the phone book. But, yeah, it should be a lot safer. Maybe. She gave me an amused smirk, in the business pages under Wizard. I'm sure the government would love that. While we'd seen a lot of each other the past few days, we hadn't really been alone since spring break. Needless to say, once we finally made it to the house, we didn't really leave the bedroom until we heard Percy and Penny get back from work. I know you're both back. Penny yelled. Your clothes fell off in a line from the front door to your bedroom. We brought takeaway, Percy added. If you will clean up your undergarments, you can share. A hasty shower later, and we stumbled downstairs. It's nice to have a new change of clothes, I realized out loud. Thanks for owning an extra set, though, I told Percy. For as often as I get stranded places in whatever I'm wearing, I really ought to just start carrying a whole set in my bag. So. Tell us everything. Penny ordered, as she started dishing up curries. We were well through the meal and sitting out in the back garden before we finished explaining what I'd been through since I saw them last. What about you? I asked. I mean, I guess your team didn't wind up figuring out how to stabilize the veil. They both took a moment to figure out what they could say around their secrecy oaths, before Percy tried, no. It turned out the artifact we thought might be relevant resisted tampering. But, ever since the veil has been removed, I think it is safe to say that the Department of Mysteries has opened new doors. Ha! Penny laughed, then explained, I'm not allowed to tell you why that pun is funny. But it's really exciting new research. You've been flying to the ministry. Penny checked. How is it? Not great, Penny admitted. At least we're good at disillusionment. Those that aren't have been getting a quick education. And I think Arthur Weasley slept in the office most of the week rather than make the trip back to Devon. But it's still nearly 30 miles as the witch flies. I don't fancy that trip once it's cold again. Or if it's raining. We were talking about finding a place closer. I broached. Well, Percy said. Before we get too deep into long-term planning. He looked around the yard, which really was pretty nice as the sun was starting to set over the nature preserve. I would rather not miss a wonderful moment waiting for a perfect one that may never come. It is basically high summer, isn't it? I said, and gave him an encouraging nod. Penny and Matilda both looked between us, realizing I knew something that they didn't. Percy got off the bench and knelt down in the grass, not far from one of Remus' ornamental wolf statues, pulling a small box from a pocket. Penelope Clearwater. I would like nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me? Matilda once again damn near broke my hand holding in her squeals of excitement until after Penny said, yes. We broke for a bit for them to have a private moment and to go find some kind of celebratory dessert in the kitchen. Maybe Tonks will sublet her flat to us, Matilda figured. Isn't that too small for 4 people? Penny asked, overhearing. We just thought. My girlfriend began. Percy shook his head. Unless the 2 of you are eager to have your own house together, we are happy to continue to cohabitate until we move at least one more step up the pay structure. London is expensive, Penny agreed. We were deep into mapping out the neighborhoods between the Ministry, Moody's house, and various other places we enjoyed being close to in London when it finally hit me. I'm planning for the future. Matilda grinned, about time. Penny looked a little more sad as she realized, you didn't expect to make it. Not 100% confidence, I agreed. If the Fairies and the Death Eaters had teamed up, rather than working so hard to get in each other's way, I wouldn't have. But you know who is gone. Matilda said. None of his followers are still free. At least any that are good in a fight. And the Fairies, well, they won. Percy sighed, that does seem like it would make even Maeve less likely to come after you seeking payback. I just feel like without the veil, there's going to be a new problem next week, I argued. That's next week, Matilda shrugged. And maybe not even your problem. I would have felt better with a big climactic showdown against evil, I tried. Percy just rolled his eyes. You defeated 6 Death Eaters practically single-handedly and wanted a more climactic showdown. Penny explained, he wanted the Wraith of Voldemort to curse him within an inch of his life only for Harry to pull off some last-second plan to destroy him, save the veil, and have Maeve admit that she's a bad person who'll try to be nicer going forward. Well, kind of, I admitted. It's not like our adventures are over, Matilda poked me. You're a detective. I'm going to have fantastic beasts to hunt. Those 2 have crazy stuff they can't tell us about. Fred and George graduate next year and will probably know where we live. Percy went pale at that one. We still have ice cream. It's a nice night. Let's hang out a while longer, go to bed, and then put up really strong silencing charms. It is our engagement night, Penny grinned. The world will still be here tomorrow. Let's plan to be here too, Matilda concluded. I sighed, tried to shed years of fear and stress and realized that it was going to be a process, rather than one final battle that suddenly fixes everything. But I had a bunch of people eager to help me with it. I smiled down at Matilda and said, I can live with that. Chapter 51, Epilogue, Case File. The Cid really did manage to take the veil out across the world in one concentrated strike. The changes were both smaller than expected and more pervasive than anyone could have imagined. Monsters did not come pouring out of the Never-Never, eager to eat mortals and blow the statute of secrecy. But they did slip out in greater numbers. Many of them started to fill up sewer systems and other underground spaces in larger cities. Some roamed the countryside, but seemed just as adept at avoiding Muggle cameras as they'd ever been. Matilda began to get annoyed pretty quickly that the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was becoming just another branch of the Aurors that hunted troublesome monsters rather than dark wizards. Speaking of the Aurors, the inability to teleport anywhere in a country in moments with a cadre of Obliviators did more to the statute than the Fantastic Beasts had. Britain was small enough to keep a handle on it, but the United States had just too much land. Aurors would have to try to police huge swaths of territory as best they could. Penalties for dark magic use started to become even more draconian, while minor secrecy violations would slip through. And it was really hard to have our far-flung friends over for RPG night. Hogsmeade filled out to be a real magical city, rather than a glorified shopping mall for Hogwarts. Other wizards had to decide whether to move there or London, since it became a lot harder to remain plugged into society when you lived 100 miles away. Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory really did wind up carpooling, or at least convoying, by broom to work for quite a while, until finally figuring out a reliable way that provided a reasonably safe shortcut. Dumbledore wound up leaving more and more of running the school to my grandmother, since he was needed as a firm hand in the Wisengamot more often. Fudge didn't last long after being the minister who'd let the Cid use his own tournament against him, and needed Dumbledore and a substitute teacher to handle the resurgent Death Eater problem. And, no, they still didn't lift my doom, despite all of that. With as few Aurors as they had left, nobody could upset Dawlish, and Umbridge managed to hang on even without her original patron. I know, I didn't love it either. Though I hear she met a messy end when the Falmer problem started, years later. She really was related. I wasn't able to help Remus with his class and still keep my day job, so it was rare for me to get up to the castle. Tonks wound up helping, instead. They got married around the same time Percy and Penny did. That was Matilda's and my cue to finally start thinking about moving on. Moody retired for good after giving me a few years of mentorship. As noted, Matilda really wasn't enjoying spending all day hunting creatures just to try to kill them or drive them back into the Never-Never like some kind of monster police. As happens in your early 20s, most of our friends were getting involved in their careers and had less and less time to hang out. And the Grimblehawks were starting to get really pushy about how we weren't married and popping out babies yet. It turned out Luna's offer to work for the Quibbler was legitimate. Her father had accidentally purchased a similar paper out of America called the Midwestern Arcane and needed someone he trusted to help run it and be a major correspondent. And we could work out of my old hometown. That's how we wound up in Chicago. With Matilda out investigating the fantastic beasts of North America, I started my own private investigation business. And it quickly turned out that the American Aurors had all but abandoned Chicago, despite all the creatures that had moved in. When the local police needed some help and there seemed to be an idiot, yours truly, already helping out, it only made sense for them to employ him as a freelancer. No, I didn't actually put my name in the phone book under Wizard, but it made a funny story. In fact, I realized pretty quickly that, just like Remus had fictionalized his time at Hogwarts just enough to pass the statute of secrecy, I could change some features of my own adventures for print. Maybe you've heard of them. The Stormfront case practically wasn't that different from how I rewrote it. I think I wound up going so hard against John Marconi because of how much he reminded me of Lucius Malfoy, who'd always gotten one over on me. Matilda insisted I call her Susan Rodriguez for the novels, and suggested I treat her as a new romance rather than explaining that we already lived together. The naked in a thunderstorm bit really did happen though, because of Bob. Dawlish happened to be in town just to check up on me, and absolutely tried to figure out how to arrest me for summoning a pixie. For full moon, I mostly just had to pretend that I hadn't already had a pretty thorough understanding of werewolves so I could explain it for the audience. Loup-garou really are as scary as Bob had warned me. The alphas were a bunch of squibs that somehow managed to become animagi, but I never actually figured out what Tara West was or how she'd pulled that off. Grave Peril was where my several years of happiness finally crashed hard. A lot of that story was drawn from the events of my Newt year, but the practical reality was true. Matilda tried backing me up on a case like she often did when she was available, and wound up finally paying the price she'd never allowed me to protect her from. Similarly to the second case, it was easier for the readers if I wrote it as if I'd never met Maeve and Mab during the events of Summer Night. In practical fact, I think they came to Chicago for their fight as some perverse attempt to cheer me up after what happened to Matilda. After the events of Death Masks, I was never certain whether hell had just been waiting for the veil to drop to have more access to the world, or whether they'd always been around and it had just forced them more out into the open. Much as with the previous cases, in Blood Rights I had to pretend I hadn't met Lara before as an easier way in for the reader. Her allure really did hit me much harder when I wasn't right there with my girlfriend, for all that her memory still protected me from being fed upon. Mavra was still very upset with me, and her flamethrower wound up setting off the old damage from Voldemort's cursed ring so my burned hand couldn't easily be healed. Bad times. For Deadbeat, I had to invent Kemmler as cover for Grindelwald. The war with the Red Court really was bad enough to have decimated the already stretched Auror forces so far that the ICW decided to overlook the doom and draft me. Warden Lucho became a stand-in for Amila Bones. Proven Guilty and White Knight played out pretty similarly to how I wrote it, with the mild difference that I was already familiar with Darby Crane from when I first met Lara Wraith. Tom Riddle had originally been responsible for introducing my mother to the White King, as an attempt to gain the White Court as allies for his war. I suspect that she was killed in a fit of pique for ruining that alliance when she couldn't take it anymore and left to meet my father. After those books, the world was getting weirder and weirder, and the ICW weaker and weaker, such that I was barely having to change many details at all. Truth really is stranger than fiction, at least when you're a wizard. Chapter 52, Author Notes. And that's it. Thanks to everyone that stuck with me for 2 years, and for everyone that's read since. I've gotten really bad at replying to reviews, but I read all of them and appreciate your thoughts and insights. Hopefully all unanswered questions have been cleared up by the end, particularly with the realization that what I was going for was ending at a point where the existing Dresden Files novels would work in the setting without many changes. I knew early on in writing that the main thing that needed to change to make those novels make any sense at all was to increase the Fae presence in the Potterverse and remove teleportation. Thus, Fleur betraying Harry and breaking the veil was a scene I had planned out almost since the beginning. Of course, When I initially conceived of it, Harry and Fleur had been dating all year, so her betrayal bit him hard, and the suspicion that he'd helped her would ruin his relationship with the Hogwarts staff and students, sending him packing back to Chicago. Then Matilda Grimblehawk happened. I'd originally just intended her for a one-time Harry doesn't notice how many people are flirting with him gag for Valentine's Day that first year. But you know how writers talk about sometimes their characters doing what they want, no matter what the author thinks? That happened. Maybe it was just that her manner of speaking is fun to write, but she stuck around and refused to give up on dating Harry, no matter what I thought was best for the story. I spent most of the second year arc trying to figure out how to get them to break up, and it just wasn't happening. Then I realized that she cursed in Welsh, found that incredibly amusing, and it was all over for getting rid of her. Really, the main issue is that, as written in canon, Dresden only doesn't have a support network because he was so isolated until the novels started. The alphas adopt him immediately, and in other viewpoint short stories everyone is just way more impressed with him than he is with himself. You put a guy like that in the middle of Gryffindor House, and he's going to have a hard time not making a ton of friends. It would have stretched credulity for any of them to give him up, no matter how much he beats himself up about his bad choices. Thus, a winding path through the story that I hope everyone found satisfying while still reasonable for how it connects back into the Dresden Files novels. Honestly, I have a vague idea for a sequel in my head that keeps him in London and adapts the novels even more fully to the combined setting. But that will have to wait for a while. In the meantime, I hope everyone that reads this will also join me on my next project, Harry Potts and the Infinity Stones, going to weekly updates starting this week. Again, thanks to everyone that's read, followed, favorited, and reviewed, either ongoing or after the work was all available to you to read in one block.